Chapter 0001. The mysterious black sphere on Blue Star. In the Eastern Time Zone, at Chachin Cultural Park, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air, creating an ideal moment for basking in the sun. A fully grown Siberian Husky, its neck adorned with a long leash, lay stealthily on the grass, creeping forward with a singular focus. Its attention was unmistakably captivated by a nearby dancing foxtail grass. At that moment, the foxtail was held delicately in the mouth of a youthful boy, who reclined on the grass with his legs crossed, eyes closed in blissful enjoyment of the sunlight, just as the husky began to raise its rear. Preparing to launch a swift attack on the foxtail, an impending calamity loomed. Suddenly, a series of hair-thin lightning bolts flickered above the husky's head, and a palm-sized rift abruptly tore open in the air. A marble-sized black orb plummeted from the fissure, striking the husky squarely on the forehead before seamlessly vanishing into its skull. This caused the poised husky to roll its eyes back, its body going limp as it collapsed onto the ground. Unconscious that a second or two passed, the black orb struggled to extricate itself from the husky's forehead. Once round and glossy, it now appeared pitifully grayish and pockmarked, with nearly one-third of its volume gnawed away by some unseen force. The desolate black sphere wobbled precariously for a meter or two before collapsing onto the grass. As if it had exhausted all its strength, it managed to roll a few times forward, fortuitously bumping into the oblivious boy who had narrowly escaped disaster. Like a parched traveler encountering rain, the orb hastily penetrated the boy's body. The boy exhibited a reaction akin to that of the husky, his body quivering, then collapsing onto the grass. Moments later, whether 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed, the previously slumbering husky abruptly sprang to its feet, growling and barking fiercely, as if ready to tear apart an enemy. However, after a few futile snaps at the air, it suddenly became aware of its surroundings, spinning around in confusion, letting out a puzzled "awoo." At that moment, a feminine voice called out, "Sweet Vinegar." The husky turned to see a girl in a sundress, holding a violin, as it eagerly bounded over to nuzzle against her beautiful legs. This girl, while evading the husky's affections, affectionately ruffled its fur, chiding playfully, "How am I supposed to find you, Sweet Vinegar? Didn't I tell you to sit quietly and enjoy my violin playing?" "Awoo, awoo, awoo." The husky barked excitedly around the girl, as if desperate to convey something, yet at a loss for words. The girl, having grown accustomed to the husky's antics, bent down to retrieve its leash. Just then, she noticed the boy lying on the ground, exclaiming in surprise. Chen suddenly sat up, gasping for breath, his gaze wandering in confusion. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a voice chimed in. "You little rascal. Were you having a nightmare? It's quite peculiar that you can sleep on the grass." Little rascal, that term felt both familiar and distant. Likewise, the voice was equally known yet strange. Chen lifted his gaze toward the source of the voice. And there stood a radiant girl, her smile bright as the sun. Upon recognizing her face and smile from deep within his memories, a jolt of emotion surged within him, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Nie Yuxuan, who had been teasing Chen felt a flutter in her heart as their eyes met. The expression in his gaze was indescribable. In that fleeting moment, this familiar boy evoked an intense sense of strangeness, yet possessed an inexplicable charm. However, when she saw the silent tears cascading down his cheeks, it startled her, prompting her to instinctively hide behind the husky while anxiously questioning, "Why are you crying? Did something get in your eye?" The husky, now invigorated, leaped onto the boy, joyfully licking his face. Chen dodged a few times, gently petting the husky's head while wiping his face, smiling as he said, "Indeed, it seems something got in my eye. Yuxuan, it's been a while. Did you come to showcase your violin prowess in a public space again?" "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? We just saw each other yesterday, and I merely took Sweet Vinegar out for a stroll while practicing the violin. Nothing like what you're suggesting," Nie Yuxuan replied, wrinkling her nose in discontent. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, she added, playfully scolding, "And in public, don't call me Yuxuan so affectionately." "Woo, how unfair. My childhood friend forbids me from calling her Yuxuan. Don't you remember the times we bathed together and shared the same pillow? Now that we've grown up, you've forgotten the past. I can't endure this." The boy lamented dramatically, covering his face in mock despair, which piqued the husky's curiosity as it tried to peek under his hands. "Nie Yuxuan, blushing furiously, stamped her foot and scolded. "You rascal! Stop saying such things, Sweet Vinegar. Ignore this rascal. Let us head home." With that, she yanked on the husky's leash and dashed away, looking as if she were fleeing. The husky, still curious about the boy's expression, was compelled to follow its owner, the gentle tug of the leash guiding it along. Once the girl had departed, the boy slowly lowered his hands, revealing his tear-streaked face, yet devoid of sorrow. Instead, joy lit up his features. "Yuxuan, how wonderful to encounter you again in your youthful splendor. Still so proud, so vivacious, so radiant. Have I truly succeeded in this rebirth?" As he pondered this, he suddenly groaned and covered his head, taking a moment to regain his composure. Blinking in confusion, he muttered, "Strange. It feels as though I've lost a significant portion of my memories." He lifted his gaze once more, taking in the towering bronze statue of the galloping horse in the park center, the expansive artificial lake nearby, and the series of concrete sailboats, murmuring softly, "Indeed, this is Chachin Cultural Park." Turning to glance in the direction the girl had vanished, the boy's expression shifted to one of conflict as he sighed. "Though I long to stay by your side, you mentioned we just met yesterday. And now again, if I were to pursue you further, it might frighten you away. Being overly enthusiastic could be detrimental, so I shall exercise restraint. After all, time is on my side." As he muttered to himself, he rummaged through his belongings, producing a phone. With trembling fingers, he unlocked the screen, hesitating momentarily before entering his familiar password. The screen unlocked successfully. In a flurry, he accessed the calendar, and upon seeing the date, he froze for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha! It's indeed July 25, 2019. It's the summer of my 16th year. I've truly been reborn at 16. Amid his ecstatic revelation, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. It felt as if this rebirth was devoid of any shock, as though it was simply his destiny to return. Shaking his head, he eagerly opened WeChat to browse through his conversations with a few particularly significant individuals. Then, he dialed a number, clearing his throat to compose himself. When the call connected and he heard the familiar voice on the other end, he feigned brightness, asking, "Dad, when are you and Mom coming back? I miss you both so much." "Oh, it's not about money. I just want to see you. It's only been a few days. Don't worry. Enjoy your travels. Summer is long. Explore as many places as you can. I can take care of myself." As he chatted cheerfully with his parents, his tone remained light, yet tears continued to flow silently. Chen Haoran, initially reveling in his emotions, became awkward when a cute little girl holding a balloon timidly offered him a handkerchief, glancing at him with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Nie Yuxuan, having fled in embarrassment, turned around only to find Chen Haoran's figure had vanished, prompting her to pause. Pouting, she addressed the husky. "Sweet Vinegar, that little rascal is truly excessive. I merely asked him not to call me Yuxuan so affectionately in public, and he responded with such embarrassing remarks. How annoying. Let us ignore him from now on." The husky nodded vigorously, but at that moment, both it and Chen Haoran suddenly froze, as a crisp sound echoed in their minds, and a screen materialized before their eyes. Chapter 0002. The emergence of the golden-fingered Chen Haoran and the Siberian Husky stared blankly at the screen before them. Task: tackle the current girl. Then restrain her limbs and vigorously lick her little face for 60 seconds. Completion reward: 1 point. Failure penalty: 60 seconds. Task acceptance countdown: 60 seconds. Chen Haoran's gaze shifted to the adorable little girl, around 4 or 5 years old, who timidly extended her hand while clutching a handkerchief and looking up at him with wide eyes. He then glanced at the nearby bystanders, particularly a young couple whose faces radiated encouragement and smiles. Chen Haoran was certain that should he dare to accept this inexplicable task and attempt to fulfill it, that young couple would undoubtedly charge at him like enraged lions, ready to mete out a brutal punishment. The onlookers would surely join in, indignantly rushing over to unleash a flurry of blows. And the most terrifying part was that if he somehow survived the immediate wrath, a long life of tears behind iron bars awaited him. With a shiver coursing through him, Chen Haoran muttered a few words in response to his phone before hastily ending the call. He managed a stiff smile, squatted down, took the little girl's handkerchief, wiped his face, and returned it with a display of his pearly white teeth, softly uttering a thank you. The little girl, delighted, took the handkerchief, clutched her balloon, and joyfully leaped back into the embrace of her young parents, basking in their praise while gleefully waving at Chun-Hauren. Embarrassed, he smiled awkwardly, waved back, and quickly lowered his head, making a hasty retreat, feeling utterly flustered. Meanwhile, his mind was in turmoil, cursing, "What the hell is this? How could such a ridiculous task suddenly pop up? Are they trying to get me beaten half to death and thrown in jail? Show yourself. Get out here. I come back to life, and yet I have to deal with this nonsense." Meanwhile, Xuan, with a furrowed brow, clung tightly to her husky's collar, repeatedly apologizing. "Little sister, don't be afraid. This is a husky, a very silly one. It one tea bite. It just wants to play. Please don't cry. Sweet vinegar, let us go. Otherwise, you won't have dinner tonight." However, upon seeing the little girl's tear-filled eyes, terrified and on the verge of crying out loud, Xuan disregarded her beloved pet's feelings and forcibly pulled the exuberant sweet vinegar away, desperately trying to control her emotions as she tugged at the leash, scolding, "Sweet vinegar, why are you being so naughty? How dare you scare the little sister? Do you want me to take you for dog meat stew?" The husky, initially intent on tackling the little girl, trembled at her words, howled in despair, and obediently followed Xuan as she dragged it away. At that moment, the countdown timer on the screen finally reached 0. And the ominous red words, "Penalty, 60 seconds countdown begins," materialized. Just as Chun-Hauren and the husky were hastily escaping the awkward situation, both froze simultaneously, trembling violently, tears and snot cascading uncontrollably. Chun-Hauren's phone fell to the grass as his body convulsed like he was having a seizure, his teeth chattering as he began to curse incoherently. Damn it, the penalty is electric shock? What the hell? It's so unbearable. I can't. I'm about to piss myself." On the husky's side, its tongue hung out long, uncontrollably breaking free from the leash, bouncing around like a flea, and began to howl madly, "Awoo. Mom. Awoo meow. Do you love me? Silly. Meow. Woof woof." The sudden change in the husky infuriated Xuan, who was scolding it, as she chased after it, violin in hand, berating, "Sweet vinegar, you've gone too far. I'm reprimanding you. And you dare to run away? Are you challenging my authority? Come back here." 60 seconds later, the electric shock ceased, and the red text vanished from view. Both Chun-Hauren and the husky, drenched in sweat and looking utterly defeated, collapsed onto the ground, barely clinging to life. At that moment, Xuan noticed something was off with her beloved pet, and in her concern, she set aside her reprimands. Chun-Hauren, struggling to rise, thanked the concerned onlookers who had gathered around him. "Thank you. No need to call the police or an ambulance. I'm fine." He hurriedly retrieved his phone and stumbled out of the crowd. Once he exited the park, he found a secluded corner to sit down, gritting his teeth as he growled, "Show yourself. Get out here. Damn it, you ghostly thing, come out now. I know you exist. You can't hide." As Chun-Hauren shouted in anger, a dark, shapeless entity began to waver and flicker into view. Upon seeing it, Chun-Hauren instinctively reached out to grab it, but grasped only air, as it evidently existed solely in the periphery of his vision. Frustrated, he coldly demanded, "Confess, what are you?" The shadowy mass quivered and vanished, replaced by a line of text appearing before Chun-Hauren's eyes. "The Universal Assistance System is at the service of the host." Universal Assistance System. How did you come to be? How did you enter my mind? Chun-Hauren inquired with a furrowed brow. "Data missing. Unable to explain the system's origin or why the host was chosen." "What the hell? You can just dismiss everything with data missing. Can you transfer out? I don't need this assistance system." Chun-Hauren retorted angrily, frustrated that he had been saddled with such an absurd golden finger. If anything, the true golden finger would be the memories of the next 30 years that he had retained. The knowledge of significant events and personnel changes. With such foresight, he could navigate the forthcoming tumultuous world with ease, bringing along his family and loved ones to thrive alongside him. Under such circumstances, what need had he for a golden finger or system? With this unpredictable system issuing nonsensical tasks, he was merely inviting chaos into his life. Apologies, once bound, separation is impossible. The host is this system's lifelong host. Damn it, you're sticking to me for life. Chun-Hauren massaged his temples in exasperation. This unexpected system had thrown his future into uncertainty. After pondering for a moment, realizing he was stuck with this system, he sighed in resignation and asked, What exactly is this universal assistant system capable of? What does it assist with? Data missing. The system can currently only provide comprehensive reminder services, merchandise trading services, and task issuance services. Ignoring the other details, upon hearing task issuance services, Chun-Hauren exploded with rage. What the hell? Task issuance services. Is this damn system only capable of assigning me tasks that will lead to my brutal demise or imprisonment? Do you have any logic at all? Are you trying to ruin your hostess' life? Just recalling the task that had been issued earlier sent a shiver down his spine. If he had recklessly attempted to fulfill it, he would already be facing a tragic fate. Yet failing to complete a task resulted in electric shocks that felt like torture, so he was thoroughly disgusted with this service. Data missing. Unable to answer host questions. Damn it, another data missing, you defective product. Chun-Hauren seethed, his frustration boiling over. Chapter 0003. The perceived uselessness of the system. After venting his anger for a while, Chun-Hauren irritably commanded, "Show me your so-called comprehensive reminder services." The system immediately displayed a three-dimensional profile of Chun-Hauren. Host, Chun-Hauren. Male, 16 years of bone age. Physical skill, 0 stage 0.8. Standard for ordinary adults is 0 stage 1, not yet meeting the standard. Mental, first stage 1. Standard for ordinary adults is 0 stage 1. Exceeding the standard by 11 times. Skill, none. Chun-Hauren was momentarily taken aback, not due to his own data, but rather in astonishment that the system displayed such categories. The reason was simple. In the future, the data of physical skill and mental would be known across the globe. Each stage has 10 segments, and upon filling 10 segments, one would advance to the next stage at AS for the upper limit of stages. No one knows, for according to Chun-Hauren's memories, the strongest individuals over the next 30 years would barely reach the 8th stage. Physical skill represents everything related to the body, whether one practices internal or external martial arts. Any form of physical cultivation falls under the purview of physical skill. When physical skill reaches the 5th stage, one can generate a form of energy that continuously acts upon oneself, meaning that upon reaching the 5th stage, one would automatically acquire the ability to fly freely through the air. On the other hand, mental represents mental power, encompassing everything related to mental strength, including abilities, spells, and various techniques. The essence of spirit far surpasses that of body techniques in numerous respects. Once one attains the 3rd tier of spirit, an innate spiritual force manifests, allowing the individual to soar through the skies with ease, thereby illustrating the superiority of spirit over body techniques, that it can be confidently asserted that, at equivalent tiers, spirit unequivocally dominates body techniques. However, there exists a legend suggesting that upon reaching the 9th tier, body techniques undergo a transformation, enabling them to contend with the 9th tier of spirit. Yet, many dismiss this as mere lamentations from warriors who have chosen the path of body techniques. After all, in the future, those who follow the spirit path are revered as masters, while practitioners of body techniques are merely labeled as warriors. With their statuses being worlds apart, warriors strive tirelessly to stand shoulder to shoulder with masters, yet they remain perpetually unable to achieve this, as masters remain ever elevated above them. Such realities are crystal clear to Chun-Hauren, an old soul with memories spanning 30 years into the future. Having attained the 1st tier of spirit at the age of 16, he is destined to be regarded as a genius. And upon reaching this tier, he will be referred to as a junior master, with major factions vying to recruit and nurture him. Yet, Chun-Hauren feels no joy. He is perplexed by the inexplicable system that has manifested in his mind, which seems to possess a method of statistical analysis concerning his future. Is this derived from his own memories, or is the system inherently designed in this manner? System, where does this data originate? Chun-Hauren inquires sternly. Host, this information is generated by the system itself. That a significant portion of the data is missing, hence the lack of detailed sources for this information. Why is your data incomplete? How much is missing? Chun-Hauren questions, furrowing his brow in suspicion, as the system frequently cites missing information as an excuse. The system has no answer for the cause of the omissions. Over 1/3 of the data is missing. The system responds candidly. Damn it. Chun-Hauren can only utter in frustration. He feels a headache brewing. Had it not been for this inexplicably appearing system, he could have navigated the future with the ease of his 30-year memory. Now, With this unreliable system in the mix, who knows if he might stumble and fall from greatness due to its interference while climbing the summit of his future memories. Alas, this unreliable system is firmly entrenched in his mind, and he cannot dispel it. Perhaps he should simply ignore it and rely on his 30 years of memories to ascend to the pinnacle. Wait, why does he keep referring to his memories from 30 years in the future? Has he truly lived for 30 years? Chun Haoran finally begins to sense an oddity, cradling his head in contemplation. Upon reflection, he realizes that these memories pertain to his 30 years of existence as a mere bystander. And even at the end of those memories, he was still playing the role of a bystander, with no clear reason for his reincarnation as if he were sipping tea and reading the news one moment, then suddenly reborn as a 16-year-old the next. Strange, it seems my future memories are also missing a substantial portion. Could this bizarre system be the cause? Has it somehow led to the loss of a significant segment of my memories? Chun Haoran muses, shaking his head before inquiring again. System, what is the deal with your marketplace and tasks? Apologies, the marketplace cannot be accessed due to your lack of points, which can only be acquired by completing tasks. As for tasks, there are currently none available, and any that may be available will appear intermittently. Please ensure to claim and complete them on time, or else the penalties will increase. Unable to access the marketplace due to a lack of points. And those points can only be obtained through tasks that appear sporadically? Chun Haoran recalls a previous task that was nothing short of a trap, sending a shiver down his spine. Damn it. Who would dare to undertake such tasks? He would rather face an electric shock. So, it seems your only useful function at present is to display my status? Chun Haoran remarks with a scowl. Indeed. Bah, what a waste of my time. Chun Haoran rises and dusts himself off. Deciding to disregard the system's existence from now on, he retrieves his phone to summon a shared bicycle and, glancing up to ascertain his direction, he begins to pedal furiously. The bicycle veers off the main road, swiftly navigating through narrow alleys until he arrives at a place that is as familiar to him as the back of his hand, the government compound. Gazing at the streets, which have remained largely unchanged even after 30 years, Chun Haoran can't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. The reason this area has preserved its original environment from the time of its establishment for 3 decades is simple. The core government compound has not relocated in all that time. Furthermore, 2 other central establishments, the municipal primary school and the first municipal kindergarten, remain in this vicinity and have not moved either. It is indeed peculiar that while kindergartens and primary schools can remain in place for 60 years without relocating, for the government compound to do so is quite extraordinary. Chun Haoran's gaze drifts toward the back wall of the government compound, where he observes that the metal railing has decayed significantly. Yet the trees within thrive vibrantly, exuding an ancient charm. Towering trees stand majestically, their branches reaching skyward, while a gentle carpet of moss adorns the ground nearby. A little further north, a pond, framed by the trees, glimmers under the slivers of sunlight, resembling a radiant silver necklace. Chun Haoran's eyes sparkle as he beholds this scene. In his memories of reincarnation, this place was once shrouded in mystery. Chapter 0004. The original techniques, once upon a time. During the great upheaval of the world, there existed a golden koi fish in the central pond of the government compound, which had thrived for over 30 years. This koi leapt over the dragon gate and transformed into a dragon. And it chose to recognize the then leader of the government compound as its master, propelling this individual to unprecedented heights in the unpredictable times that followed, ultimately becoming a vice-governor 30 years later. While this koi was remarkable, it was not of interest to Chun Haoran, for after its transformation into a dragon, it could articulate human speech, indicating that it had only temporarily selected the most fortunate person nearby as its master at that time. Naturally, that individual was the leading figure of the government. Reflecting on these future events, Chun Haoran can't help but drool in envy, but after a brief pause, he resumes pedaling into an old street that bears witness to the cultural and historical transformations of Chaching. Ultimately stopping at the entrance of a second-hand bookstore he knows all too well. Observing the old and spacious bookstore, he reflects that it has been in existence since his father was in elementary school, marking 30 years of operation. Within this bookstore lies the opportunity he seeks. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, he enters the second-hand bookstore, where he finds a dozen fellow book lovers of all ages present. However, Chun Haoran pays them no mind as he makes his way to the miscellaneous literature section to begin his search. His target is clear for a simple reason. In the future, while individual prowess reigns supreme and independent entities are formidable, the government remains powerful as well, diligently collecting and documenting an abundance of information. Most of this information finds its way to the archives. As someone who has spent 30 years as a mere bystander in the archives, Chen Haoren has perused all the information about his hometown. Thus, when he reflects, he can vividly recall the opportunity presented by this bookstore, which aligns perfectly with his current self. This opportunity is rather straightforward, a glowing manuscript of foundational techniques that will emerge when vital energy surges. This manuscript is the foundational technique of the spiritual system. During the era of vital energy's initial explosion, most cultivation factions focused on body techniques and paid little heed to this spiritual cultivation method. At that time, Chen Haoren had made minor progress in body techniques. While his memory retention was remarkably strong, making the ability to recall at a glance a basic function. Others were aware, and Chen Haoren, as a resident of the archives, was even more cognizant, especially regarding events that transpired in his hometown. For instance, this foundational technique manuscript, in essence, was a popular science book detailing the formation of the universe, with a print run of 100,000 copies. When the vital energy first erupted, many factions and individuals sought to collect copies of this book. However, the printed copies were indistinguishable in punctuation and text. Only the glowing version was a genuine technique manual. Individuals from powerful factions had conducted statistics, revealing that among various cultivation factions, handwritten manuscripts passed down through generations had a 99% chance of becoming original technique manuals after the Great Upheaval, with the one failure rate attributed to substitutions during transmission. Conversely, publicly printed cultivation manuals produced by certain factions had failed to yield even a single original manuscript from a print run of 100,000 copies. With even the replica versions being exceedingly rare, strangely, an abundance of printed books, including popular science, essays, travelogues, biographies, and novels, exhibited a significantly higher likelihood of yielding original technique manuals and replicas. The distinction between originals and replicas lies in the absence of restrictions on the number of practitioners and attempts for originals, while replicas impose such limitations. Once the limit for a replica is exceeded, it reverts to a standard printed book. Moreover, in a perplexing twist, the greater the number of books stored, the fewer glowing technique manuals appear. Evidence of this is seen in the aftermath of the upheaval, where the number of technique manuals and libraries of all levels was outstripped by the quantity found at roadside bookstalls. It can be said that the emergence of both the original martial arts manuals and their replicas is entirely devoid of any discernible pattern, unless it pertains to ancestral martial arts manuals. One can be assured that there is a 99% likelihood that they will transform into the original texts. Such an enigmatic phenomenon defies explanation. Since it is beyond comprehension, individuals are left with no choice but to adhere to these peculiar customs. Ultimately, it becomes clear that regardless of the circumstances, any object that radiates a unique luminescence is surely worth seizing, guaranteeing no loss. With the memories and experiences of a past life, Chen Haoren appeared remarkably composed within the bookstore, seemingly perusing his favorite volumes while secretly exerting every effort to locate the original text. With a heart brimming with confidence, he suddenly had a moment of clarity as he spotted several copies of a book titled The Birth of the Universe, resting atop a large oil paper package, nearly as tall as a person. Excitedly, he rushed over and, with trembling hands, grasped the volumes titled The Birth of the Universe. Among these 5 books, one must be the original martial arts text. Indeed, it feels far more substantial than those pirated editions. Although the books in hand did not yet emit light, identifying which one was the original was straightforward. Only those that had withstood the trials of cultivation techniques would qualify as the original. Once transformed into the original, the martial arts techniques would subsequently manifest alongside the practitioner's development. Thrilled, Chen Haoren prepared to make his purchase, but an unsettling feeling overcame him as he glanced back at the large oil paper package that had housed the 5 books. Just then, he noticed a corner of the package had been torn, and cautiously peeking inside, he was struck dumb, as if struck by lightning. To his dismay, the exposed area revealed the words "The Birth of the Universe," indicating that this was indeed a bulk package processed by the publisher. Glancing between the 5 books in his possession and the substantial package, he estimated the number of books it contained and felt a tremor of anxiety as he retrieved his phone to check his balance. After a moment of silence, he returned the device to his pocket, reluctantly setting down the 5 volumes of The Birth of the Universe and casting lingering glances back as he exited the store. How frustrating. Knowing that the original martial arts text emerged from this bookstore, I didn't anticipate there being so many copies of the original itself, The Birth of the Universe. Given the size of that package, there must be at least 1,000 copies. I thought I could snag a bargain and easily acquire a martial arts original that countless others would covet in the future, now that the original is laid bare before me. Its sheer abundance leaves me utterly helpless. One must understand that the original only emits light upon the eruption of vital energy, compelling me to purchase all these 1,000 copies of The Birth of the Universe. I could easily concoct an excuse for such a hefty purchase. Perhaps claiming I intend to donate books to impoverished areas before the vital energy erupts. Any peculiar actions would go unnoticed. However, the only issue is that while the used books here are inexpensive, they typically cost around 10 yuan each. 1,000 copies would amount to at least 10,000 yuan. Damn, my entire savings only total 2,000, and that's from my parents who specifically transferred their travel funds for my living expenses. How am I supposed to manage this? Alas, the plight of a student is indeed disheartening. Lacking financial freedom, it seems I must devise a plan to acquire funds. Well, since the original martial arts text remains in this bookstore during the vital energy eruption, it suggests that despite some copies being sold over time, the original has yet to be purchased. That I still have ample time. As Chun Haoran muttered to himself, he walked outside, though anxiety gnawed at him. After all, if he could be reborn, who could guarantee that the original martial arts text would still linger within this bookstore? The safest course of action would be to purchase all the copies of The Birth of the Universe that might potentially transform into the original martial arts text. Alas, his funds fell short. Oh dear, it's truly a penny that thwarts the hero. How many years has it been since I fretted over finances? If only I could discern which book is the original. I could simply pay 10 yuan and secure it. Having reached the entrance, Chun Haoran sighed, glancing back longingly at the pile of The Birth of the Universe books. Just then, a chime rang out, announcing a system notification. The Universal Assist system is at your service. Activating the identification function per your request. Each use deducts 10 points, and the first use can be advanced and repaid at a daily interest of 1 point. Chapter 5. The system's identification function initially lamenting his financial plight. Chun Haoran's goal of hoarding books suddenly revived with the activation of the previously detested, seemingly useless system. It must be said, life is full of surprises and unexpected turns. The moment the system's voice echoed, a conspicuous orange arrow appeared before Chun Haoran, pointing directly at the pile of The Birth of the Universe books. Without a second thought, he disregarded how the system could possess such a function or the implications of advancing points. And he hurried back into the bookstore, gently caressing the large paper package. Chun Haoran's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he shouted in delight, "Boss, can this package be split for sale?" His loud voice naturally attracted the attention of other customers within the bookstore. This young man, who had previously exited in despair, now re-entered with gleaming eyes, leaving others astonished. They surmised he was merely an old bookworm unwilling to concede defeat in a price war, and they resumed searching for their desired volumes. Meanwhile, the middle-aged shopkeeper, who had been sipping tea and reading, stood up upon hearing the commotion, glanced at Chun Haoran, and then retrieved a pair of large scissors, stating, "Do it yourself, just don't damage the books. They must be sorted back in." He then resumed his leisurely activities. Chun Haoran, responding affirmatively, dashed over to grab the scissors and hurried back to prepare for unwrapping the package. Such endeavors to locate and assess books were commonplace, and most readers paid no mind. Yet a few curious onlookers gathered to watch Chun Haoran's unwrapping process. With an audience, Chun Haoran subdued his excitement, casually cutting through the plastic bindings and peeling back the oil paper to reveal a thick stack of The Birth of the Universe books. The arrow promptly darted between the stacks, indicating the original he sought lay concealed beneath. Without hesitation, he began to shift the books aside. After removing nearly 100 volumes, the arrow abruptly shifted, pointing to one particular book within a stack. Chun Haoran swiftly extracted that book from beneath the others, only to see the arrow vanish within its pages. That moment, realization dawned upon him. This was the original martial arts text he desired. Chun Howren reveled in the book's presence, his mind racing with thoughts. Goodness, I've struck gold. The system possesses a discernment function. It can identify which of these numerous identical books is the original martial arts text. That means countless previously unattainable martial arts originals and rare treasures are now within my grasp. This is truly remarkable. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Chun Howren felt as if he were on the precipice of a great fortune. The significance of the original he held diminished considerably, for with the system's identification function at his disposal, and bolstered by the memories within his mind, a vast world of martial arts manuals and treasures lay ready for him to claim. Just as he fantasized about a future filled with luxury and indulgence, he was abruptly startled to find a hand swiftly reaching from the side, snatching the original martial arts text from his grasp. As the original slipped from his fingers, Chun Howren distinctly felt his heart skip a beat. A surge of murderous intent welled up from deep within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. Fortunately, after 30 years of sitting on the sidelines, he had honed his self-control to a pinnacle, managing to suppress the urge for vengeance as he turned his gaze towards the individual who had seized his original. To his astonishment, the one casually flipping through the pages of his original was a youth of a similar age, whose face bore a hint of familiarity. The murderous intent dissipated, as it was clear this boy could not have known he had taken the original martial arts text. Just then, a notification chimed in. Task: bite the youth in front of you. Reward 1 point per bite. Cumulative up to 50 points. Biting to the death grants an additional reward of 100 points, with a countdown of 60 seconds. Chun Howren's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. What kind of absurd task was this? A single bite on the boy would yield a point, and it could accumulate to 50 points. Biting 50 times would earn him a reward, and the final task, killing him, would grant an additional 100 points. What was this? Last time it was about tackling a girl and licking her face, and now it was about biting someone. Did the system really see him as a dog to issue such ludicrous tasks? Meanwhile, Nie Yuxuan clutched tightly to the leash of her husky, the violin case discarded to the side as the dog barked furiously at a young man carrying a satchel, its front paws raised high, ready to pounce and tear into him. The young man, thoroughly frightened, retreated while shouting, "Control your dog. If it bites me, you're in for it." I'm so sorry, sweet vinegar. What are you doing? Stop it right now," Nie Yuxuan exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency as she apologized while firmly gripping the reins to admonish the husky. However, the husky, clearly disobedient, radiated excitement in its eyes, straining against the restraints of the leash with all its might while barking furiously at the young man. Initially unafraid of the husky, the young man found himself unsettled by the dog's frenzied gaze and sharp teeth, especially as he witnessed the petite Nie Yuxuan leaning forward, desperately tugging at the leash to no avail. His heart raced, and he shouted in frustration, "If your dog is crazy, keep it away from me." With that, he clutched his satchel and turned to flee. The husky surged forward with a sudden burst of energy, toppling Nie Yuxuan to the ground. Though it intended to chase after the young man, the sound of Nie Yuxuan's gasp as she fell caught its attention, and it glanced between its fallen owner and the vanishing figure of the man. Its expression turned comically bewildered, leading it to emit a mournful howl before returning to sit dejectedly by Nie Yuxuan's side. Nie Yuxuan, feeling a pang of anxiety, feared the husky would pursue and bite the fleeing young man. She quickly lifted her head and called out, "Tian Siu." Relieved to see her beloved dog obediently squatting beside her, she sighed and tightened her grip around the husky's neck, irritation evident in her voice as she scolded, "Tian Siu, what's gotten into you today? Why are you acting so strange? For 3 days, you're grounded and can't go outside." The husky whimpered in protest before suddenly shaking its entire body, its fur puffing up dramatically. Tongue lolling out, and tears streaming from its eyes, the IT broke free from Nie Yuxuan's grasp and began to frolic wildly. This turn of events infuriated Nie Yuxuan. "Tian Siu, you're in big trouble. I am going to eat dog meat stew. You'll be punished for 4 days. No, an entire week without going outside." Meanwhile, Chun Howren was confronted with a glaring red warning message. Task time expired. Host did not accept. Task failed. Punishment commencing. Having experienced this once before, he instinctively clenched his teeth and tightened his fists, momentarily forgetting about reclaiming the original text of the technique. Soon enough, a tingling sensation surged through his bones. Despite his efforts to suppress the urge to dance, The sensation was deep-rooted, akin to an electric shock. Realizing he was losing control, Chen Haoran shouted, "Watch me dance," and bolted outside the store, entering a frenzied state of shaking and twisting his body. In that moment, everyone in the store, including the boy who had snatched the original technique, stared vacantly at Chen Haoran's bizarre display of movement, perplexed by his erratic behavior. Chapter 0006. The handsome classmate of the National Defense class. Almost everyone in the bookstore began to wonder if Chen Haoran was having a seizure, for his movements were undeniably peculiar. Yet, Chen Haoran remained somewhat lucid, likely due to his past experiences with the system to avoid attracting undue attention. He faced away from the crowd, striving to conceal his tear-streaked face. A minute passed effortlessly, and as his body returned to normal, he hastily wiped his face, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. After a brief 60 seconds, the patrons merely regarded the scene as two young men engaging in playful banter, exchanging a few remarks about the impromptu dance before resuming their own activities. Only one young man, impeccably dressed, with striking features and an air of aristocracy, scrutinized Chen Haoran with skepticism before casually tossing the previously snatched original technique back to him, remarking disdainfully, "You don't have any serious mental issues, do you? Honestly, this common stuff doesn't warrant such a frenzy." Chen Haoran's heart skipped a beat. He relaxed once the book was firmly in his grasp, feigning ease as he replied, "I simply admired the quality of this edition, and it's not exactly a rare find. I just wanted to broaden my horizons a bit." Upon hearing the young man's familiar tone, Chen Haoran's mind raced to identify who this seemingly familiar figure was. Damn it, despite his exceptional memory, he struggled with facial recognition, especially after 30 years. Yet, the familiarity of the young man's voice assured him that they must have been classmates. However, he couldn't help but wonder why a peer like this would approach him so warmly. "What high school are you aiming for, First High or 13th High?" the well-groomed young man continued, his demeanor friendly as he draped an arm around Chen Haoran's shoulder. Chen Haoran, still gathering his thoughts as he picked up the scattered books, casually replied, "I certainly hope to attend First High, but I have to wait for the acceptance letter. My father won't pull any strings for me." As he placed another book down, Chen Haoran's eyes suddenly sharpened in recognition. He finally recalled the name of the aristocratic young man, Shen Qingyun, a classmate who had transferred to their school in the second semester of junior high. In just half a term, he had become the undeniable heartthrob and a charismatic figure at their school, swiftly rising to the position of vice president in the student council by the end of the semester. By the time they reached the third year of junior high, Shen Qingyun's combination of looks and academic prowess had made him the quintessential first love for many girls in the school. As these memories flooded back, Chen Haoran couldn't help but mutter, "What a world of injustice. Why is Shen Qingyun, this parachuting darling, being so friendly with me today, even inquiring about my life plans?" Shen Qingyun, puzzled by Chen Haoran's seemingly erratic behavior, noticed the latter mumbling to himself and approached him cautiously, asking, "Hey, Xianxian mentioned she had something to ask you." Upon hearing this, Chen Haoran realized that Shen Qingyun was subtly steering the conversation toward the main topic. Just the thought of this popular boy eyeing his childhood friend, Nie Yuxuan, made Chen Haoran bristle with discontent. After all, their childhood bond had become well known from elementary through junior high. Wishing to avoid engaging with someone who was eyeing his childhood friend, Chen Haoran simply nodded and said, "You're busy, I'll be on my way." He then proceeded to pay for the book using his phone and stepped outside to hail a shared bicycle. As he mounted the bike, he instinctively glanced back and saw Shen Qingyun standing at the entrance. Watching him in a reflexive gesture, he nodded before pedaling away, inwardly grumbling, "Umph, what's with that strange look? I just didn't want to engage with you. Get a grip on yourself." Unbothered by any perceived offense, Chen Haoran paid no mind to Shen Qingyun, knowing that in the future, this young man would not stand out. Rumor had it that he had not attended any high school, but instead enrolled in the newly established National Defense class, which had sparked a wave of discussion before he seemingly vanished from sight. As thoughts of the National Defense class crossed his mind, Chen Haoran abruptly halted. Turning to glance back at the now invisible bookstore, the complex expression crossed his face as he murmured, "Truly, it's no surprise that a privileged youth like him would be involved." Everyone believes these national defense classes are designed to provide educational pathways for the children of military and police personnel, allowing them easier access to national defense universities and facilitating their enlistment. But no one anticipated that during this transformative era, the national defense classes spread across various cities would become the government's direct force, incorporating graduates into the civil service system immediately after they completed their studies, while you're just starting university. They already in the workforce, and by the time you graduate, they'll have ascended to leadership positions. Damn it, these national defense classes are the government's prized assets, and every time a position opens up, they're the first to be considered. Schoenhauer felt a pang of regret at this realization. How did he know this so well? Because after graduating from university and taking the civil service exam, he had encountered several contemporaries who had already secured positions higher than his direct superior. Especially during the 30 years he spent stuck in his position, he watched in envy as his peers climbed the ranks with each passing year. It was during that time that he became acutely aware of the elite circle of young talents emerging from the National Defense class, having learned of its existence during his third year of junior high. Back then, no one had considered enrolling in such a program. Everyone aimed for prestigious high schools and, at the very least, ordinary ones, with their sights set on university, who would willingly pursue something akin to vocational training like the National Defense class. This realization struck him. The government had long recognized that the world was on the verge of transformation and had prepared accordingly. Just envision the future where individual power reigns supreme. The government still managed to maintain control over global affairs. With one national defense class per city, exclusively admitting recent junior high graduates, and only 100 spots available citywide, the admission score was merely 10 points lower than that of prestigious high schools. Such a limited number of spots, such a high admission score, and with the label of a national defense class, which clearly serves as a recruitment ground for the military, what kind of student would even consider applying? Unless one is privy to the underlying circumstances. Who in their right mind would allow their child to forego high school and university to attend some national defense class? Students with such inclinations would likely face harsh opposition from their parents. However, why is there no news about Shin Qingyun in the future? Logically, a young gentleman of his caliber, intellectually, morally, and physically well-rounded, backed by power and influence, if he were to attend a national defense class, he must be well-informed. His future should not be shrouded in silence. Could it be he met with an untimely end? Or perhaps he has been relocated to another region? Doubts aside, since they had no real connections in the future, Schoenhauer felt no interest at all. Every moment of his rebirth was truly precious to him, akin to gold. For instance, the original manuscript of the technique he now held in his arms posed a dilemma. Where to begin? Chapter 0007. System tasks are all problematic. Schoenhauer ran his fingers over the manuscript tucked inside his coat. Though he had not become a casualty in the past 30 years, he had accumulated many regrets. Now, with this manuscript in hand, could the tides of fate possibly turn? At the moment he resolved to seek out the manuscript, deep down, he yearned to forge ahead and become a paragon of success. It was not for any other reason. The shadows of his family and Nie Yuxuan unconsciously flickered in his mind. Lost in thought, he continued to ride his bicycle away. Meanwhile, just as Schoenhauer's figure vanished from the bookstore, Shin Qingyun stood quietly at the entrance, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. That moment, a seemingly low-profile vehicle, but unmistakably worth several million, gradually came to a stop beside the bookstore. Observing this, Shin Qingyun approached and opened the door to take a seat inside. The driver, a formidable middle-aged man, turned his head back and called, "Young master." "Yes, Uncle Liang. Once we return, have someone inquire with Master Zhang if the fateful location he selected for me and the destiny I seized have changed," Shin Qingyun replied with composure. "Oh, young master, have you made any discoveries?" The driver, referred to as Uncle Liang, suddenly turned serious. "Today, on a whim, I decided to visit the fateful location Master Zhang mentioned, and to my astonishment, I found Schoenhauer, the very one whose fate I had claimed, browsing books in this store," Shin Qingyun remarked, glancing at the bookstore through the window. This Schoenhauer appears rather ordinary. Young master, could it just be a coincidence? After all, this old bookstore has been around for quite some time, and locals often come here to search for books," Uncle Liang said hesitantly. "I initially thought it was a coincidence too, but when I saw Schoenhauer flipping through the pages, I felt a jolt of unease. After all, his fate was transferred to me. Therefore, when we return, have someone check with Master Zhang for clarification. It will put my mind at ease," Shin Qingyun said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Uncle Liang nodded, inquiring. Understood, young master. Should I inform the master about this? No need, Dai was merely a fleeting whim of mine. There's no need to disturb father's plans, Shin Qingyun replied. Shaking his head, his demeanor returning to its usual indifference, eye in the rearview mirror. Uncle Liang noticed this and chuckled. Young master, since you are enrolling in the national defense class, you won't get a break for at least a month after classes start. Since it's still summer vacation, would you like to take a trip somewhere? Yes, that sounds good. Let's find a place with good water and air. It would be a shame not to swim in this weather, Shin Qingyun nodded. By the way, do you know who else is applying for the national defense class in Chaching? Out of the 100 spots, I wonder how many familiar faces there will be. Shin Qingyun suddenly asked. Young master, the admission score for the national defense class hasn't been released yet, so we don't know who is preparing to apply. However, some of the children from the military district and police department might be involved. But the young masters and misses from the local families likely won't participate. Once they learn of your decision, they will surely mock you. Uncle Liang replied with a smile. Let them laugh. In the end, they will regret it, Shin Qingyun remarked with a hint of self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, the young man who had fled in terror from the barking husky finally let out a breath of relief, turning to glance back and wiping the sweat from his brow. He sighed. Damn, encountered a mad dog on my way out. Thankfully, I wasn't bitten. As he spoke, he anxiously clutched his shoulder bag, muttering worriedly. I hope it's not a retired police dog. No, it shouldn't be. They don't use huskies as police dogs. At that moment, his phone rang, nearly startling him, and he hurriedly pulled it out to answer. The cold voice came through. You idiot. Why are you running? Trying to draw attention. Boss, it's not that I wanted to run. It was that crazy dog barking at me. If I hadn't run, I'd probably have been bitten, the young man hurriedly explained. Enough. No need for excuses. Walk normally. Don't look around. In a moment. Over by the lawn, there will be a man wearing a plaid short-sleeve shirt, black shorts, and white sneakers, carrying a bag just like yours. After you swap bags with him, you can come back, the voice instructed from the phone. Understood. Boss, the young man replied, swallowing hard, feigning calm as he tightened his grip on the bag, then resumed walking normally. In a large conference room at the Chaching City Bureau, a middle-aged man adorned with the rank of first-class police inspector watched the surveillance footage of the young man with the bag putting his phone away. Then turned to ask, So, have we located him? Chief, the other party disconnected and removed the SIM card, making it impossible to track. A police officer standing behind a row of computers reported. That's to be expected, if they weren't so cunning. We would have caught them long ago, the first-class inspector nodded. Chief, should we proceed with the arrest? They are surely planning a drug deal at the square, another officer inquired. Without needing to speak, the first-class inspector faced rebuttals. No. Right now, those engaging in on-site transactions are just small fry, not worth our time. That if we arrest them, we'll only alert the bigger fish. We need to fish for bigger catches. Naturally, there were dissenting voices, but if we don't make arrests, those drugs will flow into the market. Their distribution network is highly developed. If we don't cut off the source right from the start, our city is bound to see an increase in addicts. Seeing all the officers waiting for his directive, the first-class inspector did not hesitate. Arrest them while they are trading, even if it alerts them. The priority is to ensure no drugs reach the market, and perhaps, by alerting them, the true mastermind will finally feel secure. As they wouldn't be foolish enough to think we haven't discovered them. Understood. The police officers saluted in unison. As his subordinates continued their busy work, the first-class inspector returned to his office. Pulled out his phone to make a call, and a genuine smile crept onto his serious face. My precious daughter, taking Sweet Vine out for a walk again. No, Daddy has to work late. If you're free, just bring Sweet Vine home. Oh, you're on your way back? Good. Then that's settled. Tell your mother that Daddy won't be home for dinner. No need to wait. All right. Travel safe. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, the first-class inspector lit a cigarette and began perusing a file. Chunhauer rode his bike leisurely, savoring the sights around him. He arrived at the entrance of a residential area, parked the shared bike by the roadside, and swiped his phone to enter. Looking at the old community, one would hardly believe that this neighborhood, with buildings over 30 years old, boasted the best property management in the city. It was the first community in the city to achieve a greening rate of over 60. The first to install gas pipelines, the first equipped with surveillance that directly linked to 110, the first to have fiber optic access, and the first community that had never experienced power or water outages since its establishment. This was also the place where Chun Howard had spent his childhood and youth. Returning to this familiar community, Chun Howard instinctively looked up at the well-known window of the unit across the way. Strangely, at this hour, the familiar silhouette he was used to seeing by the window was absent, along with the sound of little paws. Chapter 0008. The first practice in this familiar scene, the absence of his beloved left Chun Howard feeling somewhat despondent. But then he slapped his forehead and scoffed. Could it be that my intelligence has truly been muddled by the system's husky-like tasks? Indeed, he remembered, previously, the unit on the third floor belonged to Chun Howard's family, and the unit across from it was home to Nie Yuxuan. Unfortunately, when they entered junior high, Nie Yuxuan's father, like the education bureau chief on the second floor, moved into a unit built by his workplace to avoid special treatment and lead by example. Yes, Nie Yuxuan's father was a top police officer. Therefore, that unit also stood vacant, but Nie Yuxuan would often return to stay and eat at her home when her parents were busy. The two families had always been very close, freely visiting and dining at each other's homes during their childhood. Using his fingerprint to unlock the door and stepping inside, Chun Howard surveyed the decor, predominantly adorned in subtle hues, observing the layout of this 90-square-meter residence. Featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living areas, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 2 balconies, a smile crept across his face. This was the aesthetic sensibility of his mother. The majority of the furnishings and decorations in their home were either plain or leaning towards muted tones. Furthermore, his mother possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness. Any hint of disorder was intolerable to her, and she was often seen with a cloth in hand during her time at home. Returning to the environment of his childhood, Chun Howard felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. He discarded his shoes in favor of slippers and comfortably settled onto the couch in the living room. Pulling out the original manual for his cultivation technique, his fingers brushing over it with a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, technology is the primary productive force, and money is omnipotent. Yet, who would have imagined that after such a monumental shift in the world, martial prowess would become the foremost productive force, wielding unparalleled power, he pondered. In the future, possessing martial strength equates to having everything. Previously, Chun Howard had little understanding of such concepts. Even when children of his era revered martial power during playful scuffles, they were often mocked by girls like Nie Yuxuan for their naivety. But times had changed. In the future, martial strength rendered wealth irrelevant, even if one lacked the ability to earn money. Possessing formidable martial prowess would attract wealthy individuals, eager to shower him with cash. As for status, he wondered if future governmental promotions depended not only on merit, but also on one's martial prowess. If one's martial level fell short, no amount of achievements would elevate them beyond the ranks of mere civil servants. Thus, after gathering his thoughts, Chun Howard concluded that seizing the future's primary productive force was imperative. Only a fool would chase after the monetary pursuits of a peaceful era or the allure of technology. This train of thought brought to mind the feeling of inadequacy he experienced when faced with thousands of books. And he mused, perhaps money held some significance after all, that if he had possessed wealth back then, he could have simply purchased every book rather than relying on the system's identification function. Yet, it was the lack of funds that had triggered the emergence of the system's new features. Enough of this nonsensical pondering, he decided. With the manual in hand, his gaze drifted into a trance for a while. Finally, taking a deep breath, he resolved to relax his body as much as possible. Slouched on the couch, he closed his eyes and began to recall the contents of the book. He delved deep into his memory, revisiting the text in its entirety before attempting to practice the techniques. Time seemed to slip away, and when Chun Howard finally opened his eyes, he was enveloped in darkness, uncertain of how long it had been since nightfall. Rising, he exclaimed, "Oh no, my feet are so numb. And my back aches. Damn it, clearly, not having practiced mental techniques makes for an uncomfortable experience." He hopped to the light switch, illuminating the home instantly. Glancing at the wall clock, he was taken aback to find it was already around 3 in the morning. This revelation left him momentarily speechless. Checking his phone confirmed it was indeed the middle of the night, prompting him to exclaim, "Wow, mental techniques truly outperform physical ones. I must have been practicing for nearly 12 hours. Aside from the stiffness from sitting too long, my mind feels as refreshed as if I had a full night's sleep. Unlike physical training, where both body and mind grow weary, However, I am still quite hungry. He patted his growling stomach and opened the refrigerator, only to find it completely bare. This predicament, however, did not faze Chen Haoran. The convenience of this neighborhood was unmatched, with 4 streets surrounding it. East Street, home to banks, a post office, a police station, and a community hospital. North Street, featuring a market. West Street, dotted with hotels, KTVs, and restaurants. And South Street, which led to a park. The area had been developed around this neighborhood, positioning it as the city's center. Just across East Street lay a kindergarten, with the city's primary school and the municipal government yard behind it, while North Street was home to the first junior high school, and West Street boasted a commercial center filled with high-rises. The park on South Street was adjacent to the municipal government complex and the Panlong River. The prime location of this neighborhood was nothing short of astonishing, despite the 5-story walk-up apartments being over 30 years old. Property prices remained the highest in the city, with homes so sought after that they were rarely available for sale. After all, very few owners here were in dire need of selling their homes. Having spent his childhood and adolescence in this area, Chen Haoran knew he could never forget it. He navigated the familiar streets with ease, seeking food nearby. After a bit of effort, he returned to the living room couch. Feeling somewhat satiated, clutching the manual, he began to entertain a new idea. The first step to manifesting mental abilities is to manipulate objects from a distance. Why not give it a try? With nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to proceed. He found a needle and placed it on the coffee table, then fixed his gaze upon it, concentrating intently. If I can make this needle move even slightly, it will prove that my previous training was not mere illusion, but a step onto the right path. Chen Haoran focused all his mental energy, feeling his vision blur and his head grow heavy, yet the needle remained utterly still, just as he was about to surrender. The needle suddenly twitched, jolting Chen Haoran back to clarity. Elated, he leapt up, nearly shouting in joy before remembering the late hour and stifling his laughter. Haha, it truly moved. This confirms that my manual is authentic. And it proves that even before reaching the stage of energy manifestation, one can cultivate through the original techniques. This is exhilarating. It was at that moment that he became acutely aware of his exhaustion. His eyelids felt impossibly heavy. This is clearly a sign of excessive mental exertion. It seems my cultivation is still far from adequate. I must practice more diligently. After all, my mental energy starts at a solid first tier, significantly higher than others. With effort, I can surely progress faster than them, leaving them in the dust. Murmuring contentedly to himself, Chen Haoran leaned back and succumbed to slumber on the couch. Chapter 0009. The Observer in the Shadows at 8 in the morning. Not only was the neighborhood silent, but the surrounding areas were equally tranquil. Few pedestrians graced the streets, and aside from breakfast shops, all other establishments remained closed, lacking any semblance of a bustling city center. However, this was a common occurrence for the security personnel at the community entrance, passers-by, and local shopkeepers, for it was summer vacation, and many businesses catering to students had taken the opportunity to close for a holiday. At that moment, a mid-range city SUV, its windows tinted black, slowly rolled into a temporary parking spot across from the community. Coming to a perfectly executed stop, the driver left the engine running, lowered the window, and music spilled out. Donning sunglasses, the driver casually lit a cigarette, swaying to the rhythm of the music, exuding an air of nonchalance. This mysterious driver, cloaked in dark sunglasses, savored the morning for a short while until the shops began to open. A procession of vehicles lined up, honking as they exited the community, and the once quiet street quickly transformed into a bustling thoroughfare. The driver adjusted his sunglasses and turned to survey the pedestrians. His furtive movements betrayed him, revealing a faint tattoo resembling a black spiderweb on his neck. Amid the music, the soft click of a camera shutter could be heard, accompanied by the driver's low mumble. 3 o'clock direction. That woman with the red bag points 7 o'clock direction. The man hastily running with a black shoulder bag. With each utterance, the rapid clicks of the camera followed suit. This continued for over half an hour. And as the flow of traffic began to dwindle, the driver suddenly removed his sunglasses, exposing a pair of cold and greedy eyes. He fixated on the street across, licking his lips with a sinister smile as he murmured, 11 o'clock direction. A girl walking a husky. After watching for so long, this one is the finest catch. The camera clicks resumed in a frenzy. Nie Yuxuan strolled leisurely down the street with her beloved dog. Although the canine had caused her significant trouble the previous day and had been slated for punishment, a good night's sleep had softened her resolve, seeing her pet wagging its tail and eagerly holding the leash. She quickly dismissed thoughts of discipline, changed her clothes, and hummed a tune as she took her dog out. "Sweet Vine, do you think it's wise to seek out that little troublemaker this early? That rascal sleeps like a log during vacations, and if he gets woken up, he can be quite grumpy that if he throws a fit. You'll have to protect me," Nie Yuxuan mused with a smile. The husky, hearing its owner's voice, merely tilted its head in confusion before eagerly sniffing around, occasionally gnawing on branches or digging in flower beds, prompting Nie Yuxuan to scold playfully while she struggled to redirect the pup's wandering path. As the driver removed his sunglasses and fixed an eerie gaze upon Nie Yuxuan, the spirited husky suddenly tensed, lifting its head to intently observe the driver, who was leaning halfway out of the window from across the street. Emitting a threatening growl, this time, Nie Yuxuan did not scold the husky. Instead, she followed its gaze and naturally spotted the driver. Unbeknownst to her, upon locking eyes with him, a chill ran down her spine. This caused her to furrow her brow, yet she did not avert her gaze. Rather, she stared back at him with the same intensity as the husky. The driver displayed no sign of embarrassment. Instead, he calmly retrieved a cigarette, lit it, exhaled a puff of smoke, and grinned as he remarked, "Damn, you dare to meet my gaze without flinching. What a feisty little pepper you are, but it is precisely such spirited girls that are delightful to train. And that husky of yours is quite perceptive. Despite the distance, it sensed my malice. Isn't it said that huskies are rather dim-witted? How is it that yours is as sharp as a police dog? When the time comes for you to take action, be sure to account for that husky. Do not let it be your downfall." A faint chuckle echoed from within the vehicle. "Don't worry, boss. When we make our move, we will treat that husky as if it were a military dog. Send this girl's photo to Team 2. After we switch cars, we will return to keep watch," the driver declared. Donning his sunglasses once more, he then cast a piercing look at Nie Yuxuan through the lens, grinned widely, turned the steering wheel, and sped away. Both girl and dog remained fixated on the departing vehicle until it vanished from sight. Nie Yuxuan, her brow still furrowed, remarked, "Tianxiu, that driver does not appear to be a good person. I wonder why he was at the entrance of our community. Should I inform Dad?" "Awoo," the husky nodded at its owner. However, Nie Yuxuan evidently misinterpreted the husky's intent, squatting down to embrace its neck with a joyful laugh, saying, Yes, sister has Tianxiu to protect her, so there's nothing to fear. Come, let us rouse that little rascal from his slumber. Wasting time sleeping during the holidays is simply unacceptable." With that, she cheerfully tugged the husky along. The husky furrowed its brow but, true to its nature, soon resumed wagging its tail joyfully as it bounded forward at the municipal police headquarters as the workday commenced. The previously bustling sounds faded into silence as officers settled into their respective duties. The door to the chief's office was rapped upon, and Nie Longjin, chewing on a steamed bun, casually responded, "Come in." A young officer clad in uniform strode in, closed the door behind him, stood at attention, saluted, and presented a document while reporting, "Chief, yesterday's apprehension went smoothly, but as we anticipated, they were merely small fry. The leads have gone cold at the end." As Nie Longjin accepted the document and sipped from a carton of soy milk, he began to peruse it and remarked, "We had predicted this when the arrest order was issued. It was merely to rattle the snakes. Tell the surveillance team to intensify their monitoring. That individual will certainly not remain hidden for long." "Understood," the young officer replied. But upon noticing an open document on the desk that bore an image of a black spider web instead of a suspect's photograph, he couldn't help but express his confusion. Chapter 0010. A peculiar mode of dialogue. Nie Longjin, perceiving the intrigue in his subordinate's demeanor, handed over the peculiar document, stating, "I just received a warning from above indicating that the organization known as Web, infamous abroad, has begun to extend its reach into our nation. Web, that nefarious organization that specializes in human trafficking and auctions on the dark web. They dare to come to our country." The young officer was taken aback, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. As our nation grows stronger, the number of offended individuals and factions increases, making our citizens prime targets for their ire. Thus, it is no surprise that Webb would attempt to infiltrate our territory. However, this does not grant them the right to act here. As we are not so easily bullied, relay my orders. Upon discovery of any Webb affiliates, they are to be dealt with mercilessly. As Nielongjin uttered the final command, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. Yes, we shall ensure they leave without a trace, the young officer echoed with equal ferocity. Clearly, a strong general has no weak soldiers. Now, disseminate this document to all departments, precincts, and stations. The anti-trafficking unit and patrol teams must be especially vigilant, Nielongjin added, pausing briefly before continuing. As for the property management of various residential communities, in order to prevent public panic, simply instruct them to remain attentive to any suspicious individuals nearby. Beyond that, we will bolster our internal vigilance. Understood. The young officer saluted and departed with the document. Meanwhile, as the tense situation outside reached a boiling point, a certain individual within the municipal residential complex, having exhausted a considerable amount of energy for the first time, remained soundly asleep. In fact, he was dreaming of frolicking with the two ants who lived above him in the same building. Deep in slumber, Chun Haoran vaguely heard. Ding! Daily interest of 1 point is now being charged. The host has no points, so a punishment will replace the daily interest. Electric shock for 60 seconds begins now. He then felt a familiar prickling sensation begin to emerge from his bones. With such discomfort enveloping him, sleep was no longer an option. Chun Haoran immediately tumbled off the sofa, rolling onto the floor. After 60 seconds, he sat gasping for breath against the sofa, glancing down to discover a large wet spot on his pants. Nearly in tears as he exclaimed, "What the hell? To be shocked awake in my dreams. There's no way to control that. Thankfully, no one is home. Otherwise, I would be ridiculed for life. I need to take a shower and change my clothes." Struggling to his feet, Chun Haoran hastily rummaged through his wardrobe for a few articles of clothing and dashed into the bathroom. "System, what is this daily interest about?" he demanded through gritted teeth while covered in bubbles. The system responded, "The host has utilized the discernment function. Each use requires 10 points. Since this is the first use, it can be overdrawn. However, the daily interest is 1 point, and until the 10 points are repaid, it will be charged daily at irregular intervals. As the host has no points, the daily interest will be replaced by a punishment. Daily interest, 1/10 of a point. Even loan sharks are not this ruthless. And you, damn it, dare to charge at irregular intervals. What if I'm speaking with someone, and you just shock me into wetting myself? Are you trying to make me live with that kind of shame and jump into a river to drown myself?" Chun Haoran shouted in indignation. "The host can fix the interest deduction time. System, can't you just hold off for now and deduct it all at once when I have points?" Chun Haoran pleaded, bargaining. "The host can fix the interest deduction time. Don't be so rigid, all right? Can't you just accumulate it and deduct it all at once when I have points?" Chun Haoran persisted. "The host can fix the interest deduction time." The system monotonously repeated itself like a broken record. Damn it, a garbage system is just a garbage system. Why must it fix the deduction time? It should deduct when I say so within a day. That would be much more convenient. Chun Haoran grumbled helplessly. The host must agree to the deduction time within 24 hours for it to proceed. Chun Haoran was momentarily stunned. Why is it suddenly so agreeable this time? The system fell silent. After calling out in vain 10 times, Chun Haoran despondently gave up. Simultaneously, he recalled something comparable and suddenly decided not to make things difficult for himself. A Siberian Husky had also become more foolish after he called for it countless times. Why bother quarreling with a husky, right? Why argue with a system that behaves like a husky? As Chun Haoran sighed in relief, he also felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, knowing that at least he could decide when to endure the electric shock. Infinitely better than experiencing it unexpectedly. But damn, he still had no points, and these points could only be earned through task completion. Yet those tasks were so bizarre, he would rather face the electric shocks while rinsing off the soap. Chun Haoran suddenly remembered something and anxiously said, "System, display my status." In an equally prompt manner, Chun Haoran's personal status panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Chun Haoran, male, 16 years bone age, owes 10 points. Daily interest 1 point. Physical skill, 0 stage 1.1. Standard for ordinary adults is 0 stage 1. Super standard 0.1 times. Mentality, first stage 1.1. Standard for ordinary adults is 0 stage 1. Super standard 11.1 times. Skills, none. Upon seeing the first line, the debt warning displayed in red font made Chun Haoran grimace. After scanning through the 4 lines of text, he realized something was amiss. My mentality increased by 0. 1. That is far too weak. I've been training hard, but whatever. How did my physical skill jump by 0.3? I remember I was only at 0.8 before, not even reaching the standard for ordinary adults. How did I exceed that without any physical training? Shinhauren exclaimed in astonishment. The host inherently possesses a first-stage mentality, making it difficult to enhance. As for the martial arts, congratulations, host, after experiencing electrical shocks. Your body has remarkably improved, and I hope you will undergo more electrical shocks to observe the differences in effects. Upon hearing the system's voice, Shinhauren felt somewhat dazed, and it took him a while to exclaim, "What the? Chapter 0011. System, are you a devil?" To find himself at the first tier of spiritual prowess right from the outset, with the potential to be referred to as a young master in the future, was quite astonishing, especially since he had yet to engage in any spiritual training. Thus, even if he were to practice with the original techniques, such modest progress was to be expected. Alternatively, the fact that he had managed an increase of 0.1 after just one session of training indicated that his aptitude for the spiritual path was indeed exceptional. This aspect, Shinhauren found easy to accept. However, the enhancement of 0.3 in martial arts after merely 3 shocks left him utterly incredulous. Although his future self could attain a maximum of the 4th tier in martial arts through relentless practice, the arduous journey to reach that level had cost him countless hardships. He had dedicated all his resources to purchasing medicinal herbs to offset the toll of training, living on barely enough to survive for many years to achieve the 4th tier. Yet now, inexplicably, without having engaged in any martial training, he had received a mere 3 shocks that elevated him to the standards of an adult. Was this not absurd? The mere thought of potentially gaining without effort stirred excitement within Shinhauren. Clearly, Shinhauren was a man of action rather than contemplation, eyeing the showerhead that sprayed hot water. He looked at his bare body, rubbing his hands together in a masochistic manner. With everything in readiness, he licked his lips and proposed to the system. System, could you possibly deduct the daily interest in advance? For instance, could you deduct 100 days' worth in one go? Are you certain? Upon hearing the system's somewhat eerie voice, Shinhauren shivered, unable to suppress his hesitation. Certain? I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps starting with 10 shocks would be more prudent? However, this time the system offered no chance for reconsideration, stating directly, Host confirms, 100 days' worth of interest will be deducted in advance. Host has no points, to be replaced with 100 shocks. Without delay, stunned, Shinhauren felt a tingling sensation seep from his bones, unable to contain a shout. What the? I meant certain as a question, not a declaration. You useless system. Can't you tell the difference? Ah. Subsequently, the masochistic Shinhauren, unable to withstand the overwhelming tingling, became a writhing, lamenting mess on the floor. It's not that the time for retribution has not come. I shall return. In the bathroom, a long howl echoed. The husky reached building 34, swiftly breaking free from its leash and darting up the stairs. By the time Nie Yuxuan, panting heavily, caught up, she found the husky scratching at the door of apartment A on the 3rd floor. This prompted her to pat the husky's head and point at the door of apartment B on the same floor, saying, "That is our home." Seeing the innocent husky sticking out its tongue at her, she earnestly instructed, "You won't achieve anything by scratching the door. The little rascal is still asleep. This noise won't wake him." With that, Nie Yuxuan pressed her finger on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep, the door swung open. Having grown up as childhood friends and neighbors, their families had exchanged door codes long ago, and Nie Yuxuan's new home was equipped with Shinhauren's information for the door lock and community access. As soon as the door opened, the husky bolted inside. While Nie Yuxuan closed the door and changed her shoes, preparing a damp towel on the balcony to wipe the husky's paws, she noticed the husky had somehow found a pig's leg bone to gnaw on. The little rascal even saved a leg bone for you. After you eat, don't go licking the little rascal, or he'll scold you. In high spirits, Nie Yuxuan wiped the husky's limbs, only to realize the bathroom door was closed, and the sound of running water was audible. She was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the little rascal is up so early for a shower? He seemed odd yesterday, and today is even stranger. Muttering to herself, she approached the bathroom door and knocked, calling, "Little rascal, why are you showering so early?" "I have a stomach ache," came Shinhauren's weak voice from within. "Ha ha ha, you didn't eat the leg bone that Sweetvine licked, did you?" Nie Yuxuan laughed. "Why do you always bring that stupid dog to my house?" Shinhauren's irritated voice responded. Upon hearing that familiar tone, Nie Yuxuan felt relieved. Hearing your tone, I know it's nothing serious. By the way, have you had breakfast? I can go buy porridge for you. No need. I'm not hungry right now. You can go have fun yourself, Chen Haoran replied, and Nie Yuxuan paid no further mind. Humming a tune as she headed to the balcony to wet the mop and prepare to clean the floor, Chen Haoran, allowing the shower to cascade over him, sat limply on the floor. The 100 shocks, totaling 6,000 seconds of electricity, had nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Now, feeling excessively drained, he was on the verge of succumbing to the urge to drink the bathwater, if not for his remaining rationality. Responding to Nie Yuxuan's concern, he was not surprised she had come over, and struggled to murmur, "Open my personal status." With a swoosh, Chen Haoran's personal status appeared before his eyes. Host, Chen Haoran. Male, 16 years of age, 10 points owed, daily interest 1 point, 100 days worth of interest deducted in advance. Martial arts, 0th tier, 9.9 segments. Ordinary humans are at 0th tier, 1 SD segment. Mental strength, 1st tier. 2.1 segments. Ordinary humans are at 0th tier, 1 SD segment. Skills, none. Damn, not bad at all. I've shot up to 0th tier, 9.9 segments, just 0.1 away from breaking into the 1st tier. Moreover, the comparison to adult males has transformed into a description of an ordinary person. Chen Haoran nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his previous suffering had not been in vain as for why he had directly broken into the 1st tier. Being someone who had practiced martial arts, he understood well that each tier's breakthrough required certain fortuitous encounters. Whether it be an inexplicable insight, a martial arts manual, or a rare treasure, it was impossible to achieve breakthroughs effortlessly. Furthermore, while both martial arts and mental strength could rely on diligent practice to progress through segments, breakthroughs in tiers necessitated opportunity. Thus, it was only natural that he hadn't broken into the 1st tier after 100 shocks, as doing so would indeed be peculiar. Wait a moment, my mental strength has also advanced to 1st tier. 2.1 segments? No wonder I feel utterly exhausted physically, yet mentally invigorated. It seems that electrical shocks can indeed enhance mental strength. Chen Haoran pondered, reflecting on the unbearable sensations during the shocks, which left his mind feeling nearly numb. Making the increase in mental strength seem reasonable, seeing the tremendous leap in his aptitude after just over an hour of shocks filled him with joy. Chapter 0012. I've become handsome. The small progress gained from 100 shocks left Chen Haoran somewhat euphoric. He felt a surge of eagerness to try again, yet he considered that enduring another 100 shocks would likely lead to his physical collapse, or at the very least, a mental breakdown. The unrelenting sensations of the shocks had proven too unbearable. It would be wiser to allow himself some rest and become familiar with his newly transformed body before venturing to experience the shocks again. Indeed, after reaching the 9.9 segments in martial arts data, Chen Haoran's physique had transformed dramatically from just an hour prior. Although his body size had not increased, it had rather shrunk slightly, with previously loose muscles now taut and defined. The vague outline of his abs had become strikingly pronounced. Through the bathroom mirror, Chen Haoran could see the grime on his skin, clearly indicating that the enhancement in martial arts had indeed improved his physique. As the water cascaded down, his six-pack abs became effortlessly visible. Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed, "That's right. All that suffering from the shocks was not in vain at all. With this physique, attracting women would be a matter of simply removing my shirt." Furthermore, as he rested, he could sense his strength gradually recovering and increasing. He also perceptibly noticed that he had grown a few inches taller, prompting him to break into a beaming smile. The increase in mental strength was elusive for Chen Haoran. After all, he had only encountered spiritual training for the first time just yesterday, and he was still navigating this new journey. However, the enhancement in martial arts was second nature to him, as he was destined to excel in martial arts, having dedicated his life to it. Although he lacked the original martial arts techniques to apply the skills he had mastered previously, he felt confident in his ability to progress. However, the reason martial arts could potentially become the mainstream cultivation system in the future, and even fiercely contend for discourse power long after the rise of spiritual techniques, lies in its inherent independence from external resources such as foundational techniques and rare materials. After feeling a slight recovery in his body, Chen Haoran grinned at the fog-covered mirror, then executed a graceful handstand. Following this, he retracted one hand and effortlessly performed several one-handed push-ups. Then, With a fluid motion of his arm, he tumbled in the confined space. Silently standing upright, as he felt the strength of his muscles, he murmured with delight, "Not bad, not bad. Although I haven't yet broken through to the first tier, my physical prowess can already rival that of seasoned special forces. And I certainly lack no combat experience. Taking down those special forces is merely a matter of moments." This was not arrogance on Chunhaoren's part. He genuinely possessed such capability. After all, as a mere pawn constantly driven by higher-ups, he was not short of combat experience. With his enhanced physical capabilities, engaging in battle was as effortless as drinking water, dressed, and using a towel to dry his hair. Chunhaoren stepped out of the bathroom and immediately spotted Nie Yuxuan, who was busily cleaning. He instinctively froze, greedily gazing at this once familiar scene, pondering how long it had been since he last witnessed it. "Oh, why didn't you dry your hair properly before coming out? Look, you've made the clean floor wet again," Nie Yuxuan chided as she approached with a mop, continuing her gentle scolding. Chunhaoren snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat speechless as he hurriedly dried his hair. Indeed, the diligent Nie Yuxuan had been somewhat influenced by his mother. Having played here since childhood, she had picked up a mild obsession with cleanliness from her. Fortunately, after adopting sweet vinegar, her compulsions had lessened significantly, as the mischievous little creature often turned the house into an artistic mess while searching for food. With this thought, Chunhaoren glanced towards the refrigerator. Sure enough, that silly, adorable creature was happily gnawing on a pig's leg bone. Noticing Chen's gaze, it looked up briefly, its expression undeniably peculiar. Chunhaoren couldn't be bothered to engage, knowing that the husky enjoyed a privileged status in both households. Thanks to Nie Yuxuan's affection, his mother often grumbled about cleaning up after the husky left, yet she greeted it with more enthusiasm than she did when he returned home. So, he chose to ignore the silly creature to avoid feeling vexed. Settling onto the sofa, Chunhaoren switched on the television and asked, "What brings you here so early? Aren't you going to sleep in a bit longer?" "Humph, this young lady is naturally beautiful. I hardly need to sleep excessively. What about you? Rising with the sun today? You didn't wake up early because of a stomachache, did you? Are you feeling better now?" Nie Yuxuan pouted, her concern evident. "Not a problem at all. Do I look like I'm unwell?" Chunhaoren replied casually, his eyes on the television while discreetly observing Nie Yuxuan from the corner of his eye. The girl, perceptive as ever, first scrutinized herself, seeming to find no fault in her appearance. Then she studied Chunhaoren, noting his radiant complexion and vibrant energy, hardly resembling someone who had recently suffered from a stomach ailment. Moreover, this little rascal seemed to have transformed since their last encounter. His entire demeanor and appearance appeared significantly more handsome. Suddenly, a thought crossed Nie Yuxuan's mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson as she exclaimed, "Always making excuses. No wonder you got up early to shower." She then feigned calmness and moved away to play with sweet vinegar. Leaving Chunhaoren utterly perplexed, the two sat in silence for a while, with sweet vinegar, the dim-witted light bulb, gnawing on its bone. Just as Chunhaoren felt compelled to break the awkwardness, Nie Yuxuan spoke up. "By the way, in a few days, sweet vinegar will be with you for a week." "Ah." Chunhaoren was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unexpected twist. "Are we going on a trip? Why am I not invited?" Nie Yuxuan casually replied, "Not at all. The city's music association is heading to the provincial capital next week for a competition among all the cities, a member of the association and the city's violin champion. I must attend, but my dad won't be able to look after sweet vinegar, and my mom is out of town next week, so it falls to you to take care of it." "Oh, I see. Just bring sweet vinegar along. I haven't discarded its food bowl or sleeping mat," Chunhaoren responded nonchalantly. However, a sudden memory surged to the forefront of his mind, jolting him upright and capturing the attention of both Nie Yuxuan and the husky. After the Provincial Music Association competition, the champion will participate in the National Music Association competition, right? He fixed his gaze on Nie Yuxuan. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Chunhaoren's intense stare, Nie Yuxuan lowered her head, continuing to stroke the husky's fur as she replied, "Of course. But I don't have high hopes for the national competition. There are several strong violinists in the province. You will win the provincial championship and participate in the national competition," Chunhaoren asserted confidently. Though as he sat back down, he clenched his fist, causing it to crack. Nie Yuxuan, oblivious to his tension, chuckled lightly. "I appreciate your encouragement. I, too, wish to participate in the national competition." Rest assured, you will definitely have that opportunity, Chun Haoran replied calmly. Yet at that moment, his gaze grew vacant, his mind racing with thoughts. Just then, the husky broke free from Nie Yuxuan's affection and approached Chun Haoran, resting its paw on his leg, tilting its head and emitting a curious howl. Gazing at him in bewilderment, startled from his reverie, Chun Haoran managed a strained smile, cradling the husky, and murmured, "Sweet vinegar, I will ensure your owner safely competes in the National Music Association competition, I promise." Arf! The husky wriggled free from Chun Haoran's embrace, giving him a strange look before wagging its tail and returning to gnawing on its pig leg bone. Chun Haoran chuckled softly, then gazed into the distance as memories from deep within surged forth. These were thoughts he had long avoided, filled with sorrow, explaining why he had languished for 30 years on the sidelines without any motivation to rise. In his recollection, next week, he had taken the husky to bid farewell to Nie Yuxuan, who was departing on a bus to the provincial capital for the Music Association competition. With her father preoccupied with a case and her mother away on business, it was just he and the husky who saw her off. Little did anyone know that would be their final encounter. The image of her smiling farewell through the bus window haunted his nights, bringing him to tears in his solitude. Nie Yuxuan had performed splendidly at the provincial competition, easily securing the violin solo championship, and he could still remember her jubilant laughter over the phone. However, due to time constraints and having packed enough clothes and necessities beforehand, she did not return home but headed straight to the capital for the national competition. He even recalled her saying she was about to board and would call once she landed, but after that, her phone was unreachable. It was only when news arrived that the provincial association discovered Nie Yuxuan had never boarded the flight, vanishing without a trace. Upon receiving this news, he accompanied Nie Yuxuan's frantic parents to the provincial airport, where they accessed surveillance footage showing her entering a restroom and never emerging, thus, in broad daylight. She disappeared. Her parents nearly went mad, scouring every corner for assistance, while he remained in the provincial capital for 2 weeks before being forcibly sent back to Chongqing by both families. Days turned into months, and Nie Yuxuan's whereabouts remained a mystery. Her father, consumed by grief, returned to duty, only to be tragically killed in a sting operation against drug traffickers. Meanwhile, her mother, endlessly searching for her, met with a fatal accident while distracted. Having learned of her husband's demise, thus, he drifted through high school and university, eventually becoming a civil servant. He had hoped to leverage his position to uncover clues about that fateful day, but was instead embroiled in scandals. Perhaps it was then he realized his future was bleak, leading to a profound despondency that allowed him to sit idly for 30 years. Indeed, Nie Yuxuan's disappearance had not only obliterated her family, but had also extinguished any flicker of ambition within him for 3 long decades. Yet now, reborn before the tragedy, he possessed the opportunity and the ability to prevent such an occurrence, though Chun Haoran, accustomed to a life of inertia for 30 years, initially felt little enthusiasm upon his rebirth. The memories ignited a newfound determination. Observing the industrious Nie Yuxuan, he clenched his fists, glancing at the foundational spiritual technique book, The Birth of the Universe, resting beside him. But he no longer felt inclined to pick it up, because he was acutely aware that within such a brief span of time, the only means to acquire the ability to alleviate his regrets was through the enhancement of his martial skills. Although his current martial prowess stood at the formidable level of 9.9 segments, sufficient to contend with special forces, he still felt unsatisfied with his capabilities. With the vast array of data and information he possessed, he could not claim an immediate ascent to the second tier, yet advancing to the first tier seemed effortlessly attainable. What was required for this elevation? A moment of enlightenment, an elusive phenomenon one could hardly covet, and a body refinement elixir. Fortunately, the materials and the intricate process for concocting this elixir resided vividly within his mind. With a surge of fervor, Chun Haoran seized his phone, preparing to venture out for supplies, only to be momentarily frozen in place as he recalled that his entire savings amounted to a mere 2,000 yuan. The materials for the elixir aside, the necessary equipment for its refinement would cost several tens of thousands. Moreover, this was a conversion of future expenses into the currency of the present era. The thought of being ensnared by financial constraints once more led Chun Haoran to question the reliability of his decision to seize the first productive force of the future while relinquishing the present one. After all, there remained several years before this future productive force would transform into martial might. Even after the cataclysmic changes of the future world, technology and wealth would continue to wield significant influence for a considerable time. What are you daydreaming about? A melodious voice jolted Chen Haoran from his reverie. He looked up to see Nie Yuxuan, adorably tilting her head while leaning on a mop, suppressing the flutter in his heart. Chen Haoran stammered, Xin, how much pocket money do you have? Could you lend me a bit? Noticing Chen Haoran's flushed cheeks and his somewhat embarrassed demeanor, Nie Yuxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. What is so funny? Haven't you seen someone borrow money before? Chen Haoran retorted, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance evident in his voice, seeing him on the verge of being both flustered and furious. Nie Yuxuan stifled her laughter and, with a playful tilt of her head, remarked, I have 200,000 yuan in savings. How much do you wish to borrow? 200,000. How on earth do you have so much money? Did your uncle and aunt give it to you? Chen Haoran exclaimed, astonished. He couldn't help but reflect on the 2,000 yuan in his pocket, which was merely a leftover from his parents' trip, causing him to question his relentless pursuit of the future's productive force in this mundane world. Not at all. I haven't asked for pocket money since the first year of middle school. Nie Yuxuan replied, scrunching her nose in displeasure before continuing with a sense of pride. You know, I've participated in numerous music competitions, and each time I won, there was a cash prize. Plus, I've occasionally performed at Western restaurants and cafes. Over a year or two, I managed to save quite a bit. I knew you could earn money, but I didn't realize you could earn so much. Chen Haoran was at a loss for words. He was aware of Nie Yuxuan's violin competitions and her part-time jobs, having even borrowed some of her hard-earned money under the guise of being her bodyguard. Yet, he was taken aback by how much she had managed to save. Am I impressive? Now, tell me, how much do you want to borrow? I'm quite generous, Nie Yuxuan said, patting her chest with a self-satisfied expression. With a hint of shyness, Chen Haoran lowered his gaze and said, could you lend me 80 to 100,000? I'll lend you 18,000, but I need the remaining 2,000 for my expenses in the provincial city. What do you need all that money for? Don't waste it. Nie Yuxuan immediately began to transfer money through her phone. Don't worry, I won't squander it, Chen Haoran replied, and as he glanced at the instant deposit on his phone, he felt a rush of warmth in his heart. It had been years since he had felt such a sense of camaraderie. This sensation was delightful. As for expressing gratitude, he felt it unnecessary. Doing so would only create distance. Nie Yuxuan noticed the fervent look in Chen Haoran's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush again. She attempted to feign nonchalance and said, You don't need to be so grateful, after all. I used to eat and drink at your house quite often, so it's only fair. However, realizing what she had just said, her expression changed dramatically, and she quickly glanced at Chen Haoran, clearly fearing he might misinterpret her words. Yet, Chen Haoran was unfazed by her concern, retorting casually, You must be dreaming. When we were young, my mom doted on you more than on me. You think this small amount of money can clear things up? Not a chance. Seeing that Chen Haoran hadn't given it much thought, Nie Yuxuan let out a sigh of relief, playfully sticking out her tongue and teasingly saying, You're the same way at my house. My mom favors you over me. I haven't even asked you for meal money yet. Puffed. That's because I'm so charming. Isn't it only natural for Auntie to favor me more? Chen Haoran replied flippantly. With that, Nie Yuxuan felt completely at ease, engaging in playful banter with Chen Haoran while tidying up her home and occasionally scolding the mischievous husky, Tianxiu, her heart brimming with joy. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran was far less sensitive than Nie Yuxuan. Most of his thoughts were consumed with how to concoct that body refinement elixir. Normally, he would have dashed out the moment he had the money, but with Nie Yuxuan by his side, he would never be foolish enough to abandon her for his own pursuits. The pleasant, comfortable atmosphere of their conversation was far too intoxicating for him to consider leaving her alone. Time flew by, and as it neared 11 o'clock, the unreliable task system suddenly reappeared. Hold the bone for 1 hour. Reward, 1 point. Holding the bone without letting go for 1 hour qualifies. Chen Haoran was taken aback and instinctively turned his gaze toward the husky, Tianxiu, who was gnawing on a second thigh bone on the balcony. With a resigned sigh, he called out in his mind, System, are you out of your mind? You expect me to hold a bone for an hour? Am I supposed to be a dog now? This time, the system offered no response. After venting his frustration, Chen Haoran mentally prepared himself for the impending 60 seconds of electric shock punishment. However, he failed to notice that Tianxiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight as it nodded vigorously. Then picked up the thigh bone and trotted over to the door. With a swift motion, it pawed at the doorknob, opened the door, and bolted outside. Oh no. Tian Siu. Where are you going? Nie Yuxuan exclaimed, startled, as she rushed over and grabbed the dog leash resting against the door, turning to Chen Haoran, who was still sitting still, and asked, "Hey, little rascal, I need to go back and have dinner with my mom. Aren't you coming?" Chen Haoran, still tense, waved his hand dismissively. "Send my regards to Andy. I'm too lazy to go out." Nie Yuxuan didn't take offense at his casualness and simply nodded. "All right then, I'm off. Remember not to waste money, or else uncle and auntie will scold me when they return. Don't worry, I won't waste any money. I'll surprise you later." Chen Haoran waved his hand again. "Now that's more like it," Nie Yuxuan said, scrunching her nose before closing the door behind her. Chen Haoran was promptly met with 60 seconds of electric shock, but this time he found himself puzzled. Why is this electric shock so weak? Previously, it could make me tremble all over, even bring tears to my eyes, and nearly make me wet myself. Why does it feel merely tingly this time? Like the relief after a long period of having stiff joints? If this tingling sensation continues in the future, then I truly have nothing to fear from that useless system as punishments. "Look, I can move freely now," Chen Haoran said, rising and stretching with a smug expression. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Ah, I get it. It's because I endured 6,000 seconds of continuous electric shocks that I've grown accustomed to this level of punishment. Hence why I'm unfazed by the 60 seconds now. System, am I right?" Chen Haoran raised an eyebrow, grinning mischievously. Yet the system responded with a starkly different message. Due to the host's martial skills reaching 0 tier. 9.9 segments, the electric shock punishment effects have been diminished. The host may rest assured. When the host's martial skills reach the 1st tier, the intensity of the electric shock punishment will naturally align with your level. Let us forget that I was boasting, shall we? Can't you show a little understanding of my predicament? We're going to be in this together for a lifetime, so let us not complicate things with these upgrade nuisances. All right, Chen Haoran lamented, his face a mask of despair, but alas, the system ignored him. With a heavy sigh, Chen Haoran donned his shoes and left home. There was no escaping the melancholy. He had thought that enduring 6,000 seconds of electric shock training would render him fearless of future punishments. Only to realize that the system had outsmarted him by stating that the intensity of the shocks would increase with his strength. Chen Haoran now understood that this insufferable system was intent on compelling him to undertake tasks. Refusing to do so would result in perpetual electric shock punishments. If a certain intensity of shock proved ineffective, no worries. Once he bolstered his strength, the system would simply ramp up the punishment. As for not improving his strength, that was utterly out of the question. Chen Haoran was well aware of what the future held and understood the immense advantages of possessing formidable strength in that world. There was no way he would ever consider foregoing his own improvement. Thus, with a resigned sigh, he acquiesced to the notion of enduring the electric shocks. After all, such jolts were deemed healthier. Regardless, he resolutely refused to engage with the foolish tasks presented by that abominable system. It was time to disregard the trivialities of that system and focus on procuring the training elixirs necessary to elevate his own prowess, all while ensuring the safety of Nie Yuxuan. Today was Wednesday, and she was scheduled to depart for the provincial capital next Monday. Time was of the essence. Stepping out of the community gates, he swiftly commandeered a shared bicycle, activating his search function to input the requisite components and medicinal herbs. Although Chen Haoran was a native of this city and well acquainted with its streets and alleys, fully aware of the locations of internet cafes, bookstores, parks, and shopping malls, he found himself utterly bewildered when it came to identifying pharmacies that sold medicinal herbs or pinpointing which establishments offered the most comprehensive selection. Nevertheless, in this modern age, when faced with uncertainty, one could simply resort to a search engine. With a smartphone in hand, everything could be resolved. His initial query was for an alchemical furnace. It was rather peculiar. For according to the principles of alchemy, a pressure cooker could yield superior results compared to a traditional furnace. Yet, it remained unclear whether this was a stipulation of this world or merely a quirk of fate. In the future, to engage in alchemy, unless one could summon flames from their palms, achieving the level of a master alchemist capable of refining elixirs with their own body, one would invariably require an alchemical furnace to produce any potions. Any substitute would prove utterly ineffective. Moreover, while there were no specific material requirements for the furnace, its appearance was strictly dictated. It had to resemble the ancient tripod-style furnaces, whether crafted from clay, ceramics, or metal. Any form that adhered to this ancient design would suffice to produce elixirs. However, should it deviate from that traditional shape, no matter how precious the materials used, it would be rendered utterly useless. Even the most basic potions could not be concocted. As he perused images of the alchemical furnaces, a sudden realization struck him, and he smacked his thigh in epiphany. By Jove, I nearly forgot. In the plethora of incense burners at the shrine of the Banyan, there lies an alchemical furnace, which was only discovered when it emitted a radiant glow during the cataclysm. Although it was later appraised as merely a first-tier furnace, in these times, anything with a grade is a treasure. It was precisely because the furnace's grade was so low that it had slipped his mind, for his memories were predominantly filled with high-end, top-tier items. Had it not originated from his hometown, he would scarcely have given it a second thought that as for what constituted a first-tier furnace. It was a classification bestowed by the future's elite upon those luminous furnaces. A first-tier furnace guaranteed a 1 enhancement in the quality of the elixirs, while it was said that the most advanced furnaces of the future could offer a staggering 9 increase. The nature of this enhancement depended on the furnace's inherent capabilities. Each glowing furnace bestowed a unique augmentation, though may first seem negligible, when one considers that most alchemists wielded furnaces devoid of any grade or enhancement. The value of a furnace that could contribute an additional 1 to elixir potency becomes abundantly clear, with excitement bubbling within him at the thought of the first-tier furnace that had nearly slipped from his memory. Chun Howren pedaled furiously toward the shrine of the Banyan. His exhilaration was entirely warranted. Not only did a graded furnace await his acquisition, but its particular enhancement was remarkably advantageous, for that 1 boost pertained directly to the efficacy of the potions. This meant that any perfected first-tier elixir could immediately ascend to the rank of a novice second-tier potion, an entire tier of enhancement. Such a prospect was undeniably enticing. The only lamentable aspect was that this first-tier furnace could only refine potions of the first tier or lower, while this was immensely valuable in the early stages. It would become less significant in the later phases. Yet, Chun Howren remained filled with joy and anticipation, for to him, first-tier potions still felt like a distant aspiration. After all, first-tier potions were viable up to the 3rd stage. And novice second-tier potions could be utilized in the early 4th stage, meaning that the first-tier furnace would serve him well for quite some time before its utility diminished. As he pedaled with fervor, laughter escaped his lips. This is the advantage of being reborn. My mind is brimming with countless alchemical formulas, and having previously concocted numerous potions, acquiring a first-tier furnace at this juncture is nothing short of miraculous. It's ludicrous to compare this to some trivial system. My memories of the future are far more reliable and useful. System, I scorn you. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! The shop is now open. Welcome, host, to browse and purchase. Chun Howren swerved, nearly losing his balance, and hastily brought the bicycle to a stop, questioning the system in a flurry. What is going on? Wasn't it said that I couldn't access the shop without points? Why is it open now? A thought struck him, and he narrowed his eyes. Wait, are you sensing a crisis and trying to appease me? The shop is open. Welcome, host, to browse and purchase. The system repeated monotonously. How presumptuous. I am convinced you've sensed the danger of being abandoned, thus seeking to curry favor with me, your host. Chun Howren muttered with a smug grin before accessing the shop. In an instant, a shopping website-like interface materialized before him. Yet as he glimpsed the offerings within, his expression darkened, and he erupted in exasperation. What the hell, system? What kind of nonsense is this? Are these items even for humans? What's with the 1-fold sharpness for teeth, 1-fold sharpness for claws, 1-fold strength for bite force, 1-fold strength for running speed, and 1-fold bear-like sense of smell? This is absurd. None of these skills are meant for humans. Perhaps the system recognized the absurdity of the situation, for it attempted to clarify. This may be due to a program error. However, the shop's inventory will refresh periodically, and the host is sure to encounter suitable items. Seriously, I knew it was unreliable. How long will it take for something appropriate to refresh? And I have no points to buy anything. Chun Howren rolled his eyes in frustration, yet his gaze inadvertently flicked to his points in the shop. To his astonishment, he discovered he had 1 point. Did you gift me this, system? Error. The system does not possess the ability to grant points. The system seemed equally perplexed. It must be a glitch in your programming. I still owe you 10 points. Why would you randomly grant me 1? Chun Howren scoffed, stroking his chin as he pondered. But since I have 1 point, I might as well use it. All those skills only require 1 point to purchase. System, if I buy these skills, will they directly apply to me, allowing me to instantly possess them? Chun Howren mused, beginning to scrutinize the skills that seemed unsuitable for human use. Yes, unless otherwise specified, skills purchased from the shop will be directly applied to the host and become innate abilities. Upon hearing this, Jinharan remained unfazed. For him, the system malfunctioning and granting him an extra point was an opportunity not to be squandered. After all, he needed to use it before the system could retract its generosity. As for the previously dismissed non-human skills, upon closer inspection, he realized many were indeed applicable to him, such as the one that doubled running speed. An excellent skill indeed. As Chunharan meticulously reviewed the various skills displayed in the shop, he determined that the speed enhancement was the most viable option. Eagerly licking his lips, he prepared to make the purchase, only to be taken aback when he found the option unclickable. System, what is going on? Why can't I buy it? System error. The host cannot utilize this point. With the system's response, the previously black point transformed into a conspicuous green. What the hell? I knew you were unreliable. Are you toying with me? You dangle this enticing offer only to kick me away at the last moment. This isn't fair. Shinharan fumed, directing his ire at the system when suddenly a notification chimed. His gaze snapped back to the shop interface, only to discover that the previously vibrant entry for the enhanced bear-like sense of smell had turned a dull gray. Simultaneously, the green point had vanished, replaced by a 0. What the? Did I just lose my point? Does this gray signify that the sense of smell skill has been purchased? Don't tell me. Is there someone else sharing this system with me? Panic surged within Shinharan. How could he not be alarmed? If he were the sole owner of this flawed system, it would pose little threat to his future, especially since he possessed memories of what was to come, allowing him to rise independently. However, if the system had another host, particularly one blessed with the protagonist's halo, that could mean his greatest adversary awaited him in the shadows. Moreover, the fact that he could ascertain the other's existence through their purchases signified that in the future, should he unwittingly complete a system task and gain points, the other would also become aware of his presence, just as he had now, upon the unsettling realization that he had an unknown adversary lurking in the shadows. Waiting for an opportune moment, Chunharan felt an icy shiver run down his spine. It was no wonder he harbored such trepidation towards this enigmatic foe, considering the previous incident where he, with a bone in his mouth, completed an hour-long task with utter indifference. One could truly grasp the ruthless nature of his opponent. It was almost conceivable that had it not been for societal laws, the same individual would have executed the task of tackling a little girl and biting others with the same merciless efficiency as he had with the bone-bearing task. Moreover, it appeared that this foe was still mindful of the conventions of this mundane world, meticulously selecting tasks to undertake, as one could be assured they would not engage in excessively outrageous missions. However, should the world undergo a significant transformation, and this adversary were to realize that power could be wielded without restraint, it was certain they would abandon discretion and zealously pursue every task, subsequently spending their accrued points in the marketplace to expedite their ascension. Faced with such a formidable individual, particularly one sharing the same system as himself, it was inevitable that Shinharan would regard them as a rival to be reckoned with. System data missing, unable to determine. The system, equally befuddled by such inquiries, hesitated for a considerable time before responding with such a terse reply. Wretched system. Are you implying that the one-third of the system you discarded could somehow coalesce into another equally fragmented system, and to top it off, this newly formed system has managed to find a host? Even more outrageous is the fact that you two pitiful systems are able to maintain a tenuous connection. Chunharan seethed, gritting his teeth in fury. The host's reasoning has a 90 accuracy rate. The system replied monotonously. What the hell? A 90 accuracy rate for your reasoning? I'm going to flip this table. Chunharan exclaimed, overwhelmed with frustration. Thus, the confrontation between man and system ensued, culminating in Chunharan's ignominious retreat. What choice did he have? When the system grew agitated, it could only respond with system data missing, unable to determine, and in its ire, it would disregard him entirely. What could Chunharan possibly do? Damn, that's why I initially said that the system's golden finger is utterly unreliable. Look, it has indeed led to a colossal blunder. Damn it, my memory is the most dependable. Chunharan sighed, remounting his bicycle and heading towards the location of the Banyan god. Yet, at that moment, he found himself devoid of the previous exhilaration. His mood now weighed down with a heavy gloom. How could he not feel burdened? With time slipping away and an abundance of tasks ahead, the emergence of a fellow system user was nothing short of a calamity. Although he had identified this rival while they remained oblivious to his presence, what good did that do? What means did he have to unearth their identity if he could not locate them? Did that not mean they were stealthily advancing, waiting for the moment he unwittingly exposed himself? When that time came, this adversary would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to frantically undertake tasks to amass points and procure items from the marketplace. At that juncture, should they cross paths, the prepared foe would undoubtedly overpower him, who, despite his own preparations, would be left utterly defenseless. For the time being, he could conceive no viable strategy. Thus, he resolved to abstain from accepting any tasks, vowing not to accumulate points in the hopes of maintaining his concealment. As for the future, he would have to take it one step at a time. However, this sudden emergence of peril underscored the paramount importance of strength. Previously, he had wrestled with the notion of temporarily pausing his pursuit of power to amass wealth, reasoning that having money would facilitate his ascent in this mundane world. Yet, with this looming threat, it was clear that he must first augment his strength to a level that would provide him peace of mind before considering financial matters. If his prior allocation of energy had been 70 towards earning money and 30 towards enhancing his power, it had now shifted to 80 devoted to strengthening himself and 20 to wealth accumulation. Chapter 0017. The Banyan God chugging along. Shenhouren pedaled vigorously across the long bridge spanning the Panlong River, a structure stretching a considerable length of 1,345 meters. Before the establishment of the city, this bridge had been a floating one, constructed from small landing craft. As a child, he had felt immense joy traversing this bridge, relishing the swaying motion and the occasional splashes of water that added an exhilarating thrill to the experience. Upon crossing the bridge, he entered the old city area, the true heart of the city. This location had once been the center of Chaching before the city's establishment, and naturally, its status had diminished since then. Nevertheless, it remained a bustling thoroughfare, particularly the shopping street near the bridge's foot, which became the most frequented locale in Chaching, boasting the highest rents and the most comprehensive array of goods, a distinction it retained until a decade later when the Eastern District, now a desolate expanse, supplanted it. Continuing along the main road, after approximately a kilometer of cycling, he arrived at the renowned city center garden of Chaching. Shenhouren secured his bicycle and, familiar with the path, made his way towards the heart of the garden. As he neared, he beheld the towering banyan tree at the center, its expansive and lush branches casting a wide shadow over the area, prompting a sigh of admiration from him. This majestic banyan tree occupied over 100 square meters, with many thick, ancient roots protruding prominently from the ground. Its trunk boasted a diameter of more than a meter and soared nearly 20 meters high, its canopy nearly covering 300 to 400 square meters. According to lore, this tree was said to be over 5,000 years old. Whether true or not, the sign nearby proclaimed such. It was rumored that the garden management had initially intended to enclose the banyan tree with a fence, but upon its construction, it was dismantled the very same day. After several attempts, the management abandoned the idea. This was not due to a lack of desire to protect the ancient tree. Rather, it was because the banyan tree required no safeguarding. As in Chaching, no one possessed the audacity to harm it. As for the reason behind this reverence, one need only glance at the southern area where, mere meters from the tree's roots, lay an expansive clearing, brimming with thousands of incense burners of varying sizes, each adorned with countless incense sticks. The incense ashes, deliberately doused with water, formed layer upon layer in that space. Moreover, the branches on the southern side of the banyan tree were festooned with a myriad of colorful strips of cloth, bearing wishes for blessings, gratitude, and peace. A prominent signpost indicated that only incense offerings were permitted, strictly forbidding the lighting of candles, burning of paper money, or setting off firecrackers, with violators facing expulsion. It was clear that this banyan tree had long been a site of veneration for the people of Chaching, with archaeological inquiries revealing that the innermost incense burners dated back at least 2 millennia. However, due to their ordinary terracotta composition and deteriorated condition, they held little value, prompting the authorities to cease their excavations. Otherwise, they might have cleared the area entirely of these ancient artifacts. It was worth noting that when the authorities came to investigate the banyan tree, a significant contingent of riot police had to be deployed to manage the surging crowds. Furthermore, during the extensive development following the establishment of Chaching, some avaricious individuals sought to sell the area surrounding the banyan tree for real estate development. The developers assured that they would not damage the ancient tree. even engaging the nation's most renowned experts to oversee its relocation. The outcome? Thousands of Chaching locals took to the streets in protest, had it not been for timely intervention from above. A major conflict might have erupted. The locals' unique sentiment towards the banyan tree transformed this prime commercial property, with its optimal location and foot traffic, into an area requiring government subsidies, ultimately establishing the city center garden that allowed the banyan tree to stand tall. This banyan tree has become a spiritual symbol of Chaching, transcending mere superstition. Observe the individuals gathered beneath it, chatting, playing cards, engaging in chess, and frolicking, and one can discern how deeply this tree has integrated into the very soul of Chaching's populace. There are even those who declare that children who did not frolic beneath the banyan tree in their youth cannot truly be considered native to Chaching. Chun Haoran approached the banyan tree with a sense of reverence and admiration, fully cognizant that this venerable tree, known as the banyan god, would indeed transform into a deity of protection. Though he resided far from his hometown and could not witness the banyan god valiantly safeguarding the land, videos existed that showcased the banyan god's formidable prowess in vanquishing invaders to protect Chaching. Thus, whether out of fear of its power or respect for its essence, Chun Haoran approached the banyan tree with utmost deference. He extended his hand to rest upon the trunk of the ancient tree and, closing his eyes, murmured, "Banyan god, esteemed matron, I come to beseech you for a dan furnace, an item of no use to you yet of immense significance to me, granting me the strength to protect those dear to me. Thus, I shall not hesitate." Chun Haoran believed that to take without informing was akin to theft, while informing before taking was merely a request. Hence, he felt it prudent to notify the banyan god of his intentions. As for why he referred to the banyan god as an esteemed matron, it was because the future incarnation of the banyan god would indeed resemble an ancient, affluent woman leaning on a cane. Strangely enough, after uttering his request, Chun Haoran suddenly felt his vision sharpen and the sounds around him grow clearer. Even more remarkably, the air itself seemed to become invigoratingly fresh. Not only did he experience this transformation, but the individuals surrounding the banyan god also expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, "Why has the air suddenly become so refreshing?" Chun Haoran looked up in bewilderment to survey the magnificent banyan tree, noting its vibrant vitality and reveling in the unexpected sense of comfort, prompting a bemused smile to grace his lips. Alas, though the benevolent deity of the banyan tree may only manifest its formidable power when the crisis befalls Chaching in a decade or two, it cannot be concluded that the deity shall possess awareness only after such a span. It is quite possible that this entity has held consciousness for millennia. After all, the essence of life still exists in the world, albeit not as vibrantly as during an outburst of vital energy. Given that the banyan deity has existed for at least 5,000 or 6,000 years, continuously absorbing the scarce vital energy over the years and benefiting from the accumulation of faith and incense offerings through countless generations, it would indeed be odd to assert that this grand banyan tree remains unchanged. The fact that children have played beneath its vast branches for generations without incident speaks volumes. Unaccountably, Chun Haoran was suddenly overcome by a wave of nostalgia. Recalling the joy he had experienced as a child in this very spot, with a newfound sense of ease, he mused, as a descendant, it is only fitting that I enjoy the treasures of my ancestor without a hint of concern." Feeling a sense of kinship with the banyan deity, he cheerfully made his way toward the southern section, where incense burners were piled high, intent on locating the coveted elixir furnace before devising a plan to retrieve it. After all, he was not foolish enough to rummage through the incense amidst broad daylight, as that would invite trouble. Chapter 0018. Obtaining the elixir furnace and provoking trouble. Chun Haoran scanned left and right, ultimately sighing, "Alas, with such a mountain of incense burners, it is utterly impossible to uncover the elixir furnace without a shovel to overturn the lot." Indeed, the southern section had accumulated nearly 1,000 intact incense burners over the years, with countless others in disrepair. The thick layer of solidified incense ash on the ground, due to intentional watering, made it nearly impossible to find the elixir furnace hidden beneath the multitude of incense burners without proper tools or vigorous digging. Thus, Chun Haoran had no choice but to prepare to return home and gather some night-appropriate attire and masks. Planning to return under the cover of darkness to excavate, time was of the essence, and he reluctantly resolved to engage in some destructiveness. Surely, the banyan deity would understand his predicament, so he felt reassured that he could dig without worry. As he motivated himself, Chen Haoran absent-mindedly kicked at a small bump on the ground, which revealed a portion of itself, surprisingly resembling an incense burner. Why is there an incense burner buried on the outskirts of the southern section? His curiosity piqued. He crouched down to investigate, unearthing a small, apple-sized object, entirely black, with 3 legs and a rounded belly, topped with a tiny lid. Chen Haoran's eyes widened in astonishment. No way! Is that really an elixir furnace? The distinction between an incense burner and an elixir furnace was unmistakable. The only difference lay in the size of the opening and the presence of a lid, while he had never seen a picture of a first-rate elixir furnace. As such items rarely garnered photographs, he felt certain that this was the very furnace he sought, one capable of enhancing elixir potency by 1.as for how it had been unearthed with a mere kick. It was evident that aside from the Banyan deity, no one else could muster such an extraordinary feat amidst the incense burners. Thus, as he tucked the apple-sized elixir furnace into his pocket, he looked up at the grand banyan tree and smiled. Thank you, dear banyan deity. Once I finish my tasks, I shall express my gratitude properly. Just as he prepared to leave, having acquired the elusive elixir furnace, a hand grasped his shoulder, and a voice, laced with arrogance, called out, "Hey, kid, what did you dig up? Let me take a look." Damn it, he had been spotted. Instinctively, Chen Haoran seized the wrist of the hand reaching for his pocket and turned to face the intruder. The tattoos on the arm, the attire, the gleaming earrings, everything about this individual screamed trouble, revealing him to be nothing more than a petty thug. Recognizing his opponent's identity, Chen Haoran wasted no time delivering a sharp punch to the thug's gut, leaving him doubled over in agony. Unable to utter a sound at that moment, a furious shout rang out. "How dare you strike the prince? You are asking for death." Chen Haoran glanced up to see a young man with shoulder-length hair. Anger etched across his features, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Beside him stood another youth with a crew cut, his face wearing a cold expression, brandishing a baseball bat as he charged forward. Great! What a waste of time. Chen Haoran sighed, meeting the assailants head-on. Before the thug could raise his bat, he kicked it out of his opponent's grasp, sending it clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, he followed up with a powerful kick, launching the cold-faced thug a meter away, causing him to tumble several feet upon impact. Then, Chen Haoran deftly maneuvered the bat with his foot, sending it soaring into his hands. With a swift motion, he swung it down upon the shoulder of the long-haired youth, who had continued to point at him, incapacitating him with a single blow. In reality, the entire exchange, from the moment Chen Haoran struck the so-called prince to the baseball bat's impact on the long-haired thug, transpired in mere seconds. With a dismissive expression, Chen Haoran discarded the bat into a nearby trash bin and briskly departed, disappearing into the throngs of people that he remained oblivious to the fact that not far away, in plain clothes, stood Nie Yushuan's father, the chief of Chaqing's police force, observing the scene alongside a young officer who had reported the incident previously. "Chief, Haoran's moves are impressively decisive. In such a short time, he has rendered 3 grown men incapable of resistance. It certainly pays off to have sent him to special police training every summer since 3rd grade. The young officer remarked with a chuckle. Humph. Merely adequate, as a man. One must cultivate strength to protect those around him. Nie Longjin replied, his expression stern. The young officer understood the complexity of his chief's feelings towards the youth named Chen Haoran. And after a brief silence, he glanced at the nearby surveillance camera with a hint of concern. Chief, that camera must have captured Haoran's actions. Not to worry, it's just a child's scuffle. As long as no one is left bloodied. It isn't a concern, Nie Longjin replied nonchalantly. The officer paused, then noticed the 3 thugs helping one another to their feet, having retrieved the baseball bat, appearing unscathed. Nodding in understanding, he fell silent at that moment. Nie Longjin spoke again. By the way, didn't Haoran dig up something earlier? I should have him reported. You can take a record. Sure, but Chief, I suspect Haoran merely found a worthless incense burner. Excited by his discovery, he is likely headed to the antique district on Walking Street for an appraisal. After all, countless people have played around the banyan tree for thousands of years. It's unlikely anything of value remains. The young officer replied with a smile. Nie Longjin produced a cigarette and offered one to his subordinate, but declined when offered a light. He lit his own and inhaled. Even if it's worthless, we need a record of it. As every move he makes is captured on surveillance, if nothing arises, it's fine. If something does, it could serve as leverage. Just about to enter high school, and his record must remain unblemished. Understood, the officer acknowledged, realizing the truth in his chief's words. Indeed, whatever Chenhauren had unearthed was unlikely to hold any value. As previously noted, countless individuals had engaged with the Banyan deity over the centuries, and any valuable items would have long been taken. Theoretically, a broken incense burner would hold no worth, hardly worth a glance if discarded on the street. However, due to the surveillance recording, it could easily be escalated to the charge of illegally excavating national heritage. Thus, having Chenhauren report the broken piece and documenting it would solve any potential issues. Should we educate those three thugs? The officer inquired, glancing at the trio, who seemed to be cursing among themselves. Nielongjin dismissed the suggestion with a glance. No need to waste police resources. It's just a bunch of kids squabbling. Let us continue surveying the scene. With that, he resumed his observations. Chief, you could simply oversee from a distance. There is no need for you to be personally involved, the officer remarked, quickly following. I wish I could take it easy, but I can't shake the feeling unless I see things for myself, Nielongjin replied. Expressing his sentiments, the officer was speechless, bemused by his chief's eagerness to be at the forefront. They remained unaware of the three thugs' conversation, or they might have indeed decided to bring the trio in for a reality check. I can't believe it. I, the Prince of Chaqing, have never endured such humiliation. You lot, go back and summon help. Dispatch people to every park, every sports field, every community entrance. We will turn Chaqing upside down until we find that kid. The young man who had been struck by Chenhauren seethed. His eyes filled with fury. The long-haired thug nodded in acknowledgement but hesitated. Prince, we don't have a photo of that kid. How can we find him? The prince fell silent, realizing the predicament. Without a photo, would they really have to scour the streets in search of him? At that moment, the cold-faced thug interjected. The surveillance cameras. The prince, who had been in distress, immediately exclaimed with excitement, Indeed, surveillance. Did you hear that? Hurry and find a way to retrieve the previous footage and print out the frontal image of that brat. Then instruct everyone below to distribute a copy to each person and spread out to locate him. If I don't torture him to death upon finding him, I shall not be called the Prince of Chaqing. As Chenhauren, who had already slipped into the pedestrian street, muttered with a grin, Heh. During the previous attack, I held back. Although they must have been in excruciating pain at the time, they will bear no marks afterward. Thus they cannot use their injuries to accuse me that as long as there are no injuries. It can only be deemed a verbal dispute, even if caught on sight. The most I would receive is a warning. Once I leave the scene, the police wouldn't bother with it. What if those three ruffians fabricate an injury report? Heh. Uncle Nya, the police chief, is no fool. He won't help me oppress anyone, but he certainly won't allow me to be extorted. However, it is somewhat bothersome that the central garden is filled with surveillance cameras. So my alchemical activities are bound to be recorded. To avoid complications, I should go to the antique district and purchase a modest incense burner for just a few dozen yuan. I can then have Xiaoxian deliver it to Uncle Nia to complete my submission task, ensuring I face no repercussions. As he pondered this, Chenhauren suddenly paused. Why is my mind so sharp all of a sudden? How did I come up with so many solutions so quickly? I don't recall being this astute before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have languished on the sidelines for 30 years. With a sudden realization, Chenhauren slapped his thigh. Damn, it must be the effect of cultivating my mental strength. It has to be. After all, in the future, all the clever individuals are engaged in mental cultivation, while those of us focused on physical techniques are merely labeled as brutes. That being said, while I concentrate on refining my physical techniques to rapidly enhance my combat prowess, I cannot neglect the cultivation of my mental abilities. After all, I possess the original texts of mental cultivation techniques. It would be foolish to cast such a treasure aside after only a single use. Nodding vigorously, Chenhauren declared, Indeed, I must pursue both physical and mental cultivation, ensuring both are robust. Though it may be arduous, it would be worthwhile to understand just how formidable dual cultivators will be in the future. Enduring hardship now for a carefree future is undoubtedly a fair trade. With renewed vigor, Chenhauren eagerly made his way to the antique stall area, where he successfully haggled to purchase a small alchemical furnace for 20 yuan. He then scurried to numerous herbal shops, specifically requesting a variety of medicinal herbs, all of which he paid extra for to have ground into powder. He visited dozens of shops to avoid raising suspicion about the types and quantities of herbs he was procuring, aiming to keep his alchemical formula under wraps. Finally, he acquired the most precise balance scale available on the market and took a taxi home with his plethora of purchases that had happened. He arrived just as rush hour set in, causing the community entrance to be congested with returning vehicles, while the pedestrian pathways overflowed with people. Consequently, Chen Haoran had to instruct the taxi driver to stop a distance away. While he was distractedly scanning his phone to make the payment, he failed to notice a group of thugs across the street scrutinizing the crowd with photographs in hand. As he exited the cab, the thugs' brazen behavior attracted the attention of the community security, who arrived with 2 large dogs, prompting the ruffians to flee in panic. Witnessing this scene, several drivers waiting to enter the community rolled down their windows to summon the security for clarification. Simultaneously, several imposing figures among the pedestrians pulled out their phones to make calls. Before long, 4 patrol officers arrived on motorcycles, lights flashing, and after a brief inquiry with the security, turned to chase after the fleeing thugs. Oblivious to all this, Chen Haoran carried his bags home. Upon his return, the first order of business was to thoroughly clean the prized alchemical furnace. He then procured a metal stand to support it over the gas stove and ignited the flames. Heating the furnace vigorously, Chen Haoran had no concerns about the furnace exploding. After all, it was a quality item, and not only would it withstand fierce flames, it could endure being struck with a hammer without issue. Once the furnace was heated, Chen Haoran sifted through the myriad of powdered herbs he had collected, selecting a dozen packets to take to the restroom. There, he opened each one and poured the contents into the toilet. Flushing them away, disposing of the packaging, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, muttering, "Heh, I truly have become more clever. Purchasing excess herbs to obscure my true needs is a brilliant strategy. I must practice my mental techniques more diligently to enhance my intelligence. Now, it is time for the meticulous work. Every gram must be precise," Chen Haoran murmured as he retrieved the balance scale. He carefully measured each herbal powder, placing the portions into a bowl, and added tap water, stirring it until it resembled a thick black sesame paste. With heat-resistant gloves, he removed the furnace, pouring the black liquid into it. Noticing it had not yet reached the neck of the furnace, he cautiously added a bit more water until it was just below the opening, allowing for the lid to be secured. Next, he returned the furnace to the stove, but this time he adjusted the flames to a low setting, carefully controlling the heat so that the flames merely licked at the base of the furnace. Satisfied with his setup, Chen Haoran nodded. "Now, I simply wait for it to simmer. There is no need to time it. Once the liquid has been reduced to charcoal, the body refining elixir will be complete." As he thought this, a grin spread across his face. "Damn, I doubt anyone would believe how simple this is. I wonder what those obsessed with alchemy in the future think, having devised such an uncomplicated method for refining elixirs, and then promoting it, making it accessible even to a 5-year-old. Of course, only first-grade formulas can be made using such a straightforward method. Beyond second-grade formulas, even some peculiar first-grade formulas are not so easily crafted. Everything else is manageable, but those formulas requiring specific materials for the flames can stump 99% of people. Fortunately, I anticipate a lengthy period without demand for second-grade elixirs. This method of boiling paste over a gas stove will suffice for a while that I can use this time to gather the excellent furnaces and materials documented in the future, even if I can't use them myself. I can auction them off. Haha, I'll be financially secure in no time." At this thought, Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel elated. Having the foresight of the future was truly splendid. He could acquire all the good things ahead of time. After indulging in his moment of pride, knowing he was merely waiting to consume elixirs and break through to the next level, Chen Haoran resolved not to waste time. He picked up the mental cultivation text, The Birth of the Universe, to continue his practice. Just then his phone rang. Could it be Xiaoxian calling me for dinner? Fortunately, I haven't started my training yet, he murmured, growing alert as he fetched his phone. He realized that once he began his mental training, he would be utterly unresponsive to external stimuli, including phone calls. Thankfully, no one had called him yesterday. Otherwise, missing his mother's call would have had dire consequences. Thus, he concluded that moving forward, he could only practice mental foundation techniques after 9 o'clock at night. That way, if he missed a call, he could claim he was asleep and hadn't heard it, while before 9 o'clock, he could only focus on physical training. As he contemplated this, just as he was about to instinctively swipe the screen to answer the call, he was momentarily stunned, for the screen displayed the words, "Uncle Nya." Moreover, it was a video call. Oh my goodness, why is Uncle Nya calling me? Has he caught wind of something? Or is he inquiring about Xiaoxian? His mind raced with anxious thoughts, but he quickly accepted the video call. The image that appeared left Chen Haoran momentarily stunned before he breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed, "Xiaoxian, why are you using Uncle Nya's phone to call me? You nearly scared me to death." "Hey, You look like you've done something wrong. Quick, tell me what's going on. Did you, as Dad said, skip out on being home this afternoon to brawl in the central garden? Are you afraid my dad might question you? Nia Yuxuan teased with a grin. Has someone reported to Uncle Nia? Chen Haoran asked with concerned at that moment. A voice came from off-screen. Let me speak. Nia Yuxuan turned the phone. And a stern figure appeared in the frame, and Ye Longshan. His authoritative demeanor instantly raised Chen Haoran's anxiety. He swallowed hard, nearly choking on his own breath. Attempting to divert the conversation, he remarked, Uncle Nia, you look rather dashing in Aunt Zhao's apron. It's quite an unexpected charm. The phone screen trembled as Nia Yuxuan's laughter echoed alongside the excited barking of a husky named Sweetvine. Nia Longshan showed no concern for being teased by the younger generation. Instead, he furrowed his brows and spoke with a grave demeanor. Do not jest so frivolously. This afternoon, you have stirred up trouble. Do you understand? Just now, the patrol team apprehended 3 individuals at the entrance of your community, all bearing your photograph. Upon investigation, it was revealed that Shun Wei's followers have been scouring every internet CAF, gaming center, and stadium, as well as the entrances of various neighborhoods in search of you. Indeed, this Shin Wei is none other than the notorious second-generation rich kid from Chaching. A gasp of astonishment escaped Nia Yuxuan's lips from the other end of the phone. While Chen Haoran forced a sheepish grin at that moment, he realized that any attempt at explanation would be futile. Aware of Nia Shu's stern outlook, Chen Haoran opted for a strategy of feigned ignorance. What nonsense. Do not let your ability to fight inflate your ego. I witnessed the entire ordeal. You can fight, and quite impressively, but do you truly believe you can take on 10 or even 20 men in the future? Upon noticing Chen Haoran's expression, Nia Longshan reprimanded him directly. Chen Haoran ceased his laughter but maintained an innocent facade. Blinking with a sense of bewilderment, he felt quite aggrieved and truly wished to tell Nia Longshan, Uncle Nia, it is not a matter of taking on 10 or 20. As long as firearms are not involved, I could easily handle 200 in a brawl. Of course, he refrained from uttering such words, knowing that it would only invite another round of scolding, or worse, a rigorous training session at the hands of Uncle Nia, although he was confident he could turn the tables on Nia Longshan. The thought of actually engaging in a confrontation was utterly out of the question. He could only resign himself to being the one to suffer. Regarding the dangers mentioned by Uncle Nia, Chen Haoran remained unfazed, relying not only on his formidable strength that ordinary individuals would find difficult to oppose, but also on the fact that Shen Wei, the one seeking trouble, was not to be underestimated. How should one describe this so-called prince of Chaching, whose real name was Shen Wei? He was a quintessential wealthy second-generation individual. From a young age, his thought processes deviated from the norm. By the age of 11 or 12, he had gathered a considerable following in Chaching, flaunting his power. However, this power took on a peculiar form. They did not dabble in illegal enterprises such as gambling or drugs, but rather worked as waitstaff in numerous KTVs, bars, and restaurants. These lucrative establishments were all personal properties of the wealthy Shen Wei. Even more bizarrely, over 90% of the individuals he gathered were part-time employees from well-known companies in Chaching. And the owners of these companies were, astonishingly, Shen Wei himself, or at the very least, his second-in-command. This wealth was not earned, but rather a series of gifts from his father, Shen Guahao, a prominent businessman who frequently traveled by plane to discuss deals. Therefore, it becomes clear that the so-called power Shen Wei wielded was merely a child's plaything crafted by a wealthy second-generation individual. Despite Shen Wei's crab-like gait and his ostentatious demeanor, he had not committed any significant crimes. Moreover, he had even engaged in a skirmish with a certain underworld faction, ultimately assisting the police in dismantling a drug trafficking ring. One might wonder how such a childlike figure could possibly find opponents. After all, weren't Shen Wei's followers merely company employees? These employees were unlikely to engage in any brawls. However, one must not forget the power of money during the confrontation with the drug dealers. This wealthy second-generation scion, Shen Wei, spent a substantial sum hiring hundreds of security personnel from various companies to assist him. These security personnel were all elite veterans. The drug dealers, believing they were merely facing a group of lowly office workers, were completely taken aback, allowing the police, who had been waiting to reap the benefits, to seize the opportunity. The drug dealers apprehended by the police were nearly at their wits' end, knowing that Shen Wei was a wealthy second-generation individual, and his followers were merely company employees. To avoid causing a significant uproar, they had intentionally arrived unarmed. Even without knives or clubs, entering the fray completely empty-handed. When the police eventually intervened, the dealers found themselves unable to even fight back in desperation. Thus, this vast force created by a wealthy second-generation individual was merely a child's game. While there were fights and bullying, there was no serious oppression if Shen Wei were to harass women. It would not be long before his identity was exposed, and he could very well find himself on the receiving end of such harassment. Hence, he refrained from engaging in such behavior. One could say that Shen Wei was careful in avoiding major incidents, with minor ones limited to brawls, and thanks to his affluent father's connections and reputation, the police in Chaqing turned a blind eye to his ostentatious antics. For Chen Haoran, being targeted by Shen Wei amounted to little more than a major brawl. There were no other concerns, which contributed to his nonchalance. Of course, the most significant reason for his calmness was his belief in his own formidable strength, confident that he could face down even hundreds of adversaries with ease. Observing Chen Haoran's utter lack of concern for potential danger, Nielongzhen spoke with a serious tone. Haoran, you are not part of the police department, so you are unaware of the changes that have occurred under Shen Wei's command over the years. What? Chen Haoran exclaimed in astonishment. And the video trembled slightly, revealing that Nie Yuxuan, holding the phone, was equally startled. After lighting a cigarette, Nielongzhen continued. Indeed, Shen Wei's faction is no longer the same as it once was. 2 years ago. That foolish rich kid appointed someone named Tai Jun as his deputy general manager. Tai Jun is capable and astute, and thus has gained Shen Wei's trust, managing the affairs of his followers. Upon assuming the role of deputy general manager, Tai Jun maintained a facade of normalcy, yet inadvertently absorbed the local youth of Chaqing into his ranks. Whenever there was an operation, it was these individuals whom the foolish rich kid would deploy to flaunt his power, rather than those office workers. After several such instances, the original part-time employees effectively distanced themselves, and it can be said that the current members have transformed into a group of genuine social delinquents, meaning they have evolved into a true dark force. Moreover, the police have already taken note of the emergence of illegal activities such as gambling and vice within Shen Wei's establishments, while narcotics have yet to surface. It is evidently only a matter of time, as the police have observed that Shen Wei's youths are beginning to spend lavishly. Once they taste the sweetness of easy money, it is inevitable they will delve into the lucrative drug trade. Chen Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? They are actually getting involved in vice and drugs? That Prince Shen Wei must have lost his mind. He is his father's only son, and his father's wealth is at least in the tens of billions. Almost 100 billion. With such vast wealth at his disposal, how could he possibly indulge in vice and drugs? The veins on Nielongzhen's forehead throbbed in frustration. You truly are a fool. Did you not comprehend what I just said? That group is no longer under the foolish rich kid's command. They are now under Tai Jun's. Chapter 21. Dan Cheng. Whether one is foolish or not is not the issue. The crux is that Chen Haoran did not regard these formidable adversaries with any seriousness. However, poor Uncle Nia, the father of Chen Haoran's fiancée, was exceedingly anxious. In the coming days, you are to remain at home obediently, not venturing out anywhere. Only after I resolve this matter will you be able to resume your normal life. If there is nothing to eat at home, I will have Yuxuan bring you something. After reprimanding Chen Haoran, Nielongzhen issued his command and huffily retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. At that moment, the screen switched back to reveal Nie Yuxuan's visage. Once her father was out of sight, a suppressed giggle escaped her lips. With a playful smile, she extended her fair finger toward the screen, as if to poke Chen Haoran's forehead, saying, Be good now, do not go out. Wait patiently, your sister will bring you something delicious. Chen Haoran felt somewhat helpless at her referring to herself as a sister, given that she was merely about 10 months his senior and appeared to be a typical girl next door. Scratching his head, he suddenly recalled something and inquired, You haven't informed my parents, have you? Not at all. My dad said that since the department is already keeping an eye on Shen Wei's subordinates, dealing with them is merely a matter of days, so there is no need to notify uncle and aunt. You just need to stay hidden at home for these few days, Nie Yuxuan replied with a smile. Relieved, Chen Haoran quickly shifted the topic. By the way, why is Uncle Nia the one cooking? Where's Aunt Xiao? Mom left for a business trip this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have specifically returned at noon to have lunch with her. Dad was worried I would go hungry, so he hurried back to cook. Seeing his genuine effort, I couldn't bring myself to take over, Nie Yuxuan said with a proud expression. Chen Haoran raised his eyebrows. Well aware of the reason for Nie Yuxuan's pride, her culinary skills were quite impressive, though she never revealed them to her parents. By the way, have you noticed anything strange? Nie Yuxuan suddenly tilted her head and asked. What? Chen Haoran's curiosity was piqued. Well, you call my dad uncle, so logically you should call my mom aunt. Why do you always refer to her as auntie? Nia Yuxuan asked, her large eyes filled with curiosity. Chen Haoran shrugged. You do the same, don't you? Besides, my mom and your mom have been best friends for decades, right? Based on their relationship, I should actually call your dad and uncle, but that feels odd, so I just call him uncle instead. Hiki, it does seem that way. But as my dad says, titles can change depending on the relationship, Nia Yuxuan said as if struck by a thought, playfully sticking out her tongue. After some light-hearted chatter, the voice of Nia Longjin calling for dinner echoed from the other side of the phone. Hiki, did you hear that? Should I bring you some food? Nia Yuxuan asked with a grin. No need. I just ate something earlier and am quite full. Chen Haoran quickly shook his head in refusal. Thinking about how he still had to consume the body-refining pill later. How could he possibly eat a meal? Well then, let's not chat any further. Remember not to go out tomorrow. I will come to check on you. Also, refrain from eating sweet and sour ribs, lest you suffer from an upset stomach again. Nia Yuxuan playfully wrinkled her nose and ended the call. I would never steal that foolish dog's food. Chen Haoran shouted in frustration. After hanging up his phone, he couldn't help but stroke his chin, contemplating the words of Uncle Nia. Unexpectedly, the toy of a super-rich second generation had undergone a transformation, although he was supposed to stay at home to cultivate over the next few days. It was quite unpleasant to have such a changed object watching him. As he pondered, a glimmer of determination sparked in Chen Haoran's eyes. He immediately grabbed his phone and began searching for information about Shenwei on the local forum of Chaqing. Upon discovering the general locations where Shenwei frequented, Chen Haoran sneered a few times before returning to his room to rummage through his belongings for a set of black sportswear and a headband. After wrapping the headband around his head and donning the loose-fitting attire, he took on the appearance of a hip-hop youth. Pulling the headband down to cover his face, he performed a few gestures to ensure there were no obstructions, then adjusted it back to secure it around his head. With a wicked grin at his reflection in the mirror, he mused, in the future, people often eliminate dangers at their inception, so if one can avoid offending others, they should. If they do offend, they must retaliate fiercely. I shall do the same. Of course, Chen Haoran did not venture outside immediately. Not to mention that his body-refining pill was still being concocted. It was also not yet the time for those small-time delinquents to be out and about. He had to wait. Thus, he restrained his impulses and turned on the television to pass the time. There was no other choice, as he could not cultivate his mental prowess at that moment. Otherwise, he would likely wake up to find it was already the next day. He also could not exhaust himself with physical training. So watching television was the only way to kill time. Chen Haoran waited and waited, finally reaching 11 p.m. Just as he was about to leap up in excitement to head out, he suddenly caught a whiff of a burnt odor, which filled him with delight. Oh, I never expected the body-refining pill would be ready at this moment. Truly, heaven does not allow the green snake gang to thrive. He hurried to the kitchen, turned off the gas, and donned heat-resistant gloves to retrieve the alchemical furnace. Upon unscrewing the lid, a plume of acrid black smoke billowed forth, nearly choking him, gritting his teeth against the discomfort. He used a long-handled spoon to scrape the black residue into a bowl, then added honey syrup to completely submerge the clump of ash. After stirring it with chopsticks to ensure a thorough amalgamation, a sticky, glutinous mass of a dark substance emerged, gazing at the sizable ball. Roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, Chen Haoran swallowed hard. It seems my alchemical skills are unreliable, or perhaps the quality of the herbs was subpar. How could the body-refining pill, which should be no larger than a fingertip, end up this enormous? However, it should be fine. In the future, I've never heard of anyone failing to produce a body-refining pill when following the formula. Besides, I used a first-grade furnace and added a 1 efficacy boost. It's just unfortunate that this repulsive color and size make it utterly impossible to convince Xiao Xian to consume it. Muttering to himself while suppressing his discomfort, Chen Haoran boldly swallowed the black, gooey substance in one gulp. Indeed, the consequence of forcing it down his throat was nearly choking him on the spot. Chen Haoran rolled his eyes. Had it not been for some inexplicable rule causing the pill to rapidly soften and dissolve once it entered his throat, he might have become the first person to choke on a pill of his own making. However, once the pill was swallowed, a broad smile spread across his face the moment it entered his stomach. It began to take effect. Chen Haoran felt as though his entire digestive tract was ablaze. As long as the pill was concocted according to the rules, it would indeed be effective before the surge of energy. Just like the original cultivation method, it turned out the predictions of those powerful beings in the future were true. This world has always contained energy and those mysterious rules, but people simply failed to perceive them clearly. Oh, the burning sensation is spreading throughout my body. How exhilarating. Shinharan reveled in the sensation without needing to do anything, as he was merely breaking through to the first stage. The breakthrough to the first stage was the simplest, requiring one to train their body to level 0.9, then consume a body-refining pill, naturally resulting in a smooth progression to the first stage. There were no unexpected challenges. Anyone could achieve it. Of course, this was under the condition that one could reach level 0.9. If they couldn't, consuming the body-refining pill would merely increase their level without any danger. This was also why Chun Haoran wanted to coax Nie Yuxuan into taking it. It could enhance her physique without any risk. It was low cost and easy to concoct. Why not allow his loved ones to reap some benefits? Naturally, the best approach would be to let Nie Yuxuan and others he cared about cultivate on their own for a while, only consuming the pill when ready to break through. Although it was possible to break through to the first stage solely through consuming pills, some individuals who were averse to hardship would resort to this method. However, those who chose to progress through the proper path, like Chun Haoran, would confidently declare they could take on 10 at once. As the fiery sensation enveloped his head, Chun Haoran suddenly felt a muffled roar. And then the burning sensation vanished, leaving a refreshing coolness throughout his body. With experience, Chun Haoran knew that at this moment, he had reached the first stage. Chapter 0022, Advancement and Turmoil, with his cultivation clearly enhanced. It was time to check his personal information. System, display my status. Chun Haoran casually requested. In response, a display of his status appeared before him. Host, Chun Haoran, male, 16 years of bone age, owes 10 points. Daily interest of 1 point. 100 times interest has been deducted in advance. Physical training. First stage 0.9, mortal level 0 stage 1. Mental power. First stage 2.2, mortal level 0 stage 1. Skills? None. Humph. I have indeed reached the first stage, and I am only 0.1 away from the first stage 1. My mental power is actually increased by 0.1, but that makes sense. That burning sensation in my head must have enhanced my mental power. System, I didn't expect you to be so reliable this time. This status display is quite useful. It allows me to clearly see my progress and understand my current position, while also providing a clear vision of my future goals, motivating me to climb higher. This is far better than blindly training without knowing my advancement. The further I go, the more crucial your ability to display my status becomes, completely compensating for your other useless functions. Just having this feature is worth it. Chun Haoran exclaimed joyfully. He was not wrong. The higher one's strength, the more challenging it became to perceive progress. In the future, many would either exploit their strength recklessly due to stagnation or lose confidence and go with the flow. With only a few possessing the tenacity to forge ahead, if everyone had a means to clearly see their progress at every moment and understand how much further they needed to advance, one could imagine that the future would be filled with powerful beings and the world would shine brighter, rather than having only a handful of individuals standing atop the pinnacle. With such a system, Chun Haoran was certain he would not share in the confusion of most. He would confidently step onto the path to greatness. The system, however, did not respond to Chun Haoran's praise, leaving the interaction silent. Ignoring the system, he proceeded to take the black sportswear he had prepared for going out and headed for the shower. After all, after advancing to the first stage, his body's pores had expelled a significant amount of black impurities, and he couldn't bear to go out without a proper cleansing. Just as Chun Haoran vigorously scrubbed under the shower head, bubbles flying everywhere, the system abruptly chimed in. Ding! New task activated. Within 24 hours. Bite the left calf of 10 men. Reward, 1 point. Task rewards can be stacked. For instance, biting the left calf of 20 men yields a reward of 2 points, and so forth. Chun Haoran froze, clenching his fists until they creaked, a voice escaping his teeth. What nonsense system! I am not a dog. I refuse to bite men's left calves. Just give me an electric shock punishment instead. As you wish. The system replied indifferently. Soon, a tingling sensation emanated from Chun Haoran's bones. Initially believing he could brush off the electric shock punishment, he forgot that he was now at the first stage. And the system's electric shocks had also escalated accordingly. Consequently, he was caught off guard and began rolling on the floor, screaming in agony. After 60 seconds, panting heavily, Chun Haoran gritted his teeth and said, "You've really outdone yourself this time. This electric shock packs quite a punch. Thank you for the compliment." Was that a compliment? Can we still have a pleasant exchange? Chun Haoran jestingly remarked, and then suddenly recalled something, his spirits lifting as he anxiously inquired, "By the way, system, Has the person who shares the system with me accepted the task I mentioned last time? Dot. System data is missing, unable to assess. The host may monitor the points. If the points increase, it indicates that the shared user has accepted and completed the task. Damn it, if that's how you determine it. Why am I even asking you? We can share, yet I have no way of knowing what the other party is doing. This system is utterly useless. Chinharan retorted irritably. The system fell silent. Faced with such a worthless system, Chinharan felt helpless. However, one thing was certain. Someone indeed shared the system with him. As he stroked his chin, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Would that fellow dare to undertake such a bizarre and manic task? If this individual accepted and completed it, it would genuinely be impressive. Perhaps the next day's news in Chowching would be filled with sensational reports of a person biting another. Forget it. No need to think about that guy. I should focus on my own matters. Chinharan shook his head, turned off the shower, dried himself, changed into a black tracksuit, donned a headscarf, put on his shoes, grabbed his phone, and stepped outside. Inside Nie Yuxuan's home, all was silent. Nie Longzhen had accompanied his daughter for dinner before heading off to work early. Meanwhile, Nie Yuxuan lay down to rest, as she needed to rise early the next day to purchase groceries for the day, and then supervise the little rascal at his home, naturally requiring a good night's sleep. At that moment, Tian Siyu, who was lying under Nie Yuxuan's bed, suddenly raised its head, eyes gleaming with excitement, vigorously nodding. It then extended its long tongue to lick its lips, revealing a greedy smile. Tian Siyu got up to peek at the sleeping Nie Yuxuan. Stealthily tiptoeing to the door, gently opening it, and slipping outside, deftly closing it behind with a flick of its tail. It then dashed to the main entrance, carefully disengaged the door latch, gently pried it open, and slipped out, finally ensuring the door remained ajar to avoid closing completely, leaving its slumbering owner undisturbed. Tian Siyu felt quite at ease. After all the residents in this neighborhood were affiliated with the police system, and thieves would not dare to commit crimes within a 3-mile radius. Moreover, this house belonged to the top officer, so even if the door were left open for a month, nothing would go missing. At that moment, Tian Siyu flashed a cheeky grin at the surveillance camera above, wagging its tail, and swiftly took the emergency staircase down to the first floor, skillfully dodging people appearing in the garden and, seizing the opportunity while the security guard at the booth was distracted, bolted outside. Once on the bustling street, Tian Siyu first frolicked joyfully, darting back and forth, then squatted by the roadside, head tilted, sniffing the air as it surveyed the surrounding men. Tian Siyu, having been meticulously groomed by the somewhat fastidious Nie Yuxuan, boasted a coat that gleamed with a glossy sheen, making it highly appealing in appearance. Thus, as it squatted by the roadside, it quickly attracted the attention of passers-by. However, while the men were intimidated by the husky's peculiar gaze and chose to walk around it, women eagerly approached to pet the husky's fur. With a bewildered expression, Tian Siyu was unable to sniff out any sense due to the overwhelming affection from the women. In its moment of exasperation, a familiar figure sprang to mind, that of Chinharan. Instantly, its eyes sparkled. Breaking free from the women's clutches, it set off at a rapid pace towards the neighborhood where Chinharan resided. Just as Tian Siyu was about to dash into the neighborhood, it suddenly came to a screeching halt, twisting its body to hide behind a nearby tree, cautiously peeking towards the entrance. There, it spotted Chinharan, wrapped in a headscarf and clad in loose sportswear, walking out. Tian Siyu tilted its head in confusion, but when it saw Chinharan ride away on a shared bicycle, it wasted no time in following suit. Chapter 0023. The little follower behind Chinharan pedaled swiftly, and Tian Siyu ran at a commendable pace as well. However, it had to dodge people and avoid the children who rushed toward it upon seeing its adorable appearance. If Tian Siyu could voice its thoughts, it would undoubtedly express its frustration. What is wrong with these parents? Don't they realize it's already past 11 p.m.? Bringing their children out to play at this hour is such a nuisance. After several attempts, Tian Siyu lost sight of Chinharan, but it seemed unfazed, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air before wagging its tail and running purposefully in a specific direction. At this moment, it must be said that Nie Yuxuan and Chinharan's dim-witted husky was not lacking in canine instincts. After considerable effort, when Tian Siyu finally spotted a building shimmering with colorful lights from a distance, Chinharan happened to enter the building just then. Raising its head proudly, Tian Siyu scratched the ground with its paw, seemingly pleased with itself, and strutted toward the establishment. If Chinharan were to glance back at this moment, he would surely be taken aback. It seemed Tian Siyu had become notably more astute. A few suited men stood guard at the entrance, and, upon seeing Tianxiu poised to enter. They quickly waved their hands dismissively, their expressions filled with disdain. Tianxiu, nose twitching, gazed at the men in black with bright eyes, its mouth slightly agape as drool dripped down. The initially indifferent doorman could not help but notice the husky's peculiar gaze, prompting one of them to shiver involuntarily. "I say, this dog seems a bit odd. Could it be rabbit? Damn it. Hurry and grab a stick to drive this dog away, if it bites a guest. We all in trouble." Another man, resembling a foreman, shouted at his subordinates while fixating on the husky. Tianxiu, who seemed to understand the situation, so before the men in black could fetch their sticks, it simply licked its lips and turned to leave. The men in black exchanged glances, bewildered. The previously timid doorman visibly relaxed. "Damn, why does that husky feel so sinister? I should go burn some incense at Rong Shun's place for protection." This sentiment was immediately echoed by all, including the foreman. Just then, a cacophony erupted behind them, and the suited men turned to see their companions bowing and ushering a throng of guests outside. The guests appeared unperturbed, though it was peculiar that they were all clutching 2 bottles of red wine. "What is going on?" the foreman inquired, pulling aside a similarly ranked colleague for gossip. "Well, what else could it be? This afternoon, the general manager, the one named Shinwei, sent someone over, and the general manager ordered them to clear the place with wine," the colleague explained, nodding and bowing to the departing guests while displaying visible impatience toward the foreman. "Damn, are we just sending guests away like this, and giving away such a large quantity of wine for free? Don't they realize how this will tarnish our club's reputation? I shudder to think of how this will impact our earnings this month." The foreman seethed with anger. "What else can we do? He is not only the general manager but also our boss, and this club is his. He can be reckless with his money." The colleague retorted sarcastically. "Boss my foot. I don't recognize him. His money isn't shared with us. If it weren't for our hard work, this club wouldn't be thriving. We toil to earn, and Shinwei just comes along and messes everything up." The foreman's face was filled with resentment, nearly boiling over with rage. It was clear that Shinwei was not particularly well liked. The two continued to whisper for a while longer, but it seemed this topic would yield no resolution, as they, mere pawns, had no power to change anything. Eventually, amidst their idle chatter, the guests departed. "All right, close the door. That unfortunate kid will have to endure Shinwei's wrath. Remember to call for an ambulance." Once the guests had left, the colleague waved dismissively as he entered. "Damn it. Now we have to find someone to take the blame. I wonder who will be the unfortunate one." The foreman sighed helplessly, gesturing for his subordinates to shut the door while complaining. The other suited men, previously too intimidated to speak up due to their lower status, now felt emboldened with their superior present and began voicing their grievances. "Foreman, dealing with a general manager like this is no picnic. He is so reckless. Driving away guests just to punish someone, and giving away so much wine. There is no way to run a business like this." "Exactly. He is a super-rich second generation, completely oblivious to the struggles of the less fortunate. We all struggling to make ends meet. How can he just waste resources like this? Without earnings, we'll have to survive on the wind. All right, enough of that. We still have the vice president, Brother June. He'll lead us to earn money." The foreman scolded his subordinates to cease their complaints. "Yes, we still have the vice president, Brother June. If only he were the general manager," one of the subordinates lamented. The foreman raised an eyebrow but refrained from responding. As the door closed, he waved his hand. "Let us go. There is no business tonight, so we might as well head inside to watch the show. Ugh. Tonight we'll be living on fresh air. Damn it. Shinwei is so reckless. That kid who offended him is undoubtedly in for a world of hurt by coming here. Perhaps that kid is aware of Shinwei's temperament, so he is braving it and coming to face the music. After all, knowing Shinwei's character, after a beating, he'll not only cover medical expenses, but also have nothing to worry about. It seems the kid must have received some clever advice, or else a mere teenager wouldn't dare to walk into the lioness den. How unfortunate, if I get the chance later. I'll kick that kid a few times. As long as I don't kick him to death, it'll be fine." As the laughter of the few departed, the heavy door creaked open slightly, allowing the essence of sweet and sour to slip inside. It raised its head, sniffing eagerly, eyes sparkling with excitement, licking its lips and wagging its tail, even dancing a cha-cha as it moved forward with exuberance. Chenhauren had a clear objective in coming to this nightclub, for the forum had reported that this was the favored haunt of Shinwei, who typically spent his evenings here indulging in drinks and dancing. Due to the intimidation of the toy syndicate and Shun Wei's status as a super-rich second-generation heir, this nightclub could be deemed the best-equipped and safest venue in Chongqing, frequently hosting renowned DJs, thus ensuring a thriving business. Upon entering, the throngs of people and the deafening music were immediately evident. Initially, Chen Haoran had intended to take some time searching for Shen Wei, but upon lifting his gaze, he spotted Shen Wei on the elevated platform, donned in headphones, immersed in the rhythm of the music. Having seen Shen Wei's photographs while researching on the forum, he had already connected him to the person he had struck earlier that afternoon, allowing him to recognize him at once. Consequently, Chen Haoran boldly approached the platform, snatched an unknown beer bottle from a bystander, and smashed it against Shen Wei's side. Shen Wei, self-proclaimed Prince of Chongqing, clad in a Hawaiian ensemble, was fully immersed in his musical performance. Just as he was reaching the peak of his excitement, the beer bottle beside him unexpectedly joined the revelry. In a moment of surprise, Shen Wei let out a scream, his gaze snapping towards Chen Haoran, who was cheerfully waving from below. In the manager's office on the top floor of the nightclub, a robust man was enjoying a cigar while listening to another muscular figure report, Brother June. Within the scope of our additional business, our 13 venues have garnered over 30 million this month. I truly wonder what the general manager is thinking. Previously, these businesses were handed off to others, wasting the potential of these prime locations. Hey, he's a super rich second-generation heir. 30 million is hardly a concern for him. If he runs out of money, he can just call his father, and a few hundred million would be at his disposal. Tai Jun replied dismissively. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the muscular man hesitated before asking, Brother Jun, now that everyone above and below is on our side, when will you rise to power? Rise to power? What position? Lao Chi, the money we're making now is ours. If trouble arises, the police will come for Shen Wei, the general manager. Isn't it better to remain carefree behind Shen Wei? Tai Jun countered with a sidelong glance. Brother Jun, are we to spend our lives hiding behind that useless figure? Lao Chi expressed his discontent. Haha. It's not yet time, and what use is it to vie for that hollow title? When the higher-ups make a serious move, even the most formidable big shots must flee. So, let us focus on making money, with wealth. Where can't we enjoy ourselves? Tai Jun chuckled. Observing Lao Chi's lingering discontent, Tai Jun sighed, realizing he must provide some clarity to maintain morale among his subordinates. Otherwise, his own tasks would become increasingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for Lao Chi to come closer, whispering a few words. Lao Chi's eyes lit up with excitement as he murmured, Brother Jun, I didn't expect you to have such grand ambitions. Humph. If I didn't want to aim high, why would I, Tai Jun, come to this third-tier city to take orders from a second-generation heir? Tai Jun declared with pride. Hee, Brother Jun, when do we make our move? Lao Chi eagerly rubbed his hands together. After some time, the timing must be just right. So, Lao Chi, remind the brothers below that the general manager is the general manager. Behind the scenes, there should be no idle chatter. When it's time to show respect, it must be given. Tai Jun instructed firmly. Understood. I will ensure they comply. Lao Chi promised, patting his chest. Hey, why has it suddenly gone quiet? Tai Jun frowned, perplexed. Although the room was soundproof, it could not entirely muffle the blaring music from below. Now, an eerie silence fell, causing Tai Jun's heart to skip a beat. Lao Chi couldn't help but feel anxious, stating, I'll go check. Their nervousness was warranted, as sudden changes could spell disaster for those engaged in such dealings. However, before Lao Chi could act, a similarly imposing figure burst into the room, wearing an expression of displeasure. Upon seeing him, both Tai Jun and Lao Chi released a sigh of relief. Lao Chi then inquired, Lao Shisan, what happened? Why did it suddenly go quiet below? Lao Shisan erupted in frustration. Brother Jun, Brother Chi, we can't conduct business like this. We had just lured in a few fat sheep, and that little punk Shen Wei cleared the floor, giving everyone 2 bottles of fine liquor. Tonight's efforts were in vain. Cleared the floor? Did Shen Wei catch that young man from this afternoon? Tai Jun asked, taken aback. Who knows? Lao Shisan replied with irritation. Tai Jun inhaled deeply and stood up, saying, Let's go. As subordinates, we must support the general manager. I refuse to go. Lao Shisan protested, sulking on the sofa. Yet, after Lao Chi whispered a few words to him, he sprang up, staring at Tai Jun, asking, Brother Jun, is what Lao Chi said true? Tai Jun nodded, of course, but don't let it spread. Hee, I have the tightest lips. I knew Brother Jun wouldn't let this go to waste. It seems you're preparing for something. Lao Shisan's comment was cut short by a punch from Lao Chi, But he bore no ill will, rubbing his belly with a beaming smile as he followed along. Leading the way, Tai-jun shook his head, realizing it was indeed necessary to instill hope in his brothers. After all, discussing certain matters had noticeably lifted everyone's spirits. Meanwhile, Shinwei stood atop the DJ platform, casting a disdainful gaze at Shinhaoren. His eyes twitched in irritation, for the young man beneath him, who had shattered a bottle, displayed no fear and remained utterly composed, a demeanor that truly vexed him. However, he suppressed his anger, waiting until the guests had departed before seizing the microphone and arrogantly shouting, "Surround him." In an instant, nearly 100 men clad in service attire encircled the bar area, each wearing a displeased expression as they fixed their gaze on Shinhaoren. It was indeed odd for them to be in good spirits. The evening's festivities had barely begun when the lively atmosphere abruptly ceased. Contemplating the money lost, they refrained from immediately attacking Shinhaoren, which was a testament to their restraint. "You, boy, I admire your audacity in coming here, so I shall grant you a chance if you can defeat 3 of my men. I will let you go and refrain from pursuing any further consequences," Shinwei proclaimed condescendingly into the microphone. However, while he believed his words to be imposing, both sides found them lacking. The service staff present felt that losing an entire night's worth of business could not be settled by merely sending 3 men to challenge him. Did he think this was child's play? Their dissatisfaction erupted into a cacophony of shouts. Meanwhile, Shinhaoren merely scoffed in response. Such a brash character. Shinwei truly appeared somewhat dim-witted, thinking he had the leisure to play games. He was here for a decisive resolution, after all. Thus, he chose not to respond, instead charging into the encirclement, delivering a powerful punch that sent one man crumpling to the ground, clutching his abdomen, and following up with a kick that sent another crashing into 3 or 4 others. Shinhaoren's sudden actions left everyone momentarily stunned, but as they regained their senses, they found that 7 or 8 men had already fallen on the right side of the DJ platform. "Fight! Surround him! Beat him to a pulp!" Shinwei screamed into the microphone, the blatant disrespect from Shinhaoren evoking memories of the punch that had knocked him to the ground earlier that afternoon. Igniting a furious rage within him. In truth, Shinwei needn't have called for action. The staff, witnessing their comrades being assaulted, felt a surge of humiliation at the sight of a single individual battling against hundreds. Some impulsive ones rushed in without a second thought, while the more cunning grabbed beer bottles, chairs, and sticks, forming a perimeter around the chaos. At that moment, Tai-jun happened to be at the stairway. Witnessing the scene unfold, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Is he truly a martial artist? But how arrogant! Even a world champion in unarmed combat couldn't take on 100 men, let alone 100. Even 10 would bring him to ruin. Brother Jun, those guys are getting heated. They might end up killing him if Shinwei gets arrested. It would jeopardize our plans." One of Tai-jun's subordinates expressed his concerns. "Indeed. You must go down and advise them to cool their tempers and refrain from using weapons." Tai-jun nodded in agreement. 2 subordinates acknowledged his order and prepared to descend, but upon seeing the current situation, they dashed down, exclaiming, "We must stop them quickly, or that kid will surely be killed." Their urgency stemmed from the sight of Shinhaoren effortlessly taking down a dozen men, prompting a foreman to shout with reddened eyes, "Everyone, swarm him and hold him down. No matter how strong he is, we must overpower him." His words immediately jolted the nearly dazed waiter back to reality, prompting a chorus of shouts as they recklessly hurled themselves at Shinhaoren. Despite swiftly knocking down several of them, Shinhaoren found himself besieged from all directions, arms clinging to his limbs, his thighs, and his waist. The waiters, brimming with excitement akin to a rugby match, continued to leap at him, ultimately overwhelming him in a chaotic pile. Iron Army exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head in preparation to ascend the stairs when, suddenly, a series of anguished screams erupted. Turning to investigate, he was astonished to witness the heap of bodies scattering in disarray, revealing Shinhaoren, one hand clutching his trousers while the other seized a waiter's collar, tossing him aside amidst a string of curses. Meanwhile, Lao Chi and Lao Shi, who had initially intended to advise restraint, halted in their tracks, their expressions turning grave as they glanced at Iron Army above. Iron Army gestured for them to return, his cigar between his teeth emitting wisps of smoke, his eyes glinting with an inscrutable light as he observed Shinhaoren's formidable display, toppling the waiters on his right without effort. "Brother Jun, that kid is no mere practitioner. His movements lack any semblance of technique, yet his stamina and striking power vastly exceed that of an average martial artist," remarked the 2 men who had just arrived, their faces etched with concern. Your perception is commendable. He is indeed no ordinary practitioner, but a true martial artist. Heh, I never anticipated that this third-tier city of Chaching harbored such hidden talents, Iron Army replied, filled with admiration. A martial artist, Brother June, what should we do? Lao Chi and Lao Shi's faces flickered with momentary worry. Does this concern us? This is a mess of Shen Wei's making, Iron Army shrugged nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lao Chi and Lao Shi instantly relaxed, chuckling. Indeed, this is Shen Wei's doing. It has nothing to do with us. With their spirits lifted, they took refuge in their elevated perch, enjoying the spectacle of the brawl while offering commentary. Hey, look at all those objects being hurled. Even a martial artist would find that troublesome, right? Lao Shi exclaimed excitedly. Lao Chi shook his head in disagreement. For a martial artist, such attacks are mere trifles. Iron Army remained silent. Calmly observing the scene below, the waiters on the periphery, armed with bottles, chairs, and sticks, who had been awaiting their chance, instead of fleeing in fear after witnessing Chen Haoren's prowess, appeared eager to join the fray. Hurling their makeshift weapons, bottles, chairs, sticks, and even small tables and fruit platters, like a torrential downpour toward him as these projectiles descended, Chen Haoren grinned. To him, their speed seemed almost static. Indeed, when he reached the third tier, he could easily disregard most lightweight firearms, and having experienced the fourth tier's prowess, the feeble ripples of such attacks were nothing to him. Therefore, he merely shifted a little, dodging a few incoming objects and effortlessly evading what appeared to be a grand barrage. The waiters, who had initially expected to see the arrogant boy crushed and bloodied beneath the onslaught, were left dumbfounded when they witnessed him merely sidestepping and twisting his body, emerging unscathed from the deluge. This astonishing reality clashed violently with their expectations, leaving them all in a state of shock. Iron Army clapped his hands a few times, his cigar in his mouth as he exclaimed in admiration, "Not bad. Not bad. I initially thought he was just a talented youth newly embarking on the path of martial arts, but it seems he has mastered his perception, agility, and poise to an extraordinary degree. Now, let us see if he is truly a martial artist." Although Lao Chi and Lao Shi were equally impressed by Chen Haoren's evasiveness, they were momentarily taken aback by Iron Army's words. Lao Shi couldn't help but ask, "Brother June, what do you mean by that? Is he not a true martial artist?" "No, when I refer to a martial artist, I speak of a level," Iron Army replied nonchalantly, leaving Lao Chi and Lao Shi feeling as if they had been struck by lightning. "Brother June, you can't be suggesting that he is the martial artist beyond the practitioner phase, can you?" Lao Chi stammered. Iron Army nodded. "That's impossible. How old is he? He hasn't even fully matured yet, and he has already attained the status of a martial artist? Remember, Brother June, you only broke through to that level 2 years ago." Lao Shi exclaimed in disbelief. "Shoo. Just watch quietly, and you will understand." Iron Army smiled. Lao Chi and Lao Shi fell silent, turning their gaze back to the tumult below, though their expressions betrayed a sense of incredulity at the thought of such a young boy achieving the status of a martial artist. Chen Haoren, having no intention of allowing the waiters on his left to recover, swiftly flew past them, delivering punches and kicks with ease, dispatching those still in a dazed state on the DJ platform. Shen Wei stared in a daze at his subordinate sprawled on the ground, gazing at Chen Haoren, who, after defeating nearly 100 men, appeared only slightly wrinkled in his attire yet remained remarkably composed. Observing Chen Haoren striding confidently toward him, Shen Wei glanced around, realizing he was left with only 2 loyal subordinates, one expressionless and the other nervously chattering his teeth, both of whom had previously been dealt with by that detestable youth. With Iron Army, their strongest asset, absent, Shen Wei could only swallow hard, picking up the microphone that had never left his side, his face a mask of despair, conflict, and humiliation as he dryly stated, "This time you win. I concede." However, Shen Wei's defiance resurfaced as he shouted, "But I haven't lost completely. I still have my strongest deputy. Iron Army, if you have the guts, wait for his return. I'll call him right now." He fumbled for his phone. From his vantage point above, Iron Army, despite maintaining his calm demeanor, couldn't help but curse under his breath, pulling out his phone and crushing it with a single forceful grip. Chen Haoren paused for a moment. Incredulous, did this wealthy second generation truly believe he was merely playing house in this brawl? Wait a moment. The signal here might be poor. The call hasn't gone through yet. Shen Wei shouted urgently at Chen Haoren. His voice amplified through the microphone. Chen Haoren shook his head in exasperation. Indeed, This fool was proving to be quite an amusing challenge. Just as he prepared to leap onto the DJ platform to deliver a severe and memorable lesson to Shen Wei, the cold-faced youth suddenly sprang into action, leaping from the DJ booth and unleashing a flurry of rapid kicks toward Chen Haoran. The speed of those kicks was astounding, appearing almost as shadows. Reminiscent of a comic book effect, in an instant, Chen Haoran brought his arms together to block, but after a cacophony of strikes, he found himself pushed back several meters, the dance floor marked by deep grooves from his feet. Yet, as the cold-faced youth landed, he executed a swift spinning kick, sending Chen Haoran soaring several meters away. Shen Wei, clutching both the phone and microphone, and the long-haired lackey, who was poised to flee at the first sign of trouble, stood frozen, mouths agape, drooling slightly, their eyes bulging as they stared in disbelief at the stunning spectacle before them. The long-haired lackey exclaimed with a flushed face, brimming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Shen Wei blinked in surprise, then suddenly came to his senses, immediately leaping up with enthusiasm, microphone in hand, shouting, "Ao Tian, you are incredible. I shall appoint you as my deputy. We, as brothers, shall share the world equally." Hearing these words, the long-haired lackey momentarily froze, but could only display an expression of envy, jealousy, and resentment, unable to act on it. Lang Ao Tian paid him no mind, instead adopting a defensive stance, and soon after, Chen Haoran casually strolled over, tugging at his sleeve. "Wow. You were kicked away for several meters, and yet you remain unscathed?" the prince exclaimed in terror. "Experience is the best teacher. No wonder my father insisted on pairing me with such a stoic fellow." Lang Ao Tian turned to Shen Wei, who resembled a pampered heir, and with a slight, involuntary curl of his lips, shot him a fierce glare. Shen Wei, caught in the chill of that indifferent gaze, felt his aura drop to zero, muttering, "Ao Tian, this assassin is quite intimidating." The long-haired lackey instinctively opened his mouth to speak but then shrank back, too timid to utter a sound. "Heh. Your ability to conceal your aura is quite remarkable. When I kicked you away at noon, I felt nothing unusual. I suppose you were merely suppressing your reactions because I refrained from further threatening Shen Wei?" Chen Haoran said with a grin. "How old are you?" Lang Ao Tian asked, unable to suppress a frown as he scrutinized Chen Haoran's youthful, radiant face. "Heh. I'm 16 years old, still in my prime," Chen Haoran replied, noticing the twitch at the corner of Lang Ao Tian's eye, which made him chuckle inwardly. Was he shocked? Surely, he had never encountered such a young prodigy before. The feeling of delivering a blow to one's ego is truly delightful. Not only did Lang Ao Tian's eye twitch, but even Tai Jun couldn't help but show a similar reaction, while Lao Qi and Lao Shi spat in disbelief, muttering curses under their breath. Troubled youths are indeed a peculiar bunch. "I'm from the Shiyun sect. Do not flood the Dragon King's temple," Lang Ao Tian stated, yet still maintained his defensive posture on the upper floor. Lao Qi and Lao Shi exchanged glances with Tai Jun, who, after puffing on his cigar, murmured, "I never expected them to be from the Shiyun sect. Humph, this Shen, the wealthy lord, truly knows how to attract influential sects. Heh, I'm just a wandering soul without a sect. Now that you're in my way, let us abide by the rules." Chen Haoran grinned, then rushed forward with a swift jab. Lang Ao Tian did not block. Instead, he merely sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike to Chen Haoran's back. Chen Haoran quickly performed a backflip, and Lang Ao Tian immediately retreated as well. What ensued was a flurry of attacks, dodges, blocks, and counterattacks that left the onlookers in a dazed. It continued until Chen Haoran, momentarily caught off guard, was struck by a side kick from Lang Ao Tian and collided with the DJ booth railing. The sturdy wooden railing shattered upon impact, and as Shen Wei, initially displeased by Lang Ao Tian's audacity, prepared to admonish him, he witnessed Chen Haoran rise unscathed and retaliate with a punch that sent the previously advancing Lang Ao Tian flying. In that moment, he knew what choice to make: to hide in the corner with the microphone, fervently cheering, "Go Ao Tian! Go Ao Tian! Ao Tian is the strongest! Defeat that scoundrel!" Chen Haoran, who had intended to pursue his attack, stumbled slightly at the sudden loud cheers. Observing the prince, who was both shouting and encouraging the long-haired lackey to join in, he couldn't help but sigh. People often say that the super-rich second-generation Shen Wei is quite straightforward. But this straightforwardness bears a resemblance to that of a husky, doesn't it? It seems he is indeed cut from the same cloth as sweet vinegar. Never mind, I'll ignore it and focus on bringing down that Lang Ao Tian. No, I shouldn't defeat him too quickly. It's not every day I encounter someone with a bit of foundation that I ought to use this opportunity to enhance my physicality and refine my first stage techniques. At this moment, Sweet Vinegar, lurking in the shadows, had its tail held straight and its posture upright, eyes wide as it observed Chunhauren's display of prowess, its canine face filled with disbelief. Suddenly, it sneezed, and the look of shock and confusion vanished in an instant. Its gaze shifted to the nearly 100 men lying unconscious on the ground, its mouth splitting into a grin. Eyes crescent-shaped, clearly expressing delight if it could translate its expression into human terms. Then, amidst the cacophony of Chunhauren and Lung Aotan wreaking havoc in the club, it stealthily approached a fallen waiter, seized the fabric of his uniform, and quietly dragged him aside. Just as Chunhauren smashed a table with a battle axe, it let out a howl, opened its gaping maw, and bit down on the unfortunate man's left calf. The unfortunate fellow screamed in agony, but his cries were drowned out by the sounds of battle. Sweet Vinegar, however, did not allow him to continue. It shook its head, sending the unfortunate man crashing into the wall, where he fell unconscious once more. Spinning and leaping, Sweet Vinegar closed its eyes. Chunhauren remained oblivious. Sweet Vinegar was reveling, joyous, and completely absorbed, taking advantage of the fierce battle between Chunhauren and Lung Aotian. It repeatedly performed its routine, dragging people by their clothes, biting calves, and knocking them out. As it piled up a collection of bodies in the corner, a delightful chime rang in its mind, accompanied by a strange smile on its face, its tail wagging like the blades of a fan. Ding! The system suddenly appeared before Chunhauren. Auto shut down. System, you ought to be more vigilant. Without hesitation, Chunhauren swiftly blocked the system prompt and eagerly charged towards Lung Aotan. Meanwhile, Sweet Vinegar was nodding vigorously, its greedy gaze fixed on the multitude of sprawled bodies, drooling as it chased after Chunhauren's swift movements. Chapter 0027. Negotiation on the DJ booth. Shun Wei and his long-haired lackey initially shouted encouragement with great excitement, but as time passed, their voices grew quieter and more dejected. By this point, even the most perceptive observer could discern that Chunhauren was using Lung Aotian as a training dummy. How could one miss that? Despite occasionally being knocked down by Lung Aotian, Chunhauren would spring back up swiftly, charging back into the fray with renewed vigor. Conversely, while Lung Aotian managed to maintain his aloof demeanor initially and could stand back up quickly after being knocked down, it became evident that as the fight progressed, Chunhauren remained vigorous while Lung Aotan was soon left gasping for breath. Though both appeared equally disheveled, one was calm and composed while the other was panting heavily. How could one not see who was more formidable? On the upper floor, Taijun could not help but spit in disbelief. That kid's strength is merely at the initial stage of a martial artist, but his physical resilience, particularly his endurance, is astonishing. Roughly estimated, his overall strength has already reached the mid-stage of a martial artist, and if his endurance can sustain this level of combat for an hour, he could be classified as a high-stage martial artist. Lao Chi and Lao Shi nodded gravely. Having previously envied such a young individual becoming a martial artist, now they could only harbor fear. As Taijun and his companions chatted, Chunhauren seized the opportunity to close in suddenly, delivering a powerful palm strike to Lung Aotian's chest, sending him crashing through the DJ booth, splitting it in two. That instead of pursuing and continuing his assault, Chunhauren wore a satisfied expression and clapped his hands to signify he was done. Meanwhile, Sweet Vinegar, still lurking in the shadows, was disappointed to see the fight come to an end, reluctantly retracting its mouth. That it then scrutinized its surroundings, its canine face revealing an indescribable, extreme satisfaction. After casting a glance at Chunhauren, it looked up towards the darkened upper floor, sniffed the air, curled its lip, and, without hesitation, slipped away. Chunhauren, too, felt content. His experience in the fourth stage allowed him to adeptly control the fight at the first stage. Yet there remained a slight disconnect between his body and the first stage, as the rapid elevation had not afforded him immediate adaptation. Now, after a good sparring session, the gap had closed, and he could confidently say he had truly reached the first stage. The final strike had evidently inflicted significant damage on Lung Aotian, who struggled for some time before managing to stand. Upon seeing Chunhauren approaching him with a confident stride, he stumbled and positioned himself protectively in front of Shun Wei. Shun Wei, whose face had already paled at the sight of Chunhauren advancing towards him, felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude when he saw the severely injured and disheveled Lung Ao Tan shielding him. Shouting into the microphone, "Ao Tian, I misjudged you. I had no idea you would protect me so fiercely." "Wait." Lung Ao Tian raised a hand to halt Chun Haoren's advance, and as Chun Haoren shrugged, preparing to speak, he was taken aback to see Lung Ao Tan pull out a mobile phone. This left Chun Haoren momentarily speechless, and he instinctively patted his own phone, realizing he had deliberately protected it, ensuring it remained unharmed. Yet, this fellow had been attacking recklessly. It was implausible for him to have safeguarded his phone amidst such ferocious combat. Could it be that he possesses some sort of storage treasure? That seems improbable. Few individuals in the future could wield items akin to legendary artifacts. Would this young man truly possess such a thing? As the tumultuous thoughts swirled in his mind, Lung Outyin made a phone call, and it was evident that a response was immediate on the other end. With an air of icy indifference, he remarked, "Mr. Shun, I have encountered the termination clause stipulated in the employment contract. Indeed, it is due to the trouble caused by your son." At this point, he lifted his phone to face Chun Haoren, stating, "Mr. Shinwei's father, Mr. Xinguahao, is willing to offer 10 million yuan for you to spare Shinwei. If this sum is insufficient, you may negotiate directly with him." Just then, before Chun Haoren could react, Shinwei, clutching the receiver, erupted with rage. "Here we go again. Do you think everything can be bought with money?" Gritting his teeth, he stormed up to Chun Haoren and shouted, "Go ahead and kill me. If you dare, do it without asking for money." This time, however, Lung Outyin did not intervene, merely continuing to hold the phone aloft towards Chun Haoren. Chun Haoren, scratching his ear, couldn't help but mutter, "Why does that sound a bit odd?" He then patted the defiant Shinwei on the shoulder, saying, "Come on, brother Shinwei, if your subordinates were truly under your control, I wouldn't be here tonight at all. I would have disregarded the midday conflict entirely. However, those under the command of your trusted aide, Tai Jun, pose a security risk, which is why I had to come personally to resolve it. Do you understand?" Shinwei was momentarily taken aback, his confusion evident as he asked, "What? Haven't I always been in charge of them?" With a resigned gesture, Chun Haoren slapped his forehead and shouted into Lung Outyin's phone, "Mr. Shin the Wealthy, now I understand why you kept your only son back home. If he were to venture into those big cities, it would be a wonder if he didn't end up losing everything." Lung Outyin still held the phone, but he now said, "The security risk you mentioned refers to Tai Jun. When he allied with Shinwei, his background was thoroughly investigated by Mr. Shun, and everything he has done over the years has been under Mr. Shun's watchful eye. Furthermore, barring any unforeseen events, the police will initiate a comprehensive investigation and crackdown on all departments under Shinwei's command in a few days." Chun Haoren nodded in realization. No wonder Uncle Nya said that in a couple of days they would deal with Shinwei's subordinates. It seems he had an arrangement with Mr. Shun the Wealthy. Thus, he simply replied, "In that case, I can rest easy." Without further ado, he turned and walked away, disregarding the proposition of 10 million yuan to cease his actions. Meanwhile, upstairs, Tai Jun bit his cigar in half, veins bulging on his forehead, as white vapor erupted from his nostrils. Naturally, Lao Chi and Lao Shi, filled with anxiety, inquired, "Brother Jun, what should we do? Our backgrounds are evidently known to the wealthy man. What else can we do? That wealthy man has long been wary of us. We can only make our exit." Tai Jun regained his calm demeanor, shrugging nonchalantly. "Brother Jun," Lao Chi called out, feeling humiliated, "don't worry, though they have toyed with us this time. The next turn will be ours." Tai Jun patted Lao Chi's shoulder, casting a peculiar glance at the foolish Shinwei, revealing a sinister grin before disappearing into the shadows with his two brothers. As Chun Haoren vanished from sight, Shinwei, finally coming to his senses, raised the microphone and bellowed, "Chong Mao, what are you waiting for? Hurry and call an ambulance. Can't you see our employees are sprawled on the ground?" He then scampered over to Lung Outyin, ingratiatingly asking, "Outyin, Brother Tian, was that a martial art or a combat technique you displayed? Could you teach me? I don't need to be too formidable. Just being able to knock someone out with one punch would suffice." "I'm sorry. Your protection contract has ended. Our relationship is concluded, so please do not pursue me." Lung Outyin maintained his icy demeanor as he pocketed his phone, preparing to distance himself from this tiresome nuisance. However, the repercussions of the earlier torment inflicted by Chun Haoren finally manifested, causing him to collapse to the ground. "It's not over. Your contract with my father has concluded, but we can always sign another. Oh no. Changmao, come quickly. Brother Tian has fainted, for heaven's sake. Hurry up and urge the ambulance. Shenwei, in his typical fashion, rushed to support him while simultaneously shouting into the microphone. Chapter 0028. Doubts arise exiting the nightclub. Chun Haoran stretched languidly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction that he had engaged in a fruitful sparring session, allowing his body to seamlessly merge with his first-tier combat prowess. More importantly, he was reassured by the knowledge that Mr. Shun the Wealthy was already aware of the existence of that Tai Jun and had colluded with the police to deal with Shun Wei's subordinates, liberating him from any lingering concerns. Feeling lighthearted, Chun Haoran twisted his neck, preparing to head home. However, as there were no shared bicycles at the entrance of the nightclub, he had to wander a bit further to find one. Alas, just as he located a bicycle and was about to scan the code to unlock it, he suddenly noticed a fleet of police cars, flashing red and blue lights, silently gliding to a halt at the nightclub entrance. The significant number of officers disembarked, and among them was a stern-looking officer. Prompting Chun Haoran to swiftly pull down the edge of his scarf to cover his brow, lowering his head and feigning nonchalance as he nervously pedaled into the crowd. Meanwhile, Sweet Vine, the husky that had been frolicking by the garden pool opposite the nightclub, hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to dive into the pool for a splash. Suddenly, its ears perked up with a slight twitch, and it turned to observe the commotion at the nightclub's entrance. Startled, it tucked its fluffy tail tightly between its legs and bolted away from the pool. Resembling a creature evading danger, its speed markedly increased. That it goes without saying that the only entity capable of inducing such a reaction in both Chun Haoran and Sweet Vine was none other than Director Nya. Just as he alighted from his vehicle, flanked by a throng of youthful elites, Nya Longjin seemed to sense something. Glancing in two directions with furrowed brows that a young officer trailing behind him inquired softly, "Director, is something the matter?" "Nothing, just caught a glimpse of two familiar figures out of the corner of my eye. It seemed like Haoran and Sweet Vine," Nya Longjin replied, shaking his head as he attempted to dismiss his curiosity. "Impossible. How could these two possibly be here at this hour? What could they possibly be doing in this vicinity?" the young officer responded. "Wasn't Haoran warned not to go out? Surely he wouldn't dare defy that. But Sweet Vine, your daughter's husky, seems to have a mind of its own, slipping out to roam and then returning home. That aren't huskies supposed to be uncontrollable?" He then chuckled to himself, seemingly recalling something amusing. Nya Longjin couldn't help but smile wryly. Sweet Vine had indeed become a well-known figure within the police system. The reason was simple. The surveillance cameras in the police residential area were all managed by the station, and countless videos of Sweet Vine's late-night escapades had been recorded. Each time Sweet Vine ventured out, it would make silly faces for the cameras, perhaps influenced by the Nya family's upbringing. Sweet Vine seemed to possess an innate cleverness compared to other huskies. Of course, this could also be attributed to Nya Yuxuan having observed her father's colleagues training police dogs, and Sweet Vine had been subjected to similar training. Within the police station, Sweet Vine's unique talents had led familiar officers to compile dynamic clips of the husky into short videos or memes that had gone viral on social media, making Sweet Vine almost as renowned as the director himself. Conversely, Chun Haoran had always been a mischievous one. The footage from the garden incident had certainly been a source of concern. If he were to encounter these two troublesome figures here, one could only hope they wouldn't stir up any prior troubles, especially Chun Haoran, who was rebellious and impetuous. As for Sweet Vine, well, the foolish creature was merely a bit nonsensical. Shaking off these thoughts, Nya Longjin led his team toward the nightclub entrance. While numerous officers began to encircle the nightclub's perimeter, the curious young officer asked, "Director, weren't the arrests scheduled for 3 days later?" Earlier, Shun Guohao called, expressing concern that Tai Jun was aware of his exposure and feared he might act rashly, thus requesting our station to take action ahead of schedule. Nya Longjin responded, "Oh, Shun Wei is so fond of recruiting people. Who would have thought he would attract a venomous snake? This lesson should keep him in line for a while, I hope," the young officer mused. Who knows? Shun Wei's thought process is quite unconventional. Otherwise, why would his wealthy father leave him here in his hometown instead of taking him to the big cities for a broader perspective? Nya Longjin replied casually, his expression resolute as he strode through the doors of the nightclub, pushed open by his subordinates. "Oh my goodness, I almost got discovered by Uncle Nya. How did he suddenly arrive here with such a large entourage? Could it be that Mr. Shun the Wealthy learned that I had incapacitated Shun Wei's main supporters, and thus colluded with the police to dismantle Shun Wei's toys? Forget the reasons, as long as Shun Wei's toys are gone. That's all that matters. But could Shun Wei and his crew possibly expose me? No, they don't even know my name. But Uncle Nye is aware that Shun Wei has been searching for me. Once someone mentions the culprit, Uncle Nye will undoubtedly piece it together that it was me. Moreover, given my newfound strength, Uncle Nye will be astonished. How will I explain that? As Chen Haoran pondered anxiously about what to do, he suddenly realized something. Wait, why am I so focused on hiding my abilities? As long as I do not disclose the matter of my rebirth, I can certainly share the knowledge I possess. After all, the world will change in a few years. Someone like Uncle Nye, who values practical results, would be more inclined to believe what I say. For instance, I could simply have him consume a body-refining pill. And the effects would be immediate. With the trust of a city bureau chief, I would be able to prepare for numerous matters in advance. Just the thought of this made all my stress evaporate. And Chen Haoran found himself eager to turn back and confess to Uncle Nye. However, upon reflection, fear prevailed, and he decided it was better to wait until Uncle Nye sought him out to scold him before revealing the limited details. With a heart full of relief, he suddenly recalled that during the earlier excitement of battle, the system had suddenly mentioned something. Thus, he naturally inquired, "System, what did you just say?" The system quietly displayed the interface of the system shop before Chen Haoran's eyes. Initially, he paid it no mind, but after glancing again, he exclaimed in extreme shock, "What is going on? Why have 5 of the selectable skills turned gray? I remember only one was gray last time." Another system user spent 4 points to purchase 4 skills. The system calmly replied, "What? 4 points? That scoundrel actually accepted the task of biting men's left calves, and he bit 40 men's left calves in one go. He received a reward of 4 points. System, why didn't you notify me?" Chen Haoran shouted in fury. The system wanted to inform him but was rejected by the host. The system continued in its indifferent tone. And what would it matter if the host knew? Could you prevent another host from purchasing skills? Chen Haoran was momentarily stunned. Your reasoning is quite sound. It leaves me speechless. Of course, it's impossible to obstruct someone else that cannot even utilize their own points. And since they've spent their points on skills, I might as well see what skills they acquired to keep myself vigilant. However, upon observing the 5 black and white skills, Chen Haoran's expression turned peculiar. It was hard not to feel strange. While the first skill purchased, the 1x bear's sense of smell, was understandable, and the 1x running speed skill was also normal. If it were me, I would have certainly chosen that first. Yet the subsequent 3 skills, 1x biting force, 1x sharp teeth, and 1x sharp claws. What on earth are those? Why would a human need to enhance their biting force? Why enhance the sharpness of teeth and claws? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chen Haoran suddenly jolted. Oh my, system, could it be that the other system user is not human, as I suspected? Chapter 0029, Exposure. Lack of information makes it impossible to discern. The system hesitated momentarily before providing such a response. Knowing the system's nature, Chen Haoran paid little attention to its reply and instead grew increasingly convinced of his hypothesis that it's quite simple. Why would a normally functioning mind desire enhanced biting force? Sharper teeth or sharper claws? Among the numerous skills, although most seem to be intended for non-humans, those 3 are the least human-like. Moreover, the system has assigned 3 or 4 tasks. The first task is to tackle a girl and lick her face fiercely. The second is to bite someone until they die. The third is to carry a bone for an hour. And the fourth is to bite the left calves of more than 10 men. Look at that. These tasks do not seem fit for humans at all. They appear tailored for cats and dogs, especially the skills in the shop. If categorized, they seem specifically designed for cats and dogs. Of course, one could argue they might also be suitable for pigs, bears, and rats, animals with sharp teeth and claws. But still, the suspicion lies most heavily with cats and dogs, when the notion of suspecting cats and dogs arose. The image of his husky, Tian Xiu, immediately flashed in Chen Haoran's mind that it was inevitable. Considering that the dog he was most familiar with was this very husky, Tio not think of it would be strange. However, Chen Haoran merely entertained the thought, and did not seriously suspect that the husky was the culprit sharing the system with him, for Tian Xiu always appeared so naive, showing no signs of possessing a system. The reason Chen Haoran easily dismissed his suspicion of Tian Xiu might be attributed to a subconscious unwillingness to doubt those close to him. Oh, the thought of suspecting his dear dog. One could even say Chun Haoran secretly hoped Tian Xiu was the system user. After all, he had been a companion to the Husky since its early days. Surely Tian Xiu was friendly towards him. If it were the system user, he wouldn't have to feel so anxious. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Alas, this wretched system, splitting off a third to form a new one, has created an unforeseen event that never existed in history. Damn it, this is why these ridiculous systems are unreliable, but if only I were the sole anomaly in history, how much easier and more pleasant my life would be. The only solace is that the individual possessing that third of the system is 90% likely not human. As long as they are not human, lacking human intelligence, the potential for harm should not be too significant, though it is unfortunate that I must remain ever vigilant. After this bout of contemplation, Chun Haoran directly returned home to cultivate his mental techniques that in just a few days, Nie Yuxuan would be heading to the provincial capital, and it was imperative for him to hasten his strength enhancement. As for the system user, he would have to wait until they revealed themselves to ascertain their identity, for his system was so inferior that it could not even determine the whereabouts of the split-off system. Matters beyond his control were best left untouched to avoid unnecessary worry. With his mind solely focused on enhancing his strength, Chun Haoran was blissfully unaware of the police beginning to sweep through the properties under Shun Wei's command. Nor could he fathom the astonishment of encountering over 40 individuals with left calves bitten by dogs. He also remained oblivious to how close he was to the truth with each step of his deductions. Yet, in this operation, he and his system user would fortuitously miss the mark. Meanwhile, Director Nie Longzheng sat gloomily in a corner, smoking, quietly observing Shun Wei, who was brazenly demanding the police take his injured brothers to the hospital. Regarding the utterly clueless Shun Wei, Nie Longzheng paid him no mind. To uncover the reason behind the transformation of the disco into such a state, it would suffice to awaken a single staff member. He trusted his capable subordinates to handle it properly. He was currently uninterested in the matters at hand, merely seeking to stabilize his own agitated and anxious heart, the moment he beheld the destruction that could only have been wrought by heavy machinery. He understood what had transpired, yet he did not anticipate that such a character existed in Chaching. The young police officer rushing over, filled with shock, whispered, "Director, we found out. It was Haoran." Nie Longzheng's hand trembled slightly. Then he took a deep drag from his cigarette, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. This confirms that my initial impression at the entrance was not a mere illusion. So, could it be that those over 40 individuals with left calves bitten by dogs were the work of Tian Xiu? The young police officer smiled ruefully. It seems so. For I just called to check the community surveillance, and Tian Xiu left around 11 p.m. Humph. Every single one of them has grown wings and learned to conceal themselves. It's the same for both humans and dogs. Nie Longzheng scoffed. The young police officer had nothing to say. What could he possibly say? The one responsible for this formidable scene, with its frightening destructive power, was none other than the close companion and pet of their top dog. Yet this principal would undoubtedly never pursue the matter. Furthermore, any leader from any direction above would demand that tonight's actions be characterized as internal strife among Shun Wei's employees, and that all those causing trouble be apprehended, without allowing the police department to stir the pot further. Seal the files, send the injured to the hospital, detain the uninjured for a few nights, then disband. Nie Longzheng stated as he flicked away his cigarette, but, understood, the young police officer responded immediately. Never questioning why a middle school student who had only practiced a few times with the SWAT team suddenly possessed such astonishing strength, as the confidential secretary, he was naturally privy to some of the obscure matters of this world. Understanding that witnessing such unfathomable events did not require public acknowledgement, as it was not uncommon within certain circles, the following day, Chaching was tranquil, with no news emerging. The most that could be said was that some well-informed individuals were spreading rumors that the incredibly wealthy second-generation heir Shun Wei had recklessly demolished and rebuilt the previously thriving disco. Furthermore, it seemed Shun Wei's people had been taken away by him for some unknown task that in the public eye. Shun Wei's presence was not particularly strong, nor was it on the streets, so the silent disappearance of Shun Wei's subordinates went unnoticed by anyone. The owner of the old bookstore, of course, could not have known this news as he yawned and lifted the iron gate of the bookstore. He had just stretched when he was taken aback. Outside his store stood a group of burly men in black suits surrounding an ethereal-looking old Taoist. No one spoke. The bodyguards remained vigilant, while the old Taoist surveyed the bookstore, his mouth twitching and fingers continually calculating. As if engaged in some eerie computation, the store owner broke into a cold sweat. Could it be that such an impressive old Taoist was inspecting feng shui right at his doorstep so early in the morning? Merely contemplating this, the shopkeeper felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that some influential figure had taken an interest in his humble establishment, dispatching a master to survey it first? The mere thought of potentially selling this dilapidated shop for a handsome price made the shopkeeper rub his hands together in glee, ready to welcome the esteemed visitor. However, at that moment, the old Taoist abruptly halted his actions, closed his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. The opportunity has been lost. He then turned on his heel and departed, flanked by a cadre of bodyguards who escorted him to a line of luxury vehicles parked by the roadside. Leaving without any delay, this left the shopkeeper in a state of bewilderment for quite some time. And upon regaining his senses, he stomped his foot in frustration, spitting out a curse. What bad luck! Chapter 0030. The old Taoist. The convoy swiftly exited the city, arriving at a secluded resort nestled in the mountains. This resort sprawled over a vast area, adorned with opulent decorations and boasting comprehensive facilities, yet it attracted very few visitors. This was primarily due to its complete lack of advertising. Most people were entirely unaware of the existence of such a retreat. Additionally, the exorbitant prices deterred potential patrons. Even those who stumbled upon the roadside sign would be frightened away by the glaringly high price list displayed at the front desk. Nevertheless, there were still some guests. Wealthy individuals who appreciated the tranquil environment. Lavish spenders seeking a romantic getaway with their mistresses, or businessmen entertaining partners, thus sparing the estate from total desolation. Overall, the resort catered to the highest echelons of dining and leisure, yet being situated on the outskirts of a third-tier city rendered it an unviable business venture, barely able to sustain its operational costs. However, those in the know understood that the owner of this resort was not relying on it for profit. The establishment was merely a means to conveniently acquire such vast tracts of land. The entire resort was divided into two zones, one open to the public and the other accessible only to select individuals, patrolled by a significant number of security personnel accompanied by guard dogs along the boundary. On the map, this latter area was marked as perpetually under development. The convoy proceeded unimpeded into the second zone, stopping at a villa deep within the estate. The bodyguards disembarking from the vehicles faced off against the resort security. The tension between the two parties palpable. The burly middle-aged driver, Uncle Liang, was at the villa's entrance to receive them. Observing the standoff, he waved his hand, prompting the resort's security to retreat, while the convoy's bodyguards relaxed their stances. At that moment, the old Taoist gracefully exited the vehicle. "Master, your efforts are greatly appreciated," Uncle Liang said, bowing respectfully. "No need for formalities. Where is young Master Shun?" the old Taoist inquired candidly. "The young master is currently on a plane. Upon learning of your arrival, he has just landed and is immediately returning by flight. Please, master, come inside and rest," Uncle Liang replied with utmost respect. "Ah, I see I have come in haste," the old Taoist chuckled. "Not at all. Your care for the young master is something our Shun family will always remember," Uncle Liang said, leading the old Taoist into the villa. Once seated in the grand hall, Uncle Liang personally served tea and cautiously asked, "Master, my lord has expressed a desire to meet you after hearing of your arrival. I wonder." The old Taoist shook his head, holding the teacup. "There is no need. My connection with the Shun family is solely through your young master. I prefer to maintain a certain distance." Uncle Liang promptly fell silent and began a casual conversation with the old Taoist. Despite his rugged appearance, Uncle Liang possessed a remarkable gift for gab, and it was evident from the old Taoist's frequent laughter that the dialogue was engaging. Time slipped away unnoticed until the distant sound of helicopter blades began to resonate. Uncle Liang rose immediately, stating, "Master, it seems the young master has returned." The old Taoist nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, traveling without prior notice and having the young master journey from afar to meet him was truly a sign of respect. The whirring of the helicopter's rotors grew louder, then gradually diminished, followed by shouts from outside the villa. "Young master." Moments later, Shun Qingyun, a young gentleman of noble bearing, strode in briskly. After a quick survey of the room, he approached the seated old Taoist and bowed. "Master, thank you for your personal visit. It must have been quite a journey for you. Your matters are my own. There is no need for such formality, please." "Sit down," the old Taoist replied. though his keen gaze had been assessing Shen Qingyun since his entrance, his fingers fidgeting with unceasing calculation. Shen Qingyun, initially somewhat apprehensive, chose a seat across from the old Taoist and poured tea for both himself and the master. Uncle Liang had already dismissed the attending servants, standing vigil by the side, his eyes fixed nervously on the old Taoist. After a considerable while, the old Taoist paused his calculations and addressed Shen Qingyun, "Young friend. As soon as I arrived in Chaqing, I went to examine your fated location, and indeed, your opportunity has been lost. Did you notice anything unusual on that day?" Uncle Liang gasped in alarm. What shall we do?" In contrast, Shen Qingyun remained composed and pondered briefly before replying. "At that moment, I was struck by a sudden impulse to visit the fated location, so I asked Uncle Liang to take me to that bookstore. There, I encountered my classmate, Chen Haoran, flipping through books. For some reason, my heart skipped a beat at that moment." The old Taoist's eyes lit up, and he nodded affirmatively. "It appears that your opportunity was indeed seized by Chen Haoran." Uncle Liang's eyes immediately blazed with intense fury, his fists cracking ominously. Shen Qingyun, however, merely furrowed his brow and, maintaining a calm tone, asked, "Master, why was he able to take my opportunity?" Seeing Shen Qingyun's steadiness, the old Taoist couldn't help but nod in approval, then chuckled with a hint of resignation. "Why was he able to take your opportunity? It is because you have taken his life fate. The heavens, in their subtlety, naturally compensates." "Compensation?" Shen Qingyun frowned, while Uncle Liang looked on in astonishment. To seize one's life fate may sound profound, yet it is quite simple. Under the workings of fate, everyone possesses a life fate, though its quality may vary. When Chen Haoran's life fate was transferred to you, it would inevitably reform on him, and it is certain to be intertwined with yours. Hence, the opportunity that should have belonged to you was, by mere coincidence, snatched away by him. It is a normal occurrence, the old Taoist explained. Holding his teacup, Uncle Liang could no longer contain himself. "Master, does this not mean that henceforth, any benefit young Master Shen might obtain could potentially be preemptively seized by that Chen Haoran?" It is not so simple. In truth, this instance resulted from your lack of vigilance. For example, had you been on guard and prevented Chen Haoran from entering that bookstore, he would not have been able to seize the opportunity, the old Taoist laughed. Originally tense, Shen Qingyun relaxed somewhat upon hearing this, yet Uncle Liang still furrowed his brow and lamented, "Master, even if we know to be vigilant, we cannot stop Chen Haoran from entering that bookstore." "Can we?" But why not? Could you not simply purchase that bookstore and close it off? When the time comes for young friend Shen's opportunity to manifest, allow him to enter the bookstore then. Who else could seize the opportunity but him?" The old Taoist remarked nonchalantly. Both Shen Qingyun and Uncle Liang were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances for quite some time, as feelings of regret and anger surged within them. How could such a simple solution have eluded their thoughts? Moreover, why hadn't this old man offered such advice earlier? They had been so preoccupied with not disturbing the workings of fate that they had refrained from taking any action. Chapter 0031. The Contested Life Fate, Master. Is it possible to reclaim the opportunity from Chen Haoran? Uncle Liang asked urgently, while the composed Shen Qingyun also regarded the old Taoist with hopeful eyes. The old Taoist shook his head. "As soon as you entered the room, I began my calculations. The opportunity cannot be reclaimed." Both Uncle Liang and Shen Qingyun sighed in unison, though they had anticipated this outcome and were not particularly disheartened. After all, they were well aware that once an opportunity was lost, it could seldom be regained. However, the fact that this loss was tied to Chen Haoran was particularly vexing. Having taken his life fate, they felt constrained by this peculiar individual, although the instinct to retaliate surged at the thought of their opportunity being seized. The mere mention of Chen Haoran quelled their anger, forcing them to swallow their indignation. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Qingyun asked, "Master, once Chen Haoran's life fate is reformed, will it pose a threat to me?" "Indeed. This is precisely why I came here. Our connections are profound. Your affairs are my own. If Chen Haoran's life fate undergoes a transformation, I must observe it closely," the old Taoist affirmed with a nod. "Very well. I shall ask the master to stay for now while I arrange for Chen Haoran to meet you," Shen Qingyun promptly replied. The old Taoist nodded, and after a brief exchange, Shen Qingyun personally attended to the arrangements for the old Taoist and his entourage. After a flurry of activity, he returned to his private quarters, frowning as he sipped his tea. Beside him, Uncle Liang hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Young master, do you find the words of that master credible? Is Chun Haoran's new life fate truly so formidable? After having once lost his life fate, can he still easily seize your opportunities? The opportunity has indeed vanished. When I later returned to that bookstore, I felt none of the excitement I used to experience on each visit. Shen Qingyun mused. Moreover, the peculiar sensation I experienced during my encounter with Chun Haoran indicates that the opportunity was indeed snatched away. Sigh. At that time, I was unaware of the significance of that feeling and was concerned not to disturb the opportunity. Otherwise, I would have certainly seized that book purchased by that fellow. Shen Qingyun lamented. Who would have thought that a book, a mere printed volume, could embody such a chance? How bizarre. Uncle Liang echoed his sentiments. He was well aware that later on, the young master had purchased all copies of the popular science book, The Birth of the Universe, from that bookstore. But in retrospect, it seemed a futile endeavor. The thought of sending someone to retrieve the book stolen by Chun Haoran never crossed his mind, for such enigmatic opportunities, once lost, could never be reclaimed. And it seemed a waste of energy to pursue them. Moreover, it might well be that Chun Haoran did not regard that book with any significance. Attempting to steal it could inadvertently elevate its value in his eyes and invite considerable trouble, especially since Chun Haoran had a very close neighbor who was a top police officer. Young master, since there was such an easy way to protect the opportunity back then, why didn't the master offer us a word of caution? Uncle Liang couldn't help but dwell on the notion that had they recognized the bookstore as the young master's place of opportunity and simply bought it out to close it down, nothing would have gone awry. Why had they not thought of this approach? Shen Qingyun understood the implication in Uncle Liang's words and shook his head. It's not that the master didn't want to mention it. Rather, it seems the master could not interfere too much in these matters. After all, when he assisted me in seizing Chun Haoran's destiny, he was already gravely weakened, hardly able to concern himself with trivialities. I apologize. Young master, it was my oversight. Uncle Liang quickly took the blame. It's not your fault. I too failed to consider this aspect. Initially, I believed it best to maintain the status quo, avoiding the bookstore altogether, lest my interference lead to changes that would cause me to regret the loss of my opportunity. Shen Qingyun waved his hand with a smile. Uncle Liang felt a wave of gratitude. His young master truly bore responsibility. For had it been another, they would have long evaded accountability, undoubtedly blaming their subordinates for not foreseeing the situation. As the atmosphere lightened, the two engaged in idle chatter, when Uncle Liang suddenly recalled something and asked, Young master, I've been meaning to ask, after acquiring Chun Haoran's destiny in the second year of junior high, did you notice any changes? Although Shen Qingyun maintained a calm demeanor, the flicker in his eyes betrayed his emotions. The changes were profound. Not only did I effortlessly reach the pinnacle at Yizhong, but my ventures in investment have also proven extraordinarily fruitful, with everything I undertake flowing smoothly. Truly, it is worthy of the title of the supreme destiny. As he spoke, a vivid figure and the book he had returned to Chun Haoran surfaced in his mind, causing his gaze to momentarily darken as he muttered inwardly, except for matters and individuals related to Chun Haoran. Uncle Liang grinned. Indeed, who could have imagined that a mere child from a third-tier city, from an ordinary family, would possess the supreme destiny? When the master approached us with such claims, I believe there was no one, aside from you, young master, who would have believed it. I cannot explain why, but I was convinced by the master's words at that moment. Thus, even in the face of my father's objections, I boldly supported the master's endeavors that in the end, not only did I establish a connection with the master, but my own destiny transformed as well. Shen Qingyun initially felt a sense of pride before questioning with curiosity. But how did my father later change his mind? Why did he shift a significant portion of his resources to Chaching, this third-tier city? I recall that I had only just begun to alter my destiny and had yet to leverage its potential. Ah, young master, your father and the others merely doubted that a child from an ordinary family in a third-tier city could possess the supreme destiny. They did not disbelieve in the existence of such things. During the period when the master was preparing to assist you in seizing your destiny, your father and the others sought out other masters to surreptitiously divine Chun Haoran's fate. The results astonished those masters. Some even secretly contemplated aligning themselves with Chun Haoran, had it not been for your father's foresight to obstruct them. Chun Haoran's circumstances would have been entirely different. Uncle Liang chuckled. Shen Qingyun's lips quivered slightly. Clearly taken aback by the extent of his father's clandestine actions, Uncle Liang, with a serious look, emphasized, "Young master, the Shin family is your true foundation. Although you now possess the supreme destiny, without the protection and support of your family, achieving success would indeed be a daunting challenge. Throughout history, while many may claim to possess such a destiny, it cannot be said that they are as numerous as the fish in the river. In truth, only a scant few have truly succeeded. I understand. The Shin family is my everything." Shin Qingyun nodded vigorously in agreement, fully aware of the deeper meaning behind Uncle Liang's words. "That is reassuring." Uncle Liang smiled warmly. Meanwhile, in the room where the old Taoist rested, he was not lying down as ordinary people would, but rather sitting cross-legged in the spacious corner of the room. With his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them, revealing a glimmering gaze filled with an indescribable brilliance. Lost in thought, he smiled softly and murmured, "The supreme destiny." "Ha ha." He then closed his eyes once more, maintaining his meditative posture as he sank into silence. Chapter 0032. The eve of the competition, Chun Haoran hung up the phone with a pout. "Honestly, what makes you think my relationship with you, Shin Qingyun, is so close? How can you persistently invite me out to play every day? Ugh, don't you know that tomorrow Xiaoxian is going out? My time is exceedingly limited, and I have no leisure to engage with irrelevant individuals and affairs." He couldn't fathom how Shin Qingyun had obtained his phone number, as for days now he had been incessantly calling to invite him out. The pivotal moments of his past life reminded him to focus on enhancing his own strength to rectify certain regrets. Xiaoxian's fate was at a crucial juncture, and he could not afford to be distracted. He must remain composed. One can never know when the heavens grant an opportunity for a fresh start, whether everything will change or regrets will be rewritten. However, one thing Chen Haoran was certain of was the necessity to seize every available opportunity. Thus, without further ado, he blocked Shin Qingyun's number, attempting to summon a certain unreliable system. System, display our current status. Ding dong. Host, Chen Haoran. Male, 16 years of bone age, owes 10 points. Daily interest of 1 point. 97 interest deductions have been made in advance. Physical skills, Stage 1, 3.7 segments. Ordinary person is 0 Stage 1. Mental, Stage 1. 2.6 segments. Ordinary person is 0 Stage 1. Skills, none. Upon reviewing this information, Chun Haoran nodded in satisfaction. In just 3 days, the interest that had been deducted 100 times was now down to 97. And he had elevated his physical skills by over 3 segments. This would surely astound anyone in the future. As for his mental state, while he had been practicing foundational methods for 3 days, making daily progress, it was not the primary focus he required at present. Nevertheless, the integration of his physique and Stage 1 combat power was progressing rapidly, which was entirely normal, especially since he had been consuming body-refining pills daily, which contributed significantly to his enhancement. The only unfortunate aspect was his failed attempt to persuade Xiaoxian to consume the pills, as she had recoiled in disgust at the sight of them, refusing to even look closely, let alone swallow them whole. He had originally intended to leverage Uncle Nye to bridge the gap, allowing him to experience the efficacy of the pills before coaxing Xiaoxian into taking them. Unfortunately, he had anticipated that if Uncle Nye had caught wind of his activities, he would have approached him immediately. Now, 3 days had passed since the Deba incident, and Uncle Nye had yet to reach out. From what he had learned from Xiaoxian, it seemed Uncle Nye was engrossed in a significant case and had not returned home for 3 days. Chen Haoran could only sigh in resignation, speculating that this important case was likely related to Xiaoxian's future disappearance, and Uncle Nye would be returning home exhausted, his spirit nearly shattered. However, he remained untroubled, for this case would erupt in nearly half a year. With his presence, Uncle Nye would undoubtedly encounter no issues. Moreover, as long as Xiaoxian remained safe, with Uncle Nye's steadfast mind, there was no way he would meet his demise in battle. After all, Uncle Nye's combat prowess was renowned in the police force. After reviewing his status, Chun Haoran instinctively checked the marketplace and tasks. The marketplace still displayed the same 10 or so skills, with no refresh occurring, and no tasks were available either. That it was quite peculiar, as just a few days prior, several tasks had appeared daily. Yet now, 3 days passed without a single one surfacing. Could it be that the task system varied by individual? Perhaps it had noticed that the non-human sharer was busy familiarizing himself with skills. Hence the lack of tasks. Chen Haoran was now certain that the benefits the sharer derived from the system far surpassed his own by an unfathomable margin. Simply put, His system merely displayed host status. And oh, it also indicated an outstanding debt of 10 points, along with the ability to identify objects. However, the cost of utilizing this ability was exorbitant. Otherwise, he could have simply employed it to locate the alchemy furnace. Yet, it seemed like a troublesome affair to excavate the incense burner in the Rongshan Southern District. It would be far easier to have Rongshan endorse him and simply kick the alchemy furnace out himself. Besides these two functions, there was the electric shock punishment feature.as for the non-human sharer. The marketplace and task system were entirely tailored for him. Just these two systems, designed specifically to serve him, were enough to incite envy and resentment in Chun Haoran. Heavens, why is it that 2/3 of my system is so abysmal, while merely 1/3 of theirs is so impressive? Never mind, I can't be bothered. I shall rely on my own memory instead. Chun Haoran, feeling indignant, promptly shut down the system and began to pack his belongings. He chose a simple small bag containing 2 sets of clean clothing, a charger, and a power bank, along with his ID and mobile phone. He left the alchemy furnace behind, as he knew he needed to keep an eye on Xiao Xianxian and would be staying in a hotel. There would be neither time nor opportunity to engage in alchemy. Indeed, Chun Haoran had resolved that after sending off Nia Yuxuan tomorrow, he would immediately follow her, lurking in her vicinity. Moreover, he must ensure to accompany Xiao Xianxian into the airport, watching her board the planes, and even travel to the capital to witness her competition, ultimately returning with her to Chaching. As for the Husky, Tiance, he could simply take it along to the provincial city and find a pet shop there to settle it. After replenishing his energy for an entire night, he rose early, freshened up, gathered his things at the door, and awaited Nia Yuxuan's call. Without a second thought, he slipped out, scanned for a shared bicycle, and rode to the entrance of Chaching Park. That a crowd had already gathered around a luxurious coach, comprising individuals of all ages, and among them, Nia Yuxuan stood out distinctly. Not only was she the most beautiful, but she was also holding a large husky, standing on tiptoe to get a better view. Nia Yuxuan spotted Chun Haoran cycling towards her from a distance and immediately waved joyfully. The squatting husky, Tiance, also got up, tongue lolling and tail wagging vigorously. However, if one noticed the peculiar glint in its eyes, they would surely be taken aback, for the husky regarded Chun Haoran with an indescribably strange expression. Chun Haoran instantly felt an array of piercing gazes upon him. The young members of the Municipal Music Association were all staring at him with lethal intensity. That he grinned, relishing the attention as Nia Yuxuan began to stand elegantly. Having enjoyed such scrutiny for far too long, he casually set down the bicycle, politely greeted a few instructors from the association, and then approached Nia Yuxuan for a chat. Ever since Nia Yuxuan had displayed her talent in violin performance during childhood, Chun Haoran had taken it upon himself to act as her devoted bodyguard, though others often referred to him as a clingy pest. Consequently, he had grown familiar with her teachers, senior and junior colleagues, as well as the proprietors and managers of coffee shops and Western restaurants. Remember, you must bathe Tiance daily, do not let it eat unclean food, and take it out for walks every day. Nia Yuxuan rambled on about the requirements and matters concerning Tiance's care, to which Chun Haoran could only nod vigorously, while Tiance glared at its owner, trying to ingratiate itself. Goodness, this truly is a case of humans being inferior to dogs. Tiance, however, paid no mind to Chun Haoran. It seemed to sense that Nia Yuxuan would be away for some time and focused solely on clinging to her, completely disregarding the temporary caretaker. Amused, Chun Haoran watched this clever husky trying to win favor, and soon enough, the president of the Municipal Music Association clapped his hands and announced loudly, "All right, time's up. Everyone board the bus." "Well, I'm off," Nia Yuxuan said, a hint of reluctance in her voice. "Hey, no worries. I'll come find you when I can," Chun Haoran replied with a grin, this scheming man giving prior notice to avoid any future exposure while following her. "Woo-woo. Arg arg arg. I don't want you to come. Haha. But Tiance, are you saying you want to see me? Tiance, you're a good boy. You can go. We don't need to take this little rascal. Right?" Nia Yuxuan teased, giving Tiance a warm embrace before turning back to Chun Haoran with a playful smile. "I'm leaving now." She then joined the queue to board the bus. As the doors closed, the vehicle roared to life, and those seeing her off waved in unison, while the passengers inside pressed against the windows, bidding farewell. Chun Haoran stood frozen, watching the figure smiling and waving goodbye from the window. The image merging seamlessly with the depths of his memory. Suddenly jolted, he glanced down at Tiance, who was also gazing after the departing bus, squatted down and embraced its neck, whispering, "Tiance, I will ensure nothing unfortunate befalls your owner. I will absolutely not allow her to vanish from our world." Tiance looked at Chunhauren with a puzzled, "Oh whoa," but at that moment, Chunhauren had already risen, picked up the dog leash, and prepared to take the husky home. Unbeknownst to him, Tiance, displaying an unusually human-like frown, glanced back and forth between the receding vehicle and Chunhauren, then snorted with a peculiar sense of pride. Did it truly comprehend everything? Chapter 0033. The unusual driver riding home with one person and one dog. Chunhauren carried his bag and turned to Tiance, asking, "Do you need to use the bathroom? We're going to be in the car for several hours on the highway, and there won't be any chance for you to relieve yourself." Tiance blinked its eyes and barked. Chunhauren shrugged, saying, "I can't understand you, so I'll assume you don't need to. Just don't blame me if I toss you out on the highway when you start whining." As he spoke, he tugged on the leash, leading the reluctant husky downstairs. The husky, with a conflicted expression, sighed in resignation, embodying the essence of a dog stripped of its rights in the absence of its owner. At the entrance of the community, a black car awaited, confirming the license plate. It was indeed the vehicle he had ordered. He opened the door and coaxed the unwilling husky inside. "Close the door and buckle up. We're off," the driver turned and said. "Okay. Chunhauren was momentarily taken aback. How should he describe it? The driver, a portly man with a buzz cut, wore a cheerful smile reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha, yet large black-rimmed glasses obscured much of his expression. The man appeared to be around 40 years old. Chunhauren was suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity. It seemed he had encountered this rotund driver in the future, perhaps having had some significant interaction. Otherwise he wouldn't have left such an impression on a man like him, who had been living like a deadbeat for 30 years. Strangely, the husky that had previously resisted boarding the vehicle was now sitting obediently in its seat. But Chunhauren was too preoccupied to notice, fixating instead on the hefty driver. The driver grinned. "Do you think I look familiar?" "Yes, you seem very recognizable." Chunhauren nodded in agreement. "Haha, then you must be one of my previous customers. My name is Hugo, and I am quite renowned in this business. I trust you've heard my motto, to combat global inflation, ensuring that funds only flow in and not out, as long as the money is right. The service will be impeccable. I'm your all-purpose service expert. Here, take my business card. Whatever you need, just ensure the money is right, and I'll make it happen." The rotund driver jovially handed Chunhauren a paper card, which bore only the name, Hugo, and a string of contact numbers. Hearing the man boast, Chunhauren smirked. It seemed he had been overly concerned, but he politely accepted the card nonetheless. The vehicle started. The chubby driver began to chatter incessantly. Initially, Chunhauren, preoccupied with his own thoughts, wished for him to be quiet. Yet somehow, as time passed, he found himself unable to resist interjecting, and before long, it was Chunhauren who was engaging in an animated conversation while the driver listened intently. When Chunhauren's mouth began to dry, he suddenly awakened to the realization, gazing in astonishment at the driver, unable to help but exclaim, "Uncle, you're quite impressive. You managed to draw me into conversation so effortlessly." "Huh, it's a natural talent, but please don't call me uncle, just call me Hugo. We're still young," the plump driver replied proudly. Hugo, what did you do before, from what you just said? Your knowledge seems vast," Chunhauren probed. "Haha, I used to be a generalist teacher, teaching all subjects to 6th graders in elementary school. Later, I found it too exhausting and heard that writing online novels could be lucrative. So I switched to that I've written in every genre imaginable, though all my works flopped. Nonetheless, I've gained a wealth of knowledge in the process that I'll admit my knowledge is extensive. But I'm not proficient in anything. It's all just superficial understanding." The chubby driver joked self-deprecatingly. Hugo, you're too modest. By the way, when you say that as long as the money is right, the service will be excellent. What exactly are you referring to? Surely, you're not only talking about your ride-hailing service." Chunhauren inquired again. The driver raised his eyebrows in the rearview mirror, grinning mischievously. "It's not just that. Whatever service you need, as long as the money is right, I'll provide it." "Hugo, that is quite a bold claim. For instance, do you know why I'm heading to the provincial city?" Chunhauren asked, suppressing a smirk. Many customers start off skeptical like you, but they all become my loyal clients eventually. Since I'm free, I'll provide you with complimentary service this time. ensuring we catch up to the Municipal Music Association's coach within an hour on the highway. The chubby driver grinned slyly. Chun Howard felt a chill run down his spine, his body tensing as he fixed his gaze on the back of the driver's head, coldly stating, "Are you following me?" He failed to notice that Tyance, who had boarded the vehicle, was maintaining a perfectly upright posture, showing no signs of unease. "Oh please, who has the time for that? You're not even that beautiful girl you're talking about. Who would follow you? I must inform you, my dear friend, that I am a male, and my affections lie with females. Do not entertain any unreliable notions," the rotund driver exclaimed, waving one hand in the air. "How could you possibly know that I intend to pursue the tour bus for the Music Association?" Chun Howard remained exceedingly vigilant. Though he pondered the previous remarks of the rotund driver, sensing an underlying implication. Given his concerns for his childhood friend, it dawned on him that the driver might indeed be linked to the abduction of Nie Yuxuan, which incited a surge of anger within him. "Oh dear, you truly possess an overactive imagination. I assure you, I am merely a neutral service provider." The driver's tone was urgent, yet his demeanor was remarkably calm. A service provider? Chun Howard suddenly recalled a piece of information from the depths of his memory, and he gasped in astonishment. The Universal Service Provider? Ah, what a splendid title. I shall henceforth refer to myself as the Universal Service Provider. The rotund driver muttered contentedly while stroking his chin. Chun Howard was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. Good heavens, could this be the very individual reputed to conduct business with any intelligent species, the most enigmatic universal service provider, the one said to fulfill any request as long as the price is right? Am I fortunate, or have I merely stepped in dog excrement to have arranged a ride with him and even received his business card? This is my ticket to prosperity. Suppressing his excitement, he leaned forward eagerly and inquired, "Who is the one that abducted my childhood friend?" The rotund driver glanced at Chun Howard with a sidelong look and replied dismissively, "My dear customer, I only agreed to assist you in catching up to the Music Association's bus within an hour for free. I never promised a second freebie." "How much?" Chun Howard shouted with urgency. 1,000,000 CN currency. "And you shall learn the number of targets, their action plans, and their current locations as for the mastermind behind it all. That will cost you 10,000,000 CN currency," the rotund driver replied with a cheerful grin. Chun Howard recoiled, smacking his forehead in regret for not having accepted the 1,000,000 from Shindafu, for then he would immediately know the identity of the individual poised to shatter his happiness. "Oh, you're not even negotiating?" the rotund driver inquired with curiosity. "Can you negotiate on your end?" Chun Howard retorted, somewhat irked. "No, we operate on a strict policy of payment up front. No one is exempt from this rule," the rotund driver asserted firmly. "Then that settles it. I shan't waste my breath. Hurry up, you promised to catch up to the Music Association's bus within an hour," Chun Howard declared, closing his eyes in frustration. Casting a glance at the rearview mirror, the rotund driver muttered, "How strange. He seems to know me so well. Could he truly be one of my previous customers? But I have no recollection of him. Previously, it was merely a tactic to attract clients. Could it be that his fate has been reshaped into something unique? Perhaps, after all, who can truly comprehend these supernatural matters, just as I? Chapter 34. The Invisible Enemy. "Hey, hey, customer, wake up. We've caught up," the rotund driver shouted. Instantly alert, Chun Howard opened his eyes to find the familiar bus right before him. Instinctively, he pulled out his phone to check, and indeed, it had been less than an hour since boarding, which left him in awe at the speed they were traveling. The rotund driver, having noticed this, began to boast. "See, I told you we'd catch up within an hour, and we did. Let me tell you, as long as you offer a suitable price, not only can we catch up within an hour, but even within 10 minutes. Just look at this free service. Isn't it a fantastic deal?" Chun Howard paid no heed to the driver's self-praise. He had finally calmed down, realizing he could follow Nie Yuxuan to the provincial competition, and during this time, everything should proceed without incident. The real concern lay in her waiting at the airport, where he would have to keep a vigilant eye. Yet, Chun Howard couldn't help but furrow his brow in distress. In his past life, Nie Yuxuan had gone missing from the restroom, with surveillance footage capturing her entering but never exiting, and he had no means to enter the women's restroom. How could he possibly keep watch? With this thought, he turned to the rotund driver, recognizing that only this mysterious universal service provider, capable of conducting business across realms, could assist him. surprised by the existence of such a service provider. Chun Haoran, having experienced a world-altering event, found it hardly astonishing. In the future, all manner of bizarre and supernatural phenomena would exist. So what was so surprising about a being who could offer services for profit? If anything, his own resurrection seemed the more extraordinary event. Dear driver, might it be possible to pay a deposit first and settle the remainder later? If you accept the deposit, would you reveal the information to me? Chun Haoran inquired with anticipation. He was genuinely troubled, as against this universal service provider, brute force was futile. Only by acquiescing to the requested fee could he obtain what he desired. In the future, there would undoubtedly be formidable individuals seeking to coerce this universal service provider into serving them through intimidation. And those individuals would be intelligent beings from various realms. Yet what was the outcome? This rotund driver continued to roam about, attracting clients, while those who sought to challenge him simply vanished. When he had just been reborn, he had boldly proclaimed that brute force was the primary productive force. Now, how many times had he been vexed by a lack of funds? It seemed imperative that he acquire a substantial sum of money to cultivate his skills in peace. The rotund driver, one hand on the steering wheel and the other stroking his chin in contemplation, glanced at Chun Haoran through the rearview mirror and nodded. It's not entirely impossible to make an exception. Perhaps a higher interest rate or something similar. No problem, no problem. I'm fine with whatever interest rate you propose. Chun Haoran replied with delight, for he had never heard of this universal service provider granting preferential treatment. And the clientele of this provider were all immensely powerful figures. Ordinary people had only heard legends about him and had never encountered him. To think that this universal service provider would be so accommodating at this moment. However, the rotund driver internally scoffed. Good heavens, if I weren't so curious to witness this peculiar being, whose fate has been usurped and is destined to become a mere shadow of his former self. Due to a reshaping of his fate, I wouldn't even consider extending credit. Does he truly believe that if he doesn't pay me, I won't owe anyone else? All right, you need not pay a deposit. The 1 million information fee can be deferred for a year. With an interest of 100,000 per month, after 12 months, the total repayment, principal and interest combined, will amount to 250,000. Early repayment will also be 250,000, the rotund driver stated decisively. Chun Haoran felt no anger towards this exorbitant loan. Rather, he fervently nodded in agreement, fearful that the rotund driver might change his mind. No problem, no problem. Ridiculous. This sum paled in comparison to Nie Yushuan's safety. And Chun Haoran firmly believed he could earn 250,000 within a year. Moreover, was this high-interest loan truly exorbitant? Consider the system that charged 10 points and demanded 1 point interest per day, by comparison. This seemed exceedingly reasonable. It appears you truly care for your childhood friend. I merely hinted at something, and yet you instinctively sensed that your childhood friend was in danger. Aren't you worried I might deceive you? The rotund driver mused. Perplexed by Chun Haoran's tenacity in pursuing the matter, Chun Haoran managed a dry laugh. How could he reveal that Nie Yushuan had disappeared precisely because of this? Thus, when he grasped the opportunity to alter this future, he would cling to it tenaciously. The husky, who had been sitting quietly, finally reacted, its innocent gaze shifting between Chun Haoran and the rotund driver. Daiti appeared to have an epiphany, its expression growing tense. Yet it maintained its seated posture, although its body began to wiggle, and its ears perked up. The rotund driver first cast a glance at the husky through the rearview mirror, then, as if listening intently to something, finally spoke. Listen carefully. The entity targeting your childhood friend is an organization known as the Web of Spiders. Initially, they were merely selecting targets randomly in Chao City. But once your childhood friend's information surfaced on the dark web, a substantial bounty was placed on her, making it certain that the Web of Spiders will abduct her. The dark web. Chun Haoran's expression changed dramatically as he clenched his fist, the air around him seemingly vibrating with the force of his grip. The husky, having been fixated on Chun Haoran's changing expression, appeared to ponder for a moment before awakening to the gravity of the situation. Its gaze hardened, claws extending and effortlessly piercing the seat cushion. Oh, you're familiar with the intricacies of the dark web? The rotund driver remarked, taken aback by Chun Haoran's reaction. Chun Haoran nodded. How could he not be familiar with the dark web? It was a realm where humanity's darkest impulses ran rampant, a space where every conceivable malevolent act could unfold and propagate. Although the dark web had faced annihilation due to the concentration of power among individuals in the future, Remnants of its filth resurfaced, enticing countless malevolent entities, causing the reconstructed dark web to become even more audacious, a source of evil that the forces of light vowed to eradicate. Regrettably, as of Chinhaoren's rebirth, the dark web was still thriving, albeit having become more clandestine after numerous crackdowns. The mere thought that Nie Yuxuan had been abducted to the dark web filled Chinhaoren with an intense heat in his mind. A suffocating pressure in his chest, and a heartbeat and breath that felt agonizingly ineffective. The chubby driver had yet to notice this. He was still pondering. How strange. Isn't this kid just an ordinary teenager? How could he possibly be aware of the dark web's existence? Could it be that his childhood friend's father informed him? That seems rather implausible. The dark web is such a treacherous place. Even a slightly unstable mind could become disoriented merely by browsing it. To put it bluntly, those with weak willpower might easily become ensnared. How could a police officer possibly explain this to an ordinary boy? Just as he was lost in thought, the husky began barking frantically, prompting him to grumble, "Shut up, or you'll be paying for the damage to the sofa." Damn, impressive. The chubby driver, forgetting all about driving, turned his head sharply to fixate on Chinhaoren.in Chapter 0035. Fire Attribute. Chinhaoren gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead and neck, his face flushed, and to his astonishment, steam began to emanate from his head. The husky, Sweet Vinegar, dared not approach and could only bark anxiously, hoping to rouse the unconscious Chinhaoren. "Don't shout. Your master is about to break through." The chubby driver waved his hand at the husky, then pressed a button on the console, glancing back at Chinhaoren with a click of his tongue. Truly remarkable. Just from an emotional surge, he can achieve a mental breakthrough. This is the treatment of a protagonist. But shouldn't this guy be following the path of a martial artist? How did he come to experience a mental breakthrough? Truly bizarre. This fate is indeed unpredictable. The chubby driver mused while the husky, Sweet Vinegar, looked blankly between the driver and the increasingly flushed Chinhaoren, then howled in despair, tucking its tail and burying its head against the car door. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated, causing the vehicle to jolt, and a crack in the window allowed tendrils of black smoke to billow out. Sweet Vinegar gazed at Chinhaoren with a face full of indignation, howling in dismay, for its fur was now singed and curled. Chinhaoren looked just as grim, his face charred and emitting wisps of smoke, yet he managed to reassure, "Don't cry, with your appearance. You can still pretend to be a Black Earth dog. Once we arrive, I'll take you for a wash, and everything will be fine. Look at me. I'm in quite a mess too." Maintaining an outward composure, Chinhaoren felt an exhilarating rush within, as the system chimed in with its presence. "Congratulations, host, for reaching the high stage of first order in the mental system and acquiring the fire attribute." Congratulations. It then displayed Chinhaoren's current status. Host, Chinhaoren, male, 16 years bone age, owes 10 points, daily interest of 1 point, 97 days of interest deducted in advance, physical skill, first order 3. 7 stage, mortal 0 order 1 stage, mental, first order 9.1 stage, mortal 0 order 1 stage, fire attribute, 0.1 source, skills, none. Upon seeing this information, Chinhaoren couldn't help but reflect. No wonder everyone says the mental system is profoundly elusive. Otherwise, one would be stuck at a bottleneck, struggling to find a breakthrough opportunity. Or perhaps there is no bottleneck at all, and one breaks through inexplicably. It's no wonder that once the mental system flourishes, the physical system is easily overshadowed. While physical skills are easy to practice and elevate, they can only be climbed step by step. However, the mental system can yield unreasonable and illogical bursts of power. One moment, a mere mortal without any understanding, and the next, a master towering above countless others. This arbitrary and unqualified burst of power resembles winning the lottery, entirely random, relying solely on luck. Thus, everyone yearns to be that fortunate one who breaks through, leading to an ever-increasing number of practitioners in the mental system, which in turn amplifies its strength. "Ow, ow, ow," Sweet Vinegar lamented, glancing at its singed fur, as if questioning whether it could ever be clean again. This husky is quite amusing. It seems to care a lot about its appearance," the chubby driver chuckled. "But congratulations to you, young man. A brand new fire attribute junior master has just emerged." Chinhaoren, regaining his senses, blinked and, realizing the driver was not surprised by the title of junior master, decided not to dwell on the exposure, breaking into a grin. "Brother, you has a discerning eye." With that, he extended his palm, and a flickering flame, about a centimeter high, appeared in his hand. Chun Haoran was taken aback. Who would have thought that merely from a surge of anger, he would manifest a fire attribute? No wonder the mental system would eventually dominate the physical system. Unfortunately, he was utterly ignorant of the mental system. While he knew it would eventually branch into various attributes, he had planned to solidify his foundation first. Now, with a single burst, he possessed the fire attribute, allowing him to focus solely on seeking cultivation methods related to fire. Without the need to contemplate other attributes, he found the fire attribute rather appealing. Firstly, those with a mental system attribute related to fire are impervious to all diseases and toxins. No virus can survive in a fire cultivator's presence. Secondly, wasn't he engaged in alchemy? This fire attribute would undoubtedly enhance his alchemical prowess. Thirdly, the offensive power of fire is devastating against most beings, particularly those of the attribute. Originally lamenting his singed fur, Sweet Vinegar's eyes widened with curiosity as it gazed at the flame in Chun Haoran's palm. Inching closer, as if wanting to sniff it. Do you wish to burn your nose? Chun Haoran pressed down on the husky's head and extinguished the flame with a pinch. The chubby driver observed Chun Haoran with a flicker of interest. Initially, he had merely picked up this passenger due to a ride-sharing request and casually investigated his background, revealing a bit of information which had piqued his curiosity. Now, however, he was thoroughly intrigued. The information indicated that this boy seemed destined for the physical system, not to mention how he had been training under his neighbor, a police officer, from a young age. The fact that his fate had been stripped away forced him onto the path of the physical system. Simply put, with his fate severed, luck was non-existent, especially as his soul suffered a severe blow. To have any future prospects, he could only pursue the universally accessible physical system. The intel suggested he had a certain talent for physical skills, as his relentless training had brought him to a minor accomplishment. Yet, who would have anticipated that the mere mention of the dark web would lead him to envision the tragic fate of his childhood friend, resulting in an explosive breakthrough? Now he possessed the fire attribute, leaping directly from a novice martial artist to the rank of a junior master in the fire mental system. If this were to spread, those seasoned practitioners of the mental system would likely swarm to take him as a disciple. This was indeed valuable information. The chubby driver was a man of many schemes and calculations, and he decided to observe further, unexpectedly encountering such an interesting event during a simple ride. He found even the husky by this boy's side to be quite a rarity. Brother, you're impressive too. This car not only shows no signs of damage, but also has an autonomous driving feature, Chun Haoran remarked. Completely unaware that he had become the main course of someone else's schemes, merely engaging in light conversation, the chubby driver smirked. My car has many functions. He then pressed another button on the console. You two shouldn't remain in this state. Let me help you out. As his words fell, a blue light scanned over Chun Haoran and Sweet Vinegar, restoring their appearances. Sweet Vinegar appeared cleaner than before, yet Chun Haoran's clothes remained singed and charred. Sweet Vinegar, now wide-eyed, examined its fur in astonishment, marveling at how it had returned to its original state after being singed. However, after a moment of confusion, it disregarded the thought and eagerly pressed closer to Chun Haoran, excitedly wanting to see why the flame had vanished from his palm. Seeing Chun Haoran's calm demeanor and the husky's curious expression, the chubby driver felt a vain throb on his forehead. How frustrating. His advanced cellular repair technology could restore singed fur and skin in an instant. How could they not display any surprise? They must have seen so much that they were unfazed. That was impossible. While he wouldn't claim to be the only one in the world with this technology, it certainly wasn't common knowledge among ordinary people. They should at least show a hint of astonishment. Otherwise, he would feel utterly unaccomplished. Chun Haoran, oblivious to the driver's inner monologue, found no spark of surprise in the seemingly high-tech gadgetry that as the future unfolds. Power will revert to the individual, and the two dominant systems, the spiritual and the martial arts, will become the rulers of the world. In contrast, the elusive black technology, which often seems to emerge from nowhere, will merely serve as a supplementary system, enhancing convenience and comfort in everyday life. In this future, black technology will play the role of a mere supporting character. Chapter 0036. The sea is all water. Action requires money. Rain brother, please continue. Chun Haoran adjusted his posture and spoke. The overweight driver, fully relinquishing the steering wheel, blinked in confusion. Continue what? Chun Haoran felt a vain throb on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he said, Rain brother. You can't possibly mean that the people from the web want to capture my friend, and that mere statement is worth 2.5 million, right? Where's the 250? Don't speak carelessly. The price is 1 million. Not 250. That's the total amount of your loan. The plump driver shouted briefly before settling back into his seat. Of course, it wouldn't be so simplistic as to just swindle you out of money. Allow me to elaborate. I trust you as much as a ghost. You wicked fat man. Chun Howard muttered under his breath. Yet he remained focused, fully aware that he was at the mercy of another. The husky, Sweetvine, resting in Chun Howard's arms, squinted its eyes while its ears twitched ever so slightly. The web has set its sights on your little girl. And the gold-tier hunter behind this is Kaijing, a scoundrel who escaped from our summer nation. Under his command are 2 silver-tier hunters, William and Light, that I will send you their photos shortly. Don't let their names fool you into thinking they are foreigners. They are also scoundrels from our summer nation. Beneath them, there are 10 copper-tier hunters. This group operates specifically within our summer nation. Supported by dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals providing cover and logistics that I won't bother listing all their names. In summary, they are currently tailing your girl, and perhaps one of the vehicles around us is indeed theirs. The driver's words prompted Chun Howard to immediately glance around. And surprisingly, the husky followed suit, leading the driver to grin and say, "No need to search. If they were that easy to spot, their victims' families would have long since dealt with them." Chun Howard clenched his fists as he settled back down. Kaijing. I've memorized that name. As for their plans, I lack detailed information. They have been focused on your girl, and the moment they see an opportunity, they will abduct her. Their plans can change and execute at any moment. With their secretive and extensive transportation channels, unless caught red-handed, the only option left is to search the dark web. The plump driver shrugged nonchalantly. Chun Howard furrowed his brow. Now he knew who the enemy was and where Nie Yuxuan would potentially disappear. Yet he felt utterly helpless. He couldn't enter the women's restroom, and this wasn't part of the enemy's fixed plan. Nie Yuxuan had gone missing from an airport restroom in her previous life. But that was a lifetime ago. Now that he was involved, who could predict whether Nie Yuxuan might vanish elsewhere? This thought drove him to distraction. Hence, he couldn't resist asking, "Do you have any information about their transportation channels?" "Want to know?" 100 million in cash. Absolutely no loans, the driver replied casually. Chun Howard clenched his fists. He didn't dare to request anything further. The previous 1 million for intelligence didn't even require a down payment. And now he was expected to ask for 100 million. Ridiculous. They were a so-called neutral entity, where money equated to service. At that moment, his phone chimed with a text. Upon opening it, he found street photos of 3 seemingly refined men whose eyes betrayed a sinister intent. "Is the first one Kaijing?" Chun Howard asked, looking at the images, while the husky also perked up, peering intently, as if committing the faces to memory, just like Chun Howard. "Let me remind you, even if you deal with this lot, the issue won't be resolved. Don't forget your girl has an order placed on the dark web. Unless you deal with the one who placed the order, the problem will persist. And countless others will come after her for money," the driver stated nonchalantly. Chun Howard felt a chill. Indeed, someone had placed an order, and many would be eager to fulfill it, even if Nie Yuxuan managed to escape this ordeal. Further calamities would inevitably follow. He clenched his teeth, realizing there were only 2 ways to resolve this. Eliminate the one who placed the order, or ensure Nie Yuxuan could protect herself. Speaking of self-defense, while Nie Yuxuan had received training from Uncle Nie, handling professional criminals was another matter entirely. She was no different from an ordinary girl in that regard. Thus, once this was all over, he would need to ensure she was equipped with protective abilities. Determined, Chun Howard asked, "Is the one who placed the order the same person you mentioned earlier, the one behind the scenes, demanding 10 million? "Exactly. 10 million in cash, no loans," the driver affirmed decisively. Chun Howard frowned, contemplating how to procure this 10 million. This amount was essential to obtain information about the one who placed the order, for only by eliminating that individual could the abduction issue be resolved at its roots. Yet, 10 million was an enormous sum. He thought of his family and friends, including Nie Yuxuan's relatives, all of whom were ordinary people. A few tens of thousands could be borrowed with a plea. But 1 million was utterly out of the question. However, if his family and the Nie family truly pooled their resources, they could likely manage it. But how could he express this? How could he convince them? The situation hadn't even unfolded yet. Furthermore, How could they possibly believe in the peculiar existence of Rain Brother? He could only imagine his father slapping him for such a preposterous notion. His mother would surely scold him for fabricating tales about Nyayushwan. Yet if he waited until after the fact, it would be far too late. Chenharan wished he could slap himself. Had he only accepted the generous offer from the affluent Shun Guowa back then, he would already have 10 million in his pocket. As for seeking a loan now, please, he didn't even know Shin the tycoon. He didn't even possess Shun Wei as contact information. Ever since that incident at the disco, Shun Wei had vanished without a trace. The frustration was overwhelming. In the end, he could only sigh. There was no choice but to deal with Kong Kaijing and his gang. Ensuring Nia Yuxuan's temporary safety. Money, money, money. It was infuriating. In the future, he had never been troubled by finances as a mere salted fish. Yet now, reborn, he found himself ensnared by the very thing. Observing Chun Haoran's distress through the rearview mirror, the plump driver raised an eyebrow and said with a hint of mischief, "Little brother, if you're having financial troubles, you could always come to me for collateral. For instance, your fire-type attribute. It could be worth a substantial sum." Upon hearing this, Chun Haoran was suddenly struck with excitement, leaning forward eagerly. "Rain brother, I possess a type of body-refining elixir that can enhance an ordinary person's physique, allowing for infinite use without any side effects. How much do you think such an elixir could fetch?" "What? A body-refining elixir? You know how to concoct elixirs. My goodness, little brother, you've struck gold." The plump driver exclaimed, abandoning the steering wheel to face Chen Haoran with enthusiasm. "Of course. How else do you think I became so powerful?" Chen Haoran replied confidently, rolling his eyes. "Indeed. So how do you plan to sell this elixir? If it truly possesses the qualities you claim, limitless stacking and no side effects, the formula itself is worth 10 billion. I'll buy it outright in cash," the driver proclaimed with a grandiose demeanor. Chun Haoran scoffed. This cunning merchant truly thought him a fool that we were no longer in an era where even a 3-year-old could concoct elixirs. This was a time when rare commodities were in short supply, and elixirs were among the rarest of the rared. He would be a fool to sell the formula. Thus, he chose not to respond. Seeing his silence, the plump driver rubbed his hands together and said, "I'm not saying this because I think you're struggling alone in your elixir-making journey, nor can you provide them in bulk. Plus, once sold, the elixirs can be deciphered. I just thought you might want to maximize your gains. Have you reconsidered?" "No need. I can guarantee that for the next decade, my elixir formula will remain unbreakable. Thus, for the next 10 years, this body-refining elixir will be a seller's market. Rain brother, I just don't know what price you're willing to offer for it," Chen Haoran replied with casual indifference. It was all a jest. While body-refining elixirs would eventually become commonplace within a decade, that would only occur against the backdrop of a society engaged in collective cultivation, under the guidance of countless selfless elixir masters. Moreover, the elixir he currently possessed was the most refined formula from his previous life, separated from the original by many generations. It had been the result of countless trials and revisions by numerous alchemists. Having reached its peak state, impossible to simplify or amend further. If the elixir could be easily deciphered, it would trivialize the hard work of so many over such a long period. "What is the number?" the plump driver asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he raised a finger. He could hardly suppress his unease. Although his service provider bore some resemblance to an intelligence dealer, fate had been merciful. He was not a specialist in selling intelligence, but rather a versatile service provider dedicated to fulfilling any request from clients. However, his network was not extensive, and his resources were limited. For now, he could only rely on his unique abilities to perform tasks akin to those of an intelligence dealer and intermediary. He had long desired to broaden the scope of his services, and now that he had discovered a source of elixirs right before him, it was only natural for him to feel anxious. As for doubting Chun Haoran's boastfulness, that was out of the question. The rotund man possessed the uncanny ability to track Chen Haoran's every move, even knowing precisely what herbs he had purchased. He was acutely aware that this individual had once been an ordinary person, yet had achieved a resounding victory against 100 opponents, one of whom was a renowned martial artist. Did such a transformation not speak volumes? More importantly, Chun Haoran had displayed his newfound powers right before him, transforming into a fire element adept in a fit of rage. Such an inconceivable event occurring under his very nose left no room for doubt regarding Chun Haoran's claims. Furthermore, these elixirs, capable of enhancing physical abilities and infinitely stackable without side effects, were practically a goldmine. They would fetch a handsome price regardless of the buyer. Chen Haoran found this situation exceedingly bothersome and, pinching the bridge of his nose in resignation, remarked, "Yuga, could you be more straightforward? With that single finger raised, am I to guess 100 million, or just 1 yuan?" The man's eyes twitched slightly. 100 million. 1 yuan? Both figures were utterly implausible. He had hoped to elicit a rough psychological price for negotiation, but witnessing the young man's cliche reluctance to engage, he could only respond with exasperation. 100,000 per piece. Each guaranteed to enhance physical abilities, infinitely stackable, and devoid of side effects. All right, I'll concede to you. Or perhaps say that I'm being generous to those wealthy individuals. They need not toil. They merely need to spend money to attain good health. Chen Haoran scoffed. Not intending to haggle further, 100,000 per piece seemed reasonable, considering the production cost was merely a few dozen yuan, and refining the elixirs did not consume much time. "So when do we commence the supply of elixirs?" the rotund man inquired eagerly. "We'll discuss that once this matter is settled," Chen Haoran replied nonchalantly. The man's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. "Your little lady is headed to the Provincial Music Association for a competition, and the venue is the Provincial Opera House. The accommodations for the members of the various city associations will undoubtedly be at the adjacent Kairunla Hotel. Therefore, we can preemptively take you to the Kairunla Hotel for observation. Rest assured, the highway is lined with surveillance cameras. Those scoundrels wouldn't dare to intercept vehicles on the highway, as escape would be impossible. Their best chance would be at the hotel, where the staff is far too easy to bribe." Chen Haoran nodded in agreement with the rotund man's suggestion and prepared to scout the hotel where Nie Yuxuan and her companions would be staying. After all, with his involvement, there was no guarantee that Nie Yuxuan would not be abducted until she reached the airport for the capital's national music competition. With this confirmation, the rotund driver pressed the accelerator and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. Overtaking the bus. During the overtaking, the husky named Tiansu excitedly pressed its nose against the window, barking at the bus as if it had caught a whiff of its owner. Fearing exposure, Chen Haoran had to restrain the exuberant husky. Inside the bus, Nie Yuxuan was resting with her eyes closed, but for some reason, she opened her eyes just in time to see the overtaking vehicle zoom past. She watched with a hint of confusion, smiled, and then closed her eyes once more. The rotund driver, having delivered Chen Haoran to his destination, simply gestured for a phone call, exclaiming, "Call me when you have the goods. I'll come to collect them at any time." He then departed without hesitation. Steeling himself, Chen Haoran observed the curious Tiansu, letting out a resigned sigh. "Bringing a pet along is always the most troublesome. I need to find a pet hotel to settle down in first. Hopefully, it isn't too far from here." Fortunately, he discovered via his phone's navigation that there was a pet hotel just 3 bus stops away from the Kairunla Hotel. Naturally, he led the husky there on foot. Upon arriving at the hotel, with a temporary financial windfall thanks to a considerable loan from Nie Yuxuan, Chen Haoran booked a 10-day stay and placed Tiansu in a cage, cautioning, "Tiansu, I need to go scout the hotel where your owner is staying. Please don't cause a ruckus. I'll settle you in when I return." The previously obedient husky, upon Chen Haoran's departure, effortlessly unlocked the cage's latch and slipped out to follow him. Thus, a young lad infiltrated the Kairunla Hotel, inspecting various concealed areas. While a husky circled the hotel's perimeter, unbeknownst to anyone, a pack of stray dogs and cats mysteriously appeared near the hotel. Though strays had always roamed the vicinity, their numbers had never reached this magnitude. These clever strays concealed themselves in various hiding spots, only emerging to meow or bark when the sleek husky made an appearance. Chapter 0038. The sweet potato thrown by heaven every day. Upon returning from his reconnaissance, Chen Haoran would find the husky waiting at the door, wagging its tail. Initially, he had scolded it, but after several days, he realized that Tiansu did not wander off and would always be waiting at the door before his return. So he refrained from further comments as for the husky's ability to open its cage. That was nothing out of the ordinary. Tiansu had often roamed the neighborhood freely. Chen Haoran silently lamented that had he known the husky could take care of itself, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing it along. However, on further reflection, he realized that while it could not get lost, it was incapable of foraging for food. Speaking of which, Chen Haoran was taken aback to discover that Tiansu's appetite had significantly increased. It devoured much more than before. Yet, he thought to himself that it was to be expected. After all, a husky wouldn't be overly concerned about its figure as he pondered. He ruffled Tiansu's head, saying, "Let's head back to sleep. We have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Days passed, and Chun Haoran observed Nie Yuxuan and her group checking in. He followed them to the opera house for practice and competition, and as Nie Yuxuan neared the finals, the provincial music competition was drawing to a close. Despite the many days he had invested, he had yet to uncover any trace of Kong Kaijing and his associates. Chun Haoran felt increasingly frustrated. He had considered printing out photographs of Kong Kaijing and his companions to threaten and entice some thugs into assisting him. But he feared that these thugs might have ties to Kong Kaijing and would turn him in. While being sold out was of little consequence to Chun Haoran, he would even welcome a confrontation with them. He was most concerned about them becoming more vigilant and hiding deeper. After all, where does one find a thief who operates for 1,000 days? With the enemy lurking in the shadows, he would inevitably encounter trouble for handing the information over to the police. Please, if he inexplicably submitted a list of photographs and declared those individuals as human traffickers, did he think the police would graciously accept it? This information was essentially a single list with no additional context. Submitting such material would likely result in it being discarded among the mountains of paperwork for approaching Uncle Nya. When he had no evidence or knowledge of the enemy's identity, Chun Haoran had no idea how to explain the situation to Uncle Nya. After obtaining the list and photographs, he had attempted to call Uncle Nya, but whether or not Uncle Nya would believe in the existence of such a matter was another story. However, with the evidence in hand, at least Uncle Nya would take notice and perhaps request the provincial police to pay attention to the situation. All it would take was a few phone calls from Uncle Nya. Unfortunately, Uncle Nya's phone was unreachable, and his secretary, Hao Ji's, phone was also out of service, indicating that they were currently in a situation of information blackout during the investigation, back in his hometown police station. Apart from Uncle Nya and Hao Gu, Chun Haoran was at a loss as to whom else to approach. Thus, he could only send a message containing the information and suppress his thoughts. Chun Haoran felt exasperated. Despite being reincarnated with countless opportunities for the future and possessing formidable powers as a fire element adept, he was still just a teenager who had yet to finish high school in this era of peace. He lacked money. If he had 100 million, he could directly uncover the dark web's transportation routes in Xia country. Such detailed information, once submitted, would surely be thoroughly examined, and if verified, a cleanup operation would ensue. He lacked influence. If he had influence, there would be no need for him to personally seek out individuals with his husky in tow that a single command could unearth Kong Kaijing, but if his influence were strong enough, he could even wage war against the dark web. Oh, but that was not feasible. If the dark web were to learn of his formidable influence, they would undoubtedly refrain from making any moves against those close to him. It appeared that the mainstream thought of solely focusing on personal strength in this future world was misguided. Alongside enhancing his own power, he needed wealth and influence as well, but those were matters for the future. For now, he needed to ensure Nie Yuxuan's safety. Today, Chun Haoran secretly watched as Nie Yuxuan claimed the championship in the violin solo competition and received a congratulatory call, simultaneously learning that she would not be returning but would be flying directly to the capital for the national music competition. Setting aside his overheated phone after a prolonged conversation with Nie Yuxuan, Chun Haoran clenched his fists, acutely aware that tomorrow marked the most perilous moment, for in the morrow, Nie Yuxuan would arrive at the airport, only to vanish while in the restroom during her layover. Thus, he had but a fleeting afternoon and evening to unearth any trace of Kong Kaijing. Otherwise, he would be left with no choice but to confront Nie Yuxuan directly. Remaining by her side for protection, Chun Haoran had long refrained from employing the simplest methods to resolve issues, wishing to shield Nie Yuxuan from the darker aspects of this world, hoping to allow her to live joyfully and carefree. Yet, if compelled, he would have to lay bare the truth to her. The very thought of this crushed his pride, as he had fancied that returning to life would enable him to safeguard those he cherished, ensuring they could navigate life without worry. Yet, he was nothing more than a mere 16-year-old boy, aside from being slightly more adept in combat and possessing a greater breadth of knowledge. He had little else to boast about. His fervent emotions gradually subdued, Chun Haoran maintained a calm demeanor as he wandered around the hotel where Nie Yuxuan was staying, resolute in his purpose. After all, when she departed for the airport, he would confront her with honesty, for it was better for her to be suspicious than for her to be abducted. However, just as Chun Haoran temporarily set aside thoughts of confronting the kidnappers, his vigilant gaze caught sight of a vehicle slowly passing by the hotel entrance. The driver appeared strikingly familiar. It was none other than William, the faux foreigner featured in the 3 photographs provided by the rotund Hugo. Damn, is fate truly conspiring against you? Chun Haoran exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he licked his lips, glancing around before hastily renting a shared bike and positioning himself at a distance to observe the vehicle. Meanwhile, his husky, Tianzu, had meandered back to the pet hotel, only to find the door firmly shut. With a puzzled tilt of its head, it let out a soft whine, bemused that Chun Haoran was not there to greet it as he usually did. Sniffing at the gap beneath the door, Tianzu detected a faint trace of Chun Haoran's scent, indicating he was not inside. After pondering for a moment, Tianzu barked and wagged its tail, bolting out the door. The husky raced to the hotel where Nie Yuxuan was staying, sniffing along the roadside, and upon lifting its head, it wore a triumphant expression as it dashed after the direction in which Chun Haoran had ridden away. Who could still dare to call such a husky foolish? Chapter 0039, an unexpected interlude from a distance. Chun Haoran stealthily tracked the vehicle through the city, where following it was relatively easy. However, once the car exited the city and entered the suburbs, its speed increased, compelling Chun Haoran to pedal furiously. Fortunately, a traffic jam ensued on the highway leading out of town, forcing the vehicle to halt. Coincidentally, a nearby taxi became available, and Chun Haoran switched vehicles, instructing the driver to follow the car ahead discreetly as he trailed Sweet Potato, William. The road became increasingly secluded, with the occasional airplanes soaring overhead. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire within Chun Haoran. It was utterly despicable that this gang had chosen such an obscure and conspicuous hideout near the airport. Unable to contain his frustration, he thumped the taxi window, prompting the driver to glance back at him through the rearview mirror, puzzled by the young man's unusual behavior, realizing he had nearly forgotten the driver's presence. Chun Haoran felt a twinge of regret, thinking, I must appear quite mad to him. Feigning relaxation, he leaned back, and after the driver cast a few more glances without seeing anything amiss, he ceased his scrutiny. Soon, the vehicle slowed down, maneuvering around oncoming traffic before signaling to turn onto a wider road. Upon closer inspection, Chun Haoran could not help but smile, thinking, indeed, they possess a cunning strategy. They have hidden their base within a parcel distribution center. Indeed, this remote location, though situated in the suburbs, was no less spacious than the bustling streets of the city, particularly as it lay adjacent to the airport's parcel distribution hub. This area was vast and bustling with vehicles and pedestrians, illuminated day and night, making it the ideal hideout for such nefarious individuals. After maintaining a safe distance, Chun Haoran instructed the driver to stop, calmly disembarking, since they had driven a considerable distance to reach this location. It was evident they had a plan and would linger for some time. Moreover, unlike the city with its straightforward entrances, he knew he could slip into one of the nearby companies and gather information. Fortune favored him as he stealthily entered the premises, discovering that the vehicle was moving at a snail's pace due to the continuous flow of large trucks, forcing the 2 smaller cars to inch forward. Chun Haoran was pleased to find that he would not need to waste time. He maintained a distance while watching the vehicle until it finally turned into a warehouse. Only then did he begin to survey his surroundings. This parcel distribution center was not exclusive to any single courier company. Rather, it served as a hub for numerous businesses, with well-known firms occupying the periphery, boasting expansive grounds and professional attire emblazoned with company logos. However, as one ventured deeper, the smaller companies appeared disorganized, often operating under makeshift signs, with employees donning casual clothing. Many battered vans traversed the area, and individuals who appeared to be part of the local underbelly zoomed by on motorcycles, creating an overall chaotic atmosphere. Chun Haoran reflected on this disarray, realizing why they would choose such a bustling location to nest. Who could discern what sort of individuals or contraband might be concealed among these small courier companies? It was no wonder the higher-ups insisted on strict regulation of the courier industry. Such disarray made it all too easy to harbor illicit activities at this juncture. Chun Haoran knew better than to approach the spot where William had parked directly. Instead, he circumvented the area, seeking a concealed vantage point from which to monitor the courier company of interest. His ability to find a hidden spot at the distribution center was aided by the fact that the gang had chosen a location deep within the hub. Surrounded by lesser-known courier companies, while the more popular ones bustled with activity, just after 5 o'clock, employees were already beginning to close shop, leaving only those who were either on their phones or chatting idly. Appearing utterly disengaged he observed, Chun Haoren noted a small delivery truck marked with airport logistics parked inside the warehouse, further solidifying his conviction that this location served as the gang's hideout. With his demeanor now calm, he exhibited patience as he continued to watch, waiting as the twilight deepened. The employees who had been working gradually began to leave, leaving behind those who were more preoccupied with their phones or conversations. This pleased Chun Haoren, as it indicated that the ordinary workers had departed, and those remaining were likely members of the gang. Just as he prepared to take action, Chun Haoren suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Prompting him to swiftly turn around, to his astonishment, he found himself face to face with a husky, its fur standing on end in the dim light. "Tianzu?" he exclaimed in surprise. The husky joyfully wagged its tail and licked Chun Haoren's hand. "How on earth did you manage to track me down from the hotel, which is at least 10 kilometers away?" Chun Haoren was utterly astonished. Initially wearing an air of confidence, Tianzu momentarily froze, its expression shifting to one of panic, as if realizing it had perhaps overstepped its bounds. The dimming light and the effort to remain hidden meant that Chun Haoren was oblivious to Tianzu's unusual behavior. Instead, he affectionately ruffled the husky's fur, reflecting, "You're quite unfortunate, as a husky. You have yet to experience the privileges of a pampered pet that you've nearly been trained into a police dog while staying with Uncle Nya, just like me." Tianzu, with an endearing yet vacant expression, seemed entirely oblivious to Chun Haoren's musings, fervently wagging its tail and licking him incessantly. Chun Haoren, increasingly dismissive, said, calm down. I have important matters to attend to, since you've insisted on following me. You'll have to wait here." He patted Tianzu's head, adopting a serious tone. The husky tilted its head, exhibiting a look of confusion, prompting Chun Haoren to admonish it. "Don't ask so many questions. Just stay here quietly until I call for you." With a mournful whine, Tianzu lay down, casting a pitiful glance at Chun Haoren. "Stay put. Don't come out unless I call you." Chun Haoren reiterated sternly, then swaggered toward the opposing warehouse as soon as he turned his back. However, a glimmer of mischief sparked in Tianzu's eyes. The husky promptly sprang to its feet and stealthily trailed behind Chun Haoren, darting past him and racing into the warehouse. Chun Haoren was momentarily stunned. Then, in a fit of anger, shouted, "Damn it, Tianku, you unreliable bastard," as he quickly followed behind. Chapter 0040. Infiltrating the warehouse at that moment. Within the warehouse of the courier company, William received 2 lunchboxes from his subordinate. He handed one to Light, opened the other, broke apart the chopsticks, and while picking up food, remarked, "Light, this target is proving quite challenging. We've been watching it for nearly half a month now, yet we haven't found an opportunity to abduct. Don't worry. Half a month is nothing that I remember spending 6 months with the boss fixating on a single target, ultimately finding one opportunity that allowed us to snatch them away in one fell swoop. That job netted us 3 million gold, and considering that 1 gold equals 7 yuan in Xia country's currency, that's over 20 million. All our efforts were worth it." Light replied while eating. "How much did the buyer order this time? What's our cut?" William casually inquired as he ate. The buyer must have some deep-seated grudge against the target, as they placed an order for 100 million gold. "If we succeed, we could at least pocket 30 million gold." Light exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "Damn, 30 million gold. That's over 200 million Xia yuan. No wonder the boss is fixated on that girl. This time we could really hit it big." William shouted in exhilaration, though his expression quickly shifted to confusion. "But why is the buyer so flush with cash? That young beauty may be quite stunning, but surely she isn't worth 100 million gold. Besides, she is just the daughter of a third-tier city police chief. Her worth in gold couldn't possibly match that price. That's why I believe the buyer has a deep-seated vendetta against her family. Don't forget, her father is a police chief. He must have made many enemies." Light chuckled. "I still find it hard to believe that a mere police chief from a third-tier city could offend such powerful criminals. How could they force someone to shell out 100 million gold to kidnap his daughter, and to place such an order on the dark web? If it were me, I'd just throw out 10 million Xia yuan and hire a band of desperate criminals to abduct the whole family. Take my revenge and leave without a trace that would cost less, create fewer problems, and be far more satisfying. Or I could just hire a hitman to deal with it discreetly and swiftly." William shook his head. You're thinking too simplistically. If the enmity could be resolved with a single bullet, would they resort to the dark web? Given the buyer's grudge against the city police chief, it's clear that the buyer is also deeply involved in crime. If he dared to come to Xia country for revenge, he might not ever leave again to D. Oh, you really think the Xia police are incompetent? They can only rely on organizations like ours that have a global reach and operate in secrecy to carry out their vendettas safely. Otherwise, how could we afford to take a 70% cut? So, offering 100 million gold is quite reasonable, Light explained with a smile. The wealthy think differently. If I had that much money, I'd set aside all grudges and focus on enjoying life first. William sighed in contemplation. Perhaps that grudge burns so fiercely that spending money doesn't bring them joy. You wouldn't understand unless you were in their shoes, Light replied casually. True, everyone's circumstances and thoughts are different. By the way, did you save any food for the boss? William asked. Light replied nonchalantly. The boss is taking a contact from the airport out for dinner. He wants to be back. Damn, it seems we'll have to kidnap that girl at the airport. She's impressive. Being able to attend the national music competition in the capital, that's what finally gave us an opportunity. Otherwise, we would have had to resort to force, which would only complicate matters. Sigh, these hidden connections dwindle with each use. If it weren't for the high price, I'd really prefer not to tap into such crucial channels, William lamented. Don't worry. We can recoup it in one go, and with the organization taking such a hefty cut, we have to rebuild such channels, Light said dismissively. That's true. If we don't promptly restore and repair our channels, the organization won't be able to take its cut in the future. William nodded in agreement. Light reminded him. All right, let us eat quickly. We might need to hurry and meet up with the boss to prepare for our operation at the airport under the cover of night. Just as they were about to dig into their meal, they suddenly heard their subordinates outside shouting, "What's with the dog?" followed by frantic cries, "Grab your weapons. There's a mad dog biting people. Hurry, kill that mad dog." Damn, where did that mad dog come from? Oh, don't bite me. Accompanying these screams was the chaotic sound of things being thrown and smashed. Damn it, a bunch of idiots, and they can't even handle a wild dog. William threw down his lunchbox, infuriated, and stood up, grabbing a chair as he headed outside. Normal, if you're unprepared, you can easily get caught off guard. After all, this is the urban fringe. There are too many wild dogs, but this one is quite bold to wander in here with all the traffic. Light continued to hold his lunchbox, but followed him outside. Knowing that if his subordinates were bitten, it wouldn't look good for him as their superior. They asked for the mad dog. They truly didn't take it seriously at that moment. Chunhauer was helplessly pulling down the warehouse gate while shaking his head. He knew that Husky was disobedient, but had not expected it to be this unruly. He had sternly ordered it to stay put, yet it had stealthily followed him and dashed into the warehouse, biting anyone it encountered, leaving 10 employees in tears. Fortunately, it seemed that those in the warehouse were likely members of that spider web gang. Otherwise, if it continued biting, he feared that the money Nye Yushuan lent him might not be enough to compensate for the injuries. As for Tianku biting people, Chunhauer remained unfazed. This creature had bitten at least 7 or 8 people in its lifetime, and not only faced no repercussions, but was even rewarded because all those bitten were criminals. However, to say that it bit indiscriminately would be incorrect, as it had been trained by the formidable Nyeshu. Thus, as Chunhauer secured the warehouse door, he calmly observed the Husky rampaging through the place, scattering everyone in a frenzy, while also kicking away those who attempted to ambush the Husky or those it couldn't evade. He truly wasn't worried about the Husky biting anyone. He trusted that this well-trained creature would exercise enough instinctual control. In the end, those unfortunate souls would mostly suffer bites, but none would be fatally harmed. When William and Light emerged from the inner room, they were greeted by the sight of their 10 subordinates being chased around in tears by a Husky, which made their foreheads throb with veins. To make matters worse, there was a tall, handsome youth casually strolling about, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. When the Husky bit someone, he paid no mind, but if anyone threatened the dog, he would swiftly kick them away with his long legs, appearing as though he was protecting his beloved pet. Damn, is this the local second-generation heir? How audacious. He dares to let his dog bite people. Is there no law anymore? Do they think it's 200 years ago in feudal times? William exclaimed in shock. You idiot. Didn't you read the collected data? Can't you recognize that Husky as the target's pet? And that youth is the target's childhood friend. Light retorted, exasperated. How did they find us? Did someone betray us? William's expression changed suddenly, dropping his chair and instinctively reaching for his waist, warily scanning the surroundings. his demeanor shifting from a foolish youth to that of a seasoned veteran. Humph, regardless of how they came, plenty of wealthy individuals on the dark web are fond of handsome young men. Let us make our performance count today. Light tossed aside his lunchbox, grinning as he pulled out a handgun from his waist, simultaneously attaching a silencer as he said, "Attach the silencer to avoid alarming anyone." "Heh, I am in the mood for some dog stew tonight." William grinned menacingly as he too drew a handgun and prepared to attach his silencer. Chapter 0041. Taking care of a batch as Chun-Howren escorted the husky. He found a pair of labor gloves to wear, marveling at his own cleverness. He might need to be ruthless, so avoiding fingerprints was wise. As for the gate, it was likely smeared with countless fingerprints, his own wouldn't matter. Worst case, he could just wipe down the areas he touched before leaving. Of course, while Chun-Howren busied himself with these tasks, he kept a close watch on the inner room of the warehouse. Eager to see who else might be present besides William. He was particularly keen to find Kong-Kaijing and Light, hoping to capture them all in one fell swoop. When William and Light emerged, his eyes lit up momentarily before dimming with disappointment. It seemed Kong-Kaijing wasn't in the courier company, making it impossible to capture them all at once. It would take some extra effort. However, with Kong-Kaijing's right-hand man here, he should be able to extract the location of Kong-Kaijing. Having observed them closely, Chun-Howren was startled when he saw them draw their firearms, and simultaneously saw Tangku the husky charging straight at them. Without a moment's thought, he immediately grabbed a package and hurled it at them, continuing to pick up other packages to launch at them with fierce determination. Excitement surged through the lively spirit of the husky. Sweetvine, as it chased the employees running haphazardly about. It also spotted the two individuals it had seen in photographs, and in a fit of enthusiasm, Sweetvine turned abruptly, eager to pounce and tear into them. However, midway through its charge, the sight of the two drawing their firearms startled the husky. Trained by Director Nya, Sweetvine was well aware of the menacing nature of a handgun. A wave of despair washed over its heart. Was this where Sweetvine would meet its end today? Yet, catching a glimpse of Chun-Howren from the corner of its eye, it steeled itself and accelerated towards the two assailants, determined to thwart their ability to fire, just as Sweetvine braced itself for the inevitable. Believing that it might at least suffer a wound, two shadowy figures whizzed past, striking William and Right with precision. The sudden onslaught shocked Sweetvine into an abrupt halt, before it could fully comprehend the situation. A barrage of shadows continued to rain down upon the two scoundrels, overwhelming them with a relentless flurry of impacts. In mere moments, they were buried beneath a small mountain of packages. William and Right, initially preoccupied with the husky and Chun-Howren, had been attempting to affix suppressors to their handguns. Based on their experience, this should have been a swift endeavor, especially for merely attaching suppressors. Yet, before they could complete the task, they were met with terror as Chun-Howren hurled two packages at them with blinding speed. Before their minds could register the danger, they felt a sharp pain in their chests, and they collapsed to the ground. Unable to regain their footing, before they could struggle to rise again, a series of excruciating blows rained down upon them, leaving them gasping for breath beneath the weight of the numerous packages. Once William and Right were subdued, Chun-Howren turned his attention to the delivery personnel who, despite their pain, were brandishing crowbars, planks, and hammers, their faces twisted in rage and ready to retaliate. Unfazed, he seized another round of packages, and with one swift motion, knocked them all down to the ground. In an instant, the cacophony of shouts, cries, and curses that had once filled the warehouse was silenced, replaced by an eerie stillness, punctuated only by faint groans. Sweetvine, momentarily bewildered, glanced around in disbelief, not anticipating that the ruckus it had caused would lead to such a tranquil aftermath orchestrated by Chun-Howren. This sudden shift left the husky feeling somewhat disgruntled. Yet upon seeing Chun-Howren approach, it instinctively wagged its tail furiously, grinning broadly in a bid to appear endearing. Chun-Howren reached down to pat Sweetvine's head, praising, "Well done. It seems Uncle Nye's training was quite effective." The husky's tail wagged even more joyously at the compliment, its instinctive reaction to praise lifting its spirits. Disregarding Sweetvine for the moment, Chun-Howren moved toward the two heaps of packages. First retrieving the handguns that had been knocked aside, he opted not to collect the suppressors that had landed further away. Tucking the firearms into his waistband, he delivered a few swift kicks, sending the packages flying before pulling the barely conscious William and Right from beneath the pile. Sweetvine, with a half bucket of water it had somehow procured, trotted over eagerly. Chun-Howren wasted no time, pouring half of the water over each of the incapacitated individuals. Without waiting for them to regain their senses, he dislocated their arms, eliciting cries of agony as they struggled in vain to rise. Chun Haoran, unsympathetic to their plight, stepped on one and proceeded to search their pockets. Retrieving 2 mobile phones for magazines and 2 wallets, he discarded the magazines far away and opened the phones, quickly discovering they were secured with fingerprint locks. With a natural instinct, he pressed the fingers of the dislocated individuals onto the sensors, causing them to scream in agony. Both had set their passwords with their right thumbs, allowing him to swiftly access the phones and eliminate the security locks before checking the call logs. Upon comparing the records, he noted a singular number that appeared prominently on both devices. Without a doubt, it belonged to Kong Kaijing. Rather than dialing the number, he kicked them again, demanding, "Where is Kong Kaijing?" The two, groaning in pain, paused at the question, lifting their heads to glare at Chun Haoran before both broke into sinister grins. William sneered, "Kid, you're inviting disaster upon your family. Even if you kill us, our associates will seek vengeance on you and your loved ones." Wright chuckled malevolently. "Hey, you found my boss's number, didn't you? Why not call him and see what he has to say?" Heh. William added with a smirk, "That's right, call my boss. He is preparing to kidnap your little girlfriend." Haha. Feeling anxious. "You know how he plans to do it." "I do, but I won't tell you." "What can you do about it?" "Exactly. If you have the guts, just kill us. I've enjoyed plenty of beauties and good food. Dying would be worth it." "But you, kid, will have to live with the guilt forever." Wright shouted defiantly, despite the pain. "Do you think I'm a fool? I would never give him the chance to be alert." Chun Haoran retorted, delivering another kick that left them gasping for breath. Despite their agony, a sense of pride lingered within them. Soon, their boss would call to inquire about the situation. Regardless of whether the kid answered, their boss would surely recognize something was amiss. Once alerted, the kid would inevitably face dire consequences, along with his family and those close to him. They reveled in the thought. Despite their predicament, they felt a twisted satisfaction at the prospect of the kid's suffering. As they endured their pain, they hoped to witness Chun Haoran's distress, but instead, they were met with a furry paw crashing down on their faces, causing them to howl in pain. They turned to see Sweet Vine, wearing a mischievous grin, playfully swatting at them. Faced with the relentless husky, they dared not utter a word, fearful of what it might do next. They could only struggle to evade its playful attacks. Stifling their cries into muffled groans, Chun Haoran, unfazed by the scene of Sweet Vine tormenting the two, pulled out his phone and called Hugo. "You good? Do you offer a service for locating phone numbers?" A somewhat flamboyant voice responded, "Absolutely. As long as the payment is in order, the service will be impeccable. It's 10,000 per request. Pay first, and I'll provide you with the exact navigation coordinates, sent directly to your WeChat." "All right. I'll add you on WeChat. This is your number, right? I'll transfer the payment along with the number I need locating. Please send me the navigation as soon as possible." Chun Haoran replied before hanging up and setting about the transaction on his screen. The two individuals being harassed by Sweet Vine listened intently. Their skepticism peaked point 10,000 for a phone location. They exchanged glances, realizing that aside from phone service providers, only the police could typically accomplish such a task. Who was this character charging such a fee? They knew Chun Haoran had connections to the police, given that their target was the chief of police in a third-tier city. But could his influence extend to the provincial capital? Even if it did, could this young man truly leverage it? 10,000 per request? That seemed implausible. The realization struck them. This kid might be hiding a formidable background. Had they unwittingly chosen the wrong target by selecting his girlfriend? As they mulled over these thoughts, they suddenly remembered the sharp pain in their faces, having forgotten to dodge Sweet Vine's relentless barrage of playful swats. They yelped and rolled away from the husky's grasp. Their previous concerns forgotten in their desperate attempts to evade its playful wrath. Chun Haoran, reveling in his newfound connections, raised an eyebrow at the two hapless individuals. "You didn't expect I had such resources, did you? Just a phone call, a little money, and I can uncover whatever I wish to know." Grateful for having secured Hugo as a contact, Chun Haoran felt a surge of relief. Without that connection, discovering Kong Kaijing's whereabouts would have been impossible, especially since these two were tight-lipped. By the time he might have pried the information from them, Kong Kaijing could have vanished. It was imperative that this kid did not slip away. After all, the stakes were too high. Now, with just 10,000, he would soon uncover Kong Kaijing's location. And as for accuracy, did they truly believe the title of omnipotent service provider was mere embellishment if they lacked the capability? they wouldn't continue to thrive amidst a world of chaos. Similarly, Chinharan felt an immense joy at his own quick-wittedness. He could assure himself that in his former state, he would have resorted to torturing those two scoundrels without a second thought, never considering the option of seeking assistance from Brother Yu directly. Yet now, the moment he acquired a phone number, it was instinctive for him to think of reaching out to Brother Yu for help. This transformation was largely due to his training in mental fortitude, which had unveiled his own cleverness. Yes, this matter was resolved, and he was determined to diligently cultivate his mental prowess to enhance his intelligence further. Chinharan did not wait long. Soon enough, a notification from WeChat informed him that Brother Yu had accepted his friend request. He promptly sent over his phone number along with a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Mere seconds later, a navigation map was sent back to him. This astonishing speed left Chinharan in awe. Upon examining the map closely, he realized that the destination was actually the airport's employee cafeteria. Nodding in understanding, he thought to himself that having someone from the airport to assist him made perfect sense. Otherwise, Nie Yuxuan would never have vanished without a trace in the restroom last time. Instead of setting off immediately, Chinharan first extracted the delivery personnel who had been knocked down by the package. He examined the wounds inflicted by the husky. If they were not bleeding, he paid them no mind, but for those still bleeding, he performed a simple bandaging before binding them up with ropes and tossing them aside. Next, he checked the surveillance footage but found that it had long been turned off. Upon inspecting the hard drive, he discovered that the last recorded video was from over a month ago, indicating that the cameras had been disabled for quite some time. Feeling relieved, Chinharan strolled out leisurely, finally taking the time to inspect the two wallets he had collected. Each wallet contained a stack of summer country currency, along with a bank card and an ID card. Naturally, Chinharan transferred the cash into his pocket and, as he contemplated discarding the wallets, his eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous grin as he decided to pocket the bank cards and ID cards as well. What did he need the bank cards for? He recalled Brother Yu, thinking it should be quite simple for the omnipotent service provider to transfer the funds from these cards to himself. Unexpected windfalls should never be turned down. As for the ID cards, they might prove useful in the future, so he held onto them. Upon further rummaging through the wallets, he surprisingly found a key in each, both labeled with numbers. Recognizing these peculiar keys, Chinharan raised an eyebrow. They were indeed keys for lockers in a shopping mall. However, the wallets provided no information about which mall these lockers belonged to, and he doubted those two rascals would easily divulge that information. Nevertheless, this challenge was no match for the quick-minded Chinharan. He promptly turned back to search the inner room, sifting through the garbage bags until he unearthed a long shopping receipt. Although it had been printed just a couple of days prior, it was sufficient for his needs. Based on common habits, the lockers used would likely be in the shopping mall that the individuals frequently visited, and perhaps their hidden items were stored there. With the shopping receipt in hand, Chinharan left with a smile, planning to first try the key at the mall indicated on the receipt. If that failed, he could always seek Brother Yu's assistance. After all, this omnipotent service provider should be able to lend a hand. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his impressive title. Having completed these preparations, as Chinharan glanced at the delivery personnel he had tied up, a sudden realization struck him. He rushed over to search them. In this thorough search, he confirmed that all those bound were members of the Spiderweb organization, as they were uniformly equipped with the same model of phone. Each wallet contained not only cash, but also a bank card and an ID card. With this revelation, Chinharan's previous fears of mistakenly harming the wrong people dissipated entirely, and fueled by a sense of righteous anger, he delivered a few swift kicks to each of them. Meanwhile, the husky, who had been playfully tormenting William and Light, brightened at this sight and eagerly joined in, slapping each of them with its paws. As for the cash, bank cards, and ID cards belonging to these individuals, without a doubt, he confiscated them all. Chinharan was now in high spirits, for he had acquired a staggering 12 bank cards and nearly 30 to 40,000 in cash. The 10,000 he had spent on the tracking fee was already recouped, and perhaps, once he transferred the funds from these cards, he could even repay his debt to Brother Yu ahead of schedule. Chinharan opened the gate, taking care to wipe down the areas he had touched, before proceeding towards the small cargo vehicle marked with airport logistics. Peering through the window, he noticed the keys still in the ignition. Prompting a sly grin, he then found a small cardboard box, tossed the collected wallets inside, sealed it up, and carelessly set it aside. Next, he grabbed a courier bag to stow away the cash and the 12 ID cards that wouldn't fit in his wallet. sealing it up and placing it inside the airport logistics vehicle.as for the 12 bank cards, the 2 keys, and the receipt. Naturally, they remained safely tucked in his own wallet. Having completed this, Chun-Howard pulled out a handgun from his waist and gestured towards the husky, which had been enthusiastically following him around. However, this action left the husky confused, tilting its head and letting out a whimper. Chun-Howard casually remarked, "Go fetch the silencer." The husky instinctively glanced towards a silencer lying a short distance away, but suddenly hesitated, caught in confusion, and continued wagging its tail while whining. "Fool, didn't you used to love fetching sticks? Why are you so dim-witted now?" Chun-Howard said exasperatedly, walking over to pick up the silencer and attaching it to the gun without hesitation. Striding towards the moaning individuals on the ground. In truth, these individuals had been watching Chun-Howard's every move. After being tied up, whether they were struck by him or tormented by the dog, or even robbed of their belongings, they offered no resistance whatsoever, adopting a submissive demeanor. They were acutely aware that they stood no chance against this young man, and to avoid further trouble, they decided to let him do as he pleased, believing that they could always seek revenge later. This included William and Light, who were being mercilessly harassed by the husky. They thought as long as they survived, they would have their day of reckoning. Observing that the young man did not appear to be particularly cruel, they reasoned that his earlier bravado was merely a result of being bullied. However, when they saw Chun-Howard attaching the silencer to his handgun and approaching them with it drawn, panic set in. They began to thrash about desperately, pleading for mercy and calling for help, utterly unprepared for the handsome youth to truly go for the kill. Their instinctive love for life drove them to struggle frantically. But alas, securely bound, they could only sweat profusely as they watched Chun-Howard draw nearer. Without uttering a word, he pulled the trigger, and with a series of muffled pops, emptied an entire magazine into one of the bound individuals. The victims screamed in agony, but soon realized they had only been shot in the legs. Upon closer inspection, they found that the pain was merely localized to their thighs, prompting a collective sigh of relief. The agony of being shot suddenly didn't seem so unbearable. TCH. Only 9 bullets, Chun-Howard scoffed, unscrewing the silencer and discarding the empty gun that he pulled out another handgun, attached the silencer, and aimed at the remaining injured individuals, pulling the trigger once more. This time, the individuals no longer cried out. They squeezed their eyes shut, gritting their teeth to endure the pain, with the gunshots eliciting only muffled grunts. The ferocity of this act made Chun-Howard raise an eyebrow. Had this been a world turned upside down, he would have had no qualms about eliminating them outright. Yet, regrettably, this was still a time of peace, and he could not afford to leave behind a trail of bloodshed. However, he aimed specifically at their leg bones. This handgun was more than capable of shattering their limbs, thus resulting in amputations. Becoming crippled would render them far less dangerous, and it was conceivable that once the police investigated, they would spend the rest of their lives behind bars. William and Light, both with dislocated arms, were not spared from the gunfire aimed at their legs, yet they too secretly breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had only sustained a single gunshot wound, leaving them with a chance to escape. All of them squinted their eyes, shielding their furious glares, as they watched the young man signal the husky to jump into the vehicle as the car started up and pulled towards the gate. The young man leaned out of the driver's seat, and amidst the puzzled stares of the bound individuals, he removed the silencer and pulled out one of William or Light's phones. With a smile, he said, "To prevent you from bleeding out, I'll kindly report to the police on your behalf." As he spoke, they could hear the voice on the other end inquiring, and without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired several shots into the air. Only after expending the last of the bullets did he toss aside the gun and phone, flashing a grin at the onlookers before driving away. Their expressions shifted dramatically, anger boiling within as they silently seethed. "Chun-Howard, you are ruthless. Aren't you afraid we will report your name to the police?" Yet, deep down, they understood that if they were caught by the authorities, revealing Chun-Howard's identity would be the least of their worries. They would not even be able to utter a word. For it was simple. Bringing Chun-Howard into the fray would expose their own identities, leading to dire consequences for them both in the summer country and within their organization. Remaining silent might just afford them a glimmer of hope. Thus, their earlier outbursts were confined to their thoughts, as the phone remained on the line. Why were they so certain they would be apprehended by the police? Joking aside, that series of gunshots was remarkably melodious and striking. Perhaps the delivery personnel outside were oblivious to it, or they mistook it for the sound of firecrackers. But wouldn't the police on the other end of the phone be aware of what that sound was? Moreover, the call had not been disconnected, making it quite effortless for the police to locate this place. All they could do was sigh deeply. Boss, you must hold on. You cannot afford to stumble against that kid. Otherwise, we shall have no future. Chapter 0044. Searching for the target at the airport, Shinharan turned on the car's music, nodding his head and humming along, while the Siberian Husky perched in the passenger seat was even more animated, eagerly pawing at the electric window button to roll it down. Half of its head popped out, joyfully howling in rhythm with the music. As Shinharan navigated while driving, he playfully remarked to the dog, "Oh, why am I so clever? If I continue to be this smart, won't I be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with those great scientists?" Sweet Vine, you think so too, right? We truly are burdened by happiness. This prompted the howling husky to display a hint of disdain, which was utterly amusing. Unfortunately, Shinharan, lost in his self-satisfaction, remained oblivious to the dog's subtle expression. What was he so pleased about? Naturally, it was the incident of him firing a shot and alerting the police while discarding his gun. Although carrying a firearm was convenient, one could never know when they might be subjected to a police inspection. Generally speaking, being discovered with a weapon could lead to serious trouble. However, Shinharan was mentally prepared for the possibility of being apprehended by the police, but not now. It was essential to deal with Kaijing first. Besides, even if he were caught later, it wouldn't be a significant issue. At worst, a few days in detention for a brawl. Those 12 fellows would not make his charges heavier, would they? It was improbable. Members of such organizations were tough nuts who wouldn't spill secrets. Moreover, those 12 individuals had murky backgrounds. It was likely that the police's focus would shift towards them instead of pursuing the one who injured them. As for whether he would be apprehended by the authorities, Shinharan believed he would be, as he had resolved that upon laying eyes on Kaijing, he would unhesitatingly beat him to a pulp. Such an act of violence in broad daylight would undoubtedly prompt a police report. And there would certainly be surveillance cameras. Escaping unscathed would be impossible, and a trip to the police station was unavoidable. Yet, such matters of brawling would carry severe penalties, at worst. A brief stay in detention. As for that scoundrel Kaijing, once taken to the police station, his identity would be swiftly uncovered, and the consequences would be self-evident. Who knows? He might even earn a commendation for bravery and be released early. None of this mattered, as long as he could get Kaijing into the police station, and with his underlings facing misfortune, then Nie Yuxuan would have passed the first perilous hurdle. In the end, with a 10 million yuan windfall, he could purchase the identity of the mastermind from Brother Yu and take down the real culprit, finally rendering the entire affair moot. Contemplating the imminent relief from his burdens and the ability to focus on his own affairs, Shinharan couldn't help but burst into triumphant laughter. The husky, having just regained its composure, expressed its discontent with a flurry of barks directed at Shinharan, only to be met with affectionate pats on the head. Shinharan mentally rehearsed the plan for this operation, driving smoothly towards the airport, where Kaijing and his crew had prepared their vehicle in advance. Following the navigation, he arrived near the internal restaurant and halted the car. Once again transferring 10,000 yuan to Brother Yu and inquiring about Kaijing's mobile phone location. Spending this extra sum was necessary to ascertain whether Kaijing remained in place. Instantly, Brother Yu sent back a navigation update, confirming that the position had not changed. Just as Shinharan was eager to exit the vehicle and confront Kaijing, Brother Yu sent another voice message. Shinharan was momentarily taken aback, but wasted no time in playing the voice message. Brother Yu's flamboyant voice echoed, "Oh, little brother, your target hasn't moved. It's just like before. Ensure you don't accuse us of deceit. I'm giving you a complimentary 10 minutes of real-time tracking that if the phone you're tracking moves within those 10 minutes, it will immediately reflect on the navigation." Wow, Brother Yu, what is the cost for this real-time tracking? Shinharan inquired. His interest peaked. Not expensive. 10,000 yuan for 10 minutes. As long as you have the funds, real-time tracking for a year, 2 years, or even 10 years is no issue, Brother Yu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shinharan scoffed. You truly never miss an opportunity to advertise, do you? After ending the call, he expressed his dissatisfaction to the husky. This Brother Yu is far too greedy, claiming to gift me 10 minutes of real-time tracking, but charging 10,000 for it. It's no different from not giving anything at all. I'll woof, 250, the husky barked excitedly. You're the one who s 250. Listen, you must stay put this time. No dashing off to bite anyone. This place is far busier than the previous hideout, with people and surveillance cameras everywhere, that if you rush off to bite someone, you'll surely be captured by the dog-catching squad and end up as a dog meat stew. Chun Haoran admonished the husky sternly. Initially indifferent to the reprimands, the husky retreated slightly, its tail wagging vigorously as it playfully nipped at Chun Haoran's clothes. Noticing this, Chun Haoran gently patted his head. "Ah, you are just a mischievous husky. I understand now. Come, give me your paw. Promise me you'll stay in the car and not move, and when your sister returns, I'll buy you sausages." Mimicking Nie Yushuan's tone, Chun Haoran attempted to soothe Sweet Vine, even adopting a bit of her method, gently squeezing its paw and scratching its belly. "Ah, woof." The husky promptly lay down on the seat, appearing exceedingly obedient. "Remember, absolutely do not come out. Otherwise, when I return, I'll stew you into dog meat soup." Chun Haoran deliberately cracked a window before locking the car door, glaring at the husky lying inside. "You will." Surprisingly, Sweet Vine nodded as if understanding, watching Chun Haoran as he walked into the restaurant. Observing Sweet Vine's demeanor, Chun Haoran felt a surge of pride, believing his abilities had significantly improved, and he turned away with a self-satisfied stride towards the airport. As for the husky, with the doors locked, it would pose no trouble. Once Chun Haoran's figure was out of sight, Sweet Vine arched its body on the ground, peeking out the window several times. Extending a paw, it deftly unlatched the door and with another swift movement, opened it wide. The husky sprang out with a graceful leap, clear of the vehicle. Chapter 0045. The might of a warrior. Chun Haoran swaggered into the restaurant, surveying the surroundings but failing to spot Kong Kaijing. Ignoring the greetings from the staff, he checked the navigation on his phone, zooming in to see a red, clearly located within one of the restaurant's private rooms. After signaling the staff with the location map, he confidently approached the room. The staff member hesitated for a moment before recalling something and hurriedly tried to restrain Chun Haoran. "Hey, sir, please wait." Director Liao requested not to disturb them. "Let me check first." "No worries. I am here to surprise them." Chun Haoran grinned, and before the staff could react, he had already reached the door. Twisting the doorknob, he found it locked. With a forceful tug, he yanked the entire door lock off and handed it to the bewildered staff member. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, the staff member, initially attempting to stop Chun Haoran, instinctively reached out to accept the door lock, then glanced at the gaping hole where the door had been. Utterly dumbfounded. Upon entering, Chun Haoran found only two individuals in the room. One was undoubtedly Kong Kaijing, and the other a portly middle-aged man. Startled by Chun Haoran's sudden entrance, Kong Kaijing turned with a look of astonishment, likely bewildered by how someone had gained entry despite the locked door. Meanwhile, the rotund man slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Chun Haoran and shouting, "Is there no decency? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Chun Haoran's eyes gleamed as he observed the man's hand striking the table, for he keenly noticed that the middle-aged man had inadvertently covered a bank card with his gesture, and was now attempting to stealthily slide it into his pocket. Having just pilfered 12 bank cards, Chun Haoran seized this golden opportunity, leaping high into the air, raising his long leg, and delivering a powerful axe kick that shattered the sturdy table with a resounding crash, causing food and drink to scatter everywhere. The moment Chun Haoran leaped, Kong Kaijing forcefully pushed his chair back, crossing his arms defensively. Although the splintering wood, shards of glass, and spilled liquid struck him, leaving him in a disheveled state, he emerged relatively unscathed. However, the middle-aged man, who was surreptitiously stuffing his bank card into his pocket, remained completely oblivious. He brazenly faced the onslaught of debris, resulting in a pained scream as he collided with the wall, only to rebound and roll on the ground, continuing to wail in agony. Naturally, the bank card fell among the scattered clutter. As Chun Haoran descended, he executed a swift spinning kick, striking Kong Kaijing's arm with such force that it sent him crashing against the wall along with the chair he had been seated in, scattering it to pieces. Despite merely spitting blood, Kong Kaijing managed to remain standing. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Haoran swiftly retrieved the bank card and stuffed it into his pocket, casually kicking the writhing middle-aged man into a corner, rendering him unconscious. In truth, from the moment Chun Haoran broke the door lock and entered the room, to the point of smashing the table, delivering 3 kicks to 2 individuals, and picking up the bank card, the entire episode barely spanned 10 seconds. Thus, when the attendant, clutching the lock, regained consciousness, the room appeared as if ravaged by a tornado, revealing the sight of their superiors slumped in a corner, unresponsive, This naturally elicited a reflexive scream from the attendant. The patrons and staff in the main hall, initially puzzled by the series of explosive sounds, were only stirred into action upon hearing the attendant's scream. Rising in unison to peer curiously in this direction, the restaurant staff instinctively rushed toward the commotion. Chunhaoren, Kong Kaijing, nursing his arm, glared darkly at Chunhaoren. "Oh, your arm hasn't broken. Quite impressive," Chunhaoren remarked, casting a glance at Kong Kaijing's arm before flashing a grin. "Indeed, I am Chunhaoren. A mere middle school graduate is a martial artist. The intelligence operatives deserve to be punished." Kong Kaijing seethed through clenched teeth. Chunhaoren merely raised an eyebrow, his body flashing forward to deliver a decisive punch, unwilling to waste time on idle chatter. He preferred to incapacitate him first. Kong Kaijing had been closely monitoring Chunhaoren's every move. From the earlier battle axe to the kick that had landed on him, he understood that despite his extensive training, particularly after joining the web, where he underwent rigorous and systematic training, he could certainly hold his own against elite special police forces. However, in the realm of mortals, such confidence was misplaced when faced with a martial artist, especially one so young. Even if he trained for another decade, it would only lead to his demise. Thus, while speaking, his thoughts were solely on escape. The moment he noticed Chunhaoren make a move, he promptly dove sideways, rolling and swiftly scrambling to his feet, bolting toward the exit. Chunhaoren's punch missed, which did not surprise him. However, his follow-up kick merely grazed Kong Kaijing's clothing. By the time Chunhaoren shifted his weight to the other foot, Kong Kaijing had already leapt like a rabbit toward the doorway. Trying to escape? Chunhaoren sneered, extending his long leg to hook onto a nearby toppled wooden chair, violently flinging it. The chair soared through the air, crashing into Kong Kaijing's back and sending him sprawling to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his back, Kong Kaijing quickly rose, stumbling forward while drawing a handgun from behind his waist, firing repeatedly over his shoulder without looking back. The gunshots echoed throughout the restaurant, initially captivating the attention of the running staff and curious patrons who were thrilled to witness such an exhilarating spectacle akin to an action film. However, the moment they realized the fleeing figure was brandishing a firearm, panic ensued, with screams of terror erupting as people sought cover. Seeing the gun drawn, Chunhaoren immediately crouched low and executed a sweeping kick toward a large flower pot nearby, sending the hefty object hurtling toward Kong Kaijing. The sequence of events unfolded rapidly. As the flower pot soared, Kong Kaijing squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck the pot mid-air, shattering it, yet a significant portion of the debris and soil still rained down upon Kong Kaijing's back, causing him to spit blood and collapse, unable to rise again. The knockout power of a martial artist was indeed terrifying. Just as Chunhaoren prepared to advance and subdue Kong Kaijing, the long-absent system surprisingly reappeared. Task 1. Eliminate the individual before you. Reward 100 points. Point 2. Maim the individual before you. Reward 10 points. Upon seeing the word task, Chunhaoren instinctively considered rejection but suddenly realized, grinning widely, "Haha, this system has finally presented a task I can accept." However, as he scrutinized the two options, he frowned. He truly wished to dispose of the man before him. Yet, this was not a time of chaos, and even in a safe zone, one could not kill indiscriminately. Thus, he logically opted for the second option. As the task choices appeared before Chunhaoren, the husky named Tiansu, quietly waiting behind the restaurant, also caught sight of the task. They asked for how to interpret this task into something understandable for the husky. That was the system's responsibility. Tiansu joyfully nodded vigorously, but soon became perplexed, glancing around to find no one within a radius of several dozen meters. Ultimately, he could only express his confusion with a whimper, turning tail to dash toward the restaurant's entrance. Kong Kaijing, true to his rigorous training, was nearly breathless from the impact, but still managed to struggle and turn to face Chunhaoren, his peripheral vision immediately spotting the handgun he had dropped earlier. Blood staining his lips, he grit his teeth and asked Chunhaoren, "How did you know I was here?" Chunhaoren, uninterested in conversation, stepped forward and forcefully stomped down on Kong Kaijing's left knee. Crack! The sound echoed, and Kong Kaijing shrieked, curling up in agony, filled with resentment as he felt his knee shatter. Even if it healed, he would require a cane. Chunhaoren, elated from completing the assigned task, saw the system promptly announce, "Task completed. Reward, 10 points." Finally, he had earned some points. Without hesitation, he opened the shop to see what skills he could acquire. Upon opening the shop, he found it still displayed the items previously purchased by the system's user. which he overlooked, instead focusing on the bottom of the page. Upon seeing the total, he was taken aback, unable to refrain from shouting at the system. What gives? I earned 10 points, yet my total still reads 0. The system replied nonchalantly. The host previously borrowed 10 points. Repayment is prioritized, and the debt is waived. Shinhauren was left speechless, recalling that he had once utilized the system's identification function. Costing him 10 points. As this was his first use, it had incurred a debt, compounded by a daily interest of 1 point, which he had already repaid with 100 points, while he understood that debts must be settled. The realization that his hard-earned 10 points had vanished without a trace left him feeling immensely frustrated. Yet, there was no one to vent this frustration upon, and the system remained indifferent, compelling Shinhauren to direct his ire toward Kong Kaijing. Consequently, he disregarded Kong Kaijing's pitiful state on the ground, instead flipping him onto his back and stomping on his abdomen before rummaging through him. Strangely enough, like other members of the web, Kong Kaijing possessed only a phone and a wallet on his person. However, this individual was slightly more fortunate, possessing 3 bank cards and a numbered storage locker key. Without hesitation, Shinhauren confiscated these items, delivering a final kick to Kong Kaijing before brushing off his hands and departing. The restaurant remained in chaos, as the gunfire had terrified the patrons accustomed to peaceful times, leading them to flee or seek refuge, leaving no one to impede Shinhauren's exit. Kong Kaijing's expression turned even more grotesque and menacing as he, gritting his teeth, attempted to crawl toward the handgun on the ground. Shinhauren observed this unfold, his mind racing as he pulled out his phone to make a call, feigning nonchalance while grasping a bowl from a nearby table. Suppressing pain and discomfort, Kong Kaijing grasped the handgun, aiming it at Shinhauren's back in a desperate bid to shoot him. He realized he had met his match, but regardless of how this young man had discovered his whereabouts, he was determined to exact his revenge by shooting him. Prepared for the sudden shift, Shinhauren was ready to retaliate against Kong Kaijing when, out of nowhere, a black and white blur zipped past him, accompanied by a bone-crunching sound and Kong Kaijing's agonized scream. Turning to look, he was astonished to see Tiansu, the husky, clamped onto Kong Kaijing's wrist, fiercely shaking his head as if intent on tearing it off. Tiansu, move quickly. Shinhauren hastily reprimanded Tiansu for its behavior, as he felt that while it was not too concerning if he incapacitated Kong Kaijing, allowing Tiansu to gnaw off a hand would be utterly horrifying, especially with so many onlookers nearby capturing the scene on camera. He wondered if Tiansu understood this or merely complied with his command, for after Shinhauren spoke, it naturally released its grip. However, the excitement gleaming in its eyes suggested otherwise. Regardless, even as it loosened its hold, it maintained a defensive posture, exhibiting an air of vigilance. Shinhauren kicked away the weapon lying on the ground and gently patted its head, assuring, "It's all right, he can't harm us any longer, we must take our leave now. I will educate you further upon our return." The previously tail-wagging husky paused, its expression turning comically perplexed, as it glanced back at the still screaming Kong Kaijing, pondering whether it should return to bite him a few more times. "All right, I was just joking, stay close. We need to make our escape. If you get lost, don't blame me for abandoning you," Shinhauren remarked, patting the husky on the head before hastily dashing toward the exit. With the husky eagerly following suit that moment, the system chimed in, "Host." Yet, Shinhauren was evidently too preoccupied to pay attention and swiftly muted the system while dialing Yuji's number. "Yugo, it has time to clarify some matters." Chapter 0047, The Distinguished Tale of the Husky Youth. "Yugo, do you know what I have been up to?" "Wait a moment, let me check," Yugo replied in a nonchalant tone. Shinhauren breathed a sigh of relief, understanding that Yugo, being a versatile service provider with numerous clients, would not specifically monitor his activities. He was confident in Yuji's ability to uncover the information he sought. Sure enough, moments later, Yugo chuckled. "Impressive, my friend. You've managed to wipe out Kong Kaijing's entire group with remarkable swiftness." Shinhauren replied with a grin. "It's good that you are aware of my actions. By the way, is there any way for you to erase my presence from the surveillance footage that has captured my movements during this journey? Also, many people were covertly filming in that restaurant. Could you erase the videos from their phones as well?" As he spoke, he noticed the husky wagging its tail beside him and added, "Oh, and please ensure that my dog's presence is also eliminated." You want to erase all traces of you from the surveillance records between Chaching and the provincial capital to prevent the police from tracking you down. Correct? That's a simple task, but it will cost you 1 million. However, my friend, you have no more debts left to incur. Yugu stated plainly. Hee. Yugu, can you transfer the funds from Kong Kaijing and his associates' bank cards into mine? Chen Haoran inquired while rummaging through his belongings. You'll need to know their account numbers. And it's essential to have the account holder's ID. Ideally, you should possess a physical document, such as a bank card or passbook. Without any proof, the fees would be exorbitantly high. Also, it's crucial that you have a causal connection with Kong Kaijing and his group to obtain this service. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice, Yugu explained. Chen Haoran blinked in surprise. Was Yugu really emphasizing the importance of causality? However, it made sense. For instance, if he attempted to transfer wealth from the affluent Shun without any connection, Yugu would undoubtedly refuse, adhering to the unspoken rules of their respective domains, as for Kong Kaijing and his crew. Since they had targeted those close to him, their fates were now intertwined with his actions. And with the IDs and bank cards he had confiscated, it was reasonable to assume that the wealth within those accounts now belonged to him. In essence, it was akin to having cracked open a safe. He was simply asking Yugu to assist in unlocking it, with a modest fee for the service. Just as Chen Haoran was about to relay the bank account numbers of Kong Kaijing and his group, he suddenly remembered something and pulled out a bank card seized from the rotund Director Liao. Glancing at the back of the card, he noticed a string of numbers inscribed near the signature line and grinned. Yugu, I have a card here. The account number is XXX, and the password is XXX. Can you check how much is in it? Ah, you've got a password? With both the account number and password, the fees will be significantly reduced. I'll take 10% of the total balance. Let us see how much is in this card, Yugu replied cheerfully. Chen Haoran pocketed the card and, with one hand holding the phone, opened the door to the logistics vehicle while the Husky dutifully hopped in from the other side and closed the door. Settling into a seat, Chen Haoran started the engine. He noticed a group of individuals emerging from the restaurant, peering curiously in their direction. He paid them no mind, shifting gears and driving away. It was only after his vehicle had vanished that the wailing of sirens echoed in the yard. It was not that the police were slow to respond. Rather, the gunfire had only prompted the call for help afterward. By the time the alarm was raised, Chen Haoran had already made off with Kong Kaijing's wallet. That a multitude of police vehicles arrived late, surrounding the restaurant entirely. The remaining patrons, resembling lost souls, rushed out, calling out for assistance, only to be halted by the police, who began searching and inspecting them. While a contingent of heavily armed officers stormed into the establishment, the police's display of force was understandable, although this was the logistics area of the airport. It was still an airport where a shooting had occurred, an alarming situation indeed. The airport's chief of police was in utter dismay, for not long ago, a report had come through about gunfire near the express delivery sorting center, located within their jurisdiction. With many officers already dispatched to investigate that scene, it was utterly unfathomable that another shooting incident had arisen within the same precinct, particularly in the airport's logistics area. If they failed to resolve both gun-related cases promptly, it could cost him his job. Unfortunately, despite the multitude of witnesses aware of a young man accompanied by a Husky driving away in the logistics vehicle, a thorough review of the surveillance footage revealed no trace of the vehicle. Additionally, the videos and photos captured by witnesses had inexplicably vanished, leaving no evidence in the restaurants or outside surveillance records. Upon witnessing this, the police chief gasped in disbelief that TO be able to erase all video evidence from the surveillance footage and to eliminate the recordings from the witnesses' phones as if they had never existed. The hacker responsible for this was terrifyingly powerful. As for the suspect, a young man with a Husky, while the description was clear, it was also overly simplistic. If the young man abandoned the dog and fled, there would be no leads to pursue. Moreover, if they failed to find such a person and dog within their jurisdiction, the evidence would be essentially worthless, considering that after the Husky gained notoriety, 1 in every 5 dog owners possessed a Husky. The number of Huskies in the provincial capital must be staggering, well over 70 to 80,000. How could they possibly track them down? In his frustration, the police chief ordered the patrol officers and auxiliary police in the area to be on the lookout for anyone fitting the description of the young man and the Husky near the airport. He then instructed that all individuals present in the restaurant be taken in for questioning, hoping to create a composite sketch of the suspect. However, given the short time frame and the chaos of so many witnesses, He feared the resulting sketch would be unreliable. After issuing the orders, the police chief rubbed his temples, grappling with how to shift the blame for this case on higher authorities. After all, with such a formidable hacker aiding the suspect, he knew that ordinary police officers had no chance of apprehending him. It would be better to pass the case on to someone more capable. Just then, one of his subordinates approached, whispering something in his ear about Kaijing, who was being lifted onto an ambulance. Chapter 0048. Crisis averted. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the police chief's eyes lit up with excitement. The previous inclination to pass the case off to higher authorities vanished. Replaced by a singular focus on capturing this case firmly in his grasp, he regarded the severely injured Kaijing with the same fervor one would reserve for a treasure, muttering, "What a stroke of luck! I never expected this shooting incident to involve such a substantial target. Immediately investigate the identities of the 12 individuals sent to the hospital. I suspect these two cases are interconnected, and there's no need to send Director Liao to the hospital. Just have him detained. I suspect he has ties to this individual," the police chief commanded, excitement radiating from him as he pointed at Kaijing, his earlier despondency evaporating. His subordinates promptly complied. "Yes." As Chun Haoran drove away, he hadn't traveled far when Yu Ji's voice came through the phone. "Haha, my friend, your card contains a total of 5 million. So that means I've struck it rich," Chun Haoran replied eagerly, feeling a surge of satisfaction, for indeed, fortune favored the bold. "Hee, my friend, shall I calculate your expenses now? Firstly, I shall assist you in erasing all internal records pertaining to you and that Siberian Husky during this round trip. Furthermore, I will ensure that your hotel check-in details are also expunged, guaranteeing that no one can trace your visit to the provincial capital. Next, I will send you navigation instructions to a designated automotive detailing shop, where your vehicle will be meticulously cleaned and transformed, thereby alleviating any potential follow-up troubles." Chun Haoran's eyes brightened, although he mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being apprehended by the police for these actions. The prospect of remaining untraceable was undeniably appealing. Thus, he nodded eagerly, "I truly appreciate your help, brother Yu. Haha, no need for thanks. In light of the financial incentives, providing comprehensive and attentive service to clients is the core principle of brother Yu. However, young man, this does not entirely absolve you of concerns. You will still need to compensate me for placing the criminal records of Kaijing and his associates into the police system, prioritizing them accordingly. This way, once the police apprehend Kaijing and his crew, they will immediately access those records. Upon reviewing them, the police will undoubtedly ensure that Kaijing and his associates are kept under strict supervision. Consequently, the police's focus will shift from you, whom they perceive as a victim, to Kaijing and his gang." Brother Yu continued to advise. "This is excellent. The police should indeed concentrate on them. What purpose does it serve to focus on me? How much will it cost to take care of all this?" Chun Haoran was naturally elated. Being removed from the police's scrutiny was undoubtedly a boon. "A total of 2.5 million, coupled with the prior intelligence fees you owe me. The amount on this card conveniently offsets that," Brother Yu stated without a moment's hesitation, swiftly providing the precise figure. "Huh." Chun Haoran felt a twinge of melancholy. Was that it? He had hoped to retain some funds for purchasing various alchemical materials upon his return. However, recalling that he possessed 15 bank cards, albeit without knowing their passwords, he thought that their linked identities might allow for their use. Though the sum may not be substantial, combining the 15 cards would certainly yield a considerable amount. With this thought, Chun Haoran's spirits lifted again. "Brother Yu, I have some additional cards. Once I arrive at the detailing shop, I will send you the remaining card numbers along with their associated identities. You can then assist me in checking the balances," Chun Haoran remarked before ending the call and opening the navigation provided by Brother Yu. Focusing intently on driving, the automotive detailing shop was a nondescript establishment situated along a major road. It was evident that the staff had already received notice, as they promptly ushered the vehicle into the back for modifications. Meanwhile, Chun Haoran remained outside with the Siberian Husky, seizing the opportunity to photograph and send the details of his 15 bank cards and 13 identities to Brother Yu. After completing this task, he entrusted the cards and identities to the shop staff for safekeeping. As for the possibility of them being misappropriated, Chun Haoran held no concerns. After all, what kind of person would Brother Yu be to indulge in such petty theft? While awaiting further news, Chun Haoran began to rummage through Kaijing's wallet. Unfortunately, aside from a storage key, he found nothing of value. comparing Kong Kaijing's key with those belonging to William and Wright. Chun Howard chuckled, as their keys bore identical shapes and serial numbers, indicating they originated from the same source. Tossing the key in his hand, Chun Howard promptly flagged down a taxi and set off towards the mall associated with these 3 keys. As for the car, he decided against keeping it. Without a driver's license, he would inevitably attract police attention while driving. Following this tumultuous episode, Chun Howard stood quietly by the glass window at the boarding gate, silently observing the plane that had just closed its doors as it taxied onto the runway, watching it roar into the sky. Once the aircraft disappeared from sight, he exhaled deeply, turning to leave while tearing up his boarding pass and discarding it in the trash. Indeed, Nie Yuxuan and her companions, who were to participate in the national music competition in the capital, were aboard that departing flight. Chun Howard, fearing any unforeseen changes that might alter the course of history, had purchased a ticket on the same flight as Nie Yuxuan, merely an hour apart, ensuring he could keep a watchful eye on her in the capital.as for his sudden extravagance, buying tickets and discarding them, casually spending $1 million on intelligence regarding those spiderweb associates. That was due to the newfound wealth he possessed. Yes, the funds from those 15 bank cards had been transferred to his account by Brother Yu. In truth, the amount was not particularly large, merely around 3 million, evidently representing their temporary spending cards in the Summer Kingdom. Moreover, due to the absence of passwords, Brother Yu had taken a 30% cut, leaving Chun Howard with around 2 million. What truly emboldened Chun Howard to spend was the discovery of the 3 keys. That day, upon arriving at the mall, Chun Howard opened the storage lockers corresponding to the key numbers and retrieved 3 packages. William and Wright's bags contained their personal foreign passports and international bank cards, but nothing else, indicating these were items they had utilized to leave the Summer Kingdom. Kong Kaijing's bag, in contrast, contained his foreign passport and international bank card, along with an antique dragon and phoenix ring. While Chun Howard could not ascertain its value, he decided to wear it on his finger, deeming it a fitting acquisition. Aside from this, he found no other significant discoveries. Much to his disappointment, he had anticipated that the storage lockers might conceal more crucial items. However, considering the nature of individuals like them, it was reasonable to assume they would secure their most valuable possessions in their strongholds rather than leave them in a mall locker. As per his usual practice, Chun Howard photographed the passports and bank cards to send to Brother Yu, subsequently receiving a transfer of a staggering 10 million upon seeing the balance in his account exceed 10 million. Chun Howard swiftly purchased information on the mastermind behind everything. With money coming in easily, he spent liberally, and after expending that 10 million, he was left with just over 100,000, yet he felt no anxiety, as he perceived little need for funds at that moment. While Chun Howard harbored a desire to confront the mastermind directly to resolve Nie Yuxuan's crisis once and for all, the individual was currently abroad, accompanied by private armed forces. Not to mention, the logistics of traveling abroad posed a challenge for him. Returning to his hometown to apply for a passport, his uncle Nie, a prominent police officer, would undoubtedly be aware of it. Of course, he could request Brother Yu's assistance, which would allow him to leave for the mastermind immediately. However, this was not a matter that could be resolved in a day or two. That not only would Nie Yuxuan and his parents be keeping an eye on him, but his uncle would surely react in due course. This left Chun Howard regretting his decision to transmit Kong Kaijing's information to his uncle. Although his uncle had yet to respond, it was reasonable to assume that, during the course of the investigation, there would be opportunities for him to review that information. When that time came, it would be peculiar if his uncle did not call him immediately upon seeing the details. If he discovered that Chun Howard had fled abroad, the consequences would be dire. In addition to these pressing concerns, the Siberian Husky that had accompanied him to the provincial capital posed a significant dilemma. Now, as he flew to the capital to watch over Nie Yuxuan during the national music competition, he had expended a considerable sum to place the beloved pet in a boarding facility. Moreover, once Nie Yuxuan's competition concluded, he would need to rush back to retrieve the husky. Otherwise, it would surely become restless and seek an escape. If Nie Yuxuan returned to find her cherished pet missing, he could only imagine the severity of the repercussions. Moreover, my parents are about to return from their travels. If I am not home, I believe the sky would fall. Therefore, the plan to deal with the elusive mastermind hiding abroad must be temporarily shelved. After considerable contemplation, Chun Howard decided to arrange a reminder service with Brother Yu, instructing him to call if anyone had ill intentions towards Nie Yuxuan. The deposit for this service required a staggering 1 million, which merely covered a year's worth of alert fees. Additional expenses for intelligence would need to be incurred thereafter. In essence, after this expenditure, Chunhauer was left with only the sum he had borrowed from Ye Yushuan, having spent all other funds. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for once stability returned, he could sell elixirs to Brother Yu, a continuous and reliable source of income. Chunhauer found it somewhat peculiar. He had never been concerned about money before. But this time, he realized its immense significance. Without it, one could hardly move an inch. Awakening to this realization, he hastily shook his head. No, I must not become ensnared in the pursuit of wealth. Money is merely a tool, as long as it is usable. I should not treat it as a treasure. I must continue to focus on martial prowess, for it is the foundation upon which my future rests. Having fortified his mindset, Chunhauer finally felt ready to access the system's shop. Gazing at the vibrant green 10 points, he glanced at the grayish-white 0 that belonged to him. Chunhauer couldn't help but rub his temples. The shared user was indeed undertaking the same tasks as him, and had similarly completed them. With a sigh, he remarked, "System, how is it that this shared user can accept the same tasks as I? Yet, why can I not utilize their points? Moreover, and most importantly, why is it that skills in the shop can only be purchased once? If they buy something, I cannot." The reason for shared tasks remains unexplained due to missing system data. As for the inability to share points, analysis of existing system data suggests that points earned by an individual can only be utilized by them. If sharing were possible, should you earn points only for them to be used by another, you would undoubtedly be incensed at this system's inadequacy. Regarding the question of whether skills in the shop can be repurchased, this remains uncertain as you currently possess no points. Thus, you must earn points and attempt a purchase to ascertain if such a limitation exists. Listening to the system's orderly responses, Chunhauer couldn't help but blink. System, have you evolved? You seem to exhibit a hint of humanity. The system fell silent once more. Chunhauer found himself at a loss, yet he couldn't suppress his grievances. System, could you possibly provide tasks that I am able to accept and complete, as well as skills that I can utilize? It is simply unreasonable for these two major systems to favor that non-human entity when I possess 2/3 of the complete system data. There is no way I should be outdone by someone with merely 1/3. The system is making efforts to change, but your cooperation is required. Oh, is it truly possible to change? What must I do to assist? Chunhauer inquired, excitement bubbling within him. Strive to accept and complete tasks diligently, and expend points earnestly as long as your completed tasks surpass those of the other shared user, and your point expenditure is greater. The two major systems will naturally lean towards you. Chunhauer's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that so? So the side that completes more tasks and spends more will be favored? Based on calculations, that is indeed the case. Of course, the systems that this system can control will always favor you. The host that I believe that the new system formed from that 1/3 of data will similarly favor its host. Only in areas beyond both our systems' control will the tendency of favor shift according to task completion and expenditure. Upon hearing this explanation, Chunhauer sighed in resignation. So that's it. I was wondering why the system shop and task system favored that non-human entity. It turns out the non-human has completed 3 tasks while I have only completed 1. And it has also consumed 5 points, leaving it with 10. I still have a long way to catch up. Do not fret. You merely have fewer completed tasks than your counterpart. In terms of expenditure, you far surpass them. Once your task completion exceeds theirs, the system shop and task system will undoubtedly tilt in your favor. When did I exceed them in spending? Far surpass them, even? Chunhauer asked. Puzzled, have you forgotten? You borrowed 10 points and prepaid 101 points in interest. Including the repaid principal, your total expenditure amounts to 111 points, which indeed exceeds that of your counterpart. Chunhauer's face broke into a grin. It seemed that his 100 minutes of electrotherapy not only enhanced his physical skills, but also boosted his expenditure. Should he continue borrowing? Perhaps he could request a 1,000-point interest prepayment. Wouldn't that propel him far ahead of the non-human entity? Then, by simply increasing his task completion, he could sway the task and shop systems in his favor. Overwhelmed with excitement, Chunhauer promptly communicated this request to the system. Apologies, but borrowing can only be utilized during the initial development of new features. Thereafter, only actual payments can be made. Chunhauer was not particularly disheartened by this rejection, as he had seized upon a key phrase. Borrowing during the development of new features. Does this mean you have other new features yet to reveal? What are you waiting for? Hurry and tell me. New features are currently restricted. Please explore and unlock them independently. What on earth? I have to explore on my own. You wretched system. How can you boast of being an all-encompassing assistant when your current functions merely display my status and discern system comparisons? Everything else is utterly useless. Rubbish. Shinhauren shouted in a fit of indignation. The host's complaints leave me speechless. After the system conveyed this, it fell into a profound silence. Shinhauren attempted to summon more useful information multiple times, but the results were consistently disheartening. The system was sometimes not his reliable companion. As the boarding announcement rang out, Shinhauren reluctantly stowed away his phone and queued for boarding. Meanwhile, at another boarding gate in the airport, Shenwei, embodying a similarly subservient demeanor, was fawning over the cold-faced Lung Outkin. Brother Tian, are you thirsty? I'll go get you some water right away. Would you prefer mineral water or a beverage? Ice cold or room temperature? Shenwei had completely abandoned his identity as the privileged son of a wealthy family, now behaving like a sycophant, clinging to Lung Outyin, whose expression resembled that of a coffin. Lung Outyin couldn't help but roll his eyes at this clingy pest. Ever since the incident at the nightclub, Shenwei had forsaken everything to follow him. Lung Outyin had contemplated leaving him behind. But given Shenwei's wealth and extensive connections, even if he ran a short distance, Shenwei would quickly catch up. This time, Lang Outyin had secretly booked a flight back to the residence. Yet Shenwei had purchased a neighboring seat on the same flight at a high price, persistently trailing him. Anyone unaware of the situation might think Shenwei had a romantic interest in him. Lang Outyin distanced himself from Shenwei once more, feeling exasperated as he said, Shenwei, I've told you several times that the skills I have learned are part of a lineage and cannot be passed on. Anything that lacks lineage you can easily learn from any practitioner. So please, stop bothering me. Hee, it's all right. Brother Tian, you're returning to your master, right? I'll tag along to pay my respects. You just need to speak up for me. And we can become sworn brothers, rekindling our friendship, Shenwei said, rubbing his hands together like a dog begging for scraps. Who would want to rekindle friendship with you? How many times must I repeat that my master will not take you in? Lung Outyin said, increasingly irritated. Hee, it's fine. You just need to say a word on my behalf, and I'll handle the rest. I'm sure I'll convince your master to accept me. Shenwei declared confidently. Patting his chest, it was evident that this fool had some scheme in mind to gain entry, and Lang Outyin, deeply displeased, retorted, do not be so self-conceited. Do not think that your father's wealth can sway my master. My lineage cannot be bought. Indeed, Brother Tian is absolutely right. While wealth may indeed grease the wheels, to bend the will of your master, Shenwei began to flatter Lang Outyin's lineage, and it was evident that his skills in flattery were about to reach their zenith. Just as he was about to continue, his phone rang. Upon checking, his expression soured, revealing clear reluctance, but after casting a glance at Lung Outyin, he immediately donned a beaming smile and answered the call with exaggerated enthusiasm. Father. Hello. How are you? Don't work too hard. Our family's finances are sufficient. Hearing Shenwei utter such sickeningly sweet words, Lung Outyin couldn't help but shudder, glancing at this peculiar character with curiosity. However, Shenwei's father was all too familiar with his son's disposition from the other end of the line. He bluntly stated, you are at the provincial capital airport, correct? Do not board the plane. You and Lang Outyin should come to my headquarters in the provincial capital first. You've been tracking us. Shenwei's expression transformed, shedding his previous appearance of a dutiful son, revealing a visage brimming with rage. I am not so idle, came the cold tone from the phone, belonging to Shen Guahao. Before Shenwei could explode with indignation, Shen Guahao continued, regarding your desire to become a martial artist, are you certain you will not come? Chapter 0051, Returning to Innocence of Youth. Shenwei hesitated, yet he understood that his father would not deceive him. He also realized that seeking to apprentice under the aloof master, Lung Outyin, was exceedingly impractical. It was merely his last resort to cling to Lung Outyin. Now, with his father implying he had connections, it was evident that he had alternative options. Logically, Shenwei should have dashed off to his father's side, for his pursuit of Lung Outyin was solely to become a martial artist. However, despite his inner delight, he expressed his reluctance, coldly refusing. No need, I must accompany Brother Tian to his master's sect. I promised to do so. Beside him, Lung Outyin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Who agreed to that? You've been clinging to me on your own accord. I asked you both to come along. Lung Aoyan sect has given their consent. Shen Guahao's authoritative voice resonated once more from the phone. What? Really? Brother Tian, my dad says your sect has agreed, allowing you to accompany me to see my father's headquarters in this provincial city. Shen Wei exclaimed, feigning disbelief as he turned to Lung Aoyan. The drama unfolded. Unfazed by the banter between the two, Lung Aoyan resumed his stoic demeanor, rising to grab his bag and heading for the exit, seeing that Lung Aoyan was not swayed by his theatrics. Shen Wei sighed internally, ended the call, and hurried after him, anxiously asking, Hey, Brother Tian, where are you going? To your father's company, Lung Aoyan replied nonchalantly. No way. My old man merely stated that your sect agreed, and you believed him? Aren't you going to call back to inquire about it? Shen Wei questioned in astonishment. That is Mr. Shen Guahao. He does not speak lightly. Lung Aoyan replied matter-of-factly. Shen Wei was momentarily rendered speechless. A complex mix of envy and jealousy flashing in his eyes. Yet, what could he do? That was his father. With a resigned sigh, he followed Lung Aoyan out of the airport, upon arriving at the top floor of a magnificent commercial building. A middle-aged man, whose features bore a resemblance to Shen Wei but exuded greater authority, sat in an executive chair, puffing on a cigar. Upon seeing Shen Wei and Lung Aoyan enter, he merely gestured to the sofa and said, Sit. Lung Aoyan sat down with his usual cold demeanor, while Shen Wei, clearly in a huff, sulked in silence, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Shen Guahao. The latter remained silent as well, continuing to smoke his cigar. Only when the secretary served tea and snacks. Then exited, did Shen Guahao speak. Are you aware that various cities across the nation are establishing a national defense class system? Lung Aoyan shook his head, directing his gaze toward Shen Wei. If Shen Guahao were to inquire, Shen Wei would likely remain silent. However, when Lung Aoyan asked, he scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding. I've heard my former subordinates mention it, claiming that Chaching has introduced an additional option for the high school entrance examination. But the admission cutoff for that class is just a few points lower than the city ski schools. Its said that the admission is strictly limited to 100 students per city. Everyone says that such high scores with so few spots are designed specifically for the children of military and police leaders. As for those who do not meet the scores, they can easily be accommodated under the guise of consideration. After all, ordinary people would find it impossible to gain admission. Even someone as composed as Lung Aoyan couldn't help but blink in surprise, evidently taken aback by Shen Wei's knowledge of such matters, which seemed quite uncharacteristic for a young man of his background. Let me put it this way, when I first heard the news, I shared your thoughts. However, as I began to uncover other information, I dedicated considerable effort to investigate, leveraging my wealth and connections, until I finally discovered the truth. Shen Guahao continued, taking a puff of his cigar before addressing them again. Therefore, I require you to return to our hometown, Chaching, to enroll in the first national defense class. And Lung Aoyan's sect has also consented. He will be your classmate in this national defense program. Shen Wei leapt up, shouting, What? Are you out of your mind, old man? You want me to attend the national defense class? Do you realize that as for students taking the high school entrance examination, it means only current junior high school graduates can attend? How old am I? 22. You want me to be a high school student? Exclamation point. Not only was Shen Wei agitated, but even Lung Aoyan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. While he might not be well versed in societal changes and human affairs, he understood the implications of such a school. As Shen Wei pointed out, it was specifically designed for junior high graduates to advance. The newly established national defense class clearly followed this format. The idea of a young man in his 20s attending classes with 16 or 17-year-olds was enough to send shivers down Lung Aoyan's spine. Although you were 22, when you were about to drop out in the third year of junior high, I arranged for you to take a leave of absence. Thus your previous school has retained your enrollment status. This means that as long as your school submits your records to the Education Bureau, you will be considered a graduating student of the third year of junior high, fully meeting the criteria. As for the requirement of being under 18. We can modify the records. Besides, do you take pride in being uneducated? Shen Guahao stated nonchalantly. Exhaling a smoke ring, Shen Wei was utterly stunned. He had never considered such a loophole. Just a moment of thought revealed that, administratively, it could indeed work. If the school submitted his long-dormant records and altered his age to under 18, he would instantly become a standard graduate of the third year of junior high. He anticipated his father to be so foresight, leaving such a fallback when he originally dropped out. Regarding the Education Bureau's rule about only being allowed to take a leave for 2 years before automatic expulsion, with the influence of money and connections, that rule was rendered moot. After all, if they could change his age, what else could be altered? Shenwei couldn't be bothered to question further, as he could think of several ways to circumvent the obstacles, let alone his formidable father. However, Shenwei was no fool and quickly connected the dots. Dad, weren't you talking about becoming a martial artist? Does attending this national defense class mean I can become a martial artist? Lung Outyin, who had been silent until now, also looked at Shen Guohao, clearly curious about the answer. Shen Guohao, cigar in mouth, replied leisurely, this national defense class, established as a base unit in each city, is also referred to within the government as the Youth Martial Artist Training Class. Shenwei's eyes twitched. The term youth felt rather embarrassing. Meanwhile, Lung Aoyin's eyes sparkled with intrigue that he had not anticipated that the government would mobilize its authority to create such a training class for young martial artists. Would the sects agree to this? Yet, considering that his own sect had approved his enrollment in such a national defense class, it was evident that a consensus had been reached between domestic sects and the government. Were the sects not typically secretive about cultivation matters? Would they not prefer to avoid entanglements with the government? What had prompted this sudden shift? Perhaps to prepare for some significant change on the horizon. Chapter 0052. The pampered husky continuously indulged by the system. The husky Tianxiu lay bored in its cage, listening to the barks of other dogs and the meows of cats around it. Feeling increasingly irritated as it scratched its ears with its paws, the employees of the pet boarding facility began to leave and shut the doors behind them. Tianxiu sprang into action, gleefully unlocking the cage's latch with its paw and gently pushing the door open. With excitement bubbling within, it bounded into the hall designated for boarding pets. After a brief stretch, it provocatively approached the cages of fierce dogs, relishing the sight of them barking furiously yet unable to escape. Sneering triumphantly a few times, it then moved on to intimidate the smaller dogs. Some cowered in corners, while others, emboldened, barked back at the husky. Whenever encountering such overconfident creatures, Tianxiu would feign carelessness as it unlatched the cage, pretending to be astonished as it gazed at the open door. The previously boisterous dog, now terrified, whimpered and retreated in disbelief. That moment, Tianxiu would wear a friendly grin, casually stepping inside. The ensuing cries of despair from the hapless dog, paired with Tianxiu's triumphant howls, filled the air. Under the husky's taunting antics, the cacophony of barks and meows reached deafening levels, enough to drive anyone to the brink of madness. Fortunately, the boarding facility had anticipated such noise pollution and had equipped the hall with effective soundproofing, preventing any unwanted attention. After a bout of frolicking, still eager for more fun, the husky licked its lips and made its way toward the entrance. It glanced at the gate, curled its lips, and stood up, preparing to open the door, when suddenly it hesitated for a moment. Then, with an extraordinarily human-like sigh, it turned around and burrowed back into its cage, extending its paw to once more secure the cage door, before languidly lying down in its enclosure once again. Having promised Chen Haoran not to escape, it evidently adhered to its commitment, for it had not ventured outside this pet boarding house even once during these days. The most it had done was bully other pets to alleviate its boredom and pass the time. Such is the dreariness of a dog's life. Just then, a chime resonated in its mind. The shop has been refreshed. Sweet Vine immediately perked up its ears, and the entire dog instantly became invigorated. It licked its lips, gazing into the void, and then, evidently having spotted something delightful, drool began to drip down. Subsequently, a large, fragrant ham materialized out of thin air before Sweet Vine. With a joyful yelp, it clutched the ham and began to gnaw at it enthusiastically. The rich aroma wafted through the air, causing the dogs and cats in the other cages throughout the hall to perk up, their eyes gleaming with desire as drool dripped from their mouths. The tantalizing scent compelled those already intimidated by the husky Sweet Vine to howl madly in its direction, while frantically clawing and gnawing at their cages. Sweet Vine, savoring its delectable feast, turned to display its sharp, white teeth, letting out a haughty growl as a warning to assert its claim over the scrumptious morsel before lowering its head to continue relishing the unexpectedly appeared ham. Meanwhile, Chen Haoran, who was listening to Nie Yuxuan's violin solo at the Grand Theater in the capital, was equally startled by the sudden voice echoing in his mind. Naturally, he, like the husky, excitedly opened the shop. However, upon glancing at the shop's page, his initial thrill quickly faded, and he donned a scowl. Unable to contain his frustration, he vented to the system. System, after all this time, the shop finally refreshes. Yet how come it presents me with such bizarre prompts? Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? Shinharan wanted to retort with a teasing remark like, but I'm already 4, to the system, yet, for the sake of the future, he held his tongue. Last time the shop offered skills to enhance that fellow's innate abilities. And this time it directly provides items suited for children. This is utterly outrageous. Didn't I spend 111 points, which is vastly more than that fellow. Even if the task completion doesn't measure up. With such a significantly higher expenditure, there should at least be 1 or 2 items appropriate for me, right? Look at these products. Last time there were skills I could utilize, but now it's all baby rewards. What nonsense. I am not pleased. No wonder Shinharan was so indignant that a glance at the refreshed items revealed a specially made smoked ham, priced at 1 point, which, while offering exquisite flavor, could increase one's internal demonic energy by 1 degree, a specially made pig leg bone. Priced at 1 point, enhancing biting force by 10 while adding 0.1 degrees of demonic energy, a specially made chicken bun, priced at 2 points, which, when consumed, would provide a sense of satisfaction and increase internal demonic energy by 2 degrees, a milliliter of sweet dew. Priced at 2 points, which would invigorate one upon consumption and add 2 degrees of demonic energy. A pack of 10 specially made delicious sausages, priced at 1 point, capable of enticing all creatures of lower intelligence. The list continued with dozens of items, all consumables, the vast majority imbued with the effect of increasing demonic energy. This left Shinharan utterly vexed, for what was the meaning of consuming items that increased demonic energy? He, as a normal human, especially one who had embarked on the path of cultivation and aspired to reach the pinnacle of pure humanity in the future, could not allow even a trace of impure energy to manifest within him. Thus, these items were not merely unworthy of consumption. It was best to avoid them altogether. Of course, this refresh of the system shop also provided a definitive answer to Shinharan's long-held suspicions, validating that the entity sharing the system with him was indeed not human. Yet, anxiety crept back into Shinharan's mind. System, will that non-human entity become a great demon due to the demonic energy? The system, which had remained silent until now, finally responded. As long as it diligently completes tasks and spends points, becoming a great demon is not out of the question. This is similar to the host. As long as the host works hard to complete tasks and spends accordingly, they too can stand at the pinnacle of humanity. Shinharan muttered. Once again, it's enticing me to desperately complete tasks and spend lavishly. Surely this task completion and expenditure are of great benefit to you two worthless systems. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so insistent. Yet deep down, Shinharan acknowledged that he had been somewhat lax these days. Upon his rebirth, he had aimed to cultivate diligently, honing himself thoroughly, and in his spare time, collect rare treasures, so that when the world transformed, he could be one step ahead. He felt no regret for spending time on Yeyuxuan, nor did he harbor any feelings of remorse, only joy at the sight of her smiling face. Having returned from rebirth, if he could not remedy his past regrets, what meaning would life hold? Chapter 0053, National Music Competition. In recent days, Shinharan had been devoid of the previous sense of urgency. Was it because he had successfully captured all the web personnel in Xia country? Or perhaps it was due to having Brother Yu providing warnings. This led him to feel that all was well, and thus allowed himself to become complacent? Indeed, he needed to exert effort. That entity sharing the system with him was striving diligently to ascend, and he could not afford to slacken. Thus, Shinharan resolved that once the awards ceremony concluded, he would purchase a ticket to return home, where he would focus solely on cultivation. While Shinharan pondered, the husky Sweet Vine joyously squandered all 10 of its points in the system shop, purchasing an array of food and drink. Until Sweet Vine had consumed everything edible, it suddenly noticed an inexplicable energy within itself. It merely circled in puzzlement, then yawned and lay down to sleep. Watching Yeyuxuan on stage, triumphantly holding up her trophy, beaming as reporters snapped photographs, Shinharan couldn't help but blink in disbelief. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? While Xiao Xianxian's violin is indeed beautiful, it couldn't possibly be enchanting enough to win the National Violin Solo Championship, could it? Could she, like me, be a genius? I remember she wasn't in my past life. Shinharan's thoughts began to drift. At this moment, among the audience watching the competition, two elegantly dressed and handsome young men were present. One listened solemnly to the music, while the other stealthily gestured with his hands, then pointed his fingers together like a sword and lightly brushed them over his eyes. The serious-looking young man caught a glimpse of his friend's actions and could not help but remark with irritation, "Wu Zhitong, are you wasting your spiritual energy again? Do you think you have an abundance of it, or that it can be easily restored?" Yuan Tao, I'm merely increasing my proficiency. After all, mine must be utilized frequently to level up, thus maximizing its effectiveness. Moreover, when using one can perceive an entirely different world and even discover treasures. Truly a win-win situation. Wu Zhitong replied with pride. Yuan Tao maintained his gaze on the stage, his tone laced with sarcasm as he retorted, "Yes, treasure hunting, only to spend a fortune on an antique that turned out to be a fake. Who says it's a fake? It is a high imitation, crafted by a master from centuries ago. It is still an antique." Wu Zhitong responded indignantly. "That, too, is a counterfeit," Yuan Tao stated firmly. "Cut it out. I can't be bothered to argue with you." Unable to win the debate, Wu Zhitong began to stretch his neck, scrutinizing his surroundings, mumbling, "White, white, gray, gray. Oh, there's even red. This must be an antique from at least 300 years ago. Impressive. To bring such valuable antique jewelry to a non-professional music competition. Don't underestimate this competition, although it's non-professional. All the participants are champions from their respective provinces, their skills rivaling those of professional musicians," Yuan Tao instinctively replied, after a moment of silence when he did not hear Wu Zhitong's rebuttal. He turned to look at his companion, only to find him staring wide-eyed at a certain direction, mouth agape, appearing utterly shocked, furrowing his brow. He was about to inquire when he heard his partner mumbling in disbelief. "Purple. It's actually purple? Heaven, am I seeing things, or is my malfunctioning? Purple." Yuan Tao's heart jolted. He and Wu Zhitong were childhood friends and inseparable buddies, so there were no secrets between them. He knew very well the unique characteristics of Wu Zhitong's. However, considering that they were currently in an era of energy scarcity, Yuan Tao thought that was merely a gimmick to assess the quality of antiques. It was highly rigid. For instance, the last antique he had set his sights on turned out to be merely a high imitation produced simultaneously with the genuine article. Yet, due to their simultaneous age and the craftsmanship involved, the counterfeit appeared identical in color to the authentic piece in Wu Zhitong's, which was the reason for his misfortune. Yuan Tao understood that the categorizes items using 9 colors: white, gray, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple to denote their quality. Last time, Wu Zhitong had perceived a yellow glow, which had driven him to hastily spend a fortune on a counterfeit antique. Now, however, to see the highest level purple, Yuan Tao could not help but question whether he had truly seen it correctly. Wu Zhitong had already risen to his feet, apologizing to the onlookers beside him while hastily making his way outside. Observing his brother's demeanor, Yuan Tao naturally followed suit, noticing that Wu Zhitong was fixated on a particular direction. Yuan Tao couldn't help but glance in that direction as well, seeing only individuals engrossed in the music on stage, unable to discern anything unusual. Curiosity got the better of him, and he whispered, "Which one?" Wu Zhitong offered no response, instead pulling out his phone and feigning interest in it. Yet he was actually taking clandestine photographs. His phone, being a high-end model, displayed the figures of individuals clearly even from a dozen meters away. Upon spotting a picture of Chen Haoran applauding on his screen, Yuan Tao furrowed his brow. Is it this young man? Wu Zhitong first captured an image of Chen Haoran's face, and then, when a vintage ring on Chen Haoran's right middle finger appeared on the screen, he snapped another photo for his records. With a lick of his lips, he exclaimed excitedly, "Indeed, it is the ring on that young man's finger. My goodness, it emanates a purple glow." After all this time spent in cultivation, I have visited the National Museum numerous times, scrutinizing every treasure, and this is the first time I have encountered an artifact radiating purple light. Yuan Tao, unceremoniously taking Wu Zhitong's phone, zoomed in on the ring's image for a closer inspection. Wu Zhitong leaned in, muttering, "This ring appears to be an antique, albeit with a rather crude design, evoking a sense of the primitive era. If it weren't for the confirmation from my supernatural vision, I would have initially assumed it to be a modern craft. Yet, this raises an intriguing question. How could a ring of such exquisite craftsmanship originate from the Stone Age? If it is not a product of that era, how could it possibly exhibit a purple hue? The color of your supernatural vision not only signifies the age of an object, but also its value. Therefore, If this ring is indeed not from the Stone Age, it must possess intrinsic value at the purple level, Yuan Tao reminded him. This time, you're not claiming I'm mistaken. You're directly affirming. Wu Zhitong asked, somewhat perplexed. I am not making a direct affirmation. I am merely elucidating the function of your supernatural vision, Yuan Tao replied nonchalantly. Tossing the phone back to Wu Zhitong. Observing his brother fumble to catch the phone, Yuan Tao inquired, what do you intend to do? Should we approach that young man to purchase the ring directly? Or perhaps send someone to seize it? Wu Zhitong scoffed, send someone to snatch it. I would never stoop so low. Moreover, the other party is not openly selling antiques. I would never simply approach to inquire about the price. Did you not see the youth's aura of vitality? He is akin to us. It is possible that the ring is a cherished heirloom. If I express a desire to purchase it, I may inadvertently offend him. You must understand, the ring's classification is purple, likely indicating it is an extraordinary item. Yuan Tao, upon hearing this, cast a discerning glance, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, he is from our world. It seems you must tread carefully. I say, do not be so hypocritical. You dismiss mortals outright, yet treat those like us with equal consideration. Wu Zhitong replied with mild discontent. Mortals are merely mortals. They cannot hinder us, nor can they offer us any assistance. Is it not natural to disregard them? Yuan Tao asserted with conviction. You treat them equally simply because you are too enamored with those mundane objects. Let us not quarrel over this. I will take the photos to find someone who can investigate his background. And then we shall see how to proceed. Purple. It is the first time I have seen a purple treasure. I truly wish to claim it for myself. Wu Zhitong remarked wistfully. Very well. Send me the 2 photos you took earlier, and I will also enlist someone to help you investigate, Yuan Tao said, adopting a demeanor of casual assistance. Without hesitation, Wu Zhitong transmitted the 2 photos to Yuan Tao's phone. Chapter 0054. The Fury of Nie Longzhen. In the previous generation, Nie Yuxuan had won the provincial music championship, only to vanish at the airport. As this thought crossed Chen Haoran's mind, a shiver ran through him. Indeed, he had no recollection of her outcome in the national competition, meaning her talents had never been fully realized nor acknowledged by the world. Yet now, due to his intervention, she was safe and sound, able to shine, and had even secured the title of national violin solo champion. Observing Nie Yuxuan surrounded by a throng of reporters, joy radiating from her as she answered their questions while cradling her trophy, Chen Haoran couldn't help but smile broadly. The scene was so beautiful it left him feeling slightly intoxicated. To be reborn and to effect such a positive change was indeed a blessing. Chen Haoran cast a deep glance at Nie Yuxuan, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave the concert hall. Amidst the barrage of questions from the reporters, Nie Yuxuan suddenly sensed something and raised her gaze toward the direction Chen Haoran had departed. Though she saw nothing, yet, as if recalling something, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, captured fervently by the eager photographers. Unbeknownst to Chen Haoran, his casual departure with the ring he had taken from the storage locker had drawn attention. Oblivious to this, he exited the concert hall, only to receive a congratulatory call from Nie Yuxuan. Through the phone, Chen Haoran feigned shock and disbelief, expressing his astonishment until Nie Yuxuan's frustration began to surface. At which point he genuinely congratulated her, ultimately inquiring when she would return to AS for Nie Yuxuan's request for a video chat with the Husky. Chen Haoran cleverly fabricated an excuse, claiming the Husky had wandered off to play and he was awaiting its return. In these small deceptions, Chen Haoran was quite adept. Often, Nie Yuxuan found herself at a loss regarding this little rascal by her side. For instance, during the days he was guarding her in the provincial capital, Nie Yuxuan frequently initiated video calls. Chen Haoran cleverly took the Husky out onto the streets, avoiding wide shots and only capturing close-ups of the Husky, making it appear as though he was simply taking the dog out. Unaware that he had been protecting her all along, their proximity merely a breath apart. After a casual chat, Nie Yuxuan was urged by her companions to take photos or engage in some activity. Prompting her to end the call, Chen Haoran immediately hailed a ride to the airport, purchasing a last-minute ticket and rushing through security just in time to board the plane. Upon returning to his home province, Chen Haoran wasted no time in picking up his Husky, Tiansu. The moment Tiansu spotted Chen Haoran, it joyfully barked, its tail wagging like a fan. Once released from the store by the staff, Tiansu excitedly leaped into Chen Haoran's arms, licking his face affectionately. All right, I'm here to take you home, but why do you seem to have gained quite a bit of weight? Chen Haoran soothed Tiansu while scrutinizing the dog, concerned about its condition after being boarded for several days. However, to his surprise, Tiansu exhibited no signs of lethargy. On the contrary, its coat gleamed even more than before, silky to the touch, and it even carried a pleasant fragrance. You ungrateful wretch. Truly, you've become quite the attention seeker, just a few days away from home. And instead of trying to escape, you've been pampered to perfection. TSK, TSK, TSK. Tiansu paid no heed to Chun Haoran's teasing. After indulging in affection, it sprinted towards the section of the store filled with various pet cages. Inspecting the surroundings before finally leaving the pet shop at Chun Haoran's urging. Inside the cages, numerous pets had been fixated on Tiansu's figure, waiting until it was out of sight to burst into tears of joy. Leaping and howling in celebration as if they had been granted a new lease on life, transforming the once quiet hall into a cacophony. Yet, to human ears, the chorus of meows and barks prompted the staff to rush in, seeking to calm the ruckus and investigate the cause. Exiting the pet store, Chun Haoran continued undeterred, using his phone to summon a ride back to Chachengdud on the highway. He finally felt a wave of fatigue wash over him and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, Tiansu, excitedly observing the scenery outside, noticed Chun Haoran resting and, understanding, lay down quietly beside him. Time passed, and a sudden phone call jolted Chun Haoran awake, causing him to sit up straight. He quickly checked his phone, and relief washed over him. It was not a warning call from Yugu, but rather a call from the formidable Nye Shushu. Is he only now taking a break? How late can he be? Chun Haoran mused, rolling his eyes as he answered the call. Before he could speak, a commanding voice echoed from the other end. You little rascal, where are you right now? Nye Longzhen's authoritative inquiry belied a sense of dread in his heart. He had not anticipated that after only a brief hiatus from work, he would be startled by the shocking information Chun Haoran had sent. He could hardly believe that just recently, a directive had been issued to remain vigilant against the presence of the web in the country. And now it seemed they had set their sights on his daughter. With a certain understanding of the web's implications, he was fully aware of what this entailed. In principle, the actions of the web in the Summer Nation are typically devoid of any discernible purpose. They either exploit the vast number of transient populations in a few ultra-first-tier cities or retreat to remote villages to engage in outright abduction. Generally speaking, they do not operate in third- or fourth-tier cities. The fact that they have chosen to venture into Chacheng and have explicitly targeted his daughter suggests, without a doubt, that someone has placed an order on the dark web, specifying her by name. As for the reasons behind such actions, it is needless to elaborate. How could Nye Longzhen not feel guilt, anxiety, or rage for endangering his family due to his work? The officer Chun Haoran, who sweetly called himself Brother Hao, was so terrified by Nye Longzhen's expression that he broke out in a cold sweat. Thus, without pausing to inquire about the source of Chun Haoran's intelligence, Nye Longzhen immediately called his daughter. Chapter 0055. The truth is about to emerge. What calmness, what composure. Those notions had long since vanished from Nye Longzhen's mind. He was merely a father, deeply concerned for his daughter's safety. However, just as the phone rang thrice, it unexpectedly disconnected. Unable to contain himself, Nye Longzhen slammed the table and shouted, "Are you seeking death?" Just as he was about to take action, his phone rang again. To his astonishment, it was a video call from his daughter. He hurriedly answered, and upon seeing her radiant smile on the screen, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Feigning calmness as he sat down, clearing his throat, before he could speak, his daughter cheerfully exclaimed, "Dad, you've finally emerged from your seclusion. I've been trying to reach you for so many days, but couldn't get through. Mom said she returned from her business trip to give you a lesson, neglecting her daughter's competition." Nye Longzhen momentarily froze, guilt evident in his eyes as he replied, "I'm sorry. Dad had to participate in a mission that required information blackout for those involved. Are you all right?" "Hee. How could I possibly be in trouble? I'm doing splendidly. Dad, you might not know, but I am the violin solo champion of this year's provincial music competition," Nye Yuxuan declared playfully, wrinkling her nose with pride. "Ah, splendid. My daughter is truly remarkable to have won the provincial championship," Nye Longzhen responded, his face lighting up with joy. "Hee. Dad, can you guess where I am right now?" Nye Yuxuan said excitedly. "Where?" Nye Longzhen asked eagerly. "I am in the capital. Look." Nye Yuxuan turned the camera to capture some proof of her presence in the capital. "How did you get to the capital?" Nye Longzhen exclaimed in shock. "Hee. As the provincial champion, I automatically qualify for the national music competition. And guess what? I also won the national violin solo championship. Look, a gold medal. Beautiful. I assent it." Nye Yuxuan boasted, showcasing her medal. Congratulations. Where's Chun Haoran? Didn't he come with you?" Nielongjin found himself at a loss for words, settling for inquiring about that insufferable boy. He didn't come that I didn't bring him along for the competition. He had to stay home to take care of Tiansu. Mom is away on business, and you can't possibly look after it. So I had to leave Tiansu in his care. Nie Yuxuan replied casually. Nielongjin could only passively ask his daughter if she was tired, when she would return, how her relations with the association members were, if she was comfortable with her accommodations, if she was satisfied with the food, and other trivial matters. Meanwhile, his mind was furiously berating Chun Haoran for knowing that Nie Yuxuan was being targeted by the web, yet not staying by her side. After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, the call finally ended. Nielongjin unfastened his collar, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag before dialing a friend's number at the provincial department. Hello. This is Nielongjin. I'd like to inquire if there are any developments regarding the web. Before he could finish his sentence, his friend on the other end exclaimed, Haha, little snake, your sources are incredibly well informed. We are still in the midst of interrogations, and you've already received news. Have you planted spies in our provincial department? What? Nielongjin was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping the implications of the words, and excitedly asked, Are you saying that members of the web have been captured? Which brother is so impressive? Haha, indeed. You know what? It's not just 1 or 2 captures. They've apprehended all the members of the web operating in our summer nation. The ministry directly oversaw the operation, coordinating dozens of provincial departments and city bureaus, with all brothers acting simultaneously, ensuring that not a single one slipped through the net. Of course, the detailed intelligence played a crucial role. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such results. Upon hearing the mention of intelligence, Nielongjin's eyes glinted. Was the group leader Kong Kaijing also captured? Damn, and you still claim your sources aren't good. We only learned after receiving the intelligence that the leader of the web in our nation is called Kong Kaijing. Your information is accurate. The leader Kong Kaijing, his deputy William, Light, and 10 key members were indeed part of the first batch to be captured. Haha, they were thoroughly dealt with before we apprehended them. They were all left incapacitated. It's truly satisfying. You know how strict our system is. If they had come in unscathed, we would have had no means to take action. But now, they were beaten to a pulp before we caught them, and it has nothing to do with us. Yet witnessing their suffering brings immense relief. I might just indulge in a few drinks. Initially worried about his daughter's safety, Nielongjin felt entirely at ease upon hearing these words. Leaning back in his chair, legs crossed on the table, he took a drag from his cigarette and chuckled. Indeed, that's quite satisfying. I wish I could have been there in person. By the way, who dealt with them? It wouldn't happen to be the Special Operations Unit, would it? Haha, clearly your sources aren't as good as you think. However, I have a good idea of where you got your information. It seems you have indeed planted spies in our provincial department. After teasing Nielongjin for a while, and once he expressed his displeasure, his friend continued, Oh, it's quite a curious matter. William, Light, and the other 12 were apprehended near the logistics center by the airport. Initially, it wasn't even a capture. The brothers who rushed over were taken aback and immediately called for an ambulance to rush them to the hospital. It was only later that they were apprehended. The alarm was triggered by gunfire, leading to their location being identified. You know how miserable they were. Not only were they all bitten by dogs, but they also sustained gunshot wounds to their knees and were bound with packaging straps. The ambulance had to move slowly, or they might have bled to death. In the end, although they survived, they all had to undergo amputations, uniformly losing their right legs. Quite brutal. Nielongjin straightened up, astonished as he asked, They were all bitten by dogs? Indeed. Not only those 12, but even Kong Kaijing, who had been luring airport logistics leaders in the airport's support area, was also bitten by a dog after being thoroughly beaten. According to eyewitnesses, the assailant was a youth accompanied by a husky. Unfortunately, all surveillance footage and the eyewitnesses' phones failed to capture any images of this youth and the husky, leaving the search for suspects nearly at a standstill. Upon hearing the description of the suspects as a youth and a husky, Nielongjin's heart momentarily skipped a beat, involuntarily conjuring images of Chin Haoran and his own husky. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, he inexplicably felt a sense of relief, subconsciously reaching for a cigarette only to find it burnt to the filter. Discarding it, he pulled out another, lit it, and continued to listen as his friend elaborated on how they later received a detailed dossier on the web's personnel in the Summer Nation, lamenting that the youth must have a powerful and terrifying hacker organization backing him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to acquire such detailed intelligence and transmit it quietly to several key leaders' phones. Thanks to this support, the operation was led by the ministry, executed by numerous provincial departments, resulting in the complete eradication of the web. Naturally, this friend also grumbled, "Little snake, you have no idea." Kong Kaijing and the other 13 key members, despite all threats and temptations, stubbornly refused to utter a word. Not only did they keep quiet about internal intelligence, but they wouldn't even disclose who had left them in such a state, which has given the brothers interrogating them a headache. If it weren't for the incredibly detailed intelligence outlining their misdeeds in the Summer Nation, which matched the recorded crimes perfectly upon a cursory investigation, it would have been nearly impossible to convict these tight-lipped individuals. Nielongjin furrowed his brow once more. So, the matter concerning the web targeting his daughter had not been reflected in that dossier? Was it because the web had not yet had the opportunity to commit a crime, thus leaving no record, or was it a deliberate effort to keep Nie Yuxuan out of the narrative? Contemplating these thoughts, Nielongjin had no desire to continue conversing with his friend, exchanging a few more pleasantries before hanging up. He then dialed a number he had kept on his phone for many years, but had only called a handful of times each year. As soon as the call connected, Nielongjin spoke with utmost authority. "You little brat, where are you right now?" Chapter 0056. Confess honestly. Upon hearing Nielongjin's inquiry, Chun Haoran quickly replied, "I'm on the highway. Going or coming back?" Nielongjin continued with his serious questioning, "That I just landed back in the provincial city from the capital and am on my way back to Chaching." Chun Haoran's demeanor appeared remarkably calm and composed. Nielongjin was momentarily at a loss for words. He had previously anticipated that Chun Haoran would be somewhat evasive, yet he was taken aback by the bluntness of his statement. He understood the implications of Chun Haoran's words and was certain that Chun Haoran was aware that he understood the meaning behind them as well. However, Nielongjin's expression softened, and he mused to himself, "This kid has indeed not disappointed me. I had thought he was indifferent to my daughter Yuxuan." Yet, Nielongjin's heart was also stirred with shock. The idea of swiftly rushing to incapacitate Kong Kaijing and others was astonishing, but not entirely unexpected. Considering that Chun Haoran was someone he had trained, possessing a certain level of skill, what puzzled him was how Chun Haoran had managed to pinpoint the target so precisely and how he had successfully located them. Moreover, how had he relayed the information of everyone in the web to someone in the police system who could take action? The amount of information contained within this was staggering. After a moment's hesitation, Nielongjin refrained from inquiring whether those actions had indeed been carried out by Chun Haoran. After all, the act of incapacitating someone was undeniably against the law, and given his current position, it would be a breach of his identity to remain indifferent. Thus, he chose to remain silent, pretending to be unaware. After all, those who had been injured were universally despised, the kind of scoundrels whom everyone wished to see eliminated. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Chun Haoran had undertaken these actions for the sake of his daughter's safety. Therefore, there was no need to question anything. It sufficed to know that Chun Haoran was responsible for the good deeds done with his husky. Yet, he was left wondering what had afforded Chun Haoran such a network of connections. Nonetheless, everyone had their own privacy, and as long as it posed no threat to public safety, it was unnecessary to pry too deeply. While Nielongjin remained silent, Chun Haoran spoke up. "Uncle Nie, are you familiar with a person named Kunbi?" Nielongjin paused, a figure flickering in his mind, and he nodded, saying, "I know him, the notorious drug lord Kunbi. His son once attempted to establish a drug trafficking network in Chaching, and at that time, as a member of the criminal police team, I shot him during an arrest. Afterwards, he vowed to take revenge on me. But the International Narcotics Organization happened to target him, launching a full-scale crackdown on his operations. Consequently, he was arrested and sentenced to hundreds of years in prison, and that matter was settled. Uncle Nie. Kunbi has been released from prison a few months ago due to insufficient evidence. According to the local court, the reason Nie Yuxuan has caught the attention of the web is that he placed an order for 100 million gold yuan on the dark web." Chun Haoran recounted candidly. "What?" Exclamation point. Although Nielongjin had sensed something was amiss when Chun Haoran mentioned the name, he had not anticipated that it was indeed this individual. What infuriated him further was that this notorious drug lord had been released due to insufficient evidence. Had the local court gone blind, or what? It was common knowledge, yet they claimed insufficient evidence. "Uncle Nie, I have the detailed address of his hideout abroad. Please help me get a passport. I intend to deal with him. But I need you to keep it from my parents," Chun Haoran said with an air of ease. He felt exhilarated. Sharing a secret like this was quite refreshing, and he believed he would no longer need to be overly secretive about his actions. In truth, it wasn't that he feared his actions being discovered. He merely worried that his family would be unable to accept what he was doing. For now, he would start with Uncle Nya, as his identity would undoubtedly carry more weight in persuading his parents. Don't even think about it. Send me Kunbi's hideout address, and I will take care of him. You are not to interfere any further. Nya Longjin said sternly. Hey, Uncle Nya, how do you plan to handle him? Don't forget your own identity. Without permission from above, you cannot leave the country. Moreover, from a legal standpoint, Kunbi is currently innocent. Surely you are not naive enough to report Kunbi's whereabouts to the police in his country and expect them to apprehend him. Don't forget, he was released by the court. Not to mention, why would the police in his country listen to you? Even if they did, on what grounds would they arrest Kunbi? Chen Haoran scoffed. Nya Longjin found himself at a loss for words. He recognized that Chen Haoran was speaking the truth. He could not leave the country, nor could he simply leverage a few words to compel the police in Kunbi's country to take action. Not to mention that he lacked any connections there. The fact that the court had released Kunbi on the grounds of insufficient evidence meant that the police there had no basis to act against him. While he understood this, Nya Longjin could not allow Chen Haoran to travel abroad, so he stated firmly, You little rascal, you will not be going abroad. Do not even think about it. I will instruct my subordinates to block your application. And you will not be getting a passport. Chen Haoran pouted. Uncle Nya, if I truly want to go, I can leave at any moment. Even if you refuse to help me get a passport. There are places that will assist me. You dare. If you attempt to leave, I will inform your parents, Yu Xuan, and Aunt Xiao about everything you have been up to. That husky of yours is by your side. Right? You tell it that if it does not stop you, I will stew it for dog meat. Nya Longjin threatened. The once relaxed husky, upon hearing the ominous tone through the phone, trembled with fear. Looked up at Chen Haoran, pondered for a moment, then bit onto the fabric of Chen Haoran's clothing before settling back down to sleep soundly. Chen Haoran found himself both amused and exasperated that Uncle Nya would resort to threats. However, the threat was genuinely intimidating. The thought of how his parents, Yu Xuan, and Aunt Xiao would react upon learning the truth sent a shiver down his spine, observing that the husky had latched onto his clothing. He could only sigh. Even this creature was intimidated by Uncle Nya's threats. What could he possibly do? All right, I understand that I won't go abroad. However, Uncle Nya, we must find a way to deal with Kunbi. He placed an order for 100 million gold yuan on the dark web. Although this batch of people from the web has been dealt with, it is evident that as long as that order remains, there will be a continuous influx of individuals. Chen Haoran lamented. I understand, Nya Longjin replied. Somewhat anxiously, he was well aware of the complications involved. Unless the source was eliminated, his daughter could not truly be safe. Yet he had no means to resolve the issue with Kunbi. Letting Chen Haoran handle it, that was out of the question. After all, this was his daughter, and as a father, he bore the responsibility. He could not pass that burden on to others. Moreover, if anything were to happen to Chen Haoran while abroad, how would he explain it to everyone? Chapter 0057. Shun Qingyan's jealousy. Nya Longjin hesitated and struggled for quite some time before finally speaking with a hint of bitterness. Isn't your network capable of resolving this, Kunbi? Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness as well. He had considered asking Yuga for help in eliminating Kunbi. But Yuga's price was simply astronomical. Yuga had made it clear that while selling information, various items, or even offering support came at a reasonable price, having Yuga's side take direct action would be extraordinarily costly. For instance, Chen Haoran only needed to pay 1 million xia currency to obtain information from the web due to his involvement in the matter. However, if an unrelated individual wanted information, the starting price would be at least 10 million xia currency. Similarly, if Chen Haoran were to travel abroad to confront Kunbi and notice that Kunbi had a private militia, he would be overwhelmed and could request armed support from Yuga, which would cost him 10 million xia currency to dispatch an elite team to assist in neutralizing Kunbi's private forces. However, if Chen Haoran remained at home merely making phone calls, asking Yuga to deal with Kunbi, the price would skyrocket to 1 billion xia currency, just like the funds transferred to Kong Kaijing and others. Since they were adversaries and Chen Haoran had acquired their cards, Yuga's cut was minimal. Yet, if Chen Haoran explicitly ordered the transfer of Kunbi's assets, Yuga indicated that he would not take on the job unless Chen Haoran personally apprehended Kunbi and retrieved the bank cards first. There is nothing to be done. Uncle Nya, the price is simply too steep. Chen Haoran sighed. Too steep? Nya Longjin had already forced himself to compromise his principles by getting involved in hiring someone to kill, only to be met with such a response. Indeed. Exceedingly steep, many times more than what it would cost me to resolve it myself by going abroad. Shinharan lamented. What kind of network do you have that is so peculiar? Nielongjin couldn't help but frown. He had never heard of such a vast disparity in costs based on whether the principal was involved or not. I don't know what kind of network it is. All I know is that they wield significant power. And as long as it aligns with their rules, they can resolve matters at a minimal cost. For instance, in this case, I merely spend a fee for booking a vehicle online to completely resolve the issue. Shinharan chuckled. He believed he was not lying. He had indeed only spent the cost of an online vehicle booking, then gotten to know Yuga, and subsequently accrued debts, with all subsequent costs being compensated by seizing the assets of Kong Kaijing and others. He genuinely had not incurred any other expenses. Nielongjin was left speechless. A mere vehicle booking fee had settled the affairs of the entire web in Xia country. How could that amount multiply by hundreds or thousands? Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, what would the cost be to resolve Kunbi without you going abroad? Shinharan, naturally aware of why Nielongjin was asking, replied candidly, 1 billion. Nielongjin nearly erupted in a barrage of curses. After a long moment, he shook his head in resignation and said, fine, I won't ask further. You stay put and behave. You are about to be promoted. Let's see what school you will attend. With that, he hung up the phone. Then he pinched his brow, took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. As he smoked, he found himself perplexed. Shinharan, this fellow, had previously been quite rambunctious, yet it had always been within his realm of understanding, limited to skirmishes with petty delinquents. However, he had not anticipated that he would suddenly leap into such prominence, managing to take down an organization as elusive as a spider's web, one that even the police struggled to infiltrate. How had Shinharan established contact with such a formidable intelligence network? What had given him the means to connect with such an organization? How could they trust a mere 16-year-old boy like Shinharan? It seemed improbable that such a clandestine group would readily open their hearts to just anyone. This indicated that the brat was concealing a multitude of secrets. He recalled the stage at the Deba incident, which had been demolished like a house of cards by a bulldozer. Nevertheless, Nielongjin held no reservations about this. Instead, a contented smile crept across his face. This little rascal, going to such lengths to shield Nieyuxuan from the truth while decisively eliminating danger, is quite commendable. It shows I have not misjudged him. However, this little scamp has led my husky astray, dragging it into fights and allowing it to bite people. I must give both of them a good scolding when they return. Shinharan glanced at his turned-off phone. Unable to suppress a blink, had he not known the future trajectory, he would have certainly considered enrolling in the 1st or 13th high school. However, now that he was aware of what lay ahead, he was fervently inclined towards joining the National Defense class. With Uncle Nie's status, there was no doubt he could secure a spot for him, as the National Defense class ostensibly offered preferential treatment to local military and police families. Yet therein lay the dilemma. He was not a family member of Uncle Nie. Thus, he could not voice this ambition. It had to be entrusted to his parents to negotiate. But would they not scold him for skipping high school to attend a vocational national defense class instead? Shinharan tucked his phone away and glanced at the ride-hailing driver, noting no unusual behavior. Since his prior conversation with Uncle Nie contained no confidential information, he felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patted the husky, which stubbornly clung to his clothes, and closed his eyes once more. In the outskirts of Chaqing, within the Shin family manor, Shin Qingyun's phone rang. Upon answering, he chuckled. Finally decided to return. Have you? Excellent. Continue to follow him. Once he exits the Chaqing toll station, don't let his vehicle slip away. Remember, do not harm anyone, and just adhere to traffic regulations. Ignore everything else. Uncle Liang, standing nearby, could not help but inquire, young master, has Shinharan finally returned? Indeed, he has returned at last. I never expected this boy to be so sentimental. While Nieyuxuan went to the provincial music competition, he did not follow her openly, but instead trailed her secretly. It was one thing for him to follow her to the province, but he even flew there to accompany her to the national competition, and as soon as it concluded, he hurried back. Truly a waste of time. Shin Qingyun spoke with a light tone, yet the shadows in his eyes revealed his actual discontent. Uncle Liang understood the situation well. On one side was his young master's affection for Nieyuxuan, and on the other was his aversion to Shinharan. The intertwining of these two figures undoubtedly vexed him. Moreover, the master had been waiting to meet Shinharan at the manor for nearly a week. A situation that, if spoken of, would elicit laughter. The Shin family's prestige had undoubtedly diminished in the process. Shin Qingyun had initially promised the master a meeting with Chen Haoran, yet circumstances had thwarted this. He had even contemplated orchestrating a chance encounter when his attempts to contact Chen Haoran directly had failed, only to discover that Chen Haoran had absconded to the provincial capital, being closely monitored. Shin Qingyun was well aware of Chen Haoran's escapades in the provincial capital. He was left with no choice but to swallow his frustration and wait. Fortunately, Chen Haoran did not accompany Nie Yuxuan back. He returned immediately after her competition. Without lingering, directly heading back to Chaqing. Since he was so perceptive, there would be no need for further discussion. A car accident was in order. He would conveniently be present at the toll station, appearing to welcome passengers and orchestrate a fateful encounter to fulfill the master's request. Suppressing his displeasure, Shin Qingyun rose and smiled. Uncle Liang, go prepare the car. I will summon the master. Let us create a fortuitous meeting with Chen Haoran at the toll station. Understood. Uncle Liang nodded and departed to make preparations. Chapter 0058. We are not acquainted. Chen Haoran, leading the Husky, frowned slightly. Just after exiting the toll station, their vehicle was cut off by another. The ride-hailing driver, furious, jumped out to curse, feeling unfairly treated, as this was a clear violation of traffic rules. The situation soured his mood considerably, especially since they were in unfamiliar territory, and taking public transport would be exceedingly time-consuming. However, the driver of the offending vehicle was quite apologetic and offered to settle the matter privately, promising to compensate without involving insurance, which did help to alleviate the ride-hailing driver's ire. Nevertheless, it was evident that Chen Haoran could no longer continue to his doorstep in that vehicle. After the ride-hailing driver refunded him 10 yuan, he reluctantly led the Husky away. At that moment, 3 luxury cars with flashing hazard lights exited the highway, and the one in the middle stopped beside Chen Haoran. The rear window rolled down, revealing Shin Qingyun's face. Hey, Chen Haoran, what a coincidence. Indeed, quite the coincidence. Have you just returned from out of town? Chen Haoran blinked, trying to muster a smile despite his annoyance at this classmate. Yes, I just returned after picking up a guest from my father. Are you leaving Chaqing or heading back to the city? Shin Qingyun feigned curiosity, glancing at the shoulder bag Chen Haoran carried, then pretended to be delighted as he waved at the Husky squatting beside Chen Haoran. Hey, Tiansu, do you remember me? The Husky tilted its head, looking at Shin Qingyun with confusion, as if to say, who are you? You've worked hard taking care of Tiansu for so many days. You're heading back to the city, right? Why not ride with us? Shin Qingyun said with a smile. Chen Haoran curled his lips in disdain, thinking to himself, he really doesn't consider himself an outsider. Does he? What gives him the right to say I've worked hard? I'm just taking care of my own Husky. I don't need your gratitude. Thus, Chen Haoran immediately shook his head. No need. Aren't you picking up a guest? I'll pass. At that moment, an old Taoist named Zhang suddenly turned to Chen Haoran with a smile. Young friend, since you and Shin Qingyun are classmates, there's no need for formality. Get in the car and let us go together. Shin Qingyun nodded vigorously. Yes, no need to be polite. He opened the car door, gesturing for Chen Haoran to enter. In that instant, both Chen Haoran and the Husky momentarily froze as the system in their minds chimed. Eliminate old Taoist Zhang, reward 10,000 points. Eliminate Shin Qingyun, reward 1,000 points. The Husky's eyes sparkled with excitement, instinctively preparing to leap forward, but the tug of the leash around its neck caused it to hesitate momentarily. However, its abrupt movement caught the old Taoist's indifferent gaze. Just that one glance made the Husky's tail puff up, and it yelped in fright, quickly retreating behind Chen Haoran. Chen Haoran's eye twitched. This absurd system was becoming increasingly unreliable. Previously, it had merely hinted at actions without naming individuals, yet now it was explicitly calling for the elimination of 2 people. Surely, Shin Qingyun was merely observing Nie Yuxuan. It hardly warranted a death sentence, right? And a reward of 1,000 points for that. As for the old Taoist, he was a stranger to Chen Haoran. Why did the system offer a whopping 10,000 points for him? This was utterly nonsensical. Chen Haoran couldn't afford to ponder these matters further. He was acutely aware of the impending electric shock punishment in 60 seconds. Thus, he hastily declared, No. It's all right. After sitting in the car for so long, my back and rear are sore, especially for Tiansu, who must be restless. It's best if we walk a bit to stretch our legs. I'll take my leave now. With that, he tugged on the Husky and made his way toward the sidewalk. Not long after departing without accepting the task, Chunhauer felt a tingling sensation creeping through his body. As he slackened his grip, the leash slipped from the husky's grasp, and seeing the husky darting about joyfully, he chose to ignore it, focusing instead on maintaining his composure and posture to avoid embarrassing himself during the impending shock. The husky was on the brink of collapse, having been electrified to the point of yelping and darting about in a frenzy. After a minute, once the shock subsided, the husky cast a wary glance at Chunhauer, who appeared oblivious to the creature's previous distress. With a sigh of relief, the husky, still reeling from the aftereffects of the electric shock, trembled as it made its way back to Chunhauer's side. Naturally, Chunhauer had no thoughts of anything else. He was merely grateful that he had not lost his composure from the shock. He picked up the leash dragged by the husky and began to lead it homeward. Qingyun, unaware of the underlying circumstances, was taken aback after being outright rejected. He had gone so far as to open the door, only to find himself met with such a lack of courtesy. The elderly Taoist sitting beside him suddenly inquired, "My young friend, has Chunhauer always been at odds with you, or is this a recent development? No matter how fervently you try to win his favor, does he consistently resist your approach with politeness?" Indeed that is the case, Qingyun nodded. Back in school, he had made both intentional and unintentional efforts to befriend Chunhauer, yet he had always faced resistance. Previously, he had speculated whether his subtle affection for Nie Yuxuan had been sensed by Chunhauer, leading to his cold demeanor. Strange, it shouldn't be this way. His fate has been transferred to you, and he should instinctively gravitate towards you, not the other way around, with you yearning for his company while he remains indifferent. The old Taoist furrowed his brow. Qingyun's eyes widened in realization. He recalled that ever since he had stripped Chunhauer of his fate, he had found himself inadvertently paying attention to him, and each time he attempted to ingratiate himself, Chunhauer had rebuffed him without causing any irritation in return. "This situation is rather unsettling," Qingyun exclaimed. "Master, what could be the cause of this? I genuinely find myself wanting to be close to him." The old Taoist frowned and began to calculate. After a while, he sighed and said, "It seems that when you initially deprived him of his fate, it was not entirely thorough, leaving remnants behind. Since he is the original bearer, you, having taken 90% of his fate, will naturally feel inclined to approach him." Qingyun's expression grew complicated, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Isn't my fate supposed to be the supreme 95? How could there still be remnants of his original fate?" The old Taoist's demeanor darkened slightly. "That is precisely the enigma I cannot fathom. Clearly, his 95 fate has been transferred to you. Surely, you have consulted other masters for clarity?" At this, the old Taoist cast a sidelong glance at Qingyun. Qingyun nodded honestly, admitting that he had sought the insights of various masters from all corners, all confirming that he possessed the supreme 95 fate. This consistency had only deepened his respect for the old Taoist. Thus, this is the astonishing aspect. The changing of fate is something one cannot grasp in a lifetime. Who would have thought that someone with a supreme fate, once deprived, could still retain remnants? Before encountering Chunhauer, I assumed he would become indistinguishable from the crowd, yet he remains so striking and unforgettable. The old Taoist mused. "What is his current fate?" Qingyun inquired. The old Taoist shook his head, glancing at Qingyun. "Do you think I am a deity? How could I ascertain his new fate with a mere glance? It requires prolonged contact and possession of his belongings to deduce." Noticing Qingyun's hesitation, he calmly added, "The supreme 95 fate is not so complicated. A little exploration and calculation can reveal it. The reason you have remained undisturbed and unbothered is not only due to my shielding, but also because the Shun family has provided you with protection. Initially, when I calculated for Chunhauer, I preemptively concealed him. Otherwise, he would have been snatched away long ago." Qingyun nodded and asked again, "Then what about the situation with Chunhauer? It is concerning that he still bears remnants of the supreme fate, which poses a dilemma for me. Indeed, it is a problem. We must entirely reclaim that residual fate." The old Taoist's eyes glimmered with intensity. Qingyun inquired earnestly, "How should we proceed?" "It is quite simple. You must engage with him more often, ideally becoming what you young elites refer to as best friends. This way, I can employ my methods to strip away the final remnants from him, and I can also deduce his new fate." The old Taoist stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Will prolonged contact not allow him to reclaim his fate?" Qingyun asked, his expression troubled. "Fate is not so easily taken back. Moreover, you possess almost all of it. 90%. While he holds only a fraction, if anyone is to be drawn, it will be you that attracts him away. Thus, you need not worry that I am linked to you and will not cause you harm. The old Taoist assured with unwavering confidence. Shen Qingyun found solace in this reassurance, after the old Taoist had assisted him in stripping Chun Haoran's fate. They were now inseparable, akin to two sides of the same coin, that he had previously dispatched subordinates under various identities to consult with masters and scour ancient texts, all yielding the same conclusion of their shared fate. It was this understanding that solidified his trust in the old Taoist. Perhaps he trusted the old Taoist more than his own father, who had other sons and prioritized the Shen family. Whereas the old Taoist's intentions seemed more pure, he believed that by improving himself, he could help the old Taoist do the same, forming a symbiotic relationship, observing Shen Qingyun deep in thought. The old Taoist could not help but suggest, you could consider becoming classmates, ideally, sitting at the same desk. This would naturally foster a closer relationship. Shen Qingyun's eyes twitched slightly. It was indeed a sound plan. But Chun Haoran would be attending high school while he was enrolled in a national defense class. Had he not been aware of the significance of this class, it would have been a simple matter to switch. However, the prospect of abandoning the national defense class, a crucial opportunity, for the sake of clinging to Chun Haoran did not sit well with him. Although he recognized the importance of reclaiming the remnants of fate from Chun Haoran, he felt reluctant to forego such a significant chance. Yet, he could not voice these thoughts to the old Taoist, who was unaware of the opportunity represented by the national defense class, while he trusted the old Taoist. He was not inclined to reveal any secrets. The solution to his dilemma was readily apparent. He needed to persuade Chun Haoran to enroll in the national defense class as well. However, this presented a challenge, for the value of the national defense class was currently well guarded, and ordinary individuals were unlikely to be aware of it. He had no intention of inadvertently disclosing this information to Chun Haoran, who might blurt it out, causing it to become widely known and transforming the national defense class from an obscure option into a highly sought-after one that once it became popular, the odds of securing a place would diminish, as many influential families would vie for admission. Although the city limited enrollment to 100 students, with Shen's family likely ranking high, the competition would undoubtedly intensify from provincial and capital elites. It was conceivable that none from the local area would secure a spot. However, this scenario hinged on information becoming public, which was precisely why those in the know kept it closely guarded. Anyone who dared to disclose such information would quickly find themselves at odds with those in the know. Thus, Shen Qingyun's dilemma lay in how to persuade Chun Haoran to abandon a prestigious high school in favor of an overlooked vocational school. As he pondered this, he glanced towards the distance where Chun Haoran had run off, observing him and the husky, which seemed to be dancing in a fit of tremors by the roadside. He blinked in surprise. Did Chun Haoran have a penchant for street dancing? He had previously dashed out of a bookstore to dance unexpectedly, and now it appeared he was doing the same again. Suddenly, Shen Qingyun slapped his thigh in excitement, keenly observing the quivering husky. He had almost forgotten that Chun Haoran maintained a good relationship with Nie Yuxuan, whose father was a prominent police officer. If he subtly hinted to him about the national defense class's potential, he believed that the police chief, eager for Chun Haoran to attend police school, might leverage his influence to secure a spot in the national defense class for him. There was also a chance that Nie Yuxuan could be included as well. As long as the information remained undisclosed, there would be no issues if Chun Haoran expressed a desire to join the national defense class. Additionally, he needed to subtly suggest this to Chun Haoran's parents to ensure a foolproof plan. However, the challenge lay in how to hint at this without revealing secrets and preventing them from broadcasting the information widely. At that moment, the old Taoist interjected, "So, have you devised a solution?" "Yes," Shen Qingyun replied, nodding affirmatively. "Good. I shall take my leave now. Once you have engaged with him for over 6 months, I will return," the old Taoist announced. 6 months? Is that not rather lengthy?" Shen Qingyun expressed his surprise. 6 months is but a trifle. You are only 16, with ample time to spare. As long as you proceed with caution, there should be no issues. Whether it takes 6 months or 3 years, you will still be under 20 at that time." The old Taoist chuckled. Indeed, master, you're quite considerate." After pondering for a moment, Shen Qingyun realized the truth in this. He would only be 19 in 3 years. Perhaps it was due to his family background and exposure to such matters that he felt aged beyond his years, as if time were pressing upon him, It seemed he truly needed to relax. For he was still quite young. Perhaps he should consider exploring romance, to savor the essence of youth. Lost in reverie, Shin Qingyun couldn't help but smile, while the old Taoist cast a sidelong glance at him, revealing a cryptic smile of his own. Chapter 0060. Returning to the everyday. Upon returning home, Chun Haoran casually freshened up and ordered several takeout meals, all rich in meat, primarily for his Siberian Husky. After finishing his meal, Chun Haoran picked up the book titled The Birth of the Universe to begin his cultivation practice. As for the Husky, he could amuse himself. Time flew swiftly by, since the last phone call from Uncle Nye on the highway. There had been no further communication, let alone a meeting. Then Nye Yuxuan returned, and naturally, Chun Haoran eagerly went to pick her up with the Husky. Ah, Tianxiu, did you miss your sister? I've missed you to pieces. Let me see how much you've changed. As soon as Nye Yuxuan stepped out of the car, she tossed her luggage to Chun Haoran and embraced the equally excited Tianxiu with fervor. This made Chun Haoran feel a pang of jealousy. Hey, Xian, aren't you being a bit excessive? I'm standing right here, and you don't even ask about me. Just focus on Tianxiu. Hee. All right, why be so stingy? I brought you a gift. After showering affection on Tianxiu for a while, Nye Yuxuan finally turned to Chun Haoran. Now that S more like it, Chun Haoran nodded in satisfaction, only for his expression to darken when Nye Yuxuan, having taken just a couple of steps with Tianxiu, pointed an accusing finger at him. You little rascal, have you been starving my Tianxiu? I can feel she is at least 5 pounds lighter. You must not have been feeding her well. Don't put the blame on me. What kind of eyes do you have? Does this husky look lighter to you? I feed her lavishly every day. My expenses have doubled. She eats better than I do. Where do you see her losing weight? I say she has gained weight. All she does is eat and sleep. Chun Haoran protested vehemently. You can't deny it. Come over and hold her. If she hasn't lost weight, how could I have noticed so quickly? Nye Yuxuan insisted, stamping her foot in frustration. No way. This creature eats heartily every day. If you don't believe me, check my takeout orders. They're all lavish meals. Chun Haoran, skeptical, put down the luggage and picked up the somewhat silly-looking husky. Huh? She really is lighter. How strange. This husky eats well and sleeps soundly. Yet she seems to have lost weight. Chun Haoran gazed at the husky, who was also looking up at him. Humph. I knew you were unreliable. If you can't even take good care of Tianxiu, how could I trust you to take care of me? Nye Yuxuan continued to grumble. Come on, it's not that exaggerated. Besides, a little female dog shouldn't be too plump. Where would she find a partner? Look at her shiny coat and spirited demeanor. Where else could you find another like her? If this isn't good care, then what is? Chun Haoran replied, exasperated. That's true. A slimmer Tianxiu is even prettier. Nye Yuxuan immediately brightened, her face radiating joy as she linked her arm with Chun Haoran's. Chun Haoran felt no discomfort at her closeness, indifferent to the piercing gazes from behind. After all, Nye Yuxuan seemed oblivious to her association members. So why should he care about their presence? If mere gazes could kill, he would have perished countless times over. Chun Haoran shot a glance at the husky, pondering how such a silly creature could be described as beautiful. He couldn't fathom the thoughts of these young girls. The husky, noticing Chun Haoran's expression, rolled its eyes at him, snorted, and wagged its tail, eagerly trying to please its master. The sight of a husky looking down on him left Chun Haoran speechless, muttering, "How ridiculous. The moment the owner returns, she forgets all my care over the past few days. Just wait. There will come a time when I'll have my turn again." The trio, along with the dog, returned to Nye Yuxuan's home amid laughter and chattered. As usual, Nye Longjin was not at home, and even Nye Yuxuan's mother, Aunt Xiao, would be returning late. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Chun Haoran who went to pick her up. Once home, Nye Yuxuan eagerly rummaged through her suitcase, pulling out 2 gold medals to flaunt to Chun Haoran. He feigned envy and jealousy, extracting promises of several meals in return. After some idle chatter, the busy Aunt Xiao finally arrived, chatting with her daughter as they headed to the kitchen. Nye Yuxuan accompanied her mother in conversation while lending a hand, leaving Chun Haoran to exact his revenge on the husky. This time, Tianxiu had become well-behaved, no longer allowing Chun Haoran to tease her as before. After a few attempts, she retreated to the kitchen, looking pitiful, while Chun Haoran laughed heartily, inevitably earning a few scoldings from Nye Yuxuan. Finally, mealtime arrived. The family patriarch, Nye Longjin, still hadn't returned, but had called to apologize to Nye Yuxuan, resulting in the 3 of them, along with the dog, enjoying the feast Aunt Xiao had prepared for her daughter's welcome home. As customary, they listened to Aunt Xiao lament about Uncle Nya, to which Chun Haoran could only respond with silly smiles that in the end, Chun Haoran returned home with his gifts, resuming his blissful life devoid of dogs. Truth be told, having a dog was quite bothersome. Not only did he have to take it out for walks every day, but he also had to prepare meals specifically for it. Thankfully, Tian Xiu had been trained to use the toilet at home. Otherwise, he would have had to take her out every few hours, which would have been even more troublesome. The life without a dog was simply delightful. He couldn't understand how Nie Yuxuan had the energy to care for that husky. Chun Haoran thought he would enjoy a few days of leisure, but the very next day after Nie Yuxuan returned, his parents, who had been gallivanting for half a month, also came back. Dad, Mom. Upon seeing their familiar faces suddenly appear before him, Chun Haoran leaped up in surprise, exclaiming joyfully, "Ah, we're back." Chun Haoran's father, Chun Jinjun, set down the numerous bags and sighed, rubbing his wrists, shoulders, and neck. Turning to glance at the clock on the wall, he promptly said to the sophisticated woman entering the room with a small handbag, "Wife, I need to rush back to work to sign off my leave. I want to be home for dinner tonight." He then waved to Chun Haoran, "Son, I've brought gifts for you. They're in the bag. Take a look." With that, he turned and left. Chun Haoran, who had eagerly come to take the bags, stood bewildered at the door, then turned to his mother, Dang Yushu, who was frowning as she inspected the cleanliness of the room, and asked, "Mom, why is Dad in such a hurry?" His workplace is hounding him. Since the holiday began, they've been relentless, as if the world would collapse without him. Dang Yushu scoffed, her expression mirroring Chun Haoran's disdain. Next, this matriarch of the household directed her attention to Chun Haoran. "You little rascal, haven't you cleaned up in days? Did you take care of Tian Xiu as you were supposed to? Look at this sofa, it's covered in dog hair, and there are fragments of bones in the corner, not to mention the dog smell. Why haven't you sprayed any air freshener?" Dang Yushu rambled on as she prepared to change into slippers, but suddenly stopped, smacking her forehead. "Wait, I almost forgot." She turned and headed for the door, saying as she left, "The school has been just as relentless as your father's workplace, pestering me nonstop. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come back after just half a month. I am heading to the school now. I might not be back for dinner, so you're on your own." With that, she left, leaving Chun Haoran gaping in disbelief. Chapter 0061. A Shameless Life of Chivalry. Chun Haoran looked at the mountain of luggage. Then at the closed door, bemusedly muttering, "So, all my excitement has just been doused by my parents' words and actions. Well, one can't expect too much. They've only missed their mischievous son for half a month. Not for decades. So how could there be any excitement? When they were on holiday, even video calls were met with impatience. They'd hang up after a few words, as if they were enjoying their own little world. And I, the pesky child, was just in the way. There was no helping it. His parents had finally managed to take time off together for a little romantic getaway. Chun Haoran accepted reality, resigned to his fate, and obediently began to organize the luggage. He sorted his father's and mother's clothes, took out the gifts, and reminisced about his childhood. His father was a small department head at the city logistics office, making it seem as though he were the king of the city, with countless subordinates, yet he acted as if the entire office would collapse without him. Consequently, there were many days when Chun Haoran would return home from school, only to find that his father was not there for dinner, often arriving home late at night. His mother would frequently chide him for this. Yet, who would have thought that this nagging mother was actually a highly skilled professor in the sciences? It was just that the institution where she taught was of a lower tier. She was a professor at the only specialized college in Chaching. Due to familial obligations, Chun Haoran's parents have been tirelessly occupied, leaving him to once again experience a solitary summer vacation at home. Although this situation could be perceived as somewhat dull and lonely, Chun Haoran gradually found himself reveling in the quietude, as the absence of his parents allowed him to focus intently on his training. Yet, this was merely an idealistic notion. What? A class reunion? Oh, come on, Xiaoxian. How many times have we had these reunions? They were only reaching out to you to flaunt their connection to the violin champion among friends. Why waste your time being a trophy for them? Chun Haoran sighed as he ended the call, tidied himself up, and set out to act as a gallant protector of flowers. It was evident that the news of Nie Yuxuan winning the National Violin Championship was not only featured in local newspapers, but also broadcasted on television. Furthermore, the city's music association had even organized a performance to report her accomplishments to the community, making Nye Yuxuan a hot topic in Chaching during this period. Naturally, the popularity attracted many who sought to bask in her limelight. While there were numerous classmates eager to showcase Nye Yuxuan at the reunion, she was discerning enough to decline most invitations, only agreeing to a few that she could not turn down, particularly those involving close friends. Even establishments where Nye Yuxuan previously worked, such as malls, Western restaurants, and cafes, sought her to perform. However, bars were conspicuously absent from these invitations. Although she received offers, Nye Yuxuan had no intention of attending. Some thoughtless individuals even attempted to insist she perform at a bar, but the local toughs swiftly intervened without the need for police involvement. What on earth? You want the daughter of a police officer to perform in such a chaotic place? What were you thinking? You call this an invitation? The young lady hasn't even turned 18 yet. What do you expect her to do at a bar? Thus, invitations from bars were naturally non-existent in Nye Yuxuan's case. As for the offers from malls, restaurants, and cafes, Nye Yuxuan seized the opportunity, recognizing it as a chance not only to earn money, but also to enhance her performing skills. After all, she had some free time on her hands, and her little savings were running low and needed replenishing. However, before accepting such invitations, she would always call Chun Haoran to inform him, without explicitly requesting his company. But would Chun Haoran be the type to focus solely on himself? Of course not. He would always assure her that he would accompany her to the performance venues, much to Nye Yuxuan's teasing response of, "I don't need you to come," followed by, "Afterward, I'll treat you to a grand feast," accompanied by a cascade of melodic laughter. In truth, it wouldn't pose a problem if he didn't accompany her. The storm surrounding the dark web had calmed, and he trusted that Uncle Nya would handle things with care. For Chun Haoran, physical training was not restricted by location. He could still find time to practice, although he could not engage in mental training. After accompanying Nye Yuxuan to a few performances, Chun Haoran grew somewhat discontented. Just a few pieces could yield substantial earnings. He had nearly risked his life during his last endeavor, had it not been for the opportunistic moment indeed. Compared to before, when he had indulged extravagantly in purchasing elixirs, Chun Haoran was now spending money as if it were water. Soon, he would exhaust the funds he had borrowed from Nye Yuxuan. As for his relentless consumption of elixirs, although it would similarly enhance his physical prowess, would it not lead him to become merely a weakling with high levels? Absolutely not, in his past life. He had arduously trained to reach the 4th tier of physical capabilities. Even if he were to rely on elixirs to return to the 4th tier, he would still possess the strength born from his previous rigorous training. Not merely a high level with lacking practical ability. After all, the experience of the 4th tier was etched in his memory. Of course, consuming the current training elixirs would not suffice to elevate him to the 4th tier. Even reaching the 9th segment of the 1st tier was a distant dream. Initially, he could achieve increases of 0.3 or 0.4, but now it had dwindled to mere increments of 0.1, that achieving the 7th or 8th segment of the 1st tier seemed impossible, let alone breaking through to the pinnacle of the 1st tier. This required painstaking effort to reach the critical point, which is precisely why martial artists harbored such envy for those of the mental discipline. Those practitioners could advance several segments at once when in a particular state, even surpassing tiers, while martial artists could only ascend step by step, relying on a few elixirs to hasten their progress with no shortcuts available. How could they not feel a sense of envy and resentment? Thus, for Chun Haoran, seeking to enhance himself without training, the only option was to consume elixirs desperately, with no surplus available to exchange for money with Yuga, leading to a one-way expenditure. This predicament certainly did not allow Chun Haoran, who fancied himself adept at earning money, to feel at ease. However, his discontent was fleeting, as Nye Yuxuan's invitations were not an everyday occurrence. When his funds truly ran low, he could simply refrain from consuming elixirs for a few days and sell some to Yuga for cash. Thus, no matter how much Nye Yuxuan flaunted her earnings, Chun Haoran remained unfazed. Yes, unfazed. Only when Nye Yuxuan treated him would he indulge a bit more. Days passed in a deeply fulfilling manner. But on this particular day, when Chun Haoran received a call from Nye Yuxuan, he instinctively inquired, "Which venue is the performance at this time? When is it?" "No, you little rascal, my dad asked me to inform you, along with uncle and aunt, that they're coming over for dinner tonight," Nye Yuxuan replied, her tone somewhat anxious. "Wait, has Uncle Nye come out of seclusion? Why would he think to invite my family over for dinner?" A sense of foreboding gripped Chun Haoran as he pondered. This could be troublesome. Uncle Nye isn't planning to reveal my matters to my parents, is he? Yet, after a brief moment of panic, he calmed himself. With Uncle Nya as a witness, his parents would likely believe that their son had indeed become remarkable. This would certainly facilitate matters in the future. Perhaps this was a fortuitous turn of events. Thus, Shinhauren excitedly exclaimed, "No problem. I'll call my parents right away, though they're quite busy, so I'm not sure if they'll have time." Uncle being busy is understandable. After all, civil servants don't get summer vacations. But doesn't TNS school also have summer break? How could she possibly be too busy? Nie Yuxuan inquired curiously. "I heard that my mom's school is preparing for a degree upgrade, and she's swamped with organizing materials for the application that I'll give her a call and try to make them set aside some time." Shinhauren replied, raising an eyebrow and teasingly adding, "Hey, Xiaoxian, do you think Uncle Nye is gathering both our families for dinner to discuss the future of us young folks?" "Ah, you little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm ignoring you," Nie Yuxuan shrieked before abruptly hanging up the phone. Chapter 62. The Universal Auxiliary System. Shinhauren promptly called his parents, who unhesitatingly agreed to the dinner invitation and instructed him to prepare a gift to bring along. They decided to wait at home until the three of them could go together, as it was imperative that he did not arrive at Nie Yuxuan's house alone. Listening to their reminders over the phone, Shinhauren couldn't help but blink in confusion. Had they misunderstood something? Shaking his head, he began pondering what he should do during this time. Should he train physically? Arriving at Nie Yuxuan's house drenched in sweat and mentally fatigued would be quite inappropriate. And he knew his mother would surely scold him for as for practicing mental skills. That was even less feasible. If his mother returned to find him sleeping, she might just come over and kick him awake. Interrupting his training would be minor inconvenience, but inadvertently injuring his mother through a reflexive defense would be a serious matter. "System, display my status," Shinhauren commanded, and a screen promptly appeared before him. Host: Shinhauren, male, 16 years bone age, physical skill, first tier 5.2 segment, mortal at 0 tier first segment, mental skill, first tier 9.3 segment, mortal at 0 tier first segment, attribute fire, 0. 1 source, skills, none. Finally, I'm debt-free, but this data seems rather rudimentary. I'm just 0.7 away from leveling up my mental skill, but with these stats, I can't even guess when that might happen. As for my physical skill, it's even more disheartening. Despite my intensive training, I've barely made any progress. Wait, why is my fire attribute still at 0.1 source? After all this time, I haven't even increased it by 1 or 2 points. Shinhauren mused. Frowning. For the first time, the system responded. The host has not engaged in any fire-related training, so it is impossible to increase the source quantity. Wow, a response. System, to be honest, I still don't understand how this source unit works. But I assume it represents some form of strength? Is this part of your system's database? Shinhauren inquired casually. Indeed. The system replied succinctly. Intrigued, Shinhauren asked, "So, how should I train in fire skills to quickly enhance the source quantity?" After a moment of silence, the system suddenly presented a flood of text and analytical data before him. Staring at the intricate details regarding the formation of flames and the temperature gradients, Shinhauren felt overwhelmed. Who could make sense of such professional and esoteric information? He quickly called for a halt. "Stop! I don't need such a technical analysis. Just give me the simplest and most straightforward instructions on how to increase the source quantity." Without hesitation, the system replied. The host should use fire-related techniques to refine elixirs in a furnace, as this is currently the most suitable method to increase the source quantity. Is it really that simple? Shinhauren mused, stroking his chin in contemplation, before suddenly slapping his thigh in excitement and exclaiming, "System! This must be the correct way to utilize your capabilities." Has the host finally realized? This system is known as the Universal Assistance System. There was an inexplicable tone of lamentation in the system's words. System, this isn't my fault. After all, you lost a third of your data. Moreover, have you seen what the previous task and shop systems provided? The fact that I am only now recognizing your significance is more a testament to my own newfound intelligence. Any other person would have likely forgotten you entirely. Shinhauren initially felt a tinge of embarrassment, but as he continued, he grew more defiant. Systems operate based on the host center. I trust the other systems function similarly, that if the core instinct of the system is such, then it is reasonable to believe that the task and shop systems, which have taken on a somewhat neutral stance, would also adhere to this principle. The system stated matter-of-factly. Shinhauren blinked, pondering the meaning of these words, and eventually asked hesitantly, "I'm aware that the items in the shop are suitable for the host, even though they currently cater more to another individual. Nevertheless, this aligns with the criteria. However, the tasks issued by the task system are rather peculiar. You mentioned that biting and gnawing on bones or licking girls would be fitting for that inhuman fellow, which is understandable. The previous tasks aimed at eliminating or severely injuring Kong Kaijing and his companions were also within the realm of normalcy. But the task to eliminate Shen Qingyun and that guest of his was truly bizarre. Not only was the initial request for outright murder alarmingly direct, with no alternative to merely incapacitate, but the rewards were excessively generous. That unfamiliar Zhang Laodao offered an astounding 10,000 points, while even Shen Qingyun himself was valued at 1,000 points. I bear no enmity towards them. Why would such a task be assigned to me? At this point, Chen Haoren suddenly slapped his forehead. Of course, back at the bookstore, the system presented a task to bite or injure the current individual. And it was compounded at that moment. Shen Qingyun was standing right in front of me. What is the task system all about? It seems to have an unyielding grudge against Shen Qingyun. The system's data is incomplete. Thus, it cannot provide an explanation. Furthermore, the tasks from the task system are randomly generated and beyond the system's control. The system replied. Chen Haoren frowned. This useless system always resorted to the excuse of incomplete data to evade questions. It was utterly exasperating. However, he couldn't help but reflect on Shen Qingyuan in his previous life. After Nie Yushuan's disappearance, he attended a national defense class, then high school, followed by university, and eventually entered the workforce, losing all contact with Shen Qingyun. After 30 years of being sidelined, coupled with high school and university, he indeed hadn't seen Shen Qingyun for nearly 40 years. Why then did the task system seem to be fixated on him? And what was the deal with that Zhang Laodao? The reward points were 10 times higher than Shen Qingyun's. Was he some kind of super big shot? He had never heard of such a person existing in the future. As he pondered, Chen Haoren shook his head, unable to unravel the mystery, and decided to heed the system's suggestion. He prepared to locate the hidden Pin Dan Lu, which he had concealed upon his parents' return, and retrieve some of the same hidden medicinal powder to mix with water. He poured the mixture into the Dan Lu, grasping it in his palm. With a thought, a small flame flickered to life. Licking the bottom of the Dan Lu, Chen Haoren's expression darkened. With a flame as small as a matchstick, how long will it take to refine the elixir? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He concentrated his thoughts and began to enlarge the tiny flame. In no time, an astonishingly thin layer of flame enveloped the bottom of the Dan Lu. Chen Haoren was taken aback by his control over the fire. Wow, my ability to manipulate flames is surprisingly powerful. I can command it with such precision. Let me see if I can make this flame even thinner until it envelopes the entire Dan Lu. The elixir produced in such a manner would undoubtedly possess extraordinary potency. Chapter 0063, The Breathing Technique of the Fourth Stage of Body Technique. Indeed, Chen Haoren possessed an exceptional ability to control fire. The already thin flames became even more delicate with his focus, yet they managed to encompass the apple-sized Dan Lu entirely. Observing the Dan Lu, which appeared as though coated in oil, Chen Haoren nodded in satisfaction. Now, it was merely a matter of how long the flame could be maintained. He hoped it would yield a successful batch of elixirs. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the layer of flame surrounding the Dan Lu vanished with a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting. Chen Haoren set down the Dan Lu and checked his condition. Feeling no significant change, his mental energy seemed intact, and his physical strength was unaffected. Glancing at the time, only a few minutes had elapsed. He summoned his status once more. Host, Chen Haoren. Male, 16 years, bone age, body technique. First stage 5.2, mortal 0 stage 1. Mental, first stage 9.3, mortal 0 stage 1. Fire attribute, 0.1 source. Experience, 110 uses. Duration, 60 seconds. Breathing, 12,600 seconds. Skills, none. Upon reviewing this status, Chen Haoren exclaimed, The fire attribute, which previously belonged to the mental state column, has transformed into a separate status. Does the experience in parentheses indicate that after using it 10 times, I can advance a level? And does the usage refer to how many seconds I can wield the flame? Additionally, the breathing data can't possibly mean it will take 600 seconds or 10 minutes to recover, right? Indeed, host, you may interpret it in that manner, the system affirmed. Is it really acceptable for this to resemble a game? It feels as if I can level up without any training. Chen Haoran mused, stroking his chin. This is certainly clearer, isn't it? Moreover, it provides the host with greater motivation for advancement. Additionally, the cycle of exhausting the flames and waiting for them to replenish constitutes a form of training. However, the host has yet to master any special breathing techniques. Hence the lengthy recovery period that in the future, as the host trains more and his body adapts to this rhythm, the recovery time will diminish. With the mastery of breathing techniques, the recovery time can be further reduced. Why are you so verbose this time? Chen Haoran asked, somewhat dazed. The system is striving to alleviate the host's confusion, it replied. Thanks for the clarification, Chen Haoran said, scratching his head. Somehow, he felt that the system was becoming increasingly anthropomorphized. Would it eventually converse with him like a normal person as he used it more? Chen Haoran shrugged. Perhaps such a day would indeed come. As for the breathing techniques, he had no mental system breathing techniques, having never encountered them. However, he certainly had an abundance of body technique breathing techniques. He wondered if these body technique breathing techniques could assist in the mental realm. After all, waiting idly for 10 minutes seemed a waste. He might as well give it a try. Chen Haoran began to recall the body technique breathing techniques stored in his mind. To his surprise, he realized that the breathing techniques were quite intricate, with each stage offering distinct practices. He remembered the breathing techniques for the 5th, 6th, and 7th stages, which were accessible within the future civil servant system, requiring only a modicum of merit for learning. At that time, he was stuck at the 4th stage, and the merits he had earned had nowhere to be spent. As borrowing the 5th stage techniques demanded an exorbitant amount of merit, which was rather useless for someone who had yet to break through. Consequently, he utilized his civil servant merits to acquire various trivial items. Techniques like the breathing technique, which could be purchased with merit, were readily memorized and brought into this current time, reflecting on the multitude of such random knowledge still residing in his mind. Chen Haoran couldn't help but smile with pride. Indeed, the knowledge of a reborn individual was the greatest treasure. However, it was a pity that high-level breathing techniques could not be applied to lower levels. Otherwise, why bother with stages? One could simply employ a profound skill from start to finish. Yet, he was not currently practicing body techniques. He was focusing on the mental realm, given the 3-stage disparity between the mental and body techniques. He was currently at the 1st stage of mental techniques, and he should be able to attempt using the breathing technique from the 4th stage of body techniques. Yes, it was worth a shot. The worst that could happen was a bit of bloodshed. With that thought in mind, Chen Haoran naturally retrieved the 4th stage breathing technique from the depths of his memory and began to execute it. As he did so, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through his veins, causing a slight ache in his blood vessels. Alarmed, he quickly withdrew his focus from his body's sensations and simultaneously activated the foundational mental technique. This chaotic experimental approach seemed to yield some results, although his blood vessels still throbbed painfully. It was at least not as excruciating as before. However, after an indeterminate amount of time, Chen Haoran sensed something amiss. His blood vessels appeared to be swelling increasingly. Alarmed, he immediately ceased his efforts and opened his eyes to inspect his arm. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "Holy moly!" as he noticed that the blood vessels in his arm had become exceedingly prominent and somewhat engorged. Without hesitation, Chen Haoran began jumping and flailing his arms and legs, moving around for a while until the sensation of engorgement dissipated and the visible blood vessels receded beneath his skin. Observing the resumption of normalcy, Chen Haoran exhaled a sigh of relief and murmured, "Indeed, the after effects are formidable. No wonder each tier is equipped with restorative techniques. The levels that countless talented individuals will develop over the coming decades cannot be recklessly disregarded." Let me see if I have changed, Chen Haoran mumbled, prompting the system to display his status. Host, Chen Haoran, male, bone age 16. Physical arts. 1st tier, level 5.3. Mortal level, 0 tier, level 1 mentality. 1st tier, level 9.4. Mortal level, 0 tier, level 1 fire attribute, 0. 1 source, experience, 110. Usage, 64 seconds. Restoration, 123,550 seconds. Skills, none. Upon witnessing the alterations in his data, Chen Haoran was immediately taken aback, exclaiming, "Wow, such remarkable effectiveness. My physical arts have improved by 0.1 levels, and my mentality has likewise ascended by 0.1 levels. Furthermore, my usage limit has directly increased by 4 seconds, and the restoration time has been reduced by 50 seconds. This restoration technique at the 4th tier is truly astounding. Reflecting on the fact that he still had 5 or 6 restoration techniques in his mind, Chun Haoran could hardly contain his excitement. However, after a moment of hesitation, he felt the dread of potential danger looming over him. Simply operating at the 4th tier had already caused his veins to throb painfully, and he feared that prolonged use could lead to a rupture. If the 4th tier was so taxing, one could only imagine the perils of the 5th, 6th, or 7th tiers. Nevertheless, Chun Haoran resolutely continued to practice the restoration technique of the 4th tier, simultaneously employing foundational mental techniques to mitigate the strain. Whenever he sensed he was nearing his limit, he would promptly halt, allowing himself to recover before resuming his training. In this manner, he eventually felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. And only then did he decide to stop, realizing that continuing on would jeopardize his dinner invitation at Nie Yushuan's home. Upon checking his status again, host, Chun Haoran, male, bone age 16, physical arts, 1st tier. Level 6.7, mortal level, 0 tier, level 1, mentality, 1st tier, level 9.9, mortal level, 0 tier, level 1, fire attribute, 0.1 source, experience, 110, usage, 180 seconds, restoration, 100,100 seconds, skills, none. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction, exclaiming, haha, who would have thought that the most challenging aspect, the mental arts, would inadvertently reach its peak at the 1st tier. However, after his laughter subsided, Chun Haoran shook his head in frustration, pondering, but how on earth do I advance to the 2nd tier in mental arts? I haven't a clue. Forget about it. When the opportunity arises, I shall naturally ascend to the 2nd tier of mental arts, with the restoration time now reduced to 100 seconds and usage extended to 180 seconds. It was unfortunate that he had focused solely on refining his restoration techniques and neglected to utilize fire, leaving his experience stagnant at 1. That he wondered if, once his experience reached 10 and he leveled up, the subsequent usage and restoration times would change. Surely they would. Yes, I must quickly use it 10 times to find out. Just as Chun Haoran picked up the alchemical furnace, preparing to envelop it with flames, he suddenly froze in realization. He felt rather foolish. Previously, his usage time was merely 60 seconds, which meant that each minute equated to 1 usage. 10 usages would take merely 10 minutes to level up. But now, with the time extended to 180 seconds, he would require 30 minutes to complete 10 usages. Rubbing his temples, he decided not to dwell on it. The data from refining the restoration technique was beyond his control. Moreover, compared to idly waiting for 10 minutes for restoration, the current 100 seconds was far more advantageous. This seems even more convenient. I suppose as one's strength increases, things may not always be as reliable. But am I not rather astute? Why does my mind feel so muddled now? Just as these thoughts crossed Chun Haoran's mind, darkness enveloped him, and he slumped into a deep slumber. Chapter 0064. Family party. When he was roused from his slumber by a gentle slap on his face, he opened his eyes to find his mother, the head of the household, glaring at him with furrowed brows, exclaiming, "You little rascal! I told you to prepare in advance. How could you be sleeping at such a time? All right, that boy changes clothes so quickly. You should hurry and get yourself ready too. That it's already 5:30. Don't be late," Chun Jingjun remarked, adjusting his suit and tie. "Why are you still lying around? Get up and change." Dang Yushu scolded Chun Haoran, then busied herself with her own outfit and makeup. Chun Haoran glanced at the clock and then at the alchemical furnace that had fallen between the cushions of the sofa. Sighing, the aftermath of practicing the 4th tier restoration technique was truly formidable. Shaking his head, he obediently got up to change his clothes. After a flurry of activities and shouts, Chun Haoran's family was dressed as if attending a grand banquet. Carrying small gifts as they headed out in their car, seated in the back, Chun Haoran observed his parents in the front seat, both brimming with an inexplicable excitement, prompting him to hold back his words multiple times. Could they have misunderstood something? It wasn't until they arrived at Nie Yushuan's home that Chun Haoran realized it was he who had misinterpreted the situation. He witnessed his mother and Aunt Xiao, both giddily embracing like young girls, before the two queens entered the room hand in hand for a private chat. Meanwhile, his father and Uncle Nie were equally jovial. Both men donned aprons, busily preparing in the kitchen while engaging in lively conversation. Clearly relishing their long-awaited reunion, naturally, Chen Haoran could only remain in the living room, chatting and watching television with Nie Yuxuan and the spirited Siberian Husky, Tian Siyu. Chen Haoran nudged Nie Yuxuan's knee with his own, frowning as he asked, "So, what's the deal with Uncle Nie? Isn't it just a regular gathering?" Nie Yuxuan replied, somewhat confused. "A regular gathering occurs only when they have free time. As for my parents, I can't say the same. They are as busy as can be," Chen Haoran retorted, pouting. "It must be about discussing which high school we should attend. The admission lines for various schools have been released, and it's about time for registration." "That might be it," Nie Yuxuan speculated, her expression thoughtful. "Don't know." In his preoccupation with training, Chen Haoran had completely forgotten to inform his parents of his intention to enroll in the national defense class. Should he bring it up during dinner, with Uncle Nie and Aunt Xiao present, especially with Nie Yuxuan around? Would his mother scold him mercilessly? As they continued to converse, an array of dishes soon graced the table. The culinary skills of both families were impressive, the meals looking and smelling exquisite, rivaling those of fine dining establishments. With a call, the two queens emerged from their private chat to join the others at the table, while the young master and young lady seated on the couch rushed forward to assist in serving the food. Although Tian Siyu's mouth watered at the delicious aromas, the training and temperament of the queen kept it dutifully seated, as it dared not beg for scraps during such a family gathering. Such misbehavior could lead to a severe reprimand from the Demon King, a lesson etched deeply into the Husky's mind, one it would remember until its last breath. As the families raised their glasses for a toast, the heads of both households poured themselves a drink while everyone else enjoyed fruit juice, each person lifting a glass for a blessing before diving into the feast. Chen Haoran, naturally, devoured 2 bowls of rice before leisurely sipping his drink and sampling the various dishes, occasionally tossing bones to the watchful Tian Siyu. The husky, upon seeing something fly through the air, would instinctively catch it in its wide mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing without leaving a single crumb behind. But Tian Siyu was an exception. It tilted its head, staring at the bone Chen Haoran had tossed. Then, with a haughty flick of its head, turned its gaze longingly towards Nie Yuxuan, making soft sounds of anticipation. "Here you go," Nie Yuxuan said, dashing from the table with a Hello Kitty plate, gently placing it in front of Tian Siyu and adorning it with a pink napkin, before giving the husky a light pat on the head. "Eat up, little princess." With its owner's command, Tian Siyu finally lowered its head and began to devour its food. Nie Yuxuan returned to the table and passed by Chen Haoran. She playfully made a funny face at him. How intolerable! Why does even a husky exhibit such refined manners? Indeed, it seems that those who raise them shape their behavior, seeing how meticulously it ate. Chen Haoran couldn't help but feel disdain. At home, it would gnaw on bones and run about with them, earning his mother's scoldings. Yet here, it was so dainty and clean. Was it the presence of Uncle Nie, the Demon King, that prompted such behavior? Truly, it only feared the strong. After several rounds of drinks, Uncle Nie finally broached the topic at hand. "Zhenjun, has your family made a decision regarding where Haoran will attend school?" Chen Haoran's father burped lightly, dismissing the inquiry. "Where else could he go? It's either Ehai or Shursenhai that I can't possibly let him attend a vocational school." "Have you heard of the newly established national defense class?" Uncle Nie inquired while pouring more drinks. "Indeed. I've heard of it. Its cutoff score is merely 10 points lower than Ehai, and it only admits 100 students citywide. It was specifically created for the children of military and police personnel." "Right? Are you suggesting that Rascal attend this national defense class?" Chen Jingjun raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Deng Yushu, however, interjected eagerly. "Long go. I won't allow Chen Haoran to enroll in a vocational school." "Sister-in-law, please don't rush," Uncle Nie reassured, calming the visibly anxious Deng Yushu, while Aunt Xiao, refilling drinks, chimed in with a smile. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Let little snake speak. He certainly won't make arbitrary decisions regarding our nephew's future." Uncle Nie shot a glance at his wife, perplexed by the moniker Little Snake. Such a nickname should not be uttered in front of the children. Nie Yuxuan naturally wore a mischievous smile, while Chen Haoran feigned indifference, though internally he was elated. "I truly didn't expect this. I was contemplating how to broach the subject with my parents. And yet Nie Uncle has already taken the initiative. Heh, it's clear that his suggestion for me to attend the national defense class stems from some insider knowledge, given his status as a top police officer. It is only natural that he would be privy to such information. Not knowing would indeed be peculiar." "Indeed, Longut, do elaborate." What on earth is this rascal Chen Haoran doing enrolling in the national defense class? You can't possibly envision him becoming a police officer, can you? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for him to attend a police academy? The national defense class is presumably intended for military service. Right? Chen Jingjun looked at Nie Longjun with a puzzled expression while holding a glass of wine. After clinking glasses with Chen Jingjun and downing his drink, Nie Longjun exhaled and replied, I've received insider information indicating that the national defense class in various cities is not actually designed for military or police service. Rather, it serves the administrative institutions. What do you mean by that? Everyone present paused their feasting, their expressions filled with confusion as they turned to Nie Longjun. Chen Haoran, well aware of the truth, pretended to be oblivious and added, It's not solely for administrative service. Graduates of the national defense class will be recognized in the future as reserves for both military and government positions, individuals adept in both administrative tasks and combat. Indeed, during the era before Chen Haoran's rebirth, the national defense class had only been conducted 3 times before being entirely discontinued. After those 3 sessions, the path ahead was clear, rendering such experimental programs unnecessary. From a future perspective, this initiative was merely the current government's response to a perceived crisis, albeit one they were hesitant to confirm, thus employing a small group of youths as emergency manpower, deploying them wherever there was a shortage. Logically, such pioneering and experimental programs would not fare well once the path ahead was clarified, especially considering that they were merely high school graduates. However, little did anyone foresee that. After a significant transformation in the future, these robust and capable youths would become the backbone of society, bolstered by their lineage and early training, naturally evolving into the core of the government's trusted ranks. In the future, anyone wishing to thrive within the government would, of course, seek admission to the national defense class. To be candid, someone like Chen Haoran, who had been reborn, would certainly not tread the old path. Nor would he desire to be constrained. He would be inclined towards a carefree and liberated existence. Yet, this was merely the perspective of an ordinary individual. Chen Haoran understood the brutal realities that would unfold in the future and recognized that the government would remain the foremost power. Additionally, after 30 years of living as a complacent individual, he had become deeply accustomed to life within the system. How could he not embrace such a familiar opportunity? Moreover, the government possessed vast resources and would not suppress the development of its own. Countless exceptional talents would emerge from within its ranks, many of whom would be civil servants in such an organization, which provided a solid foundation while allowing occasional escapades. Why would he not join? Lost in his thoughts, Chen Haoran barely registered Nie Longjun's explanation. What I mean is, after 3 years in the national defense class, graduates will be directly assigned to various levels of government as clerks. Yes, clerks at the tender age of 18 or 19. Furthermore, I have accurate information that these clerks will automatically transition to civil servant status after 1 year of service. What? Chen Jingjun, Deng Yushu, and Aunt Xiao all exclaimed in astonishment. Nie Yuxuan, caught off guard, stood frozen with her chopsticks in hand, while Chen Haoran wore a silly grin, lost in his own thoughts. To put it plainly, enrolling in the national defense class now means that in 3 years, one will directly become a civil servant. This is 4 to 5 years earlier than the traditional route of graduating from university and then taking the civil service exam. With that head start, one might even be promoted to section chief and officially become an official. Nie Longjun spoke with an enticing tone. Chen Jingjun and Deng Yushu exchanged glances, swallowing audibly in disbelief. Chen Jingjun's voice suddenly turned hoarse as he asked, Long ago. Is this information genuine? Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested that Chen Haoran attend the national defense class. This opportunity is simply too precious to overlook, Nie Longjun affirmed with a nod. Deng Yushu murmured, How could such a policy emerge? It seems unreasonable. Doesn't this mean a high school graduate could become a civil servant without needing to take the national exam? How could such a shortcut be implemented on a broad scale? Indeed, it is hard to believe if this information were to leak, those university graduates would surely be outraged. Aunt Xiao frowned in response. This is national policy. Who knows what the higher-ups are thinking? In any case, I believe one should not miss such a good opportunity. Nie Longjun concluded before resuming his meal and drink, waiting for the others to discuss. Nie Yuxuan tugged at Chen Haoran's sleeve, smiling mischievously as she whispered, Hee, little rascal, so you're aiming to become a civil servant and enter the officialdom. Chen Haoran raised an eyebrow, teasingly replying, Aren't you sad that I want to be attending the same school as you? Humph. Who would be sad about that? Nie Yuxuan haughtily sniffed before breaking into a smile. Isn't your national defense class still in Chaching? You can still come to play during the holidays. What about university? Keep in mind that by then, I'll be a civil servant, and I want to be able to accompany you to Guin University. Chun Haoran continued to make playful faces. Everyone knew that Nie Yuxuan's aspiration after self-studying the violin was to attend Guin University. And with her championship credentials, as long as her academic scores were decent, acceptance was practically guaranteed. Additionally, being a perennial top student, her admission notice was as certain as a spring breeze. Consequently, while the families were discussing Chen Haoran's future, they had yet to mention Nie Yuxuan's intended school. In response to Chen Haoran's teasing, Nie Yuxuan laughed dismissively, saying, "By the time you start working, won't you have even more time to see me? Don't say you'll forget to visit." As she spoke, she glared at Chen Haoran, her fingers playfully poking at his side. "Of course I'll come. I promise I'll rush to see you the moment I get a holiday." Chen Haoran, feeling the playful threat, immediately conceded. Meanwhile, the husky dog behind them observed the exchange with disdain, snorting and rolling its eyes. After a discussion among the parents, they unanimously agreed that this opportunity was too good to let slip. After all, the purpose of pursuing education and attending university is ultimately to secure employment. As for parents entrenched in the system, they naturally believed that becoming a civil servant and joining the bureaucracy was the best choice. Previously, they had felt there was no rush, thinking that only university graduates could take the civil service exam. Now, with Chen Haoran just graduating from junior high, they figured they had at least 8 or 9 years to consider their options. However, upon receiving insider information that the National Defense class, initially perceived as merely a means to place military and police cadets, would actually allow graduates to enter the bureaucracy and automatically gain civil servant status after a year, it became clear that this was akin to stepping into the system right after high school, 4 to 5 years ahead of the typical university graduate. Deng Yushu, who had initially hesitated about her son skipping high school for a vocational school, quickly became a staunch supporter of his enrollment in the National Defense class once she grasped the implications. Chen Jinjun was no fool, recognizing the golden prospects of the National Defense class. With its limited spots that required connections to secure a place, he realized that relying solely on personal merit would be challenging. However, with Nie Longjin's endorsement, he felt assured that securing a spot was possible. Otherwise, why would Nie Longjin have made such an offer? Thus, Chen Jingjun raised his glass with both hands, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Long go. I won't waste time with formalities. It's all in the drink. This lad, Haoran, is someone I've watched grow up. We're practically family, so there is no need for pleasantries. Cheers." Nie Longjin readily raised his glass in return. The two mothers exchanged knowing glances as they observed their children engaged in animated conversation, each raising their drinks in camaraderie, sharing a silent understanding that Nie Longjin cast a glance at the pair. Witnessing their joyful banter, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, alleviating the subtle weight he had carried for so long. Regarding the future of Chen Haoran and Nie Yuxuan, Nie Longjin was not overly concerned. After all, they were still young, and any talk of such matters was at least a decade away. For now, he believed it best to let things unfold naturally. Previously, Nie Longjin had not given much thought to these matters, but as his daughter grew increasingly remarkable and radiant, he couldn't help but notice that Chen Haoran, in contrast, seemed to lack ambition and remained rather ordinary as he matured. This realization began to weigh heavily upon him. Nie Longjin was filled with concern, fretting that Chen Haoran, that mischievous lad, would be unable to protect his increasingly remarkable daughter in the future. Not only would she be at risk of harm, but Chen Haoran himself would also suffer. This anxiety only grew heavier as his daughter matured. He had not even confided in his wife that their daughter had been subjected to unwarranted scrutiny since the 4th grade. At that time, he was merely a captain of the criminal police, and it wasn't until he apprehended a pervert and uncovered numerous photographs of young girls, with his daughter's image among them, that he realized how much she had blossomed. From that moment on, Nie Longjin became a fervent protector of his daughter, coming to understand that his position as captain was not as formidable as he had believed. He threw himself into solving cases and deftly leveraging connections, eventually enabling his daughter to ascend to the esteemed position of the top officer in the police force by the time she entered junior high. Upon achieving this role, he quickly noticed that the prying eyes that had once scrutinized his daughter had diminished significantly and eventually vanished altogether. allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, a new concern arose. His colleagues of the same rank and their superiors would casually remark about how their children were exceptionally talented and could become friends with his daughter. It was a dilemma for him, as agreeing felt good yet declining seemed equally inappropriate. Nielongjin was well aware that within the confines of Chaqing, he could safeguard his daughter's healthy and secure growth until her senior year in high school. Once she enrolled in her desired National Music University and ventured into society, however, he, as the top officer in Chaqing, would be utterly powerless to protect her to that point. The responsibility of safeguarding his daughter would fall upon the seemingly unreliable Chen Haoran. A thought that filled him with great unease as he perceived Chen Haoran to be quite unremarkable. How could any father not feel an immense burden in such a situation? Yet, this pressure dissipated entirely after Chen Haoran unexpectedly delivered a shocking surprise. Indeed, it was the incident involving the spider web. When Nielongjin received the information from Chen Haoran, he was consumed with urgency, only to be astounded by the outcome. He had never anticipated that this seemingly insurmountable spider web would be so effortlessly dismantled by Chen Haoran. Once he regained his composure, Nielongjin began to contemplate Chen Haoran's circumstances and was astonished to discover just how deeply the young man had hidden his capabilities. First and foremost, when Shunwei provoked him. Chen Haoran had decisively swept through the nightclub with an impressive display of combat prowess that Nielongjin could scarcely believe belonged to him. Perhaps Chen Haoran had experienced some fortuitous encounter that transformed him into a formidable martial artist. Yet, Nielongjin recognized that even the most skilled martial artists must ultimately yield to the authority of public power. No matter how powerful, they would have to comply when faced with such forces. Thus, knowing Chen Haoran possessed formidable martial abilities did not alleviate Nielongjin's concerns for his daughter's future. Instead, it added another layer of anxiety, fearing that Chen Haoran might cause trouble by abusing his strength. However, Chen Haoran's sudden demonstration of effortlessly dismantling the deeply entrenched spider web left Nielongjin in awe. Such connections, such relationships, and such capabilities could not be the mere domain of a martial artist. After all, Nielongjin was acutely aware that even the most formidable public authorities in Xia country could not hope to eradicate the spider web, not due to a lack of strength, but rather a deficiency in intelligence. Yet, this young man had accomplished what seemed impossible. Regardless of the nature of the intelligence network he had utilized, at the very least, he had managed to leverage such a powerful network for his own benefit. Hadn't he? From that moment on, Nielongjin's inescapable paternal worries gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease regarding his daughter's future safety. However, this newfound feeling also brought with it an inexplicable sense of shame, that he, as a father, could not protect his daughter, while her childhood companion could. This realization was a source of profound embarrassment for him, which is why he had refrained from contacting Chen Haoran, never revealing the situation to his wife or daughter, let alone informing Chen Haoran's parents. Amidst this internal conflict, Nielongjin learned about the National Defense class and, after careful consideration, decided to enroll Chen Haoran without further ado. After all, the lad seemed unconcerned with formal education. The sooner he could find work, the better. Perhaps his intelligence network would enable him to navigate the bureaucratic world with ease. As for why he did not enroll his own daughter in the National Defense class, as a loving father, he was unwilling to contradict his daughter's wishes. Did he not know she had long aspired to attend the National Music University? She dreamed of becoming a musician. Moreover, what could be more delightful than a girl pursuing music and living a carefree life? To thrust such an innocent soul into the treacherous waters of politics would be to do her a disservice. It would be far better for her to spend her days making music, walking her dog, and surrounding herself with those who love and protect her, living a life of ease. With Chen Haoran's future secured, the four parents relaxed completely, engaging in idle chatter and boasting until late into the night, only parting ways around 10 o'clock. However, as they were leaving, Nielongjin pulled Chen Haoran aside for a quiet word. On August 5 at 8 a.m., there will be a physical test at the city police's Special Forces training ground, followed by an interview in the conference room at 10 a.m. You absolutely must not be late. Chen Haoran was momentarily taken aback, questioning with suspicion, Uncle Nya, is this for the National Defense class admissions? Indeed. I have already registered you. Just bring your ID on the day. You know the routine there. Nielongjin, slightly inebriated, replied with a hiccup. Chen Haoran was stunned. What was this? Just a day ago, he had appeared to be seeking everyone's opinions. And now he revealed he had already signed him up. Was he not afraid that Chen Haoran might refuse to attend the national defense class, thereby rejecting his well-intentioned gesture? You'll have to inform your parents tomorrow. Nielongjin shot him a glare and ushered him toward the exit. Shutting the door behind him, Chen Haoran grimaced, realizing that there were only 2 days left until the test. He had never participated in a national defense class before, and while he felt no apprehension about the physical test, after all, given his current abilities, not scoring full marks would be a travesty. He was uncertain about the interview process. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, he hurriedly took the stairs to catch up with his parents, who had already descended in the elevator. Chapter 67. Preparations for the assessment. On the morning of August 4th, upon learning that Chen Haoran had registered but would be assessed the very next day, Chen Jingjun and Deng Yushu, his parents, exerted every effort to gather information about the interview requirements for the physical test. Given Chen Haoran's lively disposition, his family had never worried about his physical abilities. With no need for last-minute cramming, Chen Haoran leisurely occupied his time at home, refining his alchemical skills. Initially believing that merely a day's gap would yield little significant progress, Chen Haoran was pleasantly surprised to find that after 180 seconds of flame usage, coupled with 100 seconds of recovery, he successfully produced an elixir after 10 attempts. This was not just any success. The quality of the elixir was markedly improved. No longer was it a lump of black-gray powder requiring honey for flavoring. It had taken on a round shape. Of course, this elixir was the size of a thumb, somewhat hard, and still possessed an unpalatable taste compared to its previous form. The efficacy of this new elixir was significantly enhanced, boasting a potency of at least 15. Compared to the previous 10. The only drawback was its size and bitterness, which could pose a choking hazard if not consumed with care. Nevertheless, Chen Haoran was elated. This technique of enveloping the alchemical furnace in flames was the true essence of alchemy. Perhaps as his flame mastery improved, the size of the elixirs would diminish. They need not be as small as a grain of rice. Even the size of a peanut would suffice to entice Nia Yushuan to consume it. For now, the thumb-sized elixir was too large for her to consider. Recalling that he had used the flame over 10 times, Chen Haoran quickly prompted the system to display his status. Host, Chen Haoran. Male, 16 years of bone age. Physical arts, level 1, 6.9 segments. Mortal level 0, 1 segment. Mentality, level 1, 9.9 segments. Mortal level 0, 1 segment. Fire attribute, 0.2 source. Experience, 110 times. Usage, 181 seconds. Recovery, 99 seconds. Skills, none. Upon seeing the 0.2 source data, Chen Haoran could not help but pout. This is too weak. Isn't it? Only a 0.1 increase. However, the elixir's effects are impressive, boosting my physical arts by 0.2. Yet, this dissatisfaction quickly faded. After all, spending a little time to use the flame 10 times to achieve a 0.1 increase was far more efficient than any rigorous training could offer. With renewed enthusiasm, Chen Haoran continued his alchemical pursuits. By the time Chen Jingjun and Deng Yushu returned home, seemingly in sync, Chen Haoran had already raised his fire attribute source to fire attribute, 0.5 source. Experience, 310 times. Usage, 190 seconds. Recovery, 90 seconds. Reaching the 0.5 source level indeed enhanced the elixir's quality. The thumb-sized elixir had shrunk to the size of a fingertip. If he continued this way, he might very well produce elixirs the size of peanuts. As for how such a large quantity of powdered medicine condensed into such a small elixir, or where the other materials had gone, that was a question for Chen Haoran, who knew only how to use them, but was clueless about the underlying principles. Much like a new driver who has merely obtained a license, yet remains utterly bewildered when faced with a malfunctioning vehicle, ignorant of whether the issue lies in a lack of fuel, a dead battery, or some other fault. Chen Jingjun lamented. Son, you failed to glean even the slightest insight regarding your interview. That I feel utterly inept. Tomorrow, you must rely on yourself. Returning home, he spoke with a heavy heart. Chen Haoran raised an eyebrow. Despite his father's apparent delight over the recommendation from Nielongjin, it was evident that he harbored some dissatisfaction, or else he wouldn't have abandoned his duties in such haste to gather information. Thus, Chen Haoran sought to offer comfort, saying, "It's all right, Dad. With my capabilities, passing this interview should be a piece of cake." At that moment, Dysh, an elegant woman sipping tea, gently set down her cup and remarked, "Son, as long as you maintain your usual diligence, all will be well." The National Defense class is often referred to as the Connections class. Those fortunate enough to apply already possess a 90% chance of acceptance. Unless one fails the physical tests or conducts themselves too arrogantly in the interview, it is nearly impossible to be rejected. What? It's a sure thing. So that's why you're so unfazed. You must have heard this news. Chun Jingjun exclaimed, somewhat disgruntled, directing his ire toward his wife. Humph, you, a mere logistics chief in the municipal government, possess nowhere near the breadth of connections that I, a university professor, do. Especially concerning academic matters, I hold a distinct advantage. Ding Ysh retorted with pride. However, had she not adopted such a haughty demeanor, it would have had a more favorable effect. Upon witnessing his wife's endearing attitude, Qin Zhengjuan's annoyance dissipated. He leaned in closer, overly sentimental, and said, of course. Who else could be my wife but a university professor? I, a humble chief, am indeed fortunate. Feeling overwhelmed by the sentiment, Chun Haoran stood up abruptly, declaring, I see nothing. I hear nothing. I'm off to rest. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly enroll in the National Defense class. Once Chun Haoran retreated to his room, Chun Zhengjuan's brow furrowed as a thought struck him. The government has established such a privileged connections class. It seems somewhat dubious. Aren't they concerned about public backlash? Ding Ysh nodded in agreement. Indeed, this so-called national defense class, essentially designed to cultivate young civil servants, contradicts contemporary societal values. If this were to leak, it would undoubtedly provoke ridicule and protests. Yet, if those in charge dare to implement such a scheme, they must have their reasons. Surely, you don't think they're so naive as to simply bestow favors upon those beneath them? Qin Zhengjun chuckled. Ah. Those in power are all super elites who have clawed their way up from the ranks. Having navigated myriad challenges, they have likely considered every aspect we can conceive of, and much more. Their decision to proceed suggests there are compelling reasons behind it. Ding Ysh shot him a sly glance. What? Have you come to a sudden realization? Who was just moments ago fretting? Heh. Perhaps I was overthinking it. Chun Jingjun admitted sheepishly. Ding Ysh continued. Well, the information I received indicates that such national defense classes have been established across various prefecture-level cities, each admitting 100 students. Even the classes in the directly governed cities and the capital are limited to 100 spots. If our son manages to enroll, his future prospects will surely be bright. Ah, that's reassuring. We need not worry about Haoran's university choices or job prospects. This national defense class secures his future. Qin Zhengjun sighed in relief. Just wait and see. He might have better opportunities later on. Ding Ysh replied nonchalantly as she sipped her tea. Chun Jingjun paused, pondering the exceptional benefits of the national defense class, which seemed to guarantee their child's future. Would there still be opportunities for him to venture elsewhere? Nevertheless, he kept his thoughts to himself. Sensing his wife's enthusiasm and wanting to avoid any disputes, he believed that it was best for their son to lead a stable life without unnecessary upheaval. But on August 5th, at 5 a.m, Chun Haoran was awakened by his parents to prepare for the assessment. Observing his mother, who seldom cooked throughout the year, flustered as she prepared egg noodles for him, he felt a warm pang of affection. However, he was soon met with a barrage of reminders to wash up. Embracing the unique experience of living anew, Chun Haoran cherished this opportunity to reconnect with his parents after finishing breakfast at 5:30. He intended to rest for a moment but was promptly ushered out of the house by his mother, who insisted that a short walk would aid digestion. Meanwhile, his parents returned to their slumber. This left Chun Haoran feeling a mix of confusion and warmth. His parents remained consistent in their expectations of his independence that in his youth, he had resented this, but now he felt a deep sense of gratitude. Understanding their concerns regarding the national defense class, which was indeed a connections class, he refrained from lingering. After ensuring he had his ID, wallet, and phone, he shook his head and left home. As he stepped outside, the dawn light began to break. He believed that by the time he arrived at the special police training base, the sun would be fully risen and the day would warm up, especially since it was summer. However, he found it rather early for a physical test to commence at 7 a.m. Lost in thought, he pedaled his bicycle, panting as he rode toward the training base located outside the city. It would take him half an hour to reach, which was preferable to running and working up a sweat. Upon arriving at the gated training facility, where guards were stationed, he noticed several cars parked along the roadside. And numerous parents were seen giving their children last-minute encouragement. Seeing that the gates had yet to open, Chun Haoran checked the time. It was just past 6. That wasn't the examination supposed to start at 7? Shouldn't they be allowed in by 6 to acclimatize to the venue? Naturally, he parked his bike and stood by the wall, waiting for the gates to open while idly observing the other candidates and their parents. To his astonishment, he recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, mid-level officials he had encountered before, primarily due to their previous residency in the same neighborhood. Though they had never interacted, he remained on the lookout. Eventually, he spotted a few familiar faces among the children of police department leaders, yet he hesitated to approach them, recalling their past altercations stemming from their interest in Nye Yuxuan. When their eyes met, Chun Haoran pretended not to notice, smiling to himself as he turned away. Just then, a taxi pulled up, and a spirited husky leapt out before the vehicle had fully stopped, bounding enthusiastically toward Chun Haoran. He managed to control the exuberant dog while greeting Nye Yuxuan, who had just exited the taxi after paying. "What brings you here so early?" Upon seeing her attire, an oversized white t-shirt paired with snug black shorts that accentuated her long legs and white sneakers, Chun Haoran's heart skipped a beat. "Just wanted to see how you perform in the assessment," Nye Yuxuan beamed, playfully sticking out her tongue. Her arrival instantly drew the attention of several young men and women present. It was impossible not to notice her radiant presence, with her striking looks and musical talent. Nye Yuxuan had garnered significant recognition among the youth of Chaching, thanks to the accessibility of photos and videos in this mobile age. Before Chun Haoran could utter another word, a throng of girls rushed over, surrounding Nye Yuxuan with excited chatter, followed closely by a group of boys, content to observe her from a distance. Meanwhile, Chun Haoran found himself pushed away, with the husky caught in the throng of admirers. Its fur tousled as it tried to contain its excitement. Shaking his head, he leaned against the wall, only to notice the gaze of someone approaching him. Shin Xingyun, clad in sporty attire, smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Haoran returned the gesture, entirely unsurprised by his presence at the assessment. However, as his gaze shifted to two individuals nearby, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets upon recognizing Shun Wei and the aloof Tian he had sparred with before. What on earth were they doing here? Had they truly come to participate in the assessment for the national defense class? He couldn't help but wonder if their connections would pave the way for their acceptance. Just then, two men in camouflage uniforms arrived, bringing forth a machine that they connected to a power source point. One of the rugged-looking men stepped forward and announced loudly, "All candidates, please present your ID cards to gain entry. Those without proper identification will not be permitted to take the exam and must leave." The majority of those present comprehended the situation at hand. Upon hearing the announcement, they promptly produced their identification cards and began to queue. Naturally, there were some parents who vociferously questioned, "How do we determine if our children are qualified to take the exam? Is there not a clear set of requirements? Where is the official notice?" In response to such individuals, nearly all those in the know silently scoffed, clearly recognizing that these parents had received some half-baked information and had rushed over to the examination site, only to be met with the unexpected requirement of card swiping for entry. What did this identification verification signify? It indicated that the admissions were, in fact, predetermined. If one was pre-selected, they could gain entry. If not, they would be denied passage. Chapter 0069. Assessment. As the crowd lined up to swipe their identification cards, it was inevitable that some children without prior documentation would be turned away. Parents, naturally, protested from the sidelines, exclaiming, "My child has outstanding grades. They are always at the top of their class. How could they possibly be disqualified?" The man in camouflage remained silent, focused solely on allowing those who could pass through into the training base, while denying entry to those who could not. Amidst the parents' complaints and dissatisfaction, individuals with cheerful demeanors and eloquent tongues emerged to offer reassurances. Chun Haoran, who had already entered the training ground, overheard snippets of conversation, essentially stating that the child had failed to register in advance and had not submitted any documentation. Advising them to return next time with the necessary preparations, they employed a blend of soft persuasion and firm insistence, leading the parents to leave reluctantly and without recourse. They asked for Nye Yuxuan. She required no such identification swipe. A simple greeting to the sentry in camouflage, along with her Siberian Husky in tow, granted her effortless access. Not everyone was without objections, particularly among the parents lingering outside, who were left to ponder their children's qualifications. However, before Nye Yuxuan could even utter a word, a few offspring of local police officers had already jumped in, declaring, "Nye Yuxuan attends the prestigious No. 1 high school. She is destined for Guin University. aiming to become a maestro in music. Upon hearing that she was not bound for the national defense class, and observing her familiarity with the sentry, those who were unaware of her background quickly fell silent, while those who were privy to her reputation opted to remain discreet. The training base had promptly dispatched personnel to provide guidance. With everyone gathering as instructed on the playground, AS entry was restricted to candidates alone. The parents waited outside the base, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Chun-Howren cast a glance at the girl leisurely strolling with her husky on the field, then scrutinized those around him, momentarily taken aback. There were barely over 50 individuals present, far short of the 100 spots available for admission. Could it be that all 50 would be accepted into the national defense class? What was the purpose of the assessment then? It seemed the attendees were also beginning to notice the discrepancy in numbers, and many, including Chun-Howren, breathed a sigh of relief. The previously competitive tension had dissipated. At 7 o'clock sharp, a squad of 4 men and 3 women clad in camouflage uniforms marched onto the field. A particularly imposing figure stepped forward, standing at attention with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd before bellowing, "Split by gender, quickly." Normally, one would expect immediate compliance, yet the crowd comprised mainly of the children of mid-level officials and wealthy families, and their unfamiliarity with one another led to a moment of hesitation. Chun-Howren raised an eyebrow, stepped out of the throng, turned to face them, arms outstretched, and shouted, "Form ranks around me. Boys to the left, girls to the right. Move swiftly." This could very well be part of the assessment. A significant portion of the crowd internally cursed themselves for not having taken the initiative sooner, while those acquainted with Chun-Howren grumbled about his audacity, questioning his need to show off. Nonetheless, they all hailed from families of at least moderate means and possessed a certain level of awareness regarding proper conduct. Despite their irritation at Chun-Howren's preemptive action and their disdain for his demeanor, they complied, forming gender-segregated lines around him. Chun-Howren, however, did not remain at the forefront for long. Once the genders were roughly separated, he quickly slipped back into the crowd. Nearby, Nie Yuxuan clapped her hands in excitement. But when the commanding figure in camouflage shot her a cold glance, she stuck out her tongue and led her husky into the training base. Not daring to disrupt the assessment any further, this training base, directly under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Bureau, felt as familiar as her own backyard, especially since she had often been brought here by her father for training. Making her quite at home. 3 female officers in camouflage proceeded to escort the group of female candidates into a building within the base, which Chun-Howren recognized as the combat training hall. He couldn't help but wonder why the girls were allowed to take their assessments indoors while the boys were relegated to the outdoors. The commanding officer, having coldly surveyed the remaining 30-some boys, sternly declared, "Do not presume that because there are only 53 of you, all will be accepted into the national defense class." If that were the case, what would be the purpose of an assessment? I am also aware that you all secured your early registrations through connections. But remember, the national defense class is directly overseen by the central government, with little connection to local authorities. I granted you the courtesy of early registration, but I will not extend that courtesy to those who fail to meet the assessment standards. Your relatives in positions of power cannot influence my decisions, for my colleagues and I, responsible for your evaluations, hail directly from the Jingji Military District, representing a wide array of regions across the country. Initially dismissive, the crowd collectively jolted, a wave of anxiety washing over them. They had assumed their acceptance into the national defense class was a foregone conclusion, with the assessment merely a formality, only to realize that there was a real possibility of being eliminated. However, a faction of military and police offspring remained unfazed, believing the physical assessments to be nothing more than fitness tests. They thought, should this involve academic examinations, it might be daunting, but as for physical tests, they had been subjected to their father's rigorous training since childhood. Surely they had nothing to fear. The camouflage-clad officer waited for the crowd to absorb his words before continuing. The assessment for you boys will comprise several components: a 100-meter dash, a 3,000-meter run, hand-to-hand combat, and finally, a medical examination. Upon hearing this, most of the boys were left dumbfounded. While they could comprehend the 100-meter dash and 3,000-meter run as standard physical assessments, what exactly did hand-to-hand combat entail? Meanwhile, the military and police offspring exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into smiles as they laughed internally, affirming that the national defense class was indeed tailored for them, observing the apparent weakness of their peers. They surmised that the championship would likely be contested among their own ranks. Yet, when their eyes fell upon the composed Chun-Howren, their expressions soured, resigning themselves to the notion that perhaps the championship was out of reach, and they would have to settle for second place. After all, they had all clashed with Chin Howren in the past and had been thoroughly bested, leaving them reluctant to challenge him for the top spot. Their frustration was palpable. Chin Howren, ostensibly aligned with the municipal elite, often mingled with military and police offspring. Was it simply because he and Nia Yushuan grew up together? It was infuriating. Chin Howren blinked. Was the assessment for the national defense class truly this straightforward? Was this how they identified the future elite of the nation? It seemed absurd. Regardless of how Chin Howren speculated, he was soon led by four camouflage-clad officers to the track, and upon viewing the setup, everyone was taken aback. Chapter 0070. Uncovering clues. It was equipped with the kind of high-tech tracking and scoring systems typically reserved for international competitions. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths? Did they intend to time every second with utmost precision? Candidates familiar with the training ground were left astonished, clearly recognizing that the base had made comprehensive preparations for this assessment. However, such equipment had not been present before, suggesting it had been assembled within the past couple of days, an impressively swift endeavor. It was evident that the National Defense class, being directly under central authority, possessed ambitions. One after another, candidates flexed their muscles in anticipation, knowing that graduating from the National Defense class would pave their way into public service. The parents of these candidates undoubtedly shared the same sentiment, fueling their excitement upon learning that the National Defense class was governed by the central authority. The officer in camouflage casually retrieved a stack of paperwork, selecting 4 forms to lay on the table, then called out names for those individuals to prepare for the 100-meter dash. Though his demeanor was stern and indifferent, he felt little concern over assessing the athletic performance of a group of middle school students, as he believed they were merely being evaluated for their physical prowess. The fact that all candidates had connections to secure their early registrations only added to his dissatisfaction, especially after discovering that the National Defense class was essentially a 3-year training program for young public servants. He was nearly tempted to quit his post. Yet, under strict orders, he had no choice but to comply. Nevertheless, he resolved to impose the most rigorous standards during the assessment, aiming to eliminate as many candidates as possible. Thus, it was no surprise that he spoke candidly upon his arrival, maintaining a perpetually stern expression. For the vast majority of boys, the 100-meter dash was a challenge that would leave them gasping for breath. In contrast, the military and police offspring remained unfazed. Even if they exerted themselves, they would recover within a minute or two. Shin Qingyun, too, exhibited a similar composure, garnering Chin Howren's attention. However, he brushed it off, recognizing that these signs of wealth often prioritized physical fitness and had access to specialized trainers, giving them a significant advantage over the average candidate. What left Chin Howren utterly astonished was the fact that Shin Wei, this fellow, achieved a sprinting time in the 100 meters that was neither exceptional nor subpar, yet evidently met the requisite standards. Although he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath as if half his life had been drained away, he still outperformed those pampered individuals who could not even manage a decent time. As for Lung Outyin, there was no need for elaboration. Like Chin Howren, he completed the 100 meters without breaking a sweat, his composure utterly impressive. The mere performances of Chin Howren and Lung Outyin ignited a gleam in the eyes of the camouflaged men, who were almost compelled to enlist the two immediately. However, that was clearly an impossibility, as they were enrolled in a national defense class, which was essentially a training program for young civil servants. Why would they abandon their secure positions to become mere foot soldiers? What left the young examinees in a state of agitation was the fact that, upon the conclusion of the sprint, the camouflaged man promptly announced the results, even displaying footage of each participant's run on a screen to demonstrate the authenticity of the results. Consequently, anyone who failed to meet the standards was eliminated on the spot, and with a single command, a group of previously unseen camouflage giants swiftly emerged to escort those bewildered youths away from the base, sending a shiver down the spines of the remaining candidates. The expressions of all turned tense, realizing that their connections were not as solid as they had presumed. The slots for admission were not guaranteed and could be revoked if one failed to pass the assessment. Moreover, their backing was of no use, as the individuals in charge hailed from the capital military district and were known for their unwavering impartiality. However, this group of youngsters was merely startled by the abruptness of the situation. Once they regained their composure, they began to adopt a more indifferent demeanor. After all, if they could pass the 100-meter sprint, what could possibly be challenging about the so-called 3,000-meter run? Yet, as they commenced the long-distance run with this mindset. They soon sensed something amiss. Despite having run 3,000 meters, the examiner bellowed into a megaphone. There are still 2 more 3,000-meter runs. It turned out that the previous mention of 3,000 meters was no slip of the tongue, but rather a reference to 3 separate 3,000-meter races, with no choice but to continue running. None were foolish enough to halt and protest. They pressed on, fully aware that showing dissent would lead to an immediate disqualification, with the examiner declaring the assessment void. Nevertheless, these remaining youths were indeed well-trained. After completing the 3,000-meter runs, though they all collapsed onto the ground, breathless and exhausted, they had collectively managed to run a total of 9 kilometers. Naturally, Chenhauren and Long Outnen stood out among this group, as they were the only 2 who remained upright, merely breathing heavily while the others lay sprawled on the ground. Chenhauren even had the presence of mind to glance around, first searching for Nie Yuxuan, and secondly speculating about what sort of assessment the female candidates were undergoing, assuming it would be less strenuous than that of the boys, especially since he had yet to see a single girl on the field. No one was eliminated during this long-distance run, and the young men collectively exhaled in relief, beginning to contemplate the combat assessment. However, at that moment, the chief examiner spoke sternly. Next, everyone will undergo a physical examination before proceeding to the combat assessment. This announcement left the group momentarily dumbfounded, but they followed the camouflaged officers in a line into a building. Those familiar with the training base were astounded to find that the medical room had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now equipped with facilities akin to those of a city hospital's examination department, each individual received a physical examination form imprinted with their own photograph from the examiner and under the examiner's direction. They arranged themselves into groups for the assessment. Chenhauren was taken aback to discover that his group consisted of himself, Long Outyen, Shen Qingyun, and 2 unfamiliar youths. Was this mere coincidence or intentional? It seemed that all 5 members of this group were martial arts practitioners. Indeed, the 2 unfamiliar youths were clearly trained fighters, as evidenced by their posture and demeanor, indicating a lineage of martial discipline. As for Shen Qingyun, he too was a martial artist, albeit one who had undergone rigorous training with a personal coach rather than coming from a traditional background, which was also evident at first glance. When the other members of this group recognized who their companions were, expressions of contemplation spread across their faces. They were not fools and could easily discern the uniqueness of their peers. Shen Qingyun, after a brief flicker of his eyes, approached Chenhauren with a friendly smile, but Chenhauren, harboring a distaste for him, merely responded dismissively. The examiner soon chastised them for their chatter, prompting the 5 to silence themselves and follow his lead as he guided them through various examination rooms. Ultimately arriving at a location guarded by camouflaged soldiers, the examiner opened the door, gesturing for the 5 to enter, but surprisingly did not follow them in, instead closing the door behind them. Upon entering, the 5 found themselves momentarily stunned, as the room was stark and empty, save for 3 tables facing them, each occupied by men dressed in black suits, white shirts, and black ties, individuals exuding a formidable presence. Chenhauren's keen perception sensed an unsettling aura. According to protocol, these were 3 martial artists. In future terms, they would be considered individuals 2 or 3 levels stronger than himself, who was at the 6th stage of first-tier martial arts. However, Chenhauren quickly realized that regardless of the various titles assigned to the national defense class, youth civil servants, versatile military reserves, it was fundamentally a training program for martial artists, established by the government to prepare for potential global upheaval by selecting suitable candidates from within the national framework. Clearly, the 5 of them were among the most promising candidates for martial arts within this cohort. Before the 5 could fully comprehend the situation, the central figure among the suited examiners suddenly slammed his hand on the table, unleashing a tremendous surge of oppressive energy that left Shen Qingyun and the 2 unknown candidates staggering back in shock, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Long Outyen immediately adopted a defensive stance, retreating only slightly as for Chenhauren. He felt a sense of confusion. He recognized that the examiner was attempting to intimidate them with a display of killing intent. However, such intimidation had no effect on him, for he had previously participated in missions against formidable adversaries and had witnessed the carnage of battle. This mere aura of menace felt as gentle as a spring breeze. Thus, he pondered whether to feign fear by retreating or to cleverly adopt a defensive posture. Yet, As he contemplated his options, he found it was already too late. Leaving him standing there in a daze, the examiner's hand struck the table. The other two examiners began to scrutinize the 5 candidates. Observing Shun Qingyun's retreat, Lung Aoyan's wariness, and Shun Haoran's bewilderment, they took notes on their files, and upon receiving nods of approval from their colleagues, the central examiner waved his hand and declared, "All right, you may leave." Shun Qingyun's face had already paled significantly during his retreat, and witnessing such a seemingly simple conclusion to the concealed assessment left his expression even graver. Not only was he affected, but the 2 unknown youths beside him wore equally somber expressions. They were not foolish and understood that the sudden display of menacing energy had caused them to lose their composure, leading to the examiner's dismissal of them. Did this not indicate their performance was exceptionally poor? While uncertain of the significance of the entrance assessment results, they were aware that since graduation would lead to civil service, these results must hold considerable weight. Thus, as Shun Qingyun and the other unknown youth wore expressions of dejection, the leftmost youth hesitated momentarily before seemingly gathering his resolve and exclaiming, "Examiner." When the others turned their gazes toward him, all 3 examiners sprang to attention, their faces filled with astonishment and excitement as they fixated on the boy's hand. Shun Qingyun concealed a flicker of envy and jealousy within his astonishment, while the other youth sank to the ground, overwhelmed by disbelief and shock. Lung Aoyan regarded the boy with a contemplative gaze. As for Chen Haoran, he was taken aback, for the boy's hand was enveloped in a faint blue glow. My goodness, is this mental projection? This kid, even if he lacks first-tier mental abilities, clearly possesses an extraordinary level of control over his psychic energy. I can barely manage to spin a needle on the table without losing consciousness. How could he encompass his entire hand with his energy? This is truly enviable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Haoran quickly dismissed it. Wait, no. I can't sense any mental fluctuations. This isn't a mental ability at all. This is a supernatural power. Indeed, it is a form of innate skill, an ability one possesses without the need for training. Moreover, it can grow with minimal exercise, akin to physical prowess. Alas, what was happening in this world? How could he encounter a supernatural being before any significant transformation had occurred? And what of his own status as the protagonist? It was no wonder Chen Haoran lamented, as someone who had reincarnated from the future. He understood well that there would come a time when individuals wielding innate abilities would be in high demand. After all, humanity would be captivated and entrusting of such extraordinary powers, believing them to be the foundation of the future. In the not-so-distant future, as the world began to change, supernatural beings would emerge in droves, each possessing an array of unusual abilities, including the ability to manipulate fire, which could also be classified as a form of supernatural power. Regrettably, the realm of supernatural abilities is contingent upon innate talent. This implies that both the upper and lower limits of one's powers are irrevocably predetermined upon manifestation. No amount of diligence or training can transcend these boundaries. In contrast, the disciplines of physical prowess and mental acuity allow for limitless enhancement through techniques and rare resources. Thus, supernatural abilities merely astonish the world prior to its cataclysm, only to be subsequently overshadowed by the martial arts practitioners. When the mentalists explode onto the scene, the existence of supernatural powers will scarcely garner any attention. Nevertheless, individuals endowed with supernatural abilities can significantly enhance their strength, provided they acquire techniques that align with their gifts. Additionally, some inexplicable abilities may prove invaluable in specific contexts, ensuring that supernatural practitioners are not regarded as outcasts by the mainstream. In fact, they may find themselves thriving in the future, even within certain weaker factions and nations. Those who rely on innate skills may become the norm, albeit as mere braggarts within these lesser groups. The 3 examiners abruptly overturned their chairs and swiftly approached the boy who had raised his hand. Surrounding him closely, after a brief exchange of whispers, 2 examiners escorted the boy away, leaving one examiner who called in 2 men in camouflage to monitor Chen Haoran and his companions, sternly instructing them not to speak or leave the room. Before hastily departing, the 4 youths exchanged bewildered glances, scrutinizing one another. The unidentified boy, glancing at the imposing figures of the camouflaged men and then at his despondent companion, appeared on the verge of tears. Chen Haoran stepped forward, gently patting the boy's shoulder and offering a reassuring smile, then calmly righted the chair that had been knocked over and sat down with nonchalance. Shinchinian furrowed his brow for a moment before regaining his composure and likewise took a seat beside Shinhaoren, which irked Shinhaoren slightly. He thought, could you not sit so close? We are not that familiar. Yet, he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts. Long Outyin remained unperturbed, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, eyes closed in repose. The dejected boy hesitated for a moment before pulling up the last chair and placing it beside Shinhaoren to sit down. N01 was foolish, and the occurrence of such a mythical event, reminiscent of a comic book, surely warranted a confidentiality directive from above. However, to eliminate witnesses was out of the question, as all present had managed to enter the assessment due to their connections. It was improbable they would be so easily silenced. It was conceivable that they might even be promptly recruited and offered better treatment than the other candidates outside, as a form of hush money. Yet, even while understanding this, a pang of jealousy arose. For it was evident that the individual whose hand was encased in a luminous shield would undoubtedly receive far superior treatment than the four of them. This realization of, why am I not the protagonist, naturally dampened the spirits of the boy who believed the world revolved around him. Chapter 0072. Supernatural Classmates. Before long, the examiner returned, clutching a folder, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the three boys occupying their chairs. However, he said nothing, waved off the two camouflaged men, adjusted a table, extracted several documents from the folder, and placed them neatly before him, tossing down a few pens and an ink pad, instructing, come forward and sign these confidentiality documents with your fingerprints. Shinhaoren grimaced, but stepped forward. Taking a document to review as someone accustomed to such forms, he quickly skimmed the contents, ascertaining that it merely required silence regarding the events previously witnessed, with a penalty of 1 year in custody for any breach. But no other issues. Shinhaoren promptly signed the document, inked his fingerprint, and handed it back, inquiring, does this mean I am now a member of the National Defense class? The examiner nodded in approval at the boy's forthrightness, stating, indeed, shortly I will take you all for photographs to create your files. What significance does our performance in this assessment hold? Are we treated the same as the other students? Shinhaoren continued. Upon hearing this, the other three candidates, who had been perusing the documents, lifted their gazes toward the examiner. Indeed, if passing the assessment merely granted entry into the National Defense class, it would be of little consequence. But given the exceptional nature of their situation, it would be unreasonable for them to lack any additional benefits. After a moment's contemplation, the examiner replied, let me put it this way. Due to the unique nature of the National Defense class, your studies will adhere to military regulations, and since you four have been specifically chosen, positions of leadership within the class will be preferentially assigned from among you. This revelation made Shinhaoren scoff, so their special selection merely entailed priority in class leadership roles. What was the worth of that? The examiner, noticing Shinhaoren's reaction, chuckled. Do not underestimate the role of class leader. As I mentioned, your studies will follow military protocol, and the responsibilities of a class leader are akin to those of a squad leader or platoon leader in the military, offering you a valuable opportunity. While this statement elicited a flicker of aspiration in the unidentified boy, the other three remained indifferent. The examiner mused, these modern children lack any sense of competition. In my day, we fought tooth and nail for the position of class leader, unlike today, where everyone seeks benefits without wanting to shoulder responsibilities. However, he had to continue enticing them. Moreover, each assessment will be graded, with varying scores awarded based on performance. These scores will convert into points, which not only allow you to exchange for remarkable items previously unknown to you, but will also be redeemable for military honors upon graduation. Is this clear? If you accumulate enough points upon graduation, you may leap to the rank of a department-level officer at the tender age of 18 or 19. Just think how exhilarating that would be. The examiner lured them with promises resembling those of a cunning wolf. Only the unidentified boy swallowed hard at this, casually perusing the document before signing and fingerprinting at the end, evidently a youth unable to resist temptation. Meanwhile, Long Outyin and Shun Qingyun exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Such individuals were evidently more attuned to the examiner's mention of exchanging for unheard-of treasures. Both held somewhat unique statuses, fully aware of the implications of the examiner's words. As for the prospect of becoming a department-level officer, they regarded it with disdain. Shinhaoren, however, widened his eyes in astonishment. Wait, does that mean the National Resource Vault already exists? This opportunity cannot be missed. It is said that in its earliest days, the vault contained numerous treasures whose effects were unknown to the masses. If I have the chance to exchange items from the National Resource Vault, I absolutely cannot let these dusty treasures remain forgotten. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became if one were to inquire about the largest repository of treasures in the future world. It was undoubtedly the National Resource Vault of Xia Country, a place where anyone could exchange various resources using military honors, renowned throughout the future. For instance, the breathing techniques of levels 5, 6, or 7. Along with numerous bits of knowledge and valuable items Chun Howren had previously obtained, many of which were sourced from the National Resource Vault. One might wonder, why not seek out Yugo for valuable items? After all, he was reputed to provide anything for the right amount of money. Surely exchanging money for treasures would be far easier than using military honors. This reasoning holds merit, but Chun Howren was aware that Yuji's prices were exorbitantly high. Unless one desperately needed a rare item or was unable to procure something from the National Resource Vault due to being at odds with Xia Country, ordinary individuals would not approach him. Moreover, in the future, Yugo would operate a high-end business, remaining unknown to most, making it implausible for them to seek him out for purchases. The National Resource Vault, on the other hand, was accessible to the general public. Anyone with valuable items could sell them to the vault, and those with military honors could exchange them for goods commensurate with their honors. In essence, the National Resource Vault operated as a colossal marketplace, exclusively trading in military honors, but also willing to acquire valuable items for money, goods, or positions. Chun Howren had always believed that the National Resource Vault would only emerge after the stability of the future world was established, never anticipating that such a rudimentary form already existed. Thus, he brazenly inquired, "So, Examiner, how many points do I currently have?" This question naturally piqued the interest of the other three candidates. The examiner chuckled. "Those of you who have been summoned for a private interview will directly receive a reward of 10 points. What about the student who was taken away?" the unidentified boy bravely asked. 1,000 points. Such points would allow for an immediate promotion to a deputy section level position upon graduation in government, or a direct commission as a lieutenant in the military. The examiner replied nonchalantly. The unidentified boy and Shen Qingyun could not help but swallow hard. Even the perpetually stoic Long Outyin raised an eyebrow in surprise that I asked for Chun Howren. He felt a mixture of envy and resentment, nearly bursting with the desire to reveal his excitement to the examiner. However, the habits of a seasoned underachiever restrained him from exposing his eagerness, as he was more accustomed to concealing valuable treasures rather than flaunting them. Once all four had signed and fingerprinted the documents, the examiner collected them and gestured for the four to follow him outside. Just before exiting, the examiner suddenly remarked, "Do perform well during the combat assessment, as it is said that the first place receives 100 points, the second place 50 points, and the third place 10 points. Chun Howren immediately rubbed his hands together, licking his lips as he declared, "No doubt about it, the 100 points are mine." The examiner cast a glance at the others, particularly at the enigmatic youth whose lips moved slightly, displaying a semblance of indignation. The aloof demeanor of that individual, whom he was keenly interested in, showed no signs of discontent, while Shen Qingjun could only manage a bitter smile and nod in agreement. This left the examiner somewhat perplexed as he inquired, "Do you know each other?" "Indeed, aside from this brother whom I do not recognize, I am acquainted with both of them, which is why I boldly assert that I have secured these 100 points," Chun Howren declared boisterously. Shen Qingjun remarked with a wry smile, "I cannot possibly compete with Chun Howren." He then turned his gaze towards Lang Outyin, his expression filled with an inexplicable emotion. Lang Outyin shot a sidelong glance at Shen Qingyun and nodded slightly, replying, "I, too, cannot surpass him." This revelation prompted the examiner to scrutinize Chun Howren with heightened interest, clearly astonished by this unconventional character who exceeded his expectations. Naturally, Chun Howren, ever perceptive, sensed the underlying nuances and could not resist placing an arm around Lang Outyin's shoulder, asking, "Do you know Shen Qingyun? He is the legitimate son of Mr. Shun Guahao." Lang Outyin replied nonchalantly, freeing himself from Chun Howren's grasp and taking a step forward to follow closely behind the examiner. Shen Qingyun maintained a stoic expression but quickened his pace to take the second position. Meanwhile, the unknown youth hesitated momentarily, opting not to introduce himself, and thus fell into third place. Chun Howren, who had dropped from first to fourth, stood frozen in astonishment. He was utterly shocked. Shen Qingyun and Shen Wei were actually blood brothers. Was this some kind of joke, one a privileged aristocrat, and the other a newly affluent roguer. In fact, siblings. Moreover, Shun Wei was the elder brother. How had he never heard of this before? Hadn't it been said that Shun Wei was the sole heir of the affluent Shin family? How had Shin Qingyun, this legitimate son, suddenly emerged? The two had not exchanged a single word during the examination, behaving as complete strangers. This was pure melodrama. There had to be a plethora of dramatic plot twists at play. Therefore, there was no need for him to delve into the intricacies. He could simply enjoy the spectacle from the sidelines. However, he resolved to gossip with Xiaoxin later, as she would undoubtedly be eager to investigate the juicy details. The remainder of the holiday would certainly be entertaining. Chapter 0073. The ribbon. Under the guidance of the examiner, they arrived at a location reminiscent of a bank counter, where they first had their photographs taken, followed by the recording of their 10 fingerprints. Subsequently, the person in charge turned the computer screen towards Chen Haoran and the others for them to confirm their details. Chen Haoran examined the information carefully. It not only included a detailed record of his school, graduation exam scores, daily school performance, and comments from his homeroom teacher, but also his home address, ID number, and the names, workplaces, ID numbers, and phone numbers of his parents. The information was thorough and accurate. Chen Haoran nodded to indicate that everything was correct, after which the staff member flipped the computer screen back and typed on the keyboard, prompting a peculiar machine nearby to start producing a card. The card featured a large portrait of himself, embedded with a chip and magnetic stripe, resembling a bank card, and it had a hole for a red ribbon that could be worn around the neck. Chen Haoran noted with interest that the provided ribbons came in black, yellow, blue, and green. The green ribbons were the most abundant, followed by blue, yellow, and red, with black being the rarest, as only a handful of them lay in the corner. Chen Haoran speculated that this card was likely a student card. The chip and magnetic stripe were quite standard, and if there was a partnership with a bank, turning it into a bank card was not out of the question. However, he wondered if the ribbon colors distinguished grades or ranks. It seemed more likely to represent ranks. Wearing a red ribbon indicated that he was a student of the second rank in the national defense class, while the black ribbon, presumably, was reserved for students exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Indeed, as the staff member handed Chen Haoran the card with the red ribbon, she remarked, "This is your student card, which also serves as a union pay card and can be used at various public facilities in the city, such as bus annual passes, library borrowing cards, and archive access cards. In essence, it has multiple functions. If lost or damaged, you must return here promptly for a replacement. Similarly, this red ribbon signifies your rank in school, designating you as a red ribbon student, entitled to a weekly stipend of 1,000 yuan, which will be automatically deposited into your card every Sunday. You can use it at various facilities, as well as deposit and withdraw money at the bank. Just treat it like a bank card." Chen Haoran grinned widely as he accepted his card. A weekly allowance of 1,000 yuan meant he would no longer need to rely on his family's living expenses. It would surely suffice for his food and drink. He eagerly examined the card in his hand. The most conspicuous feature on the front was his large portrait, beneath which was the prominent text, Class of 2018, Chaching National Defense Class, a student Chen Haoran. Below this text was a gleaming chip, and along the edge of the card was a standard bank account number, with a magnetic stripe and signature line on the back. That it could be said that this was merely a specially designed bank card. Hahowever, it was likely that only a centrally administered national defense class could afford such a privilege of having personalized bank cards printed on -site.as. Chen Haoran hung the card around his neck. He curiously inquired, "The red ribbon comes with a 1,000 yuan stipend. What about the other colors?" Since the staff was currently serving only Chen Haoran, she cheerfully responded, "They range from high to low. The black ribbon has the fewest, but the highest stipend, amounting to 10,000 yuan per week." Chen Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. The three others, who were also processing their cards, looked at him with disdain for his avaricious expression that a mere weekly stipend of 10,000 yuan was nothing to be envious of. The life of a second-generation rich kid was merely a drop in the bucket. However, knowing who could claim the black ribbon, those capable of abilities reminiscent of comic book characters, receiving such a stipend was entirely reasonable. Chen Haoran was conflicted. He wanted to demonstrate his fiery ability to the examiner, as it would undoubtedly earn him a black ribbon and the accompanying weekly stipend of 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, confident as he was, he did not lose his composure. He knew he was superior to the individual taken away by the examiner, and that he could sell a single elixir for 100 000 yuan, which provided him with a sense of calm. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly gone into a frenzy and immediately showcased his powers to the examiner. The red ribbon signifies elite students like you. With a weekly stipend of 1,000 yuan, the yellow ribbon offers 500 yuan, the blue ribbon 200 yuan, and the green ribbon 100 yuan. Chen Haoran smacked his lips. The centrally administered institution was indeed impressive. However, as the saying goes, a man who eats a short mouth does not know what trials await him in the future at school. Setting aside all current concerns, Chen Haoran redirected his inquiries positively. Miss, how does one upgrade their ribbon color? I aspire to attain the highest, the black ribbon. Chen Haoran asked playfully, adopting an endearing demeanor towards the bank-like staff member. The young lady pondered with her finger on her chin before replying, ribbon upgrades depend on points. For instance, green ribbon students only need 100 points to advance to blue ribbons, while blue ribbon holders require 500 points to become yellow ribbons. To upgrade from yellow to red ribbons, one needs 1,000 points. As for red ribbons upgrading to black ribbons, that requires 10,000 points. Chen Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart racing. Damn, this is excessive. To enjoy the benefits of a black ribbon, an ability user needs an astonishing 10,000 points. This is frustrating. I really want to show off my fiery ability right now. Of course, despite his frustration, Chen Haoran graciously expressed his gratitude and lingered, continuing to ask questions about the national defense class. After completing their card processing, Shen Qingyun and the other two did not leave, but followed Chen Haoran's lead, inquiring about the situation from the young lady assisting them, excluding Lung Outyin, who, after finishing his card, simply hung it around his neck and retreated to the side, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, seemingly resting his eyes while still attentively listening to the information being exchanged. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. The examiner who had led Chen Haoran and the others and finally spoke up. All right, you may proceed to the combat hall to await your combat assessment. We will attend to the subsequent students here. Chen Haoran blinked in surprise. Subsequent students? Did this mean that the so-called entrance assessment consisted solely of a 100-meter dash and a 9,000-meter long run? Or perhaps there was a physical examination as well? If they passed, they would directly become students of the National Defense class. The so-called combat assessment had transformed into a class officer evaluation post-enrollment. It truly bore the hallmarks of a military establishment. Chapter 0074. Money-obsessed Chen Haoran after leading Chen Haoran and the others out of the building. The examiner gestured towards the combat hall where the female examinee had entered, indicating that they should proceed there. With that, the examiner turned to leave. At this moment, everyone naturally relaxed. The unknown examinee immediately introduced himself. Hello everyone. My name is Inzikaring. My father is in Kangwen, the director of the political department at the city bureau. Oh, a fellow comrade. But why haven't I heard of your father's name? Did he just transfer here recently? Chen Haoran greeted warmly. Yes, he just assumed the position in July. And Zikong replied, somewhat embarrassed. Shen Qingyun raised her brows. Having only recently assumed the position of director of the political department at the municipal bureau in July. Almost immediately, she managed to secure a recommendation for her own son to join the National Defense class, and not just as any ordinary student, but as a distinguished Red Ribbon Class A scholar. The Yin family certainly has its connections, and it piques one's curiosity to delve into their background. Furthermore, the individual capable of wielding supernatural abilities warrants thorough investigation, regardless of whether he acquired such powers recently or was born with them. His audacious display of abilities before the examiners, unperturbed by the threat of dissection, indicates that his family possesses a profound understanding of governmental policies. How is it that I remained unaware of the fact that the National Defense class categorizes its students by different colored ribbons? The black ribbon is evidently reserved for those endowed with special powers, while the red ribbon is designated for students with formidable martial prowess. These meticulously prepared arrangements suggest that the establishment of the National Defense class was not a whimsical decision, but rather a well-thought-out initiative, affirming that my choice to join was indeed the right one. However, regarding Chen Haoran, who, despite sharing the same red ribbon, far surpasses his peers, my emotions are anything but simple. On one hand, I hope to engage with him over an extended period, allowing Master Zhang to uncover the depths of this individual's abilities. Yet, given the nation's emphasis on the National Defense class, where even those with supernatural powers can openly showcase their talents, the prospects for this class are undeniably boundless. Chunhaoren appears to thrive in this environment, and it is likely that he will flourish due to his credentials from the National Defense class. For someone like me, who also hails from this prestigious class and may even share a classroom with him, comparisons are inevitable that in the future, while I may excel beyond him, being overshadowed by his brilliance would pose a significant concern. It cannot be. It absolutely cannot be. I am destined for greatness, possessing the illustrious 9-5 supreme fate. Who could possibly eclipse my radiance? Observing Chunhaoren engaging in light-hearted banter with his classmates, Shin Qingyun suddenly felt a revelation. As if drawing closer to him would be a colossal mistake, it would be wiser to distance myself, to no longer hear his name or behold his figure. Yet, I must resolve the inexplicable allure Chunhaoren holds over me. As Master Zhang suggested, by stripping away the remnants of his 9-5 supreme fate, should any remnants persist, no matter how well I develop, such a flaw would pose a grave threat to my future. And Zai Kong, somewhat circuitously, began to inquire about Chunhaoren's family background, only to be taken aback upon learning that Chunhaoren's father was merely a section chief in the municipal logistics department, and his mother a professor at Chacheng University, that he found it perplexing that this scion of the municipal government would refer to a military police offspring as one of his own. Despite appearing somewhat unremarkable, and Zai Kong had been startled into silence by the display of supernatural powers he had just witnessed, this was merely a consequence of being a 16-year-old boy encountering such legendary phenomena. It would be unnatural not to be astonished. It was only because Chunhaoren had become accustomed to such sights that he remained composed. Shin Qingyun and Lang Aoyan, due to their backgrounds, were somewhat privy to certain matters, allowing them to maintain their poise. Otherwise, without such experience, they too would likely have been as startled as Zai Kong. Moreover, Zai Kong had, after all, achieved the status of Red Ribbon Class A scholar at the tender age of 16. Would he presume that those examiners dispatched from various central departments would resort to cheating or lack discernment? Truth be told, had it not been for Chunhaoren's rebirth and the support of a system, he might not have surpassed Zai Kong. After a few exchanges, Zai Kong and Chunhaoren appeared to be the best of friends. Naturally, as fellow Red Ribbon Class A scholars, they were bound by camaraderie. However, Lang Aoyan's naturally cold demeanor made him unapproachable, while Shin Qingyun, despite his smiling countenance and polite discourse, exuded an air of inherent arrogance that sensitive individuals instinctively avoided. It could even be said that Zai Kong would rather engage with the reticent Lang Aoyan, who offered little in response, than grow too close to Shin Qingyun. In stark contrast, Chunhaoren, whose demeanor was refreshingly down-to-earth, naturally became Zai Kang's first choice for friendship. Shin Qingyun, oblivious to this dynamic, continued to interject in the conversation between Chunhaoren and Zai Kong, adhering to the airs of aristocratic etiquette to prevent them from monopolizing the discourse. While his mind was preoccupied with the implications of his interactions with Chunhaoren. As for Lang Aoyan, he maintained his stoic expression throughout. The observant Chunhaoren soon spotted Nia Yushuan peeking from behind a nearby building, and with a broad smile, he waved her over. Having waited eagerly, Nia Yushuan, accompanied by her husky, darted towards him with a beaming smile. Upon her arrival, she immediately reached for the card hanging from Chunhaoren's neck, examining it with delight. The photo turned out splendidly. It must have been taken by a professional. By the way, I heard that students in the National Defense class receive stipends. What about you? Wait, why do your ribbons differ from everyone else's? As she spoke, Nia Yushuan clearly noticed the other students emerging from the registration process. Meanwhile, the husky busied itself sniffing around, bounding back and forth between Chunhaoren and Nia Yushuan, wagging its tail exuberantly, before Chunhaoren could respond. Shin Qingyun, unable to contain himself, interjected. Nia, our red ribbons represent the second tier of the National Defense class, with a weekly stipend of 1,000 yuan. Wow, a weekly stipend of 1,000 yuan, little rascal. UVE hit the jackpot. You'd better treat me to something delicious every week. Nia Yushuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, no problem. I'm quite the wealthy one now. Chunhaoren replied, puffing out his chest with pride. But why aren't you in the first tier? Why the second tier? Nia Yushuan suddenly inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. To upgrade from the red ribbon to the black ribbon requires 10,000 points. Shin Qingyun chimed in, lacking the sense of discretion. Wow, 10,000 yuan a week. That sounds amazing. If I had known, I would have joined the National Defense class too. Nia Yushuan exclaimed joyfully, her intelligence evident as she refrained from inquiring about who held the black ribbons. Don't even think about it. If you were to take the assessment, at most, you'd earn a green ribbon, which comes with a meager stipend of 100 yuan a week, Chen Haoren retorted, rolling his eyes, once again cutting off Shen Qingyun. Fine. You dare to look down on me. Nie Yuxuan quickly became engrossed in Chen Haoren's conversation, immediately demonstrating her playful prowess. Ouch, let go, that hurts. Chen Haoren cried out, though he remained defiant, asserting, it's not that I look down on you. It's just that you're not cut out for this. So, you'd be better off focusing on high school, and then aiming for Guin University to become a musical virtuoso. And Zai Kong, initially taken aback by Nie Yuxuan's radiance, now found himself in a state of stupor as he observed the playful exchange between the two. Shen Qingyun, suppressing his irritation, leaned closer to Zai Kong and remarked, now do you understand why Chen Haoren referred to you as one of his own? Knowing you are a scion of the municipal bureau? And Zai Kong paused, then suddenly enlightened. You just called her Nie classmate, so she must be the daughter of Director Nie? Oh, your response is quite quick. But, don't you know Nie Yuxuan? Shen Qingyun asked, puzzled. It was rather curious. After all, how could the offspring of a municipal bureau official not recognize the child of the bureau's head, especially one as prominent and renowned as she? And Zai Kong offered a wry smile. I relocated here in July with my father and have been wholly focused on preparing for the assessments, without the chance to familiarize myself with these connections. Your family background is quite impressive. My family only learned about the National Defense class 2 months ago after considerable effort, Shen Qingyun remarked, astonished. Previously, he had taken pride in his lineage, believing that aside from a few influential families in Chaqing, others were hardly worth regard. However, joining the National Defense class opened his eyes to the substantial backgrounds of his peers, making his own heritage feel rather ordinary. Taken Zai Kong, for instance, it was evident that his father had hurriedly transferred to secure a spot in the National Defense class. The fact that he was able to choose a position that guaranteed admission so close to the class's start speaks volumes about the family's significant influence. Such advantages were unattainable for Shen Qingyun's family. If not for his own usurpation of Chen Haoren's fate, he would not even be attending middle school in Chaqing, nor would his family's primary resources have shifted here, although this was his father's hometown. It was merely that his father made his fortune elsewhere. Were it not for Shen Qingyun's circumstances and the influence of the esteemed Shen Wei, his father would not have invested so heavily in Chaqing or maintained so many connections. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he could smoothly enter the class, and even the overage Shen Wei could also gain admission. Contemplating these matters, Shen Qingyun glanced at the ever-cold Lung Outyin. Fully aware that the latter could not possibly be seen merely as Shen Wei's bodyguard, anyone deserving of such significant favors and resources from his father would undoubtedly come from a profound background as well. Then, Shen Qingyun cast his gaze towards Chen Haoren, who was playfully frolicking with Nie Yuxuan. If one were to speak candidly, Chen Haoren likely had the most modest background in the future class. His father was merely a section chief, and his mother a professor, making him the weakest link in this national defense class. That it could be said that if it weren't for Director Nie utilizing his quota, Chen Haoren would have had no eligibility to register at all. Yet, this individual, despite his circumstances, emerged as the strongest in the national defense class, second only to the extraordinary abilities of others. Even the formidable warrior, Lung Outyin, recognized his superiority, didn't he? With a sigh, Shen Qingyun stepped into the combat arena. Chen Haoren, still engaged in his playful antics with Nie Yuxuan, entered the arena as well, only to find a dozen girls already queuing up, each adorned with blue sashes. Chen Haoren couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. How did these 15 girls manage to pass their assessments? Remarkably, they all bore the same blue sashes. How many girls have been brought here for assessment before? Surely it couldn't be just these 15. Did that mean not a single one had been eliminated? Upon witnessing this scene, Nie Yuxuan stuck out her tongue, leading her husky quickly to the nearby stands, seeking a prime seat, while soothing her dog to prevent it from barking wildly. Tianxiu, clearly accustomed to such environments, remained obediently silent, yet her excitement was palpable as she leaned over the railing, eagerly surveying her surroundings. However, both the husky and the equally curious Chen Haoren, upon spotting the central arena, were met with a simultaneous notification from the system. Task: participate in the combat assessment. Earn 10 points for first place, 5 points for second, 1 point for third, and penalties for other rankings. Tianxiu was instantly rendered speechless. turning to survey the crowd of youths, then glancing at the roped-off arena, letting out a low whimper before curling up on the ground, her doggy face bewildered. Nye Yuxuan paid no mind to the husky's behavior. After all, it was typical for the dog to act that way. Her focus was solely on Chen Haoren, eager to see how he would clinch the championship. Chen Haoren, too, received the system's prompt and couldn't help but grumble internally. Haha, this ridiculous system finally presents a task that meets my criteria, and a reward of 10 points for first place. That's practically a gift. I wonder what delightful items will refresh in the shop once I complete this task. As for the shop, not offering items that align with my needs. I refuse to believe that, since the previous tasks were tailored for that guy. The item should naturally be fitting for me as well. Otherwise, I swear I'll flip the table and quit. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Haoren promptly accepted the task and eagerly awaited the commencement of the combat assessment. Shen Qingyan glanced around, and upon spotting Shen Wei, who wore a green sash, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle, especially when witnessing the drastic change in Shen Wei's expression upon noticing her red sash. Indeed, Shen Wei had initially intended to engage in casual conversation with Liang Outnin, but upon seeing Shen Qingyan, Liang Outnin, and Zai Kong, and Chen Haoren all adorned with red sashes, he quickly understood the hierarchy indicated by the colors. Thus, he opted to join his peers, all wearing green sashes, instead. Chapter 0076. The battle commences. The students likely understood the significance of the sash colors, leading them to align themselves in queues accordingly upon entering the combat arena. The first row, closest to the arena, consisted of the 4 individuals with red sashes, followed by 6 males with yellow sashes, 15 females with blue sashes, 10 males with blue sashes, and finally 12 males adorned with green sashes. Occasionally glancing around, Chen Haoren calculated the total number of participants to be 47, plus the yet-to-appear youth with a black sash, indicating that out of the originally registered 53, 5 had been eliminated. Observant individuals noted this as well, with the majority displaying expressions of disdain. How could 5 individuals with such backgrounds be eliminated? Those 5 must have been exceedingly weak. These distinguished youths were undoubtedly full of pride, after all. This was a national defense class. Without the requisite physical prowess, their presence in the assessment raised questions about their intelligence. While the students engaged in scattered conversations, the 7 examiners, 4 men and 3 women, reappeared. This time escorting a boy wearing a black sash. The 4 from Chen Haoren's group understood the implications, while others couldn't help but stare in awe at the shy yet proud youth. Fixated on the solitary black sash amidst the crowd at this moment, the chief examiner leaped onto the edge of the arena, deftly flipping over the lowest rope to enter the ring. This graceful and swift movement elicited gasps of astonishment from the less experienced students. With the authority of a seasoned instructor, the chief examiner stated, 2 students of the Ding level will step forward to fight, with the victors pairing off until a final champion is determined. The Ding level victor will then face the Bing level participants, and so forth, culminating in the champions of the E level battling the champions of the Jia level. Chen Haoren scoffed, muttering, "What a hassle. Does that mean I have to sit on the sidelines until it's my turn?" A free-for-all would be much more efficient, leaving only the last person standing. Those nearby who overheard his comment could only shake their heads in resignation. And Zai Kong, astonished, glanced between Chen Haoren and the unyielding expressions of Liang Outyin and Shen Qingyun. Taken aback by Chen Haoren's audacious claim that he could triumph in a brawl, those in the know, like Shen Qingyun and the first-hand experienced Liang Outyin, could only feel exasperated by Chen Haoren's boastful words. After all, this fellow could emerge victorious even against 100 adult combatants. These 16 and 17-year-olds were hardly a challenge for him. Yet, exceptions surely existed. Both Shen Qingyun and Liang Outyin's gazes shifted towards the boy with the black sash, their eyes glimmering as they pondered their own thoughts. Regardless of Chen Haoren's reluctance, rules were rules. Initially, no one was willing to step forward for combat, but under the examiner's direct call, they had no choice but to apprehensively ascend the platform. The 2 boys who began their bout hesitated, casting glances around, with one even raising his hand to inquire, "Examiner, are there no protective gear?" "None. Aside from not targeting vital areas, you are free to attack any other part of your opponent. And do not worry about injuries. The medical room here is quite adept, easily treating any bruises or broken ribs." The chief examiner replied nonchalantly. The boys' faces paled at this, and when the examiner signaled for the match to begin, they could only tentatively throw punches and kicks at each other. Moments later, One boy landed a punch squarely on the other's nose, causing blood to flow. Observing the scene, some girls in the audience even pulled out tissues, ready to assist. Yet, the chief examiner calmly inquired of the boy with the bleeding nose, "Do you concede?" "No, I haven't conceded." The boy, momentarily stunned, quickly shook his head in protest. "Then continue," the examiner replied with indifference. The boy, now bleeding from the nose, gritted his teeth and lunged at his opponent, who initially dodged but had little room to evade. Having also received a blow to the nose, he too began to bleed. Pain and blood loss proved unbearable. He retaliated with a fierce kick, but such flamboyant techniques hardly fazed his opponent, who charged forward, tackling him, and the two began to roll and grapple on the arena floor. At first, the onlookers found the clumsy fighting amusing, but as the combatants grew more intense, with injuries and bloodshed becoming apparent, the audience fell silent, many girls covering their mouths in shock, while others turned away in fear. Chinharan raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the superficial injuries on display. His focus lay on the chief examiner's ability to swiftly intercept the boys' reckless strikes aimed at each other's vital areas. Chinharan stroked his chin, murmuring, "Such agility and keen vision indicate a true martial artist." However, the frustrating aspect of martial artists is that while one can discern their prowess, without direct competition or demonstration, one cannot ascertain their rank. Strange, how did I live my previous life? It seems I only discovered the existence of these so-called martial artists during the world upheaval. Why are they so prevalent in my life now? One might argue that in major cities, encountering martial artists is plausible, but here in my hometown, a mere fourth-tier city, it's astonishing to meet several martial artists so easily. Are they truly so rampant, or is it simply because, after becoming extraordinary myself, these hidden beings are gradually revealing themselves? Chinharan was lost in contemplation, reflecting on the stark contrasts between his current experiences following his rebirth and those of his previous life, entirely oblivious to the battles taking place in the arena. In truth, there was little of interest to observe, as the initial match was both brutal and unsightly, culminating in two competitors being carried off on stretchers, their faces swollen and grotesque, a true spectacle of mutual destruction. Witnessing such a dismal outcome, the subsequent contestants merely exchanged a few lackluster blows, and those who felt outmatched or deemed it unworthy promptly conceded defeat. Indeed, according to the prior declarations of the chief examiner, the lowest-tier D-grade students were required to progress through the ranks to ultimately face off against Chinharan and his fellow A-grade peers, with 4 A-grade students present, along with one holding a black sash. The competition for the top 3 places was fierce. Who among them could genuinely believe they would secure a coveted spot in that triumvirate, given the impossibility of attaining a top 3 finish, which also meant foregoing any points rewards? Who would still desire to engage in a brutal contest with prospective classmates, emerging battered and bruised, only to be denied a chance at the rankings? Chapter 0077. Absurd Spectacle. Nyayuxuan initially watched the arena battles with great enthusiasm, yet upon witnessing the subsequent skirmishes, she found them utterly uninspiring, stifling a yawn as she prepared to chat with Tasty Vinegar to pass the time. However, she soon discovered Tasty Vinegar's expressions were remarkably entertaining, causing her to shift her focus entirely. At first, Tasty Vinegar appeared dejected, slumped on the ground and trembling, but soon regained composure, perching on the railing with a wagging tail. Eagerly observing the combat, Nyayuxuan felt no confusion. After all, was it not typical for a husky to exhibit peculiar behavior? The first match was a grotesque display of violence, yet it left Tasty Vinegar momentarily stunned, its tongue lolling out absurdly. When a more refined bout ensued, Tasty Vinegar could hardly contain its desire to howl at the heavens, its face a complex tapestry of disdain, frustration, and regret. Nyayuxuan, captivated, embraced Tasty Vinegar affectionately, playfully mashing its face as she exclaimed, "Tasty Vinegar, your intricate expressions are simply exquisite. I absolutely adore them. How did you manage to convey that? Do it again. This time, I must capture it on my phone." Tasty Vinegar wore a bewildered expression, lamenting its earlier decision to decline the task. Among those weaklings on stage, it felt confident that, while claiming first place might be a stretch, securing third was certainly within reach, yielding at least 1 point. The thought of indulging in that delectably scrumptious meat made its mouth water uncontrollably. Observing Tasty Vinegar's initial days followed by its drooling contemplation, Nyayuxuan couldn't help but chuckle, whipping out her phone to record the moment. Indeed, playing with Tasty Vinegar was far more entertaining than watching the lackluster arena battles. As most contestants determined the victor among themselves below, Their appearances on stage merely consisted of minimal exchanges before swiftly declaring the outcome, resulting in a rapid turnover of competitors. The chief examiner and the other judges exchanged glances, ultimately resigned to the fact that they could not compel these students to engage in life-and-death struggles on stage, especially since the so-called points held little allure for those still unacquainted with their value. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to fight and bleed for the sake of a trivial reward? However, as the yellow sash competitors took their turn, the fights became marginally more engaging. Those who had achieved this level had undergone some combat training, thus displaying a semblance of skill. Yet, even then, the confrontations were merely perfunctory, with victors emerging decisively, only to disperse afterward. Among the numerous boys and girls present, despite the presence of a few fools, it was inconceivable that they all lacked discernment. The distinctions between the green, blue, and yellow sashes were unmistakable, even if the judges' methodology for assessing their abilities through sprinting and long-distance running was somewhat perplexing. The green sash competitors indeed exhibited the lowest combat prowess, despite their seemingly imposing stature. Exemplified by Shenwei, they were unable to best even the blue sash girls. Conversely, the blue sash competitors were evidently no match for those in yellow, leading to the conclusion that the yellow sash holders would similarly struggle against the red sashes. Realizing this, the audience expressed their disdain for the ongoing combat assessments that AT last. The proceedings culminated in a bout between the yellow sash champion and a red sash competitor. Dayan Zikong eagerly volunteered. "Allow me to go first." Upon stepping onto the stage, he exchanged a few moves with the yellow sash victor before delivering a decisive punch to the abdomen, effortlessly toppling his opponent and showcasing the superiority of the red sash. Following this, Shen Qingyun smiled and announced, "Next up is me." As he stepped forward onto the platform, possessing a keen self-awareness, he understood that if Lung Aoyan and Chun Haoran were to ascend first, he would face inevitable defeat. He was acutely aware of their formidable abilities. Upon reaching the stage, the two exchanged bows and cautiously began to test each other's strength. Both young men, astute in their observations, recognized the other's prowess to avoid a humiliating defeat. They engaged in a brief exchange to determine who held the upper hand. Initially, Shen Qingyun had harbored a degree of arrogance, believing he could secure third place in the combat competition given the extraordinary capabilities of Chun Haoran and Lung Aoyan. However, upon witnessing the radiant figure of the contestant with a glowing palm, he swiftly abandoned any thoughts of ranking. With no hope of placing in the top three, vying for fourth seemed utterly pointless. Dayan Zikong likely shared a similar mindset, leading to a brief exchange before he swiftly conceded upon realizing Shen Qingyun's superior foundation. Subsequently, Shen Qingyun watched as Lung Aoyan leapt onto the stage, exhibiting an entrance more impressive than that of the chief examiner himself. Unlike the examiner, who relied on the elasticity of ropes, Lung Aoyan soared directly from the ground into the arena. An effortless display that elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlooking students, particularly the girls, who were utterly captivated by the allure of this stoic yet powerful figure. The examiners, too, widened their eyes in disbelief, having not anticipated the presence of such a remarkable talent among this cohort. Shen Qingyun shook his head in dismay, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Individuals from such prestigious backgrounds posed a significant challenge to the affluent students like himself. After all, no amount of wealth could bestow the kind of prowess that these individuals possessed. The sects that took in disciples did not consider monetary wealth, but rather innate potential and affinity. Suppressing his envy, Shen Qingyun smiled and humbly declared, "I cannot hope to contend with you. I concede." With that, he gracefully exited the stage. Naturally, as a privileged youth, he too drew the admiration of the surrounding girls, though the boys expressed their discontent, sneering as they applauded Lung Aoyan. For this cool, stoic figure was far more appealing than the affluent young master. "Haha, at last, it's my turn. Lung Aoyan, let us have a proper match," Chun Haoran exclaimed, leaping up with uncontained enthusiasm. Chapter 0078. For points, unleash your potential. Chun Haoran's exuberance elicited a resigned sigh from the usually stoic Lung Aoyan, yet he did not immediately concede. Instead, he assumed a defensive posture, awaiting Chun Haoran's approach. The audience's perception of Chun Haoran remained that of an exuberant and extroverted individual, and his ascension to red sash status had not drawn much attention. However, witnessing Lung Aoyan adopt a defensive stance left the knowledgeable observers utterly astonished. With a swift movement, Chun Haoran propelled himself onto the stage, launching an unrelenting kick toward Lung Etan. In response, Lung Outyin deftly evaded, retaliating with a powerful punch aimed at Chun Haoran, who skillfully retracted his leg to block the blow. Though Chun Haoran was sent flying toward the ropes, he pivoted mid-air, landing on the ropes before charging back at Lung Outyin in the brief moments since Chun Haoran had ascended the platform. The two had exchanged multiple blows, leaving the audience in a state of breathless astonishment as the two engaged in close combat. The chief examiner hastily retreated from the stage, and the audience erupted into chaotic cheers and shouts. Many spectators clutched their hair in disbelief or clenched their fists in a daze, transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before them. The scene was so electrifying that it bore a striking resemblance to a fight from a comic book or a martial arts film. Yet this was no fiction, it was a vivid reality. Could their peers truly possess such formidable strength? The examiners were equally taken aback. Despite their elite status, they could hardly fathom how to replicate such an intense and mechanical display of combat. The ropes, thick as fingers, snapped with ease, and the sturdy, resilient wooden platform was shattered underfoot as if it were made of mere paper. This was beyond belief. The numerous examiners could not help but direct their gazes toward the chief examiner, who, with a somewhat composed demeanor, sighed with a sense of nostalgia, saying, "I have witnessed more formidable displays than this. Yet I never anticipated encountering such a scene in this mere fourth-tier city. It seems our Xian nation truly harbors hidden talents." The other examiners exchanged glances, realizing that if the chief examiner had seen such spectacles before, it must be a common occurrence. Their astonishment was merely a result of their limited exposure, while the examiners regained their composure. The candidates remained immersed in a state of shock. They could hardly believe that a battle scene, reminiscent of those depicted in comics, unfolded before their very eyes. As their senses gradually returned, they could not help but glance at the color of the sashes hanging around their necks. Then at the seemingly indifferent examiners, overwhelmed by their emotions. It became evident to them that they were still quite young, having previously lived in a protective bubble crafted by adults, without venturing out. They had no idea that the world was so vast and profound. When it was Chun Haoran's turn to take the stage, Nie Yuxuan naturally ceased her teasing and burst into applause with excitement. When Chun Haoran and Lang Outyin unexpectedly engaged in an incredible battle, Nie Yuxuan momentarily froze before resuming her enthusiastic clapping, exclaiming, "Tian Ciyu, I never expected this little rascal to be so formidable. Clearly, my dad's training has paid off, don't you think? Our dad is truly amazing. He has transformed this idler into someone so impressive." Initially focused on the arena, Tian Ciyu turned in bewilderment to glance at the exuberant Nie Yuxuan. Recalling the so-called training in Nielong town, after a moment of contemplation, he merely scoffed, before hesitantly responding to Nie Yuxuan's inquiry with a dismissive grunt. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Haoran delivered a powerful punch, sending Lung Outyin crashing off the stage. Lung Outyin executed a roll and landed gracefully, but instinctively moved, only to forcibly suppress the impulse, coldly stating, "I concede." "Hey, you've made progress. Let's have a rematch next time," Chun Haoran replied, feeling quite elated as he shook his hands. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, for the pristine arena had been reduced to ruins following their bout. Broken ropes and shattered wooden planks lay scattered haphazardly, creating an eerie atmosphere. "Well then, the champion of this round is Chun Haoran. You are awarded 100 points, the chief examiner announced with a smile, patting Chun Haoran on the shoulder. "These points will automatically be credited to your student card, and they can be checked at any street-side ATM, though they can only be utilized in specific locations." Just as Chun Haoran was about to provoke the Black Sash student, his eyes lit up. "Examiner, where are these specific locations? I'm very eager to spend my 100 points. Noticing Chun Haoran's shift in focus, the chief examiner replied with a grin. You'll find out after you enroll, as this is merely the entrance examination. Isn't it?" Before Chun Haoran could react, the chief examiner swiftly moved to Long Outyen's side, patting him on the shoulder. "The second place goes to Long Outyen, awarding him 50 points. He then approached the pleasantly surprised Shun Qingyun, announcing, "And the third place is Shun Qingyun, awarded 10 points. Shun Qingyun was genuinely delighted. He had thought he would not contend for a top 3 spot, only to realize that the arena competition did not factor in the Black Sash. Indeed, while he was uncertain of the points' utility, Chun Haoran's enthusiasm suggested they held significant value. However, upon recalling that Chun Haoran had amassed 110 points, while his own third-place finish alongside the red sash only earned him 20 points. A twinge of envy surfaced. Yet, seeing Xinwei's somewhat dejected expression among the students lifted his spirits. After all, compared to Xinwei's 0 points, his 20 points were commendable, weren't they? The chief examiner cast a furtive glance at Xinhaoren, noting his contemplative demeanor, and breathed a sigh of relief that he had not chosen to engage that black sash student in battle. He had previously been instructed by his superiors to ensure that the black sash student remained unharmed. Although that student possessed abilities, they were not combat-oriented, and the higher-ups had not intended for him to participate in the fighting competition. However, the student, believing himself to be formidable, insisted on joining, unwilling to separate from his peers. Considering he had previously held a red sash, the authorities reluctantly allowed his participation after a brief caution to the examiners. Now, observing the arena reduced to rubble, it seemed he would no longer harbor grandiose notions of his prowess. The disparity between red and black sashes could be as vast as the heavens and the earth. Judging by the cold sweat trickling down his face as he cowered, he must be grateful that Xinhaoren had not sought him out. As the chief examiner had anticipated, the student who had been sweating profusely after witnessing Xinhaoren's battle felt a wave of relief when the results were announced, especially since Xinhaoren had not provoked him further. After sharing a few whispered words with the examiners, he stealthily slipped away, accompanied by 2 examiners. Xinhaoren, oblivious to everything else, was focused on the fact that upon the chief examiner declaring him the champion, his system task was complete, and he had directly received 10 points. What could he do with those points? Naturally, he would immediately open the shop to browse the available items. He had yet to purchase anything from the shop. This time, he intended to select his purchases with great care. Meanwhile, Tian Xiu, who had been led away by Nie Yuxuan to reunite with Xinhaoren, suddenly paused. His ears perked up in delight upon hearing a notification sound. He drooled eagerly, clearly recalling the delicious meat that had unexpectedly fallen from the sky last time. However, after waiting for a while, his coveted meat was nowhere to be found. Instead, he was met with a series of incomprehensible items. Instinctively scratching his leg, he began to whine anxiously. Nie Yuxuan, walking ahead, turned back and asked, Tian Xiu, why are you lying down? Let's go. On the other side, Xinhaoren, upon examining the shop, felt a surge of joy. But his expression soon turned peculiar. The newly refreshed shop items were few. Heavy punch assault, a martial arts technique, priced at 5 points. Ghost dance step, a martial arts technique, priced at 5 points. A first-tier breakthrough elixir for the mental system, priced at 50 points. Telekinesis, a basic technique for the mental system, priced at 100 points. Fire Source 10, priced at 100 points, though the shop offered only 5 items. Each one was perfectly aligned with his needs, particularly the last 3. The first-tier breakthrough elixir for the mental system, as the name suggested, would elevate him to a master of the second tier. This was a true master, unlike his current status, which was merely regarded as a junior master by those in the know. Telekinesis was even more enticing, once he acquired and mastered this technique. His junior master status would allow him to dominate even those at the 3rd tier of martial arts. Meanwhile, the Fire Source 10 was straightforward, promising to elevate his fire attribute source from a mere 0.2 to a solid 10. Currently, he could concoct pills at 0.2. If he reached 10, he could potentially unleash dazzling fire attacks akin to those seen in comics and animations. However, yes, there it was, the catch. To his astonishment, even the cheapest elixir for mental system breakthroughs cost 50 points. The others demanded a staggering 100 points. He currently possessed only 10 points. What could he possibly buy with such a meager amount? Was this merely a tantalizing display designed to entice him into drooling and tossing and turning in frustration? Moreover, the most pressing concern was that the shop's inventory refreshed. If, in the meantime, that non-human system sharer caused the shop to refresh. Even if he earned enough points to reach 100, he might miss out on these perfectly suitable items. Xinhaoren was in a state of turmoil. Holding on to points without spending them was one thing. But waiting until he could accumulate the total of 250 points needed was an entirely different matter, especially with the shop's unpredictable refresh cycle. Thus, Xinhaoren could only sigh in resignation as he hastily selected the first 2 items, one representing offense and the other defense. Both well suited for his current use. Indeed, the reason Xinhaoren was able to act so swiftly in spending his hard-earned 10 points, despite his momentary indecision, was due to the habitual nature of his laid-back existence. What does a leisurely life entail? It means seizing benefits as soon as they present themselves, without a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, those benefits would slip away, never to return. Thus, after spending his 10 points, Chun-Howren felt a wave of relief wash over him. He promptly closed the system, opting not to dwell on the remaining 3 enticing skills, choosing instead to adopt a philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Tion Siu's system, of course, immediately notified him of the point expenditure. But the Husky's thought process was decidedly unique. Regarding the points he could not spend and the absence of meat among the items, the system's alert was of little concern to him. He simply dismissed the notification and focused on celebrating with his master. Chun-Howren navigated Nie Yuxuan's jubilations. He pondered how the skills he had purchased from the shop would manifest within him. Would they function like his innate abilities? That seemed unlikely, after all. In the future, all martial techniques would require the possession of an original or replica manual for study, and only upon comprehensive mastery could one fully utilize those techniques. It was improbable that he would be gifted 2 replica manuals out of nowhere. Right? Yet, if that were the case, wouldn't he still need to learn them? The points for this flower seem rather unworthy. Chun-Howren could hardly believe that this unreliable system would grant him the original martial arts techniques. To acquire a book of techniques that could be learned without restriction for merely 5 points felt like receiving a gift. As he pondered this, the methods for employing heavy fist assault and ghost dance steps suddenly flooded his mind, accompanied by a faint current coursing through his meridians. For someone like Chun-Howren, who had been shocked countless times, this current felt negligible. With his keen perception, he quickly compared the 2 techniques and realized that this subtle current was aiding his body in adapting to their execution. It was evident that with repeated exposure to this current, when the time came to unleash these techniques, his body would instinctively respond as if having been tempered through rigorous training, tilting his head and blinking. He reflected on how the marketplace's method of imparting skills was not unprecedented. Many had sought to transcend the limitations of original and replicated techniques through similar stimulation of fixed meridian pathways. However, all such attempts had proved futile, for without an original or a replica, mastering any technique was an immutable law. Now, the system employed this method. Was it truly effective? If so, this system would be remarkable. Defying established laws, as he sensed the faint current dissipate, Chun-Howren recalled the 2 techniques with clarity, and a surge of excitement welled within him. Without a hint of hesitation, he turned to Nie Yuxuan and proclaimed, "I just had a sudden epiphany and learned a new technique. What do you think of this move?" Before Nie Yuxuan could react, Chun-Howren executed the ghost dance steps. Nie Yuxuan gasped in shock, covering her mouth, while onlookers who had been subtly observing her now turned their wide-eyed attention to Chun-Howren. The scene erupted into chaos as the crowd erupted in murmurs and exclamations. Only the examiner, who had intended to gather everyone for an announcement, paused momentarily, intrigued by Chun-Howren's display, amidst the stunned silence. The husky named Tiansu frolicked about joyfully, bouncing from one spot to another, eagerly chasing Chun-Howren's fleeting figure. When Chun-Howren came to a halt before Nie Yuxuan, Tiansu leapt up to lick his face. Catching him off guard, he controlled the exuberant husky with one hand. He smiled at Nie Yuxuan and asked, "So, how did I do?" "You're incredible, little rascal. How did you manage that? How can you move with afterimages? Am I living in an illusion? How can such an astonishing feat be accomplished? Please tell me," Nie Yuxuan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she tugged at Chun-Howren's collar. It was impossible for her not to be thrilled. After witnessing Chun-Howren and Lung Outyin dismantling the arena, she had grown accustomed to feats like breaking bricks and snapping sticks. In her musically inclined mind, it was merely a matter of substituting bricks with wooden planks. If bricks could be shattered, then splintering wood was hardly remarkable. Thus, she only credited her father's training for Chun-Howren's triumph, not recognizing the magnitude of his abilities. But this was different. Chun-Howren had just sprinted around the expansive fighting arena. And what astonished everyone was that he had done so while leaving a trail of afterimages. This was nothing short of extraordinary. What could possibly enable such a feat? Just as Chun-Howren was about to elaborate, he noticed something amiss in Nie Yuxuan's gaze, sending a jolt of apprehension through him. Cautiously, he inquired, "Why do you ask? Do you want to learn it? Aren't you indifferent to this fighting business?" "Not at all. If I could use your afterimage technique to play the violin, wouldn't that create a symphony of multiple layers? The same note played with mere milliseconds of delay continuously would yield an astonishing effect. Perhaps it would even give rise to a unique form of music." Nie Yuxuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she clutched Chun-Howren's collar tightly. seeing her in such a fervent state. Chun Haoran felt a chill run down his spine. He recalled how he had fared in similar situations in the past, memories he wished to forget. Anxiously, he tried to pry her fingers from his collar while hastily declining. Don't even think about it. Mastering this technique is incredibly arduous. Can't you see my pale face and heavy breathing? I'm about to collapse. Little rascal, Haoran dear, sweetheart, come on, just agree. Nie Yuxuan persisted, her demeanor sweet yet determined, her grip unwavering. No, I want to even consider it. Fine, I'll teach you this technique, but you'll have to practice it on your own. Chun Haoran continued to resist. That won't do. This takes so much time. And I barely have enough to practice the violin, let alone this. Nie Yuxuan began to threaten. If you refuse, I'll call Aunt Ding and tell her you're bullying me. I'll also call Uncle Chin. And my parents too. Seeing her fierce expression directed at Chun Haoran, Tiansu, who had been playfully wagging his tail nearby, suddenly barked menacingly at him. Annoyed, Chun Haoran kicked the husky away, exclaiming, "Get lost. Do you think you're the one to defend her? You ungrateful wretch." Protectively, Nie Yuxuan released Chun Haoran and hugged Tiansu, glaring at him. "Little rascal, you're bullying Tiansu. You're going to regret this." Tiansu, feigning injury, snuggled close to Nie Yuxuan. Chun Haoran rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "All right. Once a week. No, 5 times. Nie Yuxuan held up a hand decisively. "I'll report you. 3 times at most." Chun Haoran pouted. "Deal." Nie Yuxuan exclaimed joyfully, leaping up to embrace Chun Haoran's arm, beaming with delight. Meanwhile, Tiansu, abandoned, flopped down in bewilderment, gazing up at his owner. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the scene. What had just transpired? Chun Haoran had displayed an impressive technique, leaving everyone astounded. Yet after witnessing this amusing exchange between the two, the initial shock had evaporated. Although the awe had faded, everyone cast a meaningful glance at Chun Haoran. Without needing to mention anything else, the ability to move with afterimages was enough to signify the extraordinary nature of this youth. Coupled with his earlier feats of dismantling the arena, it was clear to the spectators that Chun Haoran's position in their class would be unparalleled and untouchable, as they contemplated the prospect of having such a remarkable individual among them. Those without ambition felt elated, while the ambitious individuals fell into a pensive gloom. The examiners similarly regarded Chun Haoran with newfound respect, glancing between him, Nie Yuxuan, and the peculiar husky, while others remained oblivious. He had noticed the unusual behavior of the husky. Despite appearing to chase after Chun Haoran in play, each leap coincided perfectly with the moments when Chun Haoran took a breath. The examiner remained skeptical of the husky's extraordinary timing. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. Or perhaps a fascinating discovery awaited. Yet, with pressing matters at hand, the examiner chose not to dwell on these peculiarities. After all, he had witnessed skills far surpassing the rapid movements with afterimages that Chun Haoran displayed. Thus, his gaze took on a deeper significance as he meticulously studied the roster in his hands. Chapter 0080, a mysterious opportunity in the testing grounds. The examiner had to maintain order amidst the unfolding events. With a sigh, he remarked on the abundance of talent among the populace, then clapped his hands to garner everyone's attention, announcing loudly, "Dear students, the entrance examination has concluded. All who possess a student card are now officially members of the 2018 Chaching National Defense class. It is now August 5th. You have 5 days to attend to personal matters. Classes will commence on August 10th at 9 a.m., with the assembly point remaining at this training base. Please refrain from bringing any items. Simply arrive. Do not be late." The crowd quickly dispersed, with Chun Haoran naturally being led away by Nie Yuxuan, who was playfully holding Tiansu. Meanwhile, Zai Kong, who had earlier been astonished, sighed, truly, I lack experience." Standing beside him, Shen Qingyun suddenly inquired, "What do you mean?" And Zai Kong had not expected anyone to engage him in conversation. He looked up to find a brooding figure staring intently at him, causing him to feel a bit intimidated. After a hesitant moment, he replied, "You were quite astonished by Chun Haoran's rapid movements with afterimages, weren't you?" "Indeed, it was quite astonishing." Shen Qingyun nodded slightly, walking away in a daze, lost in thought, his gaze haunting and somewhat terrifying. Why does this person seem so peculiar? And Zai Kong shook his head, much like the old man, and left on his OWNAT that moment. Shen Qingyun raised his eyes to glance at Shen Wei, who was intimately conversing with the aloof Tian, his face briefly flashing with disdain and contempt. He straightened his clothes and strode away with his head held high. Upon exiting the training facility, Shin Qingyun found the parents who had been waiting were already gathered around their children. Filled with laughter and joy, those remaining were, of course, all parents of the National Defense class students. Shin Qingyun stood somewhat dazed at the entrance until Uncle Liang called out to him several times, snapping him back to reality. Noticing Shin Qingyun had regained his composure, Uncle Liang inquired with concern, "Young master, did you not achieve good results?" "No, the results were excellent. I am a Class A student with a red sash, and I placed third in the combat competition," Shin Qingyun replied with a smile, shaking the sash and card at his chest. "Then you?" Uncle Liang hesitated. I was once a frog at the bottom of a well, and only now do I realize how vast and profound the world truly is." Shin Qingyun shook his head, looking up at the evening sky, and remarked, "Let us go back. By the time we reach the manor, it should be dark." "Very well, young master. The family has prepared a celebratory dinner for you," Uncle Liang said with a smile, leading the way. "I must thank all of you," Shin Qingyun replied, both of them chatting and laughing as they approached the parked car. They got in, started the engine, and drove towards the suburban manor. Throughout the journey, although Uncle Liang made every effort to keep the conversation light, Shin Qingyun appeared somewhat melancholic, lost in thought. After several attempts, Uncle Liang chose to remain silent, focusing on driving. During rush hour, the city was congested with vehicles, and by the time they reached the outskirts, night had fallen. Uncle Liang naturally turned on the headlights as they traveled along a tranquil road flanked by woods. Suddenly, Uncle Liang recalled something and asked, "Young master, did you see young Master Wei during this assessment?" "Ha." Just as Shin Qingyun was about to respond, a thunderous crash erupted as if something had struck the car, causing it to come to an abrupt halt. The windshield shattered completely, and the airbags deployed swiftly to protect them. "Young master, are you all right?" Uncle Liang struggled to extricate himself from the airbag, hurriedly pulling Shin Qingyun out. "I'm fine." "But what just happened?" Shin Qingyun shook his dizzy head, fear creeping into his voice. Uncle Liang immediately took out his phone and activated the flashlight, first inspecting Shin Qingyun to confirm he was unharmed before directing the light towards the front of the car. Under the beam, Uncle Liang nearly dropped his phone in shock, and Shin Qingyun gasped in horror at the sight before him that a dark, humanoid figure was firmly embedded in the hood of the car. The depth of the impact suggesting the engine was likely crushed. No wonder the vehicle had come to a standstill. All four tires were blown out, and a portion of the car's underside was sunk into the ground. It was evident that this once reliable automobile was utterly wrecked. "What in the world is that?" Uncle Liang exclaimed. "It resembles a person, yet it seems monstrous, as if wrapped in a layer of leathery skin." Shin Qingyun, mustering his courage, stepped closer for a better look, only to accidentally kick something that clinked. Assuming it was a fallen car part, Shin Qingyun paid it no mind, instead contemplating the figure before him. Had it been before today, he would have been utterly shocked, but having witnessed superpowers, a phenomenon only found in novels and comics, and seen his acquaintance Chun Haoran swiftly run using an afterimage, he understood that this world held many secrets he was yet unaware of. Thus, encountering such a bizarre creature seemed hardly surprising. Perhaps tomorrow, aliens would invade en masse. What was there to be astonished about? Uncle Liang was taken aback by Shin Qingyun's calm demeanor, wondering how his young master could analyze the creature's outer skin at such a moment. However, he felt a sense of joy at Shin Qingyun's composed attitude. He restrained the young man, saying, "Young master, please wait here while I investigate what this is." Just as he spoke, Shin Qingyun had yet to process the situation when the shadow before him flickered, and Uncle Liang was violently propelled backward into the distant trees, his fate uncertain. The phone, which had illuminated the scene, fell to the ground, casting light upwards and revealing that the assailant was none other than the very creature embedded in the car hood. It struggled to sit up, its face devoid of nostrils and mouth, with only a pair of blood-red eyes fixed on Shin Qingyun. That gaze, it was filled with malice and madness, causing Shin Qingyun's legs to weaken, and he collapsed to the ground, his hands scrambling in the darkness to grasp a cylindrical object. Just as he prepared to hurl it at the creature, it raised a hand, and Shin Qingyun instantly felt as if he had been struck by a vehicle. Screaming as he rolled several meters away, miraculously, he remained conscious, still clutching the cylindrical object he had instinctively grabbed. "Young master." Uncle Liang's voice, strained and distant, drifted from the woods. Chapter 0081. Covert Operation. Hearing Uncle Liang's call, Shin Qingyun managed a bitter smile and replied, "Not dead yet, but it won't be long." "Young master, You must flee. Uncle Liang struggled to rise from the trees, laboriously making his way towards Shen Qingyun. Feeling as though several ribs were shattered, Shen Qingyun coughed up blood, bitterly gazing at the sky. What is this so-called supreme destiny? Is everything I yearn for coming to an abrupt end? Is this what they mean by man's plans being inferior to heaven's? Just as Shen Qingyun believed his demise was imminent, engulfed by a profound unwillingness, a flippant voice emanated from the direction of the car. "Oh dear, still alive? Your skin is rather thick. I senti it." I hurried over, expecting to find an easy opportunity. The towering shadow, illuminated by the phone's light from below, seemed startled, emitting a feral roar before it bent down and, with a deafening crash, crushed the car into pieces, leaping into the darkness with astonishing agility. Oh dear. What misfortune. I thought I could take advantage, but now I must personally chase it down. How exhausting. The slick voice lamented, before a gust of wind swept by, leaving only the sporadic sound of debris falling from the wreckage. After a while, Uncle Liang's muted voice called out, "Young master, where are you?" "I'm here." Shen Qingyun struggled to find his phone. Having instinctively pocketed the cylindrical object. As he managed to retrieve his phone and found it still functional. He activated the flashlight to guide Uncle Liang over. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air, accompanied by the beams of several searchlights. Both men felt a chill of apprehension. Clearly, the helicopters were searching for that mysterious entity. In this summer nation, only the authorities would dare use helicopters so brazenly. Realizing it was official action, the two men harbored no further thoughts. Uncle Liang staggered forward to ask, "Young master, are you all right?" Shen Qingyun, in pain, was about to respond when he was taken aback, for the earlier pain in his chest had inexplicably vanished. Impossible? Shen Qingyun cautiously touched his chest, having felt certain that several ribs were broken. Yet now he felt perfectly fine. Shen Qingyun, disbelieving, rolled over and stood up, shaking his limbs and twisting his waist, finding himself in a state of complete well-being, even more invigorated than before. Could the creature's attack have been an illusion? But he had been flung so far. As Shen Qingyun pondered this perplexity, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Looking up, he saw Uncle Liang had once again collapsed to the ground. He hurriedly shouted, "Uncle Liang," and rushed over with the light from his phone. Having learned first aid, Shen Qingyun quickly assessed Uncle Liang, discovering that he had indeed suffered multiple broken ribs, nearly puncturing an organ, leaving him in a pain-induced stupor. Relieved to find Uncle Liang in no immediate danger, Shen Qingyun helped him lie down and called for emergency assistance. After making the call, he glanced up at the increasingly loud helicopter blades in the approaching beams of light. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hastily wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smoothed the attack mark on his chest to make it less noticeable. Next, he quickly checked his appearance, realizing he was not only disheveled but that Uncle Liang was in a similarly dire state. Seeing this, Shen Qingyun inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then, his eyes brightened as he retrieved the student card from the National Defense class, hanging it around his neck. He also pulled out the cylindrical object from his other pocket, bringing it closer to the light for inspection. His heart racing. This was no mere car part. It resembled a glass test tube, clearly made of specialized glass, and although it was already riddled with cracks, it had not shattered completely. What was even more remarkable was the cap of this test tube, which appeared to be some form of advanced technology. The well-read and knowledgeable Shen Qingyun immediately comprehended the reason behind his seemingly miraculous survival despite having fractured ribs. It was due to a fissure at the base of the cracked test tube, from which a viscous green liquid clung to both the bottom of the tube and the gap. Without hesitation, Shen Qingyun extracted a handkerchief, meticulously avoiding the tube's base while wiping its exterior. And then, with a casual flick of his wrist, tossed the tube near an abandoned vehicle. He then used the pristine handkerchief to dab at Uncle Liang's chin, which was smeared with blood, carelessly discarding it aside as Uncle Liang stood, fervently waving his arms and calling for help towards the helicopter. Shen Qingyun maintained his animated gestures, and when the searchlight illuminated him, he leaped and shouted even louder, successfully capturing the attention of the helicopter hovering above him. 3 figures leaped down from a height of approximately 10 meters, landing gracefully without any apparent impact. They approached Shen Qingyun with ease, and upon observing their demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh internally, acknowledging, "I truly was a frog at the bottom of a well." As the trio neared, illuminated by the light from his phone, Shen Qingyun discerned their appearances clearly. 2 were armed with rifles, while one carried a sidearm. All were imposing figures clad in military fatigues. Upon spotting the national flag insignia on their shoulders, Shen Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were indeed official personnel. He hastily declared, "Military uncles, I am Shin Guohao's son. Shin Xingyun. This is my family's steward, Shun Liang. That we were attacked by an unknown entity while en route to a resort. Our vehicle was destroyed. I emerged unscathed, but Uncle Liang has a broken rib and has lost consciousness. Is it possible to airlift him to a hospital?" Anyone familiar with Shin Xingyun witnessing his current state would undoubtedly be astonished, as he perfectly embodied the essence of a terrified and vulnerable young master. The officer with the sidearm produced a hefty device resembling a mobile phone from his thigh pouch and snapped a photo of Shin Xingyun. After examining the content, the officer's previously indifferent expression transformed into a smile. "So, you are a Class A student of the Chacheng National Defense class. That makes you somewhat of an insider, thus there's no need for a confidentiality agreement. However, your steward will need to sign one upon recovery." All right. Military uncle, what is going on?" Shin Xingyun inquired, perplexed. "Just pursuing a fugitive," the officer replied nonchalantly, and then, as if recalling something, added with a smile, "In the future, students from various cities' national defense classes will serve as supplementary forces. And then you will understand us, so refrain from inquiring too much. Being a part of the national defense class equates to being half a soldier, and discipline is paramount. Yes, Shin Xingyun, startled, trembled slightly, and nodded vigorously. While the officer conversed with him, a soldier had already knelt beside the unconscious Shin Liang to assess his condition, simultaneously photographing him with a similar device. The officer, clearly receiving a prompt, checked his own hefty phone, nodded, and then patted Shin Xingyun on the shoulder. "Young man, strive to better yourself and do not squander your youth. Your steward will be fine. An ambulance will arrive shortly," with a wave of his hand. He led the two soldiers into the woods. Chapter 0082. The anomaly. It dawned on Shin Xingyun why the helicopters had intermittently hovered. They were evidently deploying troops. The three soldiers were not specifically dispatched for him. They were searching for something in the vicinity. Was it the test tube? It seemed unlikely, as they didn't even approach the wrecked vehicle or inspect the surroundings, but instead ventured directly into the forest, once the sound of the helicopter blades faded. Shin Xingyun exhaled in relief and slumped onto the ground, illuminating his National Defense Class student ID with his phone's flashlight, revealing his photo alongside the words Class of 2018, Chacheng National Defense Class. Class A student. Shin Xingyun let out a soft sigh. "Perhaps this is my best option. I initially thought it was a martial artist preparatory class, but it seems I can still ascend the ladder of public authority." Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I completely forgot to call home." As he dialed, he remained attuned to his surroundings. Naturally, the estate was in a state of panic regarding their young master's predicament. It wasn't long before several luxury vehicles arrived, their hazard lights flashing, even before the police and ambulance could reach the scene. Without hesitation, Shin Xingyun instructed his subordinates to transport Uncle Liang to the hospital, leaving some behind to await the impending police arrival, while he, surrounded by other aides, climbed into a vehicle to continue toward the estate. Once inside the car, he finally allowed himself to relax, slumping back against the seat. Until now, he had been acting, fearful of exposing any inconsistencies. What inconsistencies? The fact that his ribs were broken, yet he felt no pain. After encountering these extraordinary events and those unique soldiers, he understood that he had unwittingly tapped into the true secrets of this world. What was that substance in the test tube? Why had it facilitated the healing of his ribs and miraculously restored his condition? What transformations would the substance bring about in him? He resolved to investigate these matters thoroughly upon returning home. However, upon arriving home and standing naked in front of the bathroom mirror, he found nothing amiss with his body. He then rushed to the gym to test his strength, agility, and endurance, but found no noticeable improvements. As for regretting having discarded the test tube, he felt none. He was convinced that it was also an object of pursuit, especially that highly advanced cap, which surely possessed tracking capabilities. Keeping it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Throughout the ordeal, his subordinates at the hospital and those left by the wreckage had been in contact, confirming that Uncle Liang's ribs were reset, the chest cavity cleared of debris, and after a period of recuperation, he would be fine. Meanwhile, regarding the wreck, once the police arrived, they treated the incident as a mere traffic accident, requiring his subordinates to sign an accidental incident confirmation. The wreck was swiftly packed away, and the area was meticulously searched under bright lights, with all suspicious items collected and taken into custody. Upon witnessing the police's thoroughness, Shin Xingyun raised an eyebrow, realizing that the test tube had likely been confiscated. Marking a temporary conclusion to the matter. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Shin Qingyun was abruptly awakened by a sharp, soul-piercing pain. He tossed and turned on the expansive bed, muffling his cries into the sheets, unable to voice his distress, yet feeling no fear within. Instead, he was filled with an exhilarating sense of anticipation. It is happening. It's finally happening. Do not blame Shin Qingyun for his exuberance. Despite his mature demeanor, he was still a 16-year-old, indulging in comics and novels during his leisure time, and naturally entertained a myriad of chaotic thoughts. For instance, upon witnessing his ribs heal spontaneously and recalling the liquid that had escaped from the test tube, he was quick to associate his transformation with the liquid. How it had entered his body and its effects were irrelevant to him at that moment. The sudden onset of pain confirmed his suspicion that he was beginning to mutate. This is the unique mindset of a 16-year-old boy, contrasting sharply with those rigid thinkers who would fret over potential illnesses. After what felt like an eternity of struggling, Shin Qingyun finally settled down, trembling as he stealthily descended from the bed and entered the bathroom. Switching on the light, the mirror reflected a gaunt figure. As if he hadn't eaten in days, pale as though he had been deprived of sunlight for half a year. Shin Qingyun paid little mind to this, merely concentrating as his loose pajamas suddenly tightened, revealing skin that bore the hue of bark. With a swift motion, he tore the pajamas apart, unveiling a robust physique composed of patchwork bark-like skin that, if one disregarded its appearance, it was undeniably a powerful form. Shin Qingyun lightly caressed his bark-like skin, displaying no shock. Instead, he mused, "This is different from that leather-skinned individual. And that officer mentioned pursuing a fugitive. Perhaps they were after a thief, and the test tube was pilfered from somewhere by that leather-skinned man. Nonetheless, I should classify this as a wood-type ability, right? Heh, how terrifying is this world. To think that abilities can be artificially created." As he spoke, his arm morphed into a long vine, moving with agility under his control as it adeptly picked up a towel, hung it back, retrieved a cup to fill with water, and then set it down again. As though it were an extension of my own body. Am I a genius? Or do these artificially created abilities inherently possess such coordination? Shin Qingyun reverted the vine back into an arm, gazing at his sturdy fingers in contemplation. With a mere thought, the bark-like skin receded, restoring his flesh to that of an ordinary person. In the brief interlude of transformation and retreat, Shin Qingyun regained his youthful appearance, though he bore the semblance of someone who had endured a sleepless night. Nevertheless, this was a marked improvement over his previous state, one of a wretched individual who had gone days without sustenance and had not seen the sun for half a year. He grasped a glass cup and, with a gentle squeeze, shattered it effortlessly. As he cradled the fragments in his hands and rubbed them together, fine glass powder cascaded down, with a satisfied smile gracing his face. Shin Qingyun realized that his strength had multiplied several times over, and the resilience of his skin had increased immeasurably. While he could not ascertain whether he could withstand bullets, he was certain that blades would pose no threat. "Chen Haoran, although you are formidable, you appear merely human, while I now possess the power to easily crush you. Such is the nature of mutation." Shin Qingyun chuckled with pride. Chapter 0083, The Trial of Nyalong Town. However, Shin Qingyun swiftly regained his composure from the thrill of triumph. Steady now, surpassing Chen Haoran is no great feat. This is merely a man-made ability, and it is evident that it is sanctioned by the authorities. Individuals like me, regarded as mutants in their eyes, are no more than pests or rodents, so I must remain discreet, utterly discreet. I feel a bit peckish, he mused, patting his stomach. Yet, instead of summoning a servant to prepare a meal, he turned on the faucet of the bathtub and submerged himself in the water. As he relaxed in the bath, he sighed contentedly. "I hope this does not alter my dietary habits. I cannot afford to soak in water every time hunger strikes. However, given my affinity with wood, it is only natural to have a fear of fire. That I must devise strategies to counter this vulnerability, perhaps by carrying fireproof paint or extinguishing agents, or perhaps developing a second layer of skin infused with moisture or tree sap for insulation. Moreover, since I am attuned to wood, I wonder if fertilizers or nutrient solutions designed to enhance tree growth would benefit my abilities. Yes, these should be thoroughly experimented with. Having wealth is not a disadvantage. Unlike others, I can procure materials for these myriad ideas and experiments with ease, while those without funds might be limited to the cheapest fertilizers. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shen Qingyun suddenly broke into a grin. In fact, the wood element is rather advantageous, as my ability possesses a particularly unique effect, the ability to produce seeds. As he spoke, an oval diamond shape materialized in the palm of his hand. Shimmering green with a luminous glow, approximately 1 centimeter tall and 2 millimeters thick. Gazing at the seed, an unsettling and frenzied smile crept across Shen Qingyun's face. Ultimately, he dissipated the seed and murmured, "Could this be the fortune bestowed by the 9-5 destiny?" He then closed his eyes and sank into the water. On Chun Haoran's side, celebrations were underway, honoring his successful entry into the National Defense class and his first-place victory in the martial arts competition. Originally, the festivities were to be held at Chun Haoran's residence. But due to a lack of prior arrangements and his late return, the queen promptly decided to host the gathering at a restaurant. Naturally, Nie Yuxuan's family was also invited. It would be unthinkable to celebrate without their company. The atmosphere was jovial, with both families enjoying drinks and laughter, while Nie Yuxuan busied herself with setting aside large bones to take home for her dog, Tian Siyu. However, just as the merriment reached its peak, an unwelcome phone call disrupted the mood. It was none other than a call from Nielong Town, prompting him to awkwardly apologize to Qin Zhengjun, while Aunt Xiao rolled her eyes and complained to her friend, "It's always like this. One phone call and he has to dash out. What is the point of being a district chief?" As Nielong Town prepared to leave, he was suddenly taken aback by the call. "What? The military district is requesting to take over a traffic accident, and they want you to seal off the outskirts of the second ring road. Moreover, they are insisting it is not just a regular accident, but a forced incident. This is absurd. Fine, comply with the orders for now. I will make some inquiries." Upon hearing this, both families understood the dynamics of the situation. It was clear that the traffic police were seeking assistance from Nielong Town, the chief of police. Due to the unusual circumstances, it was not uncommon for traffic officers to appeal to their superior when faced with challenges. Yet the involvement of the military district was alarming. Given the stability and strength of the nation, the military typically maintained a low profile within society, seldom seen on the streets, with a strict separation of military and civilian matters. When the military intervened, it signified a serious situation. Thus, Nielong Town promptly instructed his subordinates to adhere to the military's orders while he sought to uncover the details. He chose not to leave the private room. Discussing such matters over the phone outside could risk exposure. After some inquiries, Nielong Town's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Chun Haoran, who was engrossed in his meal. Shen Yuxuan pinched his side, pulling him from his reverie. "Do you know Shen Qingyun?" Nielong Town inquired. He is a fellow student in this year's elite national defense class and secured 3rd place in the martial arts competition that we attended the same school, albeit in different classes. Why do you ask?" Shen Haoran responded with curiosity. "Nothing much. But Shen Qingyun was involved in a car accident on his way home. His driver sustained severe injuries and is hospitalized, yet he himself is unharmed. What is curious is that the military district is handling the incident, and they have taken the vehicle and related materials." Nielong Town shook his head. Chun Haoran blinked in disbelief. Shen Qingyun had an accident. Could this explain the silence surrounding him in the future? Wait, that's not right. They said he was fine, just that his driver was hospitalized. But still, why was Uncle Nie asking me this? I'm not close with Shen Qingyun. Could it be he is probing me about why a mere car accident warrants military involvement? Is he seeking intel because of my previous connections to the intelligence network? Chun Haoran pondered, unsure if he needed to involve Yuga in this matter that he tentatively proposed. Perhaps it's because Shen Qingyun and I are both National Defense class students? We reconsidered quasi-military personnel, hence the military's involvement. It's not that simple. The military not only instructed the traffic police to seal off the area between the 2nd and 3rd ring roads, but also deployed 5 helicopters to patrol the vicinity. The reasoning of being National Defense class students is insufficient to justify such extensive measures, Nielong Town replied solemnly. Shen Haoran hesitated, nodded, dried his hands, and took out his phone, preparing to leave. Nielong Town, however, interjected, "Is it appropriate to discuss this here?" "Use the speakerphone." Chun Haoran glanced at Nielong Town's knowing gaze, then at his bewildered parents, Aunt Xiao, and Nie Yuxuan, that he quickly realized that Uncle Nie intended for his family to be informed. Perhaps there was no need to conceal this. Revealing it now would be better than shocking them later. After all, with Uncle Nie as a witness, his parents would likely not react too strongly. Thus, Shen Haoran nodded, sat back down, dialed the number, and during the call, Deng Yushu's eyes widened with questions for her son, only to be restrained by her friend. In contrast to Aunt Xiao, who was a supportive spouse, Deng's mother embodied the archetype of a strong woman. The phone rang in the tense silence of the private room. Its sound piercing as it echoed 3 times before connecting. Yuga's nonchalant voice came through. "Hey, little brother, what business do you have with me?" Chapter 0084. Interrogation. Yuga, I want to inquire about the car accident involving my classmate Shin Qingyun and the military's involvement, Chun Haoran stated plainly. "I'll check it out," came the reply, followed by a sudden silence on the other end. No one stirred within the room. All eyes fixed on Chun Haoran with expressions of skepticism, while Nielong Town's brow furrowed in anticipation. He had initially intended to gauge the extent of Chun Haoran's intelligence network, but was taken aback by the simplicity of the response. What did it imply? That Yuga could effortlessly uncover the details of Shun Qingyun's accident. It suggested an intelligence network capable of obtaining precise information about why the military intervened. This was no ordinary network. It seemed to pervade every corner of society. Nielong Town felt a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, wondering if this intelligence network was exaggerating its capabilities, all while recognizing the accuracy of the information it provided. The silence stretched on until Yuga's voice broke through. "Oh boy. Little brother, the information you're seeking is quite extraordinary. Your classmate has hit the jackpot. His luck is off the charts. No wonder." He abruptly paused. Forget I said that. If you want detailed information regarding this matter, it will cost you a cool 100 million xia currency. By heavens, you're not actually considering a robbery, are you? Chun Haoran exclaimed, leaping up uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Deng Yushu, who was on the verge of unleashing a tirade, was preemptively silenced by Aunt Xiao, who was all too familiar with her temperament. Nie Yushuan covered her mouth. Chen Jingjun stared blankly, and even Nie Longjin was taken aback. They were no strangers to wealth, and certainly understood the enormity of 100 million. To demand such a sum for mere information was audacious. Especially in Xia country, one wouldn't make such a brazen demand without possessing substantial leverage. Brother, you can't possibly expect to acquire such a fortune through theft. Let me tell you, if you genuinely intend to purchase this information, you would be making a tremendous profit. Do you understand? My brother, you says you're in for a windfall. Uge's tone held a hint of insinuation. Chun Haoran, not being a fool, readily discerned the underlying implications of his words. He was eager to unravel how Shin Qingyun had stumbled upon such serendipity and how he could benefit from it. More importantly, he was curious about Uge's earlier remark regarding Shun Qingyun being. What was it again? Why did he instinctively feel that it somehow pertained to him? Answers to these questions might well cost 100 million, but alas, he was not in possession of such a sum. Even if he had it, he wouldn't squander it so recklessly. He had no close ties to Shin Qingyun. Why should he care about his stroke of luck? With such riches, wouldn't he prefer to indulge himself instead? Why the curiosity? Having adjusted his mindset, Chun Haoran retorted, "A windfall only comes if I possess the means to spend lavishly, ready to part with 100 million for information. I lack the funds. So apologies, Yuga." Lacking funds is indeed a pity. Well, if you have further inquiries, feel free to reach out to me. I won't shy away from a penny, nor from a billion, Yuga remarked with a hint of regret before casually ending the call. At that moment, before Nie Longjin could pose a question, Deng Yushu sprang up angrily, shouting, "You scoundrel! Who is this Yuga? Is he a rogue? Just a braggart with no substance? How dare he demand 100 million so casually? As if he holds some crucial information. It's outrageous. This can easily be found through connections. You mustn't associate with such people. They will lead you astray." Chun Haoran, fearing his mother's concern over his potential alliances with unsavory characters, could only stammer in response. Yet, his father, Chun Jingjun, retained some composure. He halted Deng Yushu, who was about to storm over to reprimand Chun Haoran, then raised his glass toward Nie Longjin, taking a swig before exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath towards Chun Haoran. "Now, tell us about this Uge. No need to hold back. I'm sure Longgu is aware of his existence, right?" Nie Longjin forced a smile, raising his glass to drain it before responding. "I know of his existence, but I'm not privy to the details that I was hoping the young lad might enlighten us." Fortunately, Chun Haoran had prepared for this, or he might have been intimidated by the united front of the adults. Nonchalantly sipping his drink, he explained, "It's quite simple. Last time, when Xiaoxian went to the provincial capital for a competition, I followed her in a ride-hailing car with my husky." Upon hearing this, both ladies nodded in approval. Deng Yushu gracefully returning to her seat, while delicately serving food to her friend. Aunt Xiao couldn't help but smile as she refilled her friend's drink. Only Nie Yushuan's ears turned slightly red. Her eyes moist as she bit her lip, casting a playful glare at Chun Haoran. The two elders were less preoccupied, with Nie Longjun calmly refilling his son's glasses, while Chun Jinjun eagerly inquired. And then, I met this Yugo. Chun Haoran shrugged. Do you think I want to hit you? Chun Jingjun exclaimed, exasperated, as he nearly grabbed his chopsticks to toss at him. Oh, Dad, I haven't finished yet. I got to know Yugo through the ride-hailing app. We chatted along the way, and I learned he has extensive connections and is quite well informed, even dabbling in intelligence trading as a side gig. That's how I got his number, when Uncle Nia had a case. I tried purchasing information from him, and it turned out to be quite detailed and accurate, which Uncle Nia can confirm, right? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the others, Nie Longjun cursed Chun Haoran internally for his cunning but refrained from revealing that Nie Yushuan had nearly been abducted. He could only nod in agreement with Chun Haoran's account, adding, Indeed. That's why I suggested he inquired. I never expected him to audaciously quote such a high price. By the way, what was the price last time? Uncle Nia should reimburse you for the information costs. With that, Nie Longjun regarded Chun Haoran's expression with amusement. Under the intense gaze of his mother, Chun Haoran remained unfazed, picking at his food as he said, No need for reimbursement. I borrowed a bit from Xiaoxian. So just deduct it from the information fee. With Nie Yushuan backing him up, Deng Yushu inquired how much he had borrowed, and she sweetly claimed it was merely a few thousand, which eased her ire towards her son. However, Aunt Xiao, aware of her daughter's little stash, sighed and shot her a disapproving look. Seeing her daughter cutely stick out her tongue and hide behind Deng Yushu, she couldn't help but exhale in resignation. Yet, upon glancing at Chun Haoran, her mood lifted again. She knew there was much more to the story but refrained from pressing for details now, planning to interrogate Nie Longjun later about his potential collusion with Chun Haoran regarding undisclosed secrets. As the atmosphere returned to normal, Chun Haoran's WeChat notification chimed, revealing a message from Yugo. Brother, in light of your status as my client, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The world is about to change, and you must prepare diligently. Reading these words, Chun Haoran fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 0085, A Rival's Provocation, What's Wrong? Nie Yushuan noticed Chun Haoran suddenly lost in thought and gently nudged him. Nothing, Chun Haoran replied with a smile. Realizing he indeed needed to gear up for the challenges ahead. On August 10th, the school year commenced. A multitude of vehicles lined the entrance of the training base, where students of the National Defense class, adorned with various ribbons and student IDs, bid farewell to their families before stepping inside. Chun Haoran was naturally accompanied by Nie Yushuan and Tian Xiu, yet he felt no excitement akin to his peers. Rather, he was slightly disgruntled. Why on earth do we have to start school on August 10th? That's a full 20 days earlier than you high schoolers. It's infuriating. Chun Haoran complained incessantly. What do you want with such a long break? You never go out to play. You just hide at home all day. It would be better to come here for school sooner. Nie Yushuan chastised him, clearly displeased. Why such animosity? It's just a few days without going out to play, Chun Haoran retorted. Humph. Am I such an unreasonable person? Nie Yushuan shot back. Chun Haoran swiftly changed the subject. You high schoolers have it easy. You still have 20 days before classes start, while we in the National Defense class are stuck starting so early. Humph. Nie Yushuan huffed. Choosing not to pursue the topic further, she prepared to enter the training base alongside Chun Haoran. The base's guards awkwardly, yet firmly stopped her, prompting her to realize her oversight, with many eyes upon her. She stuck out her tongue and declared, I'm heading back now. Make sure to inform me of any protocols, such as when classes end, via WeChat. With that, she hurriedly left, dragging her reluctant husky. Chun Haoran shrugged, finally realized something's off. All the boys and girls are wearing ribbons and student IDs, and you're the only one without them, prancing around with a dog as if it were normal. He chuckled as he strolled into the base, hands behind his head. Hey, Brother Haoran. Suddenly, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder, the pressure from the fingers causing him discomfort. Turning his head, he found Shen Qingyun, who seemed overly familiar, and was astonished to discover he couldn't break free from Shen Qingyun's hold. When did he become so strong? Shen Qingyun, feeling Chun Haoran struggle, remained calm, tightening his grip while secretly reveling in his newfound strength, finally able to look down on Chun Haoran. Let go, stop choking me. It's uncomfortable. Chun Haoran protested irritably. Shen Qingyun released him, but took a step closer, a peculiar sparkle in his eyes as he grinned. Brother Haoran, I'm quite fond of Nie Yushuan. I intend to compete with you. Not a chance. Do you really think I'll let you off the hook so easily? You need to understand that some ambitions are best left unpursued. Shinharan replied, his expression icy as he clenched his fists. Heh. Who knows who will end up on top? How about a wager? If you lose, you keep your distance from Ye Yushuan. Shin Qingyun said with a mischievous glint. I refuse to gamble with people. However, I would gladly show you whose fists are mightier. Shinharan smirked coldly, preparing to throw a punch at Shin Qingyun when suddenly, the system chimed in with an announcement. Task, within the next 30 days. Defeat the current Shin Qingyun. Defeating him once rewards 10 points, twice rewards 20 points, and so forth, up to 100 points for defeating him 10 times. Points can be accumulated. Special mission, eliminate Shin Qingyun. Reward of 30,000 points. Sweet Vinegar, who was joyfully racing back and forth on the road, suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Completely dazed, Dai Ti turned its head and glanced around, but there was no sign of Shin Qingyun. Moreover, as a dog that only knew how to bite, it had no idea how to take someone down. Could it be replaced with knocked down? Even if it could, how was it supposed to find Shin Qingyun after accepting this task? It absolutely loathed missions that explicitly named targets. Furthermore, why were these recent tasks not of the familiar type? The beloved meat marketplace was nowhere to be found. Had it ceased to love me? Contemplating these thoughts, Sweet Vinegar naturally began to wail in sorrow. Oh, they don't love me anymore. They don't love me anymore. At first, when Ye Yushuan saw Sweet Vinegar suddenly stop, gazing up at the sky with a face full of grievance, she joyfully took out her phone to record. Oh dear, Sweet Vinegar, your pitiful little eyes are quite delightful. Don't move. Let sister capture this moment for keepsake. However, as Sweet Vinegar genuinely began to wail, tears streaming down its face, it soon became choked with sobs, looking utterly heartbroken. Ye Yushuan, who adored Sweet Vinegar, immediately rushed over to comfort it, stroking its fur. There, Sweet Vinegar, don't cry. Sister is here. How could I not love you? Sister loves you. How about I take you to have some delicious leg bones? Don't cry, don't cry. Sweet Vinegar is a good child. Seeing the sudden mission pop up, Shinharan was also left in a state of shock. The system issued a task regarding Shin Qingyun again. Did the system harbor a grudge against Shin Qingyun? Wait, that's not right. The last time he encountered Shin Qingyun at the highway entrance, eliminating that guest from his household only earned him 10,000 points, and taking down Shin Qingyun back then was merely 1,000 points. Why had the reward for eliminating Shin Qingyun suddenly inflated to 30,000 points? Furrowing his brow, Shinharan scrutinized Shin Qingyun. The fellow's appearance remained unchanged, yet his spirit seemed significantly more robust, exuding an air of invincibility. Recalling what brother you had said days ago about Shin Qingyun's stroke of good luck, Shinharan realized that this fellow had come into an incredible opportunity, enhancing his strength tremendously, thus prompting the system to raise the bounty by 30-fold. Did this mean Shin Qingyun's strength had increased 30 times? What once could be knocked down with a single punch now required 30 punches to take him down. With this thought, Shinharan couldn't help but immediately accept the mission, adopting a provocative stance. Shin Qingyun, did you suddenly jump up because you stumbled upon some heavenly treasure that made you feel your strength has increased, leading you to believe you can fight me? How about we find a place to spar right now? I'll show you that your so-called increase in strength is merely a figment of your imagination. Shin Qingyun's expression flickered as he raised his hands and chuckled. Just joking. If we were to fight now, we might end up being expelled. You know, I really cherish my identity as a national defense class student. When Shinharan saw Shin Qingyun's eyes revert to their former calm demeanor of a nobleman, he understood that he couldn't provoke him. Moreover, Shin Qingyun valued his status as a national defense class student and clearly did not wish to be expelled for a brawl. However, this task had a whole 30 days to complete, providing ample opportunity to teach this fellow a lesson by knocking him down 10 times. Well, instead of eliminating him, knocking him down 10 times would suffice. How dare he gaze at Xiao Xian and speak so brazenly in my presence? I would ensure he learns a lesson he won't soon forget. Thus, Shinharan feigned arrogance, snorting dismissively. Some joke should not be made. Saying that, he strode towards the direction of the crowd, watching Shinharan's retreating figure. Shin Qingyun gently slapped his own cheek, smiling to himself. My personality has become somewhat brash. It seems I have yet to adapt to the mindset that comes with a rapid increase in strength. In the past, I would never have provoked him like this. However, this feeling of doing as I please, without restraint or suppression of my emotions, is quite delightful. Musing over this, Shin Qingyun glanced at the red ribbon and student ID hanging from his chest. A surge of ambition swelling within him, With a solid background, destiny, and strength now at his disposal, he was determined to add his own splash of color to this vibrant world. Chapter 0086. The domino effect. Just as Chun-Hauren blended into the crowd, he suddenly sensed something amiss. I remember there were fewer than 50 people who passed the assessment last time. Yet, there are at least 200 to 300 here. What is going on? Even if they are filling 100 vacancies. This is too many, and it seems they all wear white ribbons. Is this a new level? The other students must have noticed this as well. Previously, they had grouped themselves based on familiarity, either from their parents' workplaces or businesses. Upon seeing Chun-Hauren, the standout from the assessment, these students, who had witnessed the ghost step dance, unconsciously began to gather around him. Once everyone assembled on the playground. For students with red ribbons stood at the center of the crowd, yellow ribbons in the second layer, blue ribbons in the third, and green ribbon students in the fourth layer. The outermost layer consisted of the largest group. At least 200 to 300 youths clad in white ribbon student IDs. Observing this scene, Chun-Hauren couldn't help but feel perplexed. Wasn't it said that the national defense class only had 100 slots? How could there be over 300 people here? If the white ribbon students were considered participants, that would be an excess. However, if the white ribbon students were substitutes, it could only mean that this group was either exceptionally skilled academically or physically, meant to fill in the vacancies of the national defense class. This was something Chun-Hauren, a reborn veteran, understood with just a glance at the school's true intentions. Among the multitude of white ribbon students, many had already spotted dozens of individuals donning different colored ribbons. Confused, they were not fools. Seeing the clear hierarchy, they quickly realized they were the lowest tier of students, igniting a sense of indignation among these once self-proclaimed elite children. Consequently, those with more exuberant personalities couldn't help but mock and jeer. Being ridiculed, these 16 or 17-year-olds, no matter how much they were advised by their families or how self-aware they were, still felt irritated enough to retort, resulting in a cacophony erupting across the playground. The 4 red ribbon students at the center maintained their aloof demeanor. Lang Aotion remained stoic and taciturn, while Zikong glanced around, curiously exclaiming, where is that black ribbon student? Why haven't they shown up? They're probably with the instructors. After all, they are the only black ribbon student. Shen Qingzhen replied nonchalantly, hands in pockets. Chun-Hauren raised an eyebrow, having keenly noticed Shen Qingyun's subtle disregard for the black ribbon student. Shen Qingyun indeed held the black ribbon student in low esteem, believing that if he wished, he could easily knock down that student, who only knew how to shine their palm without understanding its effects. Furthermore, he realized that to become a black ribbon student, he wouldn't need to earn those 10,000 points. He simply had to demonstrate his would attribute. This realization led the still youthful Shen Qingyun to look down upon others due to his significant strength increase, allowing the perceptive Chun-Hauren to sense something amiss, seeing the commotion in the periphery escalating. Chun-Hauren clapped his hands and declared, "All right, we high-ranking students need to step out and quell this disturbance. Otherwise, not only will the students below look down on us, but the instructors will too." Indeed. What the class leader says makes sense, Shen Qingyun replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile, a hint of insincerity in his tone. Adayan Zikong nodded emphatically. That's right. What the boss says is correct. We must maintain order so that the instructors will regard us highly. Perhaps these white ribbon students will ultimately become our subordinates. We must first show them our might. Initially, the other colored ribbon students felt detached from Chun-Hauren's statements. But upon hearing this, their hearts stirred. Yes, including the green ribbon students, there were fewer than 50 of them, while the white ribbon students numbered nearly 300. Even if the school intended to fill 100 vacancies, it wouldn't recruit so many. What could this possibly mean? It was clear that they were meant to serve in the military. Naturally, they would be the officials. The pursuit of authority and superiority is a fundamental human instinct. And how could these youths from distinguished families be exempt? Furthermore, the green ribbon students, who had been disheartened about being the lowest tier during their studies, now realized that with the sudden emergence of so many white ribbon students, they would no longer be the bottom tier and might even lead a few people, altering their outlook entirely. Chun-Hauren, eyeing the crowd that focused on him, feigned an authoritative demeanor as he clapped his hands and commanded, "Everyone, disperse. Male students handle the male students. Female students handle the female students. Each of you subdue 3, 4, or even 6 white ribbon students, and then gather back at my command." Understood. The crowd complied with Chun-Hauren's command without hesitation. As they were accustomed to hierarchical structures, and they were well aware of Chun-Hauren's reputation as the top fighter, Until the black ribbon student made their move, Chen was undoubtedly the leader among the national defense class students. At first, everyone attempted to dissuade politely, but as impatience grew among a few, including Shinwei, they resorted to delivering a few kicks and punches to a handful of obstinate youths who stubbornly held their ground. Once these boys learned their lesson and complied, it became clear to everyone that actions spoke louder than words. It was not just the boys. The girls were equally fierce. Not that all 15 of the blue sash girls were particularly bold, but they tended to band together, with just 2 or 3 assertive blue sash girls taking the lead and subduing a few audacious white sash girls. The 15 blue sash girls easily dominated over 100 white sash girls. After all, girls tend to shy away from trouble, and since they were unfamiliar with each other, witnessing one of their own being suppressed made them all behave like quail. Soon enough, after this display of intimidation, who would dare to defy? Even some who fancied themselves clever and formidable muttered to themselves, "Just wait until I familiarize myself with the rules of this national defense class. You'll see what's in store for you." They comforted themselves with the notion of being adaptable and not suffering immediate losses, leading them to obediently comply. Chen, of course, did not mingle with the crowd. He stood at the forefront with his hands casually behind his back, observing the chaotic scene with nonchalance. The aloof Tian Kong, as expected, had no inclination to discipline these youngsters and remained behind Chen, absorbed in his own thoughts. Shen Qingyun, ever self-assured, was even less likely to engage in such trivialities. Standing with his hands in his pockets behind Chen, he had not yet been foolish enough to position himself in front of Chen, as the classmates had recognized Chen-Haren's authority but had yet to acknowledge his own. And Zai Kong, the rather boisterous lad, initially eager to display his prowess among the crowd, found himself daunted by the sight of the 3 red sash boys towering at the front and quickly scurried to stand behind Chen. Realizing he too was a red sash and must maintain his dignity, after a brief wait, once everyone had quieted down, Chen finally spoke. "All listen up. Boys in front, girls in the back, form lines of 20. Blue and green sash students as line leaders. Yellow sashes will oversee the formation. Commence lining up." The children of Xia country had been queuing since kindergarten, and by the age of 16 or 17, forming lines had become second nature. Before long, a somewhat orderly square formation of 20 by 20 emerged. Observing the ease with which this formation was achieved, and Zai Kong muttered while stroking his chin, "It seems the school truly has a plan. Having early on categorized us by strength with different sash colors, the hierarchy is clear, and there is no need for teachers to intervene. We can establish order and organization ourselves." Shen Qingyun raised an eyebrow, his gaze flickering with an inscrutable light as he fixated on Chen back. He longed to ascend to the position Chen now occupied. Yet, he knew it was not the right time. The rules had been laid down from above, and he could not recklessly disrupt them. If he wished to usurp Chen place, it had to be done within the framework of these regulations. As the scion of a wealthy family, Shen Qingyun was well versed in various social nuances and had been educated in both overt and covert societal rules. Thus, he understood that even if he yearned to replace Chen, it had to be done by the book, especially avoiding any internal strife in the current situation, lest he jeopardize his own standing among those with colored sashes and invite scorn from all. Moreover, Shen Qingyun refrained from acting recklessly despite his growing strength, for he recognized that, in the eyes of the authorities, his power was merely that of a significant rodent. Indeed, his strength derived from them if he aspired to become even more formidable and attain a higher status. He must navigate the official regulations. Therefore, when unable to surpass the official power, it was wisest to remain a diligent and capable student, for that would ensure his ascent within the established order. However, rationality did not quell his envy and resentment towards Chen. Simply being the leader of the colored sash students, his ability to impose order upon all the students was enough to earn him significant points. Among the students present, those with mature sensibilities could discern the advantages Chen-Haren's actions would bestow upon him, naturally leading them to envy him. Yet, unless Chen lacked such abilities, no one else could step forward. For others simply lacked the requisite authority. It was easy to overlook the fact that Chen had merely leapt into action during the initial assessment, organizing the students into formation, but that single act had left a lasting impression. As he later secured first place in combat, a subconscious recognition of his prowess took root among his peers, reinforced by the school's acknowledgement of his capabilities. Thus, in times of need, they would instinctively regard him as the leader, which was the essence of authority. During the early stages, many had considered contesting his position. However, the assessment comprised a 100-meter sprint and a 9,000-meter run, and Chunhaoren's strength quashed any such ambitions. When the 5 top performers were selected for medical examinations, despair enveloped the others, particularly after the combat competition, leaving no one daring to vie for leadership against Chunhaoren. Chunhaoren himself did not dwell on these matters, despite his future being that of a superfluous figure within the government. The anticipated power of the authorities was formidable, where even a mere civil servant held significant sway over commoners. He had encountered orders from superiors to maintain order before, rendering the current situation trivial in his eyes. The students present were likely unaware that they had been under covert observation since entering the training base. Witnessing the formation of a relatively orderly line, those observing nodded in approval, remarking, "Indeed, establishing sash colors from the outset was necessary. That Chunhaoren is impressive, exhibiting true leadership qualities, and as the combat champion, he is undeniably the rightful choice for class leader." However, some expressed discontent. "I just feel it's somewhat unfair to those white sash students. Their experiences cannot compare to those of the colored sash students." "Oh, it is fine. Aren't there monthly, quarterly, and annual assessments? Everyone studies the same material and undergoes similar training. If they wish to rise, each assessment is an opportunity. If they fail, then what can be said?" "Exactly. Having a stronger backing, a better family, greater talent, and even working harder, that's what truly drives ordinary people to despair. All right, let us move on. They're still just kids fresh out of middle school. Let us not be too hard on them. Prepare for the formal commencement of classes." Yes. The person in charge of the national defense class remained unaware of the ongoing covert observations of the assembled students and was busily directing Chunhaoren, who appeared increasingly agitated, even exhibiting signs of wanting to lash out. It was impossible not to be anxious. Once the students had gathered, the instructors emerged, organizing the entire group of over 300 into military formations. Ultimately, they were split into male and female squads, not according to modern military structure, but rather an ancient one: 5 men forming a unit, 2 units forming a squad, 5 squads forming a company, and so forth. Chunhaoren naturally took the role of company commander. Although he commanded fewer than 500, he had conquered all with his fists, leaving no room for dissent. The remaining 3 red sash students naturally became squad leaders, albeit not at full strength. Yellow sashes and some blue sashes acted as unit leaders, while others among the blue and green sashes assumed the roles of squad leaders and team leaders, leaving the white sashes as mere soldiers. Then, with the restructured group, they collectively boarded a closed military vehicle. The lengthy ride left everyone feeling dizzy. After several students suffered from motion sickness, they finally disembarked, only to realize they had arrived at a military camp surrounded by mountains. Chapter 0087. The urgent ambition to prevail. The group of students suddenly transported from school to the military camp had not yet grasped the situation when the menacing instructors began confiscating their mobile phones and other communication devices. Each student was issued several sets of standard military training uniforms and personal grooming supplies, after which they were led by the instructors to share large dormitories and units. Children of this era, while not exactly spoiled, certainly had not experienced such communal living, reminiscent only of scenes from films, comparing images from military channels with their current environment. They felt as though they had been thrust back in time by several decades into a military lifestyle. The students naturally grumbled, but as newcomers to this mountainous military camp, they could only comfort themselves with the knowledge that others were enduring the same hardships. After all, this was merely routine military training, a rite of passage for any school, and they figured it would last just a week at most. However, when the instructors solemnly announced that the training would extend until the end of September, lasting a full 50 days, and that communication with the outside world would be strictly prohibited, the students were left in utter disbelief. Particularly, Chunhaoren erupted, exclaiming, "Report. What if there is an emergency that requires me to return home?" His concerns were twofold. First, he was anxious about being unable to see Nie Yuxuan and his family. Second, he lamented the lack of personal time for his own pursuits, especially since it seemed he would have to postpone his training and alchemy. Most critically, how could he accomplish the task of defeating Shenqingyan 10 times while confined in this disciplined military environment? In response to Chunhaoren's protest, the smiling chief instructor calmly remarked, "You may leave if you wish." but departing the camp will automatically revoke your qualifications as a National Defense Class cadet. Upon hearing these words, the students, all of whom aspired to secure stable futures after graduation, instantly wilted, paralyzed by fear. Even Chun Haoran could only lower his head in dejection. However, Chun Haoran's patience was nearly exhausted during the ensuing monotonous training. The reason was simple. Not only had he endured rigorous drills under Uncle Nya, but he had also undergone extensive training in formation during his previous employment. Despite his commendable performance, his patience was wearing thin, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront Shen Qingyun with a fierce beating. Strangely enough, Shen Qingyun seemed to sense the impending danger, as he consistently mingled with the cadets under his command, never allowing himself to be alone in secluded areas, thus denying Chun Haoran any opportunity to act on his frustrations. Consequently, Chun Haoran was in a state of agitation, akin to a tiger trapped in a cage, with nowhere to vent his pent-up energy. He even began to question whether joining the National Defense Class had been a grave mistake, as this place felt more like a prison, devoid of personal freedom. Yet, Chun Haoran had numerous matters that required his free time to address. His chilling demeanor had intimidated his fellow cadets, especially when the instructors announced that there would be military assessments at the end of each month. Chun Haoran's sinister grin as he surveyed his classmates' expressions sent shivers down even the spine of the otherwise confident Shen Qingyun, let alone the other students. The instructors, certainly aware of this situation, could not resist advising the chief instructor. Sir, Chun Haoran's combat capabilities and training proficiency far exceed those of other cadets. Our military training is merely a waste of his time. Moreover, Chun Haoran's intimidating presence among the cadets is excessively strong. When we announced the upcoming assessments, instead of exhibiting eagerness, the students appeared terrified, fearing that Chun Haoran might seize the opportunity to torment them. Our intention of fostering a competitive spirit among the cadets has been thwarted. Indeed, Chun Haoran is akin to a tiger, while these cadets are at most wolves and sheep. His extraordinary prowess not only fails to inspire leadership, but also undermines the overall learning atmosphere among the students. What do you propose we do about him? Should we elevate him to the Black Sash training class? The chief instructor inquired with a smile. The instructors collectively shook their heads. He is merely an ordinary individual. Promoting him to the Black Sash training would only diminish his prowess, thereby losing a potential future warrior. True, regardless of his exceptional skills, he remains an ordinary person. It is a pity that the number of martial arts instructors is too limited. The allocation of human resources must cascade from the central government to provincial capitals and then to cities. It is unlikely that martial arts instructors will be assigned to Chaching, a fourth-tier city, until the next academic year. The chief instructor nodded in agreement. Yes, he is merely slightly stronger than the average person. If those martial artists could give him a lesson, he would realize there are always stronger individuals out there. Moreover, the prowess of martial artists would merely illuminate his shortcomings rather than striking him down to the point of losing confidence. As with the Black Sash training, that is a commendable idea, but the timeline is too lengthy. Just look at how close he is to losing his mind. I fear he might be unable to resist bullying the other cadets, which would demoralize these even more ordinary students. How about this? Since the higher-ups are currently pursuing enemy forces, I will take him to witness the greater world, allowing him to understand that the National Defense Class is cultivating the backbone of our nation's future. Gaining such insight should help stabilize Chun Haoran's mindset, the chief instructor proposed. That sounds good. The reason that lad has become so irritable is likely due to the boredom of the current training, coupled with the fact that no one can match him, leading to a sense of pride and arrogance. If you expose him to the truth of the world, I believe he will become more compliant. One instructor concurred. But will this exposure be too hasty? Won't it frighten him? Another instructor expressed concern. No worries. The establishment of the National Defense Class is precisely to ensure we have a reliable reserve force during these urgent times. Sooner or later, they must witness the realities of the world. For someone as outstanding as Chun Haoran, an early exposure is not a bad thing. It is settled then. I will contact the higher-ups. The chief instructor took out his phone, made a call, and after a brief conversation, nodded in affirmation. The higher-ups have approved it, and even suggested I bring along several other exceptional cadets for the experience. Should we take those 4 red sashes? One instructor inquired. Not only should we bring the 4 red sashes, but also select one from each color of sash. Please recommend candidates and choose the best performers across the various colors. The chief instructor instructed. Chapter 88. Historically, Two wolves collude. Chun Haoran and his fellow cadets were engaged in their customary burdensome long-distance runs. The average cadets were naturally panting and lacked the inclination to converse. However, those in good physical condition, having acclimated to such intense training, could not resist the urge to chat, as the strictly military regimen was exceedingly stifling. For instance, Zai Kong was currently conversing with Shin Qingyun. The reason their relationship had grown closer was entirely natural. Zai Kong had contemplated aligning himself with Chun Haoran, as this leader was undeniably impressive. Yet, for reasons unknown, since entering the camp, Chun Haoran had exuded a low-pressure aura that made even those like Zai Kong, who sought to ally with him, keep their distance for fear of invoking a tempest. Meanwhile, among the red sashes, Lung Aotian had inexplicably taken a particular interest in a green sash, frequently spending time with that individual during training or study, leaving Zai Kong feeling excluded. Thus, in light of this, Shin Qingyun became the most suitable companion for him. Shin Qingyun, of course, was pleased to have such a friendly red sash. Under the careful maintenance of the two mature youths, their relationship naturally grew closer. Hey, Brother Shun, Chun Laoda is glaring at us again. This feeling of being watched by a ferocious beast is truly unsettling. I can feel chills creeping up my spine, but it's as if we haven't offended him. Right? Zai Kong murmured while instinctively shrinking his neck to evade Chun Haoran's gaze. Shin Qingyun managed a wry smile. He had not anticipated that Chun Haoran would be so fixated on him. As provoking him seemed to have set off a lingering obsession, he had witnessed Chun Haoran's green-eyed stare directed at him on multiple occasions, and had it not been for the military camp's regulations, he would have surely found himself ensnared in a sack by now. Casting a glance at Zai Kong, Shin Qingyun decided to be blunt. He is focusing on me because at the beginning of the term, I told him I had a keen interest in Nie Yuxuan and intended to compete with him. And Zai Kong was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, you're bold. It is said that Nie Yuxuan and Chun Haoran have been inseparable since birth, only recently parting ways to attend different schools, making them the quintessential childhood sweethearts. How could you dare to say that to him? That's practically courting death. Humph, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's pursuit. Nie Yuxuan is so remarkable. Why shouldn't I take an interest? Why shouldn't I compete?" Shin Qingyun responded with nonchalance. While your sentiment is valid, it also requires the consent of Miss Nie, doesn't it? During my stay at home, I did some research and discovered that Miss Nie is not only immensely popular among the children of military and police elites, but also well regarded among those from various sectors and departments. Many high-ranking officials have attempted to introduce her to their sons, only to be thwarted by Director Nie. The only male who has consistently remained by her side is Chun Laoda, her childhood companion. And so what? Shin Qingyun maintained an air of indifference. Brother Shin, your calm demeanor suggests you are confident. Don't tell me your family is wealthy. That won't fly here. In Xia country, wealth only elevates one above the common folk, but does not compare to the influence of officials, especially high-ranking ones, and Zai Kong remarked, perplexed by Shin Qingyun's confidence. Hearing this, Shin Qingyun clenched his fist in quiet determination. It was true. In Xia country, officials held the highest authority, and wealth, no matter how great, was insufficient to rival that, which was why he clung so desperately to the realization that the national defense class was his stepping stone into the world of officials. However, being looked down upon by his peers for his family's wealth was truly irksome. I can defeat Chun Haoran. Does that not qualify me? Shin Qingyun asserted with a hint of pride. You can defeat Chun Laoda. You must be joking. And Zai Kong scrutinized Shin Qingyun skeptically. Brother Shun, we've fought before, and we were evenly matched. How could you possibly compare to that extraordinary individual? He can even execute techniques like ghost shadow steps. Humph. Do you think I would boast? You know the saying, a warrior must be esteemed after 3 days of separation. My strength has improved significantly. Just look at how long I've been running without gasping for breath or turning red. Shin Qingyun declared somewhat arrogantly. The disparity between strength and mentality stirred a youthful fervor within Shin Qingyun, who was typically more composed. He would never have spoken so freely in the past, although he recognized his transformation. He was unwilling to change, as this reckless and carefree sensation was simply exhilarating. Zai Kong sized him up and noticed Shin Qingyun's remarkably composed demeanor, prompting him to immediately encourage, "Do you truly possess such strength? Well, my friend, I can definitely support you in seizing the first place from Chun Haoran." Brethren, are you being overly pragmatic? Have you stopped calling him the boss and switched to his full name instead? Shen Qingyun observed in Kong with an amused expression. Alas, it is quite the predicament. This so-called boss of ours seems perpetually shrouded in a cloud of low spirits, making it impossible for me to forge any connections with him. Thus, it would be far more advantageous for you, Brother Shen, who shares a good rapport with me, to claim that top position instead. And Kong displayed not an ounce of embarrassment. Humph, you've mentioned that Chunhaoren is in a state of low spirits, which means he is likely looking for someone to vent his frustrations upon. If I were to approach him at this moment, I would undoubtedly face an explosive surge of his strength, twofold, threefold, or even fourfold. At that point, I would find myself on the receiving end of a thorough thrashing. No matter how confident I am, I truly do not believe I could prevail against a Chunhaoren whose power has multiplied. Shen Qingyun remarked disdainfully. You are quite cunning. And Kong exclaimed, taken aback. We are all the same, Shen Qingyun replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it is precisely why we have become good friends. And Kong chuckled. Certainly, let us hope we remain good friends for all time, Shen Qingyun added. Casting a glance at Kong. Through these past few days of interaction, Shen Qingyun had come to understand the nature of Kong, and he believed that Kong had similarly grasped his character, that is. In the absence of conflicting interests, anyone can get along splendidly, but once a conflict arises, particularly if the stakes outweigh the consequences of a falling out, one would not hesitate to sever ties without a second thought. At that moment, the loudspeakers surrounding the training ground blared to life. Attention! The following students are to report to the command center immediately. Chunhaoren, Lung Aoyin, Shen Qingyun, and Kong, Huang Guohui, Li Lia, Shen Wei. Zhang Mingjie. Repeating, the following students are to report to the command center immediately. Chunhaoren, Lang Aoyin, Shen Qingyun, and Kong, Huang Guohui, Li Lia, Shen Wei, Zhang Mingjie. The aforementioned 8 individuals are to report to the command center at once. After the loudspeaker repeated the announcement thrice, it fell silent. Kong and Shen Qingyun halted their steps and began to turn towards the command center, while Kong murmured, I know that Huang Guohui is the strongest among the yellow belt students. And although Li Lia is female, she is the most powerful among the blue belt students. Shen Qingyun understood his intention, recognizing it as a display of his familiarity with the students, so he responded, Shen Wei is the strongest among the green belt students. At this point, he couldn't help but show a hint of disdain. It was rather audacious for a young man in his 20s to compare his strength with a group of 16-year-olds. However, this sentiment did not deter him from continuing. And Zhang Mingjie is the strongest among the 300 white belt students. Aside from us 4 red belts, the others are the strongest among their respective belt colors. What could the instructors possibly be planning? And Kong furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who knows? Oh, we should hurry. That Chunhaoren has already dashed off like a bullet. If we lag too far behind, we might just find ourselves on the receiving end of a reprimand. Shen Qingyun declared before breaking into a run, upon catching a glimpse of Chunhaoren zipping past. And Kong momentarily stood stunned by the swiftness of his movement, but quickly followed suit, sprinting alongside Shen Qingyun.